Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 441, Chapter 400. Olga Marie Animosphere POV. Things were going bad, and then they went worse. It was already a horrible situation with half of France literally burning or having been burnt down the ground. Then we figured out how many enemy servants there were, nearly a dozen. And if that wasn't bad enough, the name dragon, which wasn't in reference to the literal army of wyverns. I could feel the dragon pulling the insane amounts of mana from the air to use its breath attack as it tied with Saber's noble phantasm. Fafnir, that was what Siegfried claimed it was. I almost thought we were lucky that we had the dragon's mythological weakness, until I was informed that our dragon slayer had barely recovered. Then Wilhelm did something to ground the dragon. I didn't even feel the magical energy in his spell. Oh, and that was after he gave Castor a damn divine construct like it was a random mystic code. And to top all of this ridiculousness off, he decided to taunt the dragon witch to her face. I watched in anxiety as the dragon let loose a breath attack at him and he took it head on. I knew he was strong, but still, it was hard to see. I was heavily relieved to see him apparently unscathed from the attack. And then he continued to mock the dragon witch. I was fuming. I knew he was doing it on purpose, drawing her undivided attention onto himself. But I couldn't call him out on it or get angry at the moment. He obviously had a plan, and I knew he could handle the servants that appeared to engage him. I trusted him not to do anything stupid and get himself killed. However, it seemed like I wasn't the only one that was upset. Saber lashed out with pure anger towards the dragon, and I decidedly choose not to comment. Wilhelm's servant, Siegfried, Saber, and Lancelot all attacked Fafnir. And the dragon showed no visible signs of struggling under their assault. I did not remain distracted for long. The wyverns that still filled the sky made sure of that as I could feel the heat from so many readying their breath. Epsilon Sigma Tau Alpha Epsilon Kappa Tau Eta Chi Rho Nu Omicron. Castor Medea held up the staff immediately, casting words I couldn't understand, but a powerful spell actualized. A shield-colored lavender appeared overhead, runic symbols and images unknown to me filled every corner of it. The breaths fell down onto it, but it held firm against the onslaught of wyvern. Damn, that's a nice staff. Castor CU whistled. Can see why you offered your hand for it. Never thought I'd see a staff in this age better than mine, let alone my teacher's. I think even Circe would have thrown herself at him if she could get this staff in return. Medea commented. Half the effort, 10 times the results. What kind of ridiculous thing did you hand over, Schweinorg? What are you gonna do if he takes you up on your offer? CU cracked a smile. She shrugged. Probably just kill him in his sleep. Damn, what a cold bitch. I'd at least make sure he went to sleep happy. She smiled maliciously. CU just laughed. Enough chit-chat, I announced. We need to. Castor CU slammed his staff on the ground, and massive roots sprang up to cover us. Arrows made of magical energy fell down, tearing them apart, but protecting us, if barely. There was an archer sitting on one of the wyverns up in the air. First things first, we. Medea, can you handle Archer? Pierre spoke up before I could. I was about to admonish him, but that is exactly the same order I would have given. I can keep her busy. Medea nodded. And take out any wyverns if you get the opportunity. Will do, master. She flew up into the sky. Good job, Pierre. Well, this puts me in a rather bad spot. CU hummed. Hey lass, guard my master and the others. He glanced back at Mash. Yes. Mash held her shield up. As much as I want to take a crack at that dragon, my magic ain't gonna do much unless I whip out the big stuff, and I'd just be getting in the way at that point. I could understand his sentiments. I wasn't sure I even had any magecraft capable of harming a dragon through their insane magic resistance. Besides, those 4 servants were keeping it busy for now and not losing it seemed. Well, looks like my opponent is here. CU Chulin looked forward and a rather well-dressed, woman. Person walked calmly our way. I shall be your opponent. The strange servant declared. It was odd, the person didn't seem hostile, yet there was a faint bloodlust regardless. Introductions. CU asked. Do you really think that's going to? Chevalier Dion, Knight of the White Lily. The servant introduced themselves without hesitation. Work. Ha ha. CU chuckled at my expense. Don't underestimate a servant's pettiness, lass. It's obvious this person isn't working under their own will. You speak the truth. He nodded darkly. This bloodlust is not mine, it clouds my mind. Once we begin, I will not be able to hold myself back. I do not choose this path of my own will, but I shall fight with the intent to kill. I wouldn't have it any other way. Siyu barked with a wide grin. Siyu Chulin, unfortunately summoned as a caster, but I'm up for a fight regardless. The Hound of Ulster, you honor me. The servant held their rapier in front of themselves. Please give me a good death. Know that unless I am commanded, I will not utilize my noble phantasm. En garde. He stepped forward with the speed of a being beyond humans, and Siyu responded, swinging his staff to block the thin blade. This is getting more and more ridiculous. The transmitter started beeping too. Roman, what is it? I answered. Director, we picked up some insane readings. What's going on? Roman's face appeared on the small projection above my wrist. There's a dragon, Roman. Dragon. Da Vinci's face appeared separate from his. Does it have a name? Fafnir. I responded. I'll pull up the information we have. Here it is. Fafnir isn't a natural-born dragon, but a curse that is derived from the concept of greed. Such that both Sigurd and Siegfried both slayed the dragon Fafnir in their legends. The legends say that Fafnir has nearly impenetrable armor. I looked at the dragon who barely had a scratch on him after getting hit by 4 servants. I am aware, Roman. I couldn't expect any more than that. It's not like we have perfect records from things that took place so long ago in myths and legends. Roman, how are the generators holding up? Do we have enough for multiple, simultaneous noble phantasm activations? It was best to prepare to defeat the dragon now. The generators are holding well enough even if we have only these few up. We have enough in the reserves for the reshift that we can shift everything into supporting the servants available. Roman relayed. Best to err on the side of caution. Let the masters use up their own magical energy first before the fate system handles the burden. I decided after a moment. One of them could restore their own reserves after a day or so of rest. And it felt like if we didn't win in this encounter, it would become prolonged enough that such a concern was unneeded. Fujimaru, can Siegfried release his noble phantasm? He said that he can, but it'll take him out of the fight. Ritsuka took a moment to respond, presumably after asking. Hinako, go aid Siyu. I quickly decided. She was hovering near us protectively like Mash was. He's going to hate it. He can file his complaints without HR department. I snorted. He wasn't looking like he was in a favorable position. Samuel, I'm giving you free rein. If you see an opening, use a command seal to end the fight with his noble phantasm. Yes, ma'am. He quickly nodded. I looked up, and Medea was doing a phenomenal job of keeping the wyverns preoccupied and the archer, even if it didn't look like she was gaining any advantage, it was the best possible situation for us. The dragon witch herself was, just watching the real Jeanne d'Arc and Wilhelm fight with the other servants. If she didn't wish to participate, that was fine. I aimed my hand up and fired off a few gander shots, hitting one wyvern. It was taken by surprise and lost its flight rather quickly in the confusion and plummeted to the ground. Roman, did you get any readings from that? I was watching, Director. If I use the same amount of power, calculate the shots needed to defeat a singular wyvern. Wilhelm mentioned that they should be lower than traditional wyverns, as odd as that was to consider. With the same output, you would need 3 shots, landing center mass. Perhaps less if you hit them in a vital. Roman replied back rather quickly. Suboptimal. I clicked my tongue. I will run out of magical energy far before I make a dent. However, I could snipe any that got ideas about us down here instead of focusing on another servant. I nearly fell over when the dragon let out an earth-shattering roar. It looked like Siegfried got a good hit in on it. Fujimaru, prepare to. Director. Mash yelled. I blinked, noticing something out of the corner of my eye, as a blade was coming right for my neck. Mash, by the power of this command seal. It happened so quickly, but I could see the sparks fly, and the sound of steel clashing with Mash standing over me, her shield deflecting an oddly shaped sword. I quickly regained my composure. Mash, assassin protocols. I shouted, ducking and rolling to the side. It wasn't the time to worry about my appearance as I did the best I could to get away from them. Despite my reservations, Mash performed admirably. She used her large shield to push the assassin servant away from us and force him to keep a distance. A strategy we devised for her, simply become a wall between us and an assassin. The servant didn't appear like an assassin, but looks can be deceiving. He held a large, oddly shaped blade. Mash and him began exchanging blows. The sword of his lashing out against her shield. Mash didn't need to do much to keep him at bay as his attacks never came close to harming her. In fact, he seemed to be relying more on his pure strength than anything. Wide, open arcs, I was no swordsman, but that seemed odd even to me. Almost like a pendulum as he continued his swings and, then it made sense. Ritsuka, command Mash. He's aiming. I saw, Director. Fujimaru cut me off. Mash, he's aiming for your head. Mash quickly changed up her pattern. Once she was informed, she was weaving between strikes. Then dodged and caught him in some awkward spots. Every so often, her shield would land on him, causing some amount of damage. The tide further turned as a root sprung up out of the ground and wrapped up the assassin servant's foot. Both him and Mash were surprised by the sudden turn of events, but Mash was quicker and her shield smashed into his face, sending him flying. I glanced at Caster Cu, but he was still preoccupied with his fight. Instead, I looked towards Samuel. He had a hand on one of Cu Chulin's roots that he himself had summoned earlier. Ah, there was some magic left in this, thought I'd use it to help. He looked embarrassed. Well done. I gave him a brief word of praise. They all had been taking the initiative lately, their training was paying off in spades. I was genuinely surprised at how far they've come in the meantime, even if they still had further to go. I surveyed the battlefield again as Mash was putting the assassin on the defensive at this point. Roman, quickly, scan Wilhelm and report. I reinforced my eyes to see clearly what he was doing. I could hear it, even over the battlefield's chaos. It sounded like Japanese, but I wasn't an expert. He was chanting something, and it was long. I'm getting some strange readings. Roman confirmed. Oh wow, those are weird. Da Vinci chimed in. There's no magical energy present, but there is an unknown phenomena occurring. How is there no magical energy? I'm seeing an unnatural occurrence with my own eyes. There has to be magical energy. I could literally see the energy around him conglomerate into a solid color. And whatever spell he cast actualized, trapping the servant he was fighting. Some kind of black box that had stake stab into the side. I had no idea what was happening, but as soon as it unraveled the servant was utterly defeated. Nope, nada. Whatever he did, it was not magecraft or magic. Tell him to give me an explanation after the fight is over, I want to see it again. Caster cheerfully chirped. Wonderful. More things I just had no knowledge for. How many lines of an aria count was that? It was strong enough to take out a servant, so it had to be at least an A-rank spell. Whoa whoa. Roman squeaked from his side of the projection. Something's going on, be careful. These readings, it's like the singularity is being torn open in a small scale. What? There was nothing like that. Just battles going on, a new caster joined the fight it seems, and Wilhelm engaged him. Summoning some kind of tentacle construct, But otherwise. A deafening scream silenced the battlefield. It was wrong. It didn't belong. Every fiber of my being told me to eliminate whatever it came from. I had to cover my ears, but even so, I felt my aura vibrate in nausea at the sound. I felt my head wobble and I nearly fell over. Eyes, tentacles, like something massive was looking at me from the other side of a mirror. I only regained my senses with Sir Wiggles jumped onto my head. A tiny jolt from his lightning cleared away the foreign feeling. I wasn't the only one who felt that. Wyverns fell from the sky like flies. The others, they were having trouble climbing to their feet. And the enemy servants, they were glowing bright and they simply disappeared a moment later, along with the massive dragon. Director, what just happened? Roman called out. I don't know. Well, that was a nasty surprise. Ruined my fight too. Cu grumbled, walking over. Been a while since I've felt something like that. You know what that was? I questioned him. Something that doesn't belong. Medea floated down. I was barely paying attention to the source, but it's a taboo that shouldn't be touched by humans. Something from the age of gods. Medea snorted. Not even Hecate herself would willingly touch the source of that. I don't know too much, but it's something from outside. Something that the gods themselves actively denied access to our world. Yup, things got a bit more complicated. Cu nodded. Something like that popped up in my homeland once. One of the few times I saw Pop serious about something. His father was the god of light, Luff. Medea said even the Greek gods were critical of the source. Don't even bother asking for details. Hinako scoffed, cleaning blood off herself from where her wounds were healing. I'm pretty sure I recognized what it was as it originated from my part of the world a long time ago. A spellbook that shouldn't exist, from a person whose name I refuse to even mention. If I saw it in any other circumstance, I'd been forced to take action. Humans these days, I think you call them outer gods. Why did that sound familiar? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jean Dark, the Dragon Witch POV. Gillis. Jean, what's wrong? I looked around, why were we back at the castle? Why are we here, why aren't we fighting that fake and those others? A temporary retreat. Gillis reassured. Your book. I looked at the book he always carried, it was cut in half. Fear not, Jean. He held up the cup and it glowed bright, and the book began to mend. But something weird happened, and the faces on the cover changed, and I think I heard some crying. As soon as it was fixed, it split apart again, lightning jumping between the two halves. His face twisted, and he looked really mad before he returned to normal. Divinity. Something wrong, Gillis? Only a small hindrance. Nothing will be able to stop our goals. The two sides opened up and tentacles jumped between both sides, pulling the edges together, and binding them. It will have to do. Goals. What were our goals again, Gillis? Why, to show that this is a godless world. He swept his arms around. To prove that there is no God. Right, thanks Gillis. It made sense. If there was a God, why did I burn? That made a lot of sense. Of course, that's what we were doing. And getting revenge, that was important too. But why, did something feel wrong? Why was there a pain in my chest? I didn't understand, I wasn't hurt, so why did my chest hurt so much? My head was feeling funny too. Gills, I'm confused. What bothers you, my Jean? He asked in concern. I don't know, but I feel confused. I keep remembering things, but then I forget them. But I know things that aren't true. That person, why was he familiar? Why is it that I know him? He was simply beguiling you, Jean. There's no need to pay him any heed. I will remove the pest the next time we meet. A Grail War. Two-side, and then, why was that guy with red hair so vivid? Wait. Gillis, did we ever do a Grail War? I asked my closest friend. A Grail War. He tilted his head. Why would we fight a war for something we already possess, my dear Jean? Yeah, you're right. That makes sense. But why does it feel like I know him so well? I was happy when he came to me, and not that fake. I scoffed. Do you think the fake me is confusing him? I don't want to fight my friend again. Your friend. He looked at me strangely. Oh yeah. I couldn't help but smile. We fought together. In the Grail War that I was a ruler of. He even summoned that cow of his. Annoying bitch that she was. But he's here again. We should go get him, I'm sure he'd help us if we just told him what we were doing. That fake Jean must have done something, that's why he was on her side. I'll just have to show him the truth. Huh, when did the war happen? Didn't Gillis say that there was no Grail War? Maybe he's just mistaken, it must have been a hard few days. Taking over Orleans, burning the country down, yeah, that must be it. Are you feeling unwell, Jean? Gillis asked. I don't know. I still felt it. There's something painful in my chest, Gillis. Ever since I saw him on that fake side, it started hurting. Is something wrong with me, Gillis? He would know, he knows everything that's been happening. Nothing you need to trouble yourself with, my dear Jean. He held up the golden cup and it began to glow. Why don't you take a rest? A nap. I felt my eyes getting heavy. Precisely. I saw his warm smile before my eyes closed. When you wake up, all will be better. I'll listen to you, Gillis, you're the best. You stood by me when no one else did. Of course, of course. Don't trouble yourself with anything confusing, let me handle the troublesome matters. So tired all of a sudden. He's right, a nap will be nice. What's the plan to deal with the fake and those others? I think we lost one of our servants. I yawned, finding the ground comfy. I will prepare something special. We have plenty of living materials left in the dungeons that I can use. He laughed. That's good. And then he can come back to my side, not that fake. Then everything will be good again. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Non-canon omake, what really happens in Wilhelm's soul. Finding out that a bunch of other entities took up residence in my soul, what else was there to do? Alright, I'm going to roll a perception check. I stated, tossing my dice. 12. 12, Musuting. I paused, looking down at some papers. You notice that the cave is oddly dry despite the heavy rains you suffered the last few nights. But that is all. I would like to cast Glimpse of Evil. Meridia spoke, clutching her own dice. You cast Glimpse of Evil, giving you sight beyond your own. Any evil creature within 40 yards is known to you. However, nothing appears. Musuting. I replied. Enough with this. Odin slammed his fist on the table. The great berserker Grimmer isn't a coward. I rush into the cave with my battle axe, ready for battle. Ah fuck, I realized what's going on. Drake covered his face with his claw. Roll for me. Musuting. I ordered. Odin, the great Allfather, threw his dice. 1. He said quietly. Musuting. I nearly laughed. With a blind fury, you rush into the cave as something didn't quite feel right, you were on edge. Your boisterous roar as you charged forward awakened something. Something ancient opened a single eye, its red iris illuminating the cave with a soft blaze. You then realize what monster you have awoken as flames spew from its nostrils, revealing what hid in the darkness. You find a dragon, in all its glory staring down at you. Oh god damn it. I threw my arms up. Wait, how did Meridia not detect that? I would too like to know. Meridia asked. Most dragons aren't evil. Drake shrugged. Drake is right, dragons are more natural calamities than evil entities. With exceptions, of course. But you no more call a wolf evil for hunting a deer, than a dragon does hunting to satiate its own stomach. Musu Tengai clarified. Joy, the one-eyed bastard woke it up. Meridia drawled. I can handle this. Odin huffed. Grimmer is a hero worthy of Valhalla. A mere dragon cannot defeat him. Do I have an action or does the beast wish to start combat? He asked towards our vaunted dungeon master. The dragon, waking up after so long, is confused as to your presence. It does not attack immediately, and silently stares at you. Musu Tengai elaborated. All right, we have a chance. I tapped the table impatiently. Whatever you do. I attacked the beast with my axe. Odin roared, cutting off Meridia. You idiot. She spat out. Roll. Musu Tengai smiled. 4. Odin whispered. We're fucked. I sighed. You swing your mighty axe with such fury and ferocity that songs would have been spoken of your prowess, had you not deemed to do so against a dragon. Your axe collided with the dragon's mighty scales and snaps, leaving no damage done to the beast. However, what would have been a peaceful and amicable dragon, is now utterly furious. Roll for initiative. You damn fool. Meridia scowled. Wait. Drake held up his claw. You have an action before combat, Drake. Musu Tengai asked. I am a Dragonkin. He puffed up proudly. I attempt to seduce the dragon. You're lucky that I already decided that the dragon was female. Musu Tengai grumbled. Roll. He sighed. And give me your best attempt, if you say something good, I'll give you an extra point on your roll. Dryad cleared his throat. I'm sorry for intruding on your lair, great dragoness. I understand if my friend here enraged you enough to burn us all alive. I do not ask for forgiveness, only that you grant this poor Dragonkin one act of mercy. Let me gaze upon your beautiful scales for even a moment longer, and I will be content with whatever end comes for me. Not bad. I had to acknowledge. Who do you think you're talking to? I've been laying down dragon cess before you were even born. Drake looking confident, he clutched his dice between his claws and tossed them onto the table. 3. The dragon's name is apparently Tiamat, negating any chance at your seduction. Musu Tengai replied. Dick. Drake pouted. Right then, there goes that, can I roll another perception check? Musu Tengai shrugged. Go ahead. 11, I stated, looking at the dice I just rolled. It's a dragon. Musu Tengai stated. Well, we're right fucked, aren't we? I did say ancient dragon. Musu Tengai reiterated. Do you have a plan, Wilhelm? Meridia asked. Die horribly. We could run while the one-eyed fool attempts to fight it. Meridia offered. I will slay the beast. Odin slammed his fist on the table. With what weapon? Meridia countered. I'm working on it. The god scowled. All right, I have a plan. I clapped my hands. I would like to make an action before combat. Musu Tengai gestured for me to continue. This is the last action, then we roll for initiative, choose wisely. I attempt to seduce the dragon. Oh come on. Musu Tengai sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Proceed, same as Drake. Really, brat? Why do you think you're going OT succeed where I failed? Drake scoffed. No faith. I shook my head, juggling the 20-sided dice in my hand. Swiggity swooty, I'm coming for the dragon booty. I threw it across the table. 18. Thank God, it's not enough. Musu Tengai sighed in exasperation. The dragon. Wait. Meridia groaned. I would like to make it known that I do this with as much hate I could possibly possess. I cast divine radiance on him, giving him a +2 to his charisma roll. Woo. I cheered. Damn it, fine. Musu Tengai threw his hands up. The dragon is swooned by your mastery of the common language and falls heads over heels for you. That's bullshit. Drake huffed. It's called charm, Drake. Ever heard of it? I said smugly. I also attempt to seduce the dragon. Odin spoke up. Why? Musuting, I groaned. I won't be outdone by a brat. This beast needs a real man. Roll. Musuting, I seethed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 442, Chapter 401. Why can't things just be simple? Roman bemoaned. Yes, why can't our little time-traveling adventure to save humanity be simple? Medea's voice dripped with sarcasm. Be glad that the woman over there has some manner of divinity. She held her finger up pointing at Reiku. Otherwise something as simple as just cutting it in half wouldn't have mattered much. I was ready to respond with something similar myself, but I was rather preoccupied with something else. Foe. A certain furry animal jumped up to my shoulder, looking right at me inquisitively. I didn't even know it was here in the first place, and it suddenly just showed up. Oh, foe. Where have you been? You disappeared as soon as we came. Mash cooed to the small animal. I tried to ignore the dangerous beast as best as I could, while it did its best to get me to not ignore it, with its little paw poking me constantly. Everyone else seemingly didn't even care to acknowledge it. I envied them. Olga bit her lip, looking pensive. Does that mean the book is dealt with? We don't have to worry about it. Medea shrugged. I can't give a guaranteed answer unless I get a better look at it. It's not like that sort of thing follows the logic we're used to. Even compared to my time, it's something utterly incomprehensible. C'est toujours quelque chose. Pierre rubbed the bridge of his nose. Hope for the good, prepare for the bad, yes. It's pointless to speculate. Medea frowned. My master is right. Best to assume that disgusting thing is still around. Regardless, I'm not needed here. I'm going to harvest some of those wyvern corpses, then get myself some of the meat the soldiers are cooking. She began to walk away. Tell the other servants to eat some too, it's packed full of magical energy and should help relieve a bit of the burden on our summoners. And it's pretty tasty. I think you're forgetting something. I commented. Medea swung my staff over her shoulder. Nope. She ignored me and walked away. If I wasn't friends with the other Medea, I wouldn't have ignored it, but I know her enough that it won't be an issue to get it back when I did actually need it again. I'm gonna follow her lead. See, you spoke up as well. Haven't tasted wyvern much even during my life. No problem, thanks for all your help so far, Castor. Samuel smiled. Just doing my job, farm boy. CU flicked his hand in a mock salute and also disappeared back towards the camp of the soldiers. You all aren't able to take all those wyverns back, right? I pondered for a moment. There's hundreds of them, even if we pieced them out perfectly, we wouldn't have enough room to store the materials, why? Olga asked. I just wanted a few myself. Shall I go retrieve them for you, master? Reiku questioned. If you wouldn't mind. Leave it to me. Reiku smiled brightly, leaning over she gave me a quick kiss on the lips and trotted off towards the literal piles of dragonkins. Reiku was the best, always helping me when I needed it. What? I looked around as everyone was staring at me. You and your servant, really? Hinako snorted. Sorry, are you going to give me a hard time for that? What's that supposed to mean? She pursed her lips. You know exactly what it means. It's not the same. Literally the exact same. He was my husband. And I'll most likely marry Reiku in the future. I countered. Hinako harumphed, crossing her arms. Didn't you say something about Scathack already? Castor wouldn't shut up about it. Then something about Saber, and now your servant. You're just a horned dog. Bite me, vampire girl. I am not a vampire. She hissed. You stupid horny brat. You come from an era where the emperor had like a bazillion concubines. A literal imperial harem. Are you really giving me shit for having multiple women? I raised a questioning eyebrow. Huh, concubine you. I'm just asking because she's a servant. Hinako huffed. What's wrong with her being a servant? Servants aren't exactly supposed to stick around long. Her tone dropped a bit. Was she saying that because of me, or for herself? According to who? Pretty much every rule, both mundane, magical, and the world's. Da Vinci chimed in. Why is my love life so interesting? I sighed. We haven't exactly covered servant-master relationships as a possibility, to be honest. Da Vinci responded, humming to herself. The director dismissed them as something unlikely and unneeded. That is not what I said. Olga grumbled. But clearly I was wrong. Well, that seems like a clear oversight then. Do you mind answering some questions? We have a severe lack of data on this point. Do you and your servant? Not the time, Castor. Olga hissed. What? It's important. I was just going to ask about the conditions that led to them like this. The caster servant pouted on her projected screen. I shook my head in exasperation. Through the dream cycle, Reika knows me better than anyone, just as I know her to the same degree. It's not strange that something would come out from that. All my high points, all my low points. Reika knew them all in vivid detail. Just as I knew all the good and bad across her own life. It was a relationship difficult to put into words, a trust that was beyond unbreakable at this point. Is it really weird? Ritsuka asked. Servants are people too. My parents raised me that as long as two people love each other, it ain't no one else's business. Samuel also spoke up. Maybe I should give them other lessons as well. Now that I think about it, they're basically in the same boat that Gata was. Maybe we should prepare for contingencies. Olga said quietly, glancing at the other masters. You all seem like a fun group. The newly arrived Marie Antoinette just smiled happily as she and her companions stood nearby. Olga quickly reorientated herself back to director mode. Thank you for coming to our aid. We are Finest Chaldea, an organization built to protect the continuation of the human order. We arrived in the Singularity recently to resolve the mess with this dragon witch. Singularity. Marie tilted her head. Olga nodded and continued. A consequence of interference in the normal flow of time. History was altered, the normal records have no mention of this dragon witch. The repercussions are far-reaching, thus we are tasked with setting history correct. Oh my, that sounds horrible. Marie covered her mouth. Of course, we'll help you as best as we can. Wonderful. Olga brightened up. We could use all the help we can get. Marie Antoinette will assist you in saving France. The French monarch declared. And my friends will help. St. George next to her chuckled. It would be my honor to assist in such an honorable venture. He bowed his head slightly. Another dragon slayer is more than welcomed. Olga thanked him. Yes, we were able to glimpse the beast before it escaped. A terrible foe that I will gladly raise my sword to. The holy dragon slayer patted his chest plate. Speaking of swords, however. He glanced at me. I am surprised to see that my sword made it to another's hands. Everyone turned to look at me. How did you get your hands on a noble phantasm, Schweinorg? Olga asked. I thought they were supposed to be impossible to exist in our era. Roman exclaimed. There's only one Magus family that has a noble phantasm, and that's a whole can of worms. But for another one to exist in our time period, that's phenomenal. Well, it's sort of the other way around actually. It's not that I inherited his sword down the line, it's that he got his hands on mine. I revealed. Pardon. St. George blinked. Forgive me if I am unclear, but your implication is that you come from a period in the future, far beyond when I have lived. That's correct. But my sword came from the person who collected all the prototypes of noble phantasms. I flicked my wrist, letting Ascalon appear once more. I handed it over to him to let him feel for himself. Notice the difference? I do, yes. I noticed it previously, I assumed it was due to, well. He scratched his cheek awkwardly. My lack of faith. I offered. I did not wish to be rude. I waved it off. You're right, more or less. But my sword is only an anti-dragon weapon. Yours gained the holy attributes it possesses is due to your nature as a saint and when you were canonized by the church. Mine was a degree stronger, but his was holy. So it sort of evened out in the end. Anyways, we're getting off topic. Oh, I haven't introduced my other friend. Marie clapped her hands. Allow me, your majesty. The other man next to her gave an elegant bow. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, at your service. Mozart. Roman exclaimed. But you're a caster servant. That is correct. I did experiment a bit with magecraft in my music. He chuckled. I may not be a fighter, but please allow me to use my music to aid you in your quest. Would it be rude if I asked you for an autograph? I coughed into my fist. I know someone who constantly regrets missing your last performance. Mozart looked at me in surprise. I would be delighted. Venelana was going to be so happy later. She mentioned before that she missed his last performance before his abrupt death. One of her favorite musicians. Later. Olga nudged me with a look of annoyance. Right. I cleared my throat. The priority is the Dragon Witch, which may or may not be an alternate version of Jeanne d'Arc. Still not entirely sure, but it's immaterial for now. Alas, we too are in the dark about this woman. Mozart sighed. Until your arrival, we have been on the back foot, constantly moving to avoid detection by our many servants. They're one down now, and we're 3 more up. Hinako noted. We should easily be able to take the fight to them. And the dragon? Pierre asked. Difficile d'ignorer le grand dragon. We are ignoring the biggest problem. Oh, a fellow countryman. Marie's eyes lit up. It's so nice to see one of my subjects helping protect France. Pierre actually blushed a little. Je fais mon devoir, votre majesté. It is merely my job, your majesty. Pierre awkwardly bowed. Marie giggled, patting him on the head. Oh, you're so cute. How is Siegfried, Ritsuka? I asked. Ah, he's doing better. I am here. Siegfried materialized next to his master. Apologies for not participating, I was assisting the soldiers and Castor with dissecting the wyverns. It's no problem, Saber. Ritsuka smiled. We just wanted to know how you're doing. I regret to say that I am still not fully recovered. The curse sunk deep into me, but I am getting better. If I am given a day or two, I believe I will be ready to fight my old foe once more. He earnestly replied. And what's your opinion on Fafnir? Olga asked. Coming from the expert, is there anything we should know? My old foe is weaker than I remember. Siegfried replied. Weaker? Samuel whispered. How strong was he before then? It is hard to describe. Perhaps, weaker is not the correct word. My old foe lacks the intelligence that made him truly dangerous. It feels as if his mind is clouded, and he only relies on instinct. During the fight when I was alive, Fafnir spoke and calculated his attacks. This one I do not believe is capable. Interesting. The dragon I fought did not speak to me at all. I believed it was capable, but it looked down upon me even until the end. St. George rubbed his chin. Siegfried turned to look at his apparent peer. I am Siegfried, wandering knight of the Netherlands. He tapped his armor with his fist. Georgios. He returned the same greeting. I am hailed as a saint after death, but I was a simple knight seeking honor through faith. They both seemed to silently evaluate one another before smiling warmly. I am confident then, if I am to fight alongside St. George, and Sir Lancelot once more. I believe our combined experience facing dragons will prevail. Siegfried stated. Then we'll leave it to you. Olga looked relieved. And where is Lancelot? I looked at Hinako. Sulking somewhere. He's barely been speaking, and not because his madness is back. Hinako replied. I should probably go talk to him at some point. That merely leaves the hordes of those other flying monsters, and the army of undead corpses. Mozart quipped. Undead. Hinako furrowed her brow. We haven't encountered any necromancy so far. I've heard mention by some people I've passed about corpses walking around and attacking, but I also didn't see any when I went to Lion. I added to what she said. Curious. Mozart tapped his cheek. Perhaps the magics that held them together unraveled. I find it unlikely that we would be so lucky. Olga snorted. Martha did let slip that the dragon which had become more erratic a few days ago, before I arrived at Lion. Perhaps they were, recalled to Orleans. That was the theory I was working under. So we're most likely going to have to get through hundreds if not thousands of zombies to reach the dragon witch. Samuel asked. And do these zombies have the same weakness that I'm guessing? Probably. Fire works well, holy stuff is best. Do enough damage and the magics unravel easily. But a good hit to the noggin usually works best. Mundane people actually got it fairly accurate with most basic zombies. Luckily, we have an army ourselves. Roman added. The soldiers. Olga frowned. You want to use them. They will participate regardless of your will. Marie proclaimed proudly. They are proud children of France, they will not sit by while their home suffers. They will march. It is a matter of if they work with us or not. She had a very bubbly personality. Randomly, I think she and Jin would get along well. I don't like bringing in random people like this. Olga bit her thumb. But dealing with a large swath of zombies, that should be something they're capable of. We also have our own Jeanne d'Arc, she can rally them herself. Where is she? Roman blinked, looking around from behind his projection. I'll go find her. I volunteered, poking the highly dangerous beast off my shoulder. Because I had a pretty good idea of what was going on. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I had to wander around a little bit, but I finally found her. A little head of blonde hair peeking out above a large rock about a minute or so walk from camp. I knew my Jean senses were tingling. Will. Jean looked up. She was sitting behind the rock, legs pulled up, staring out into the night sky. Figured you were hiding somewhere. I plopped down next to her. Wasn't hiding. Jean mumbled as she buried her head into her legs. Really? N. She grunted. Then how come no one could find you? I quirked a smile. If I was hiding, how did you find me? She countered, looking rather amused at her own response. Touché. I acknowledged. You should know, however, that I can sense a gene within 100 feet at any time. You're lying. She puffed up. Am I? Am I really? Yes. I miss when you were easy to fool. I was never easy to fool. Do you really want to argue with me? I raised an eyebrow. I have examples. Nay. She hit my shoulder lightly. All right, all right. I nudged her with my shoulder. Then why were you totally not hiding, but keeping your distance and not letting anyone see where you were? She looked away. Okay, I was hiding. She said softly. I'm scared to see Gillis. That's normal. But it's wrong. I'm being a coward. You were going to talk to him eventually. I pointed out. How do you know? She looked at me in confusion. Because you're Jean. I said simply. I'm not here to convince you to go talk to him. I'm just here to support you. I wish I was as confident as you. Confident? I actually laughed. Jean, you rode off to war as a teenager because a voice in your head told you to. Do you really think you're not a confident woman? There's a difference between being a coward and experiencing emotional turmoil. It wasn't a voice in my head. She puffed up again. He really spoke to me. She said with a pout. I know people don't believe me, but he did. I wouldn't have been as confident if he was there with me every step of the way. Huh, I thought it was more like directions and what to do. Did you really have conversations with Big G? Conversations? She repeated, looking thoughtful. Not really. I guess we did a few times. But I could feel it when he was specifically looking at me. Sometimes he would say a word or two, sometimes I would just talk to him and I could feel him listening. Do you not feel or hear him anymore? I asked. I don't have the same feeling anymore, no. She shook her head. Does that make you afraid? Jean seemed to ponder my question. No. I know he's always listening, but it was nice, knowing that I was being watched so closely. Do you think it's because I did something wrong? She was just like me, Will. The Dragon Witch, everything about her was so similar. She's not you. How can you be sure? Again, because you're Jean. That's not an answer. She huffed adorably. I disagree. You're doing that thing again. She pouted. What thing? Where you're being mean by being nice. I'm being honest. Maybe only mildly teasing her. I never told you about Artoria, did I? King Arthur. She looked at me. Yup. Her real name is Artoria Pendragon. My grandfather's student, Rin Tosaka, and her teamed up in their own Grail War. They won, and she stuck around afterwards, accompanying Rin. I met her when I went to the clock tower at some point. I'm not going to say I fell in love at first sight, but I admired her a lot. I asked her out pretty quickly, wanting to get to know her better. And, well, things just moved forward from there. That sounds sweet. Her expression softened. I love her very much. I could feel the warmness in my heart as I thought about her. This is the second singularity we've been to. The first one, there was no Dragon Witch. Instead, it was the saber you've seen earlier. A version of Artoria that held onto the Grail as the world burned around her. What happened? She whispered. I killed her. I said, looking up at the sky. I wasn't left with any other choice, so I drove my blade through her heart. She wasn't my Artoria, I know that. Even still, she was so similar that it hurt either way. And you told me what came afterwards. She quietly added. The demon, yeah. I nodded. Not my finest moment. She's different than the one you know, right? Yeah. I didn't deny it. If I had to guess, she's a fringe possibility. An Artoria that took a different path, and ended on bleaker terms. And you think the Dragon Witch is the same? Actually no. I bluntly denied. What? Jean, I genuinely don't think you're capable of being evil. I replied pointedly. There was something significantly wrong with that pale copy of yours. I think the idea is similar, but she isn't you in the same sense. It makes me happy that you think so highly of me. Jean whispered, looking slightly red. Have you talked to Saber yet? Not exactly. Will. Jean looked at me with disappointment. Sorry miss, hiding from Gillis, are you going to lecture me? Nay. She puffed up once more. I pulled on her braid, making her give a cute yelp. Meanie. She huffed. You should talk to her. I don't know what to say. I sighed. I want to hug her and tell her that everything is fine, but she's not the Artoria I know. She's not my Artoria, and she pretty much said just that. I just want her to be happy. I smiled wryly. What exactly was I supposed to say to her at this point? Every time we met, it was just awkward. You know what might help? No. She didn't even hear me out before rejecting me. You don't even know what I was going to say. I can guess. She wailed, hiding her face. You have that same look and tone when you say something embarrassing. It's not embarrassing. I don't believe you. 2 words. No. Booty shorts. Nia. She started slapping my shoulder again. How is that supposed to help? Morale boost. I offered. I'd be much more willing to march into battle if Jean Dark was showing off her legs and butt. Stop. She covered her reddening face. I would die if they saw me wearing that. I have pictures. No, I forbid it. She squeaked. Why do you have pictures? Why wouldn't I? I countered. I think you don't realize how beautiful you are. What are you saying? Embarrassed Jean is cute Jean. She made some more strange sounds, hiding her face further. Do you really think I look nice? She asked, rather muffled from where she was hiding her head in her legs. I am many things, but a liar is not one of them. I replied. Later. Pardon. When no one else is around, I don't mind wearing those clothes later for you. She refused to look in my direction. She was honestly adorable. Do you want a hug? I offered. Yes, thank you. She nodded, leaning over as I wrapped my arms around her. Thank you, again, Wilhelm. You're always helping me. Feeling better now? Yes. She smiled brightly. I'm going to talk to Gillis. You were right, I was being silly. He's my friend, the truth is going to hurt, but it would hurt more if I didn't say anything. I can't help what Gillis turned into, but he will always be my friend. Do you want me to come with? I knew the answer, but I wanted to offer regardless. She shook her head. This is something I need to do, but thank you. She stood up, looking a lot more resolved than before. Good luck. I said before she nodded my way with thanks, and moved towards the camp. I stood up myself, brushing off the dirt I had gotten on me. I was about to head back as well, until a servant appeared in front of me from their astralized state. Saber looked at me expressionlessly. Were you listening? If so, it's going to be much more awkward now. She held up her hand, her darkened Excalibur materialized and she pointed it right at me. And now, I was confused. ****A/N. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my p.a.t.r.eo.n.c.o.m/storyforum. Chapter 443, Chapter 402. Jin POV. Personal potions for a person's preferences. I shook my head at the title and put it in a pile to the side. In my experience, the alliteration just meant the book was subpar and needed something to grab attention. Frashon's Fires, that could be interesting. A quick skim of the first few pages carried a much more serious tone than the previous one. A history of spells and their uses. I perked up reading the title. Urag. I'm taking a book home to copy. I hollered across the library. There was no one studying or anything in here at the moment, so it was fine. What book? His head peeked around a bookcase. A history of spells and their uses. I replied. Edition. I quickly turned it over to check. First edition. I found another one of those yesterday, we should already have the 3, just keep it. He waved it off, going back to whatever it is he was doing. Neat. I hugged the book happily. What was that about? Medea snuck up on me. I nearly jumped. How are you so sneaky? You fufu. Hug. Of course, dear. Medea held out her arms and I happily hugged her. Hugs are nice. Have you been taking books home? She asked me, moving towards one of the nearby tables. I joined her, sliding into the opposite chair. I mostly just take one home to copy and bring it back. I'm in charge of Wilhelm's library and all that stuff, so I like to keep growing it. Do you all consider anything over 3 excessive? Personally, I could barely make an argument for 2. But your lover is a hoarder if I've ever seen one, is it just something you took from him? Oh, Wilhelm is definitely a hoarder. You should see some of the stuff I've had to sort and organize back home. And that's not even getting into what he keeps in his ring. What's the strangest thing he keeps there? Medea leaned in. The strangest? I tapped my chin. Probably the random troll head. Just, a random dismembered troll head. Medea blinked. Yup. I giggled. Men. She shook her head. I swear, my hubby is the same way. If I don't get after him, he'll not throw anything away because he swears he'll find a use for it down the road. It was like pulling teeth trying to get him to buy new clothes now that we have more money. Why don't you just make new ones? He's not much into what I do for styles. Hubby just wants something plain and functional. Medea rolled her eyes. It makes him happy, so I'm not going to argue. He looks good in anything, so it's not a hill I'm going to die on. True, you do make much more elegant designs. I agreed. Maybe I should get something new made. I looked down at my blue dress. I don't actually have many clothes, this was just something that was made with me, so it's always been there when I needed it. Beyond some sexy stuff, or some bikinis, I don't really have many outfits. Clothes shopping was never something that overly piqued my interest though. And if it weren't for going out, or people other than Wilhelm or my sisters coming and going from the house, I would stay naked the entire time. By the way, I've never seen you with a ponytail before, it looks good. That is a travesty, and we'll have to fix it. She let out a long sigh, touching on her hair as I mentioned it. Does it look bad? She asked, almost shyly. Why would you ever think it looks bad? Maybe I'm being silly. It's just, I haven't done this since I was a girl. I was feeling a tad self-conscious. I quickly took a hair tie and pulled my own hair back into a ponytail. Now we match. Gah. You're just so adorable. Medea reached over the table, pulling me into another hug. If you weren't already taken, I would have adopted you. Can't breathe. I squeaked out, her grip was really tight. You don't breathe. She snorted. You made that clear when you started talking about things I don't want to hear that you get up to with that brat. I blew her a raspberry. I don't understand how you can be so pure and sincere, and yet be such a lewd and lascivious woman. Why not? I like sex, and I like Wilhelm. Why would I care about that being known? When you know the total sum of depravity that happened on Remnant, I guess certain social norms seemed silly. You would fit well with my people. She snorted again, falling back into her seat. I could do without your gods, thank you. Believe me, I feel the same way. Even Hecate screwed me over on more than one occasion and she was my teacher's teacher. Even in the end, I think only Hestia still answered my prayers. Maybe it was out of pity, but my hearth was always a bit warmer when I wasn't feeling too well. I would give you another hug, but I fear for my life. You cheeky brat. She giggled, reaching over to pinch my cheek. I'm technically older than you. Aha. I am. I puffed up indignantly, but ignored her attempts at intentionally getting a reaction out of me. How have you been, Medea? I haven't seen you around since you made the clothes for Wilhelm's party. Oh. I've been doing well. Just bouncing around doing this or that. Actually, I just got out of a nice lecture with the Archmage and a few others. A lecture, really? I'm surprised you still go to classes. I would have thought you would have been an expert in all the stuff here by now. I've been taking it slow. She waved her hand flippantly. But you're mostly right. The magic at this college isn't particularly difficult when you get down to it. But mostly I've been focusing my effort on the more native aspects of what there is to learn here. Specifically, the lecture I just mentioned, it was a bit abrupt, but we discussed the nature of soul gems. Oh. Anything interesting? Funny you should mention that. She looked rather proud of herself. You know that project I was working on for the brat? Those wands. I nodded. Right, well, I hit a bit of a snag and I was discussing it with the Archmage. On a side note, it's surprising I could meet someone I consider a peer here. He is a brilliant man. I've talked to him at length about magic and all that and he keeps up easily. Right, so, ran into a little logistics problem. Thought I could just brute force through it, make enough, it wouldn't be a big deal and all that. But it was harder to shatter and use the pieces of a soul stone than I initially thought. The amount we would need to get would just be too absurd. Understandable. I nodded along. And when I was talking to the Archmage, he brought up the thought about what happens when the soul is supposed to return if it's used up in another world. Obviously, we already accounted for this, but his question brought up a back and forth about some random things, then finally we got to a rather interesting thought. What if we simply remove the soul before shattering it? Wouldn't that depower the soul stone? The whole idea is that the soul is a battery for whatever you want to use the soul stone for. That's what I originally thought too. I admit I hadn't put much research into the subject beyond figuring out if they were as nasty as their name implies. Which they weren't, otherwise I wouldn't be working with them. But I digress, basically we found a method to remove the soul beforehand, and it had an interesting effect. Do tell. I spare you the technicals, I have them written down so you can look at them later. I appreciate it. She smiled and continued. We basically supercharged the soul stone, squeezing out the soul juice then forcibly sent the soul on its way. This method technically drains away at the soul's vitality, for lack of a better word. However, it does recover in time, before it recycles through the natural order. And frankly, it enters the cycle faster than if it would be returned after its use through the original method. And what benefits are there to this method you discovered? Well, if there was no actual harm done, then I had nothing bad to say about her choice in wording. For simpler souls, like that of a squirrel or something, there's hardly a difference. But if you use something bigger, like say a troll, well, you can get a lot more juice out of it than the original method. I see where you're going with this then. That means that with a more powerful soul, you can fracture the soul gem into smaller pieces and still retain the same power, so to speak. Less effort overall. Precisely. The ritual was a bit annoying to get right, but the Archmage was helpful. We tested it on a troll, which is why I used them as an example. And I'd say that with a single troll's soul, we can create anywhere from 400 to 600 of those things. Oh wow, that's some good progress. Impressive. That will cut down on time significantly. Not to mention that trolls are an invasive species and hostile to every other living being in its territory. That was just a singular test, to prove the theory. But anything sufficiently strong would do. What about that other super secret project you're working on? That. She raised a finger up. Is my little secret for now. You can see it when I'm done. No. You can't tease me with it and not show me. Medea. Go shopping with me and maybe I'll give you a hint. She smirked. I'm willing to make this sacrifice. You cheeky brat. She pulled on my cheek again. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Wilhelm POV. I admit that Excalibur being held up, level with my neck did not instill a sense of comfort. I think she was waiting for me to react, possibly violently to her sudden appearance and threat. I could see, very faintly, the marks of confusion as I didn't move to her provocation. No, I just stared at her. Frankly, I had no idea what game she was playing, but I wasn't going to participate. And I think she realized that because she took a step forward and gripped her sword with both hands, staring at me with an angry frown. Guessing her thoughts was impossible. But it seemed like she was fighting with herself about something and couldn't make up her mind. Suddenly, she swung at me. Not as fast as she could have, and honestly, it felt slow. No, she intentionally gave me time to react, but I still didn't. Her blade rested against my neck. Once more, her brow furrowed in annoyance. I'm not going to fight you, I stated, meeting her gaze. That only served to elicit further disapproval as her frown twisted back into a scowl. Defend yourself. I refuse. You cannot refuse. She scoffed. Then cut me down. I held my arms open, welcoming her. Her arm shook and she let out a shout of anger, withdrawing her blade. Why are you so? She growled, seemingly unable to find the correct words. Why are you trying to fight me? Her head snapped back towards me and again, she just looked furious for some reason. Because you are a fool. That explains everything. I deadpanned. If you are hurt then you will have no choice but to stay back. She declared. If I must remove a leg, then I will. Avalon will heal you in time. That was, equal parts morbid and sweet, kind of. Artoria, are you worried about me? I asked. Do not speak in a familiar tone to me. She growled, pointedly not answering my question. Now, defend yourself. Wouldn't it be antithetical to your desire if I defended myself? I raised an eyebrow. Be quiet. Kind of cute, honestly. She moved fast, much faster than before, but still, I didn't feel like I was in any actual danger. Her blade was in the same spot again, even if it now pricked my skin and drew blood. I have killed for far less insults than what you speak. What makes you think it's an insult? What else could such words possibly be? She huffed angrily. You should be grateful that merely a leg is all the recompose I will take. I sighed, pushing away her sword with my finger. She was being stubborn, and refused to budge. Artoria. I looked at her and she just hardened her expression. Instead, I grabbed her blade firmly. Artoria. I said more firmly. I told you not to. She jerked her blade free, and my blood splashed along its edge. She was silent as she stared at my palm that now had a rather deep cut into it. I could even see the bone. Heal yourself. She spoke softly. Ow. Wow, that edge just went right through my skin. I've always made it a point not to be slashed by Artoria's sword, but damn if it wasn't a clean cut. Heal yourself. Artoria repeated, raising her voice. Wasn't this what you wanted? I held my palm up for her to see. It certainly hurt, I wouldn't deny that. But it was far from some kind of debilitating wound. Avalon would have healed it up in moments, but I was intentionally holding that back. Which was an odd feeling, sort of like holding my breath. I demand that you heal yourself. She shouted. I was taken back by her show of emotion. She very quickly regained her composure, but for a brief moment she looked rather distraught. Before I could react, however, she glowed. Her armor was dismissed. She wore a striking black dress, a far contrast to my Artoria's own attire beneath her armor, but I barely had time to focus on that. Rather, she grabbed hold of the hem of her dress as if she was about to rip it off, her thought process obvious at this point. Stop. I grabbed her hand. Look, it's not a big deal, it's healing up. I showed her as I allowed Avalon to begin mending the minor wound. She scoffed, jerking her hand out of my grasp and taking a few steps away. Well, things certainly turned awkward again. I walked over to the big rock from before and plopped my butt right onto it. The other Artoria stared at me for a few moments out of the corner of her eye. I thought she may just up and walk away, astralizing and being done with it. Instead, she sort of walked so that she gave me a wide berth and then, as if measuring the distance, also sat down on the other side of the rock. Again, it was kind of cute. It wasn't a particularly large rock, enough to sit a few people. I could lean over and touch her from where I was sitting, which just made it all the more cute that she was acting this way. That's a nice dress, black looks good on you. I decided to break the awkward silence. Stop speaking nonsense. She shot back sharply. I wasn't. I am not the one you know. She cut me off. Do not treat me as if I am. Oh, was I doing that? I'm sorry if I was projecting my own Artoria onto you, that wasn't what I intended. You are your own person, and I didn't want you to feel otherwise. I sincerely apologize. She looked me over for a moment before turning her head away again. Good. Great, I really didn't know what to say now. And I felt like she was expecting something from me and I had no idea what. Do you still want to cut my leg off? I couldn't quite see her face, but for some reason, I was imagining her puffing up like my Artoria did when I explicitly poke her the right way. Such action would be futile since you possess Avalon. She was dismissed. I could take Avalon out. Absolutely not. She hissed, squashing that train of thought immediately. If I discover that you handed Avalon over to someone else, I will kill them and force it back into you in a way that is much less pleasant. She threatened. I'm not weak. I responded. It does not matter. I even beat you, if you would recall. Shut up. She huffed. I allowed you victory. Aha. Was that what you call allowing me victory? Yes. We also called it pity. Oh, Artoria has some jokes, does she? I do not jest. If you require a laugh, simply seek out that knight you brought with you. She crossed her arms. Ouch. I winced. I almost feel bad for Lancelot now. I suppose someone must. She snorted. Do you hate him? I asked. There is no hate. She responded rather quickly. Hate is reserved for those that have wronged me. It was inevitable, I was a tyrant, my end was already written in the stars. Regardless of how I tried to prologue it, I was doomed to failure. There is no purpose in hating those who only played their roles as they were fated to. Artoria. Do not pity me. She rasped. I would ask you not to, please. She said with a whisper. You're a stronger person than I am. I don't know if I would be able to simply let go of everything if I were in her shoes. Do not make fun of me. I wasn't. I do not suffer fools and liars. She glared my way. Am I a fool then? I asked. Yes. She shot back without skipping a beat. Okay, maybe I'll give you that. But am I a liar? Yes. She said again. And that, I dispute. When have I lied? She looked off to the side. Your words to the same, Tess. She pushed up off the rock. No one wishes for my happiness. Her words carried even as she astralized. And I now know what it felt like for someone to carve out pieces of my heart. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A/N just dropped 3 chapters on Patreon, they're now up to 8 chapters ahead. So if you want to read 8 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforum. Chapter 444, Chapter 403. So this is where everyone is. I walked over towards the small campfire with all the Chaldea people sitting around it. Hey boss. Samuel smiled. Salat. Pierre flipped his hand up in acknowledgement. Senpai. Mash waved, and Ritsuka followed, however, he was holding foe and didn't move to interrupt the petting he was giving. Olga perked up, but kept a rather even look about her, nodding towards me. Did you get bored of flirting with the servants? Hinako casually threw out as I sat down on what looked like a log opposite her. I'm glad we're friends. I shot back. She rolled her eyes, but didn't deny it. She could pretend all she wants, but she knew we're friends. Anyways, where are all the servants? I glanced at Mash. Besides our cute shielder. Senpai. Mash squeaked. I wanted to give her head pats. Around. Hinako shrugged. Not much for us and them to be doing right now, so they're just up and about, I guess. If you want, I can ask. Was just curious since I saw you all sitting around. I also shrugged. The new servants were getting acquainted with the camp. I think that Marie Antoinette was doing rounds and boosting morale for the soldiers. Olga replied. Without prompting, Sir Wiggles hopped off my shoulder and landed in Olga's arms. She didn't even react to the ball of fluff, and merely started giving him attention like she was used to it. I'm pretty sure Sir Wiggles liked her. Anyways. This feels like a company-sponsored camping trip. You should make brochures when you get back, Director. You can advertise about all the exciting places that you send your employees. The mood was rather somber, all things considered, but I heard some stifled laughs around us. My pa always did say that traveling the world was a good benefit for work. Farm Boy mused. Did he also give advice on how to avoid being eaten by dragons? Ritsuka asked. Dragons. No, but he did say something about bears, and I think it still applies. He shook his head. How could that kind of advice ever be applicable? Olga asked. He said that you don't have to outrun the bear, you just gotta outrun the person next to you. Olga face-palmed, but I could clearly see her lips twitching upwards. Advice to live by. I nodded sagely. It is not. Olga huffed. That is horrible advice. I think the director is just saying that because she would be the slowest. Ritsuka said quietly. I'm the one who signs your paychecks. Don't you dare get any ideas. She squawked. Javais oblique nous Ishans pays. Pierre snorted. How do you say, I forget about the pay? You forgot you were getting paid for this. Olga blinked. We. He nodded. Did you all forget that you're hired employees? Olga looked around. To be fair, I don't really care about the money. Hinako shrugged nonchalantly. I guess having some paper trails and a legal source of money makes things easier, but I've stocked things away over the years to survive without working for another few centuries if I wanted. I've been more focused on the fact that the world ended and we're time traveling to save it. Ritsuka added. That too. Hinako agreed. I have nowhere to spend my money. Mash softly spoke. Pretty much all of that. Samuel chuckled. Wait, do we get overtime and stuff? Yes. Olga groaned. Hazard pay, overtime. Did none of you read your contracts? Her face then slowly twisted to one of horror. Oh my god, we're going to be broke by the time this is over. I'm going to have to pay that out for everyone. Olga's head fell into her hands. That's a big oof. Look at the bright side. What's the bright side? Olga asked. If we lose, then you don't have to pay. She kicked me. You deserve that. Hinako noted. Fine, fine. I got something that will make you feel better. Is it a sizable donation to Chaldea's budget? Olga perked up. Actually, it's a bag of marshmallows. I said, producing said bag from my storage. I held it up, shaking it a little. Just, give it to me. Olga huffed, snatching the bag out of my hands. She ripped it open and shoved a few into her mouth. WMDHUDVH Mshelwoes. What's my favorite color? I blinked. I think she asked where the bathroom is. Samuel responded. None. Pierre shook his head. Directress demanded, where the mayonnaise is. The director asked if we're insured. Ritsuka chimed in. Oh my god, you people are idiots. Hinako sighed. Olga, in response, just threw marshmallows at all of us. I asked why you have marshmallows, and you know that. Olga vented, pointedly throwing another one at me. I snatched it out of the air, poking it playfully. My daughter loves them, so I tend to keep a bag on me. Whoa. Back up. Hinako interjected. You're a father. No, I'm a mother. I deadpanned. Boss is a daughter? Samuel asked. Surprising. Senpai doesn't seem like the type. Why did you not mark anywhere on your forms that you have a daughter? Olga huffed again. Is it really that surprising? I swear, everyone always reacts the same way. I'm a good father. Are you? Are you really? Hinako questioned. Fuck if I know. I barely know what I'm doing most of the time, but Yusaka tells me I'm doing a good job and she's the mom, so I just believe her. I admitted. My pa says something similar. Samuel nodded. You're probably a good dad then if you say something like that. Olga let out a long sigh. As interesting as this is to learn, you know those questions were on the forms for a reason. Probably. I nodded. Did you even answer any of them right? I scratched my head because I genuinely didn't know the answer to that question. His name. Ritsuka offered. Wait. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic there or not. I responded. Ritsuka chuckled and looked away. Age. Hinako offered. Birthplace. Pierre asked, straining for the right words. About that. It seems I need to amend my words. Olga snorted. Some of you are getting paid, while others are going to have their contracts voided due to fraud. Technically, it isn't fraud because there are no more countries, thus the original laws don't exist anymore. You're an idiot. Olga rolled her eyes, throwing another marshmallow at me. But you made me realize something. Nothing, just an argument when I inevitably get called in front of the association and the UN to explain why we broke the rules. She waved it off. You don't have to overly worry about the association. I can't promise much with the UN, but as far as the association goes, you're not alone. I reassured her. I could only imagine the blowback she's going to receive when they try to blame the mess on someone, and she's an easy target. No doubt they're going to want to quickly dismantle Chaldea once everything is finished and sweep everything under the rug. Thanks, Schweinorg. She mumbled, hiding a smile, pushing her face into Sir Wiggles. Cute. Speaking of cute. Mash, is something wrong? I noticed her poking the marshmallow in her hand. You don't have to eat it if you don't want to. No. She quickly shook her head. I've just never had one before, it was squishy so I was curious. Roman sheltered you way too much. Hinako sighed. Come here, I'll show you something good. She patted the seat next to her. Mash blinked, and slowly moved over to sit next to her teammate. Hinako looked around for a moment, and found a stick on the ground. After wiping it off quickly, she handed it over to Mash. Put it on the end, then hold it over the fire. It was fun watching Mash stumble through something that was simple to me, but was utterly foreign to her. What do I do? She suddenly squeaked as it caught fire. It's all right, just blow it out. Hinako helped her move it up and Mash quickly blew out the flames, revealing a charred-looking treat at the end. Some people like to slow cook them, but I like to just get it done fast. Go ahead and try it. Mash's face lit up as shit bit into it. It's good. Hinako had a warm smile on her face as she watched the younger girl eat her treat. I'm surprised you know something so mundane. I commented. What's that supposed to mean? Hinako questioned. Honestly, thought you were like one of those people that hides away from civilization and only comes out every few decades. I'm aware of human civilization. Hinako rolled her eyes. Just because I don't interact with humans much doesn't mean I'm hiding away from everything. I do have some places to stay outside major human living areas, but I have several homes scattered around various cities that I bounce between. I just keep to myself mostly. So you're a NEET. I am not a NEET. She puffed up. There's nothing wrong with being a NEET. Are you talking from experience? She quipped back. Well, I was sort of one for a while. I don't know if it counts, but I was basically a shut-in during my high school days. I rubbed my chin. But I know a goddess who's sort of a NEET. I'm ignoring that second part. Also dating her. Super ignoring it now. She snorted. But I don't believe you. About the goddess? Obviously, but the first part. What do you mean? I tilted my head in confusion. What's a NEET? Samuel asked. There's an actual definition to it, but it's more so slang now for someone who sort of holds up in their home all the time and doesn't really work or do anything productive. Ritsuka sort of explained. Think, unemployed, sits on their computer every day, doesn't cook, barely cleans, that sort of thing. I getcha. Samuel nodded. Yeah, I agree with her, boss. I don't believe that either. Really? Out of everything I've said, that's what you don't believe? I was honestly at a loss for words. Why is that so unbelievable? You don't seem. Pierre rolled his hand, finding the words. Come unperdent, I know French. I cut him off. And I wasn't a loser. I translated. I don't know, I was a loner pretty much. I didn't have any friends, a few acquaintances. I was in the theater club, but that's about it. After school and club, I basically went home and sat on my computer until I went to bed. Rinse and repeat. There was a bit more to it than that, but it's not really important. Why are you all looking at me like that? I asked. I feel like you're lying to me, but you also sound really sincere. Hinako stated. Which is the opposite of how I pictured you when younger. How did you picture me? Not that. Boss, you always seem so confident and prepared. Just weird to hear that you weren't that always. Samuel chimed in. A round of nods seemingly had them in agreement. I don't know if I should feel flattered or not. Wait. Hinako suddenly blurted out. You went to human school? Yes. Why? Why is that weird? Samuel asked. It's mandatory in America. France as well. Pierre added. Japan too. Ritsuka also joined. But you're not human. She threw out. I'm pretty sure I mentioned this to you way back when I first came to Chaldea. And I thought you were lying. I'm pretty sure half the stuff that came out of your mouth back then was a lie. I'm with her, Schweinorg. Olga crossed her arms. That's not. I still have all your documents that say differently. I withdraw. I wisely decided to not argue that point. But yeah, I went to school. Technically, I didn't finish up my last year, so I'm a dropout. Oh joy, I hired a high school dropout as the leader of B team. Olga said dryly. I'm mentally making a note that you apparently lied about your education as well. The thumbs up I gave her did not seem to be well received. That's not the point. Hinako interrupted. Why were you going to human school? You're focusing on the human part a lot. I pointed out. Yeah. Well, it's weird. She defended herself. Why? Samuel asked. What do you mean why? She furrowed her brow. I don't see a problem with it. He shrugged. I want to say it doesn't matter what you are, but I know that there are some strange things out there. If something big and scary tried to go to school, I ain't dense enough to not know that would be a bad idea. But otherwise, I don't got a problem with non-humans. I only learned about you lot recently, but before I knew you weren't human, ma'am, I already thought you were a kind woman. That didn't change after everything else. Hinako, funnily enough, was just speechless. She genuinely was not used to humans just not caring that she wasn't human. Which I obviously found hilarious in this circumstance as she just sputtered to respond. If it makes you feel better, I only found out that I was half human right around the time I quit school. Your life sounds exhausting. Hinako finally settled. You're not wrong. But I also wouldn't trade places with anyone. But there are upsides. I mused, pushing a few sticks into the ground around the fire, putting a marshmallow onto each of them so they slowly began to cook. Your harem. I never said I had a harem. Please. She rolled her eyes. Hey, I'm just saying I never said it. I chuckled. Is that something normal for people on this side of the world? Ritsuka asked. It's not abnormal. No one's going to really say anything. Olga pursed her lips. Most families only care about strengthening their family lines. Boss, how many? Nope. I cut in. If we're going to talk about my love life, then we're talking about everyone's love life. I am not a part of this conversation. Olga quickly rejected. And the director volunteered for this company-sponsored bonding. I hate you. She grumbled. I do not have time for any dalliances. Boring. I booed her, but didn't push if she didn't want to. What about you, farm boy? You got a cowgirl waiting for you back home. Just 'cause I work on a farm doesn't mean all of them stereotypes apply, boss. Samuel looked at me in exasperation. So no cowgirl? Nah, we separated when we both went off to college. He didn't deny the cowgirl, huh? Pierre. J'ai découvert tu étais Marie. He grumbled. Oof, yeah. Finding out someone is married is not the best way to end a relationship. Felt a little bad for him there. Fujimaru. No, no. Ritsuka quickly shook his head. And what about you, little Miss Cinnamon Roll? Anyone at Chaldea caught your eye? I turned towards Mash. Me. Mash suddenly cried out, surprised that I was focusing on her. Don't bully her, you bastard. Hinako pulled the cute girl closer as if to protect her from me. You all are boring. Forget magic lessons, strategy meetings, or anything like that. What I need to do is to teach you all how to pick up girls, and/or boys. Right, how's that going with you and Saber, huh? Hinako countered. Leave it to the vampire to go right for the jugular. I am not a vampire. She hissed. Okay, Grandma. I will end you. Is something wrong with Saber? Ritsuka asked. I haven't seen her in a while. She's not really the most sociable, but she's usually around. That's complicated. I have no idea what's going on there. I said with full honesty. Actually, how did you know there was something wrong, Hinako? My senses are pretty good. I'd be surprised if the servants didn't pick up something happening a little while ago. She snorted. That's embarrassing. I muttered. Just out of curiosity, how does she act back at Chaldea? Well. Ritsuka scratched his head. Foe. The little monster jumped out of his arms and made some gestures, as if that explained everything. Foe. Have you gotten him fixed yet? I asked towards Mash. Foe. The little furry thing leapt at me, but Sir Wiggles intercepted. We all just kinda stared as both small animals rolled around on the ground, sort of, fighting, if it could be described that way. I think they're friends. Mash smiled. Sure, let's go with that. I smiled wryly. Ritsuka chuckled. Saber, well, she's not bad. That's a polite way to say it. Olga snorted. She's a menace. Director, she isn't that bad. Ritsuka awkwardly coughed. She's a bit blunt, and maybe abrasive. But she's helpful in her own way. She was training both Mash and I for a while. If it wasn't for her, Mash wouldn't have picked up her noble phantasm so quickly. Mash nodded vigorously, but I don't think she'd have a bad word to say about anyone ever. Her and Cu get into fights a lot. Samuel noted. Medea too. Pierre added. And I get constant complaints from the cafeteria staff. Olga also confirmed. She's reliable. Ritsuka quickly shared. She's rough around the edges, but she's never been harmful. Even when we got hurt during training, it wasn't ever anything over the line, I guess. Ritsuka looked thoughtful. I trust her. He finally voiced, as if to finalize his own opinion. Yo, I heard someone talking about me. Cu walked over, plopping down next to Samuel. What's this you got, farm boy? He grabbed one of the sticks with a marshmallow on it and took a bite. Not bad. Master Reiku appeared too, sliding down next to me. I knew that look, she wanted some attention. I was happy to oblige as I leaned over and claimed her lips for a quick kiss and she snuggled up next to me. Will. Jean ran over soon after, looking like someone kicked her puppy. I assumed she got done talking to her friend and everything that entailed. I quickly grabbed one of the marshmallows that was about done, and stuffed it into her mouth. Ish good. She barely muffled the sounds through eating. As if on cue, most of the other servants started coming on over. I hope I'm not interrupting. Siegfried quietly arrived, despite the bulky armor he was wearing. Nonsense, you're always welcome. It was Marie who answered apparently. As she skipped over with her little posse of servants. Your Highness, I believe his words were directed towards those he was imposing upon. Mozart gently corrected. Nope. It's fine. They're all good people, so it doesn't matter. She cheerfully ignored him. Oh, what are these? Can I have one? She was obviously talking about the snack I had prepared. Feel free. I offered. Your Highness, please allow me. Pierre quickly grabbed some for her, offering them very politely. Oh, what a gentleman, Marie cooed. Is Lancelot around? I asked, mostly towards Hinako. He's listening. Hinako nodded. Lancelot, get over here. I said simply. The knight materialized, looking noticeably unsure of himself. Pull up a seat next to the fire. For the first time, it felt like he relaxed in my presence, despite still being utterly silent and keeping somewhat of a distance. Not much of a hearth, but the atmosphere seems nice. Medea hummed, leaning on Pierre's head. Will the gentleman get me one too? She laughed. Nous pouvons utiliser le bâton dans vos fesses pour en faire plus, Pierre grumbled. I can understand French as a servant, you know. Medea glowered. I know. Pierre shot back. Medea stared at him for a moment before giggling to herself, relaxing somewhat and sitting down next to him. Thank you, master. She replied after receiving her share. Lastly, Artoria materialized a few feet away. She glanced my way, and our eyes met briefly. She scoffed, turning her head away. Rather, she focused her eyes down on something in particular, and if nothing else, this was proof that she was Artoria despite the differences. I grabbed a stick with a few marshmallows on it and held it up in her direction. Was all she gave as she snatched it out of my hand. However, she didn't retreat a distance away again. She stood, closer than normal, even if she still kept me at arm's reach. I honestly had no idea what to do or how to handle Saber. At the moment, I was just going to keep doing what I was doing. This was not what I expected, but I am pleasantly surprised. St. George looked happy as he stood next to Marie. It reminds me of the times my companions and I traveled together. And our band may grow tomorrow as well. Grow? I questioned. You weren't here when we talked about it. Olga chimed in. Marie and the others ran into a couple other servants not bound to anyone. They have a rough idea where they're at, and we're going to attempt to recruit them tomorrow before moving on to Orleans. I nodded, not needing any more explanation than that. More servants were good. I feel a bout of inspiration coming on. Mozart moved his fingers almost unconsciously. Maybe I should have expected it, but he materialized a piano. Presumably, it was his weapon of choice as a caster. Allow me to fill this late evening with a song to raise everyone's spirits. I would certainly not say no to a performance by Mozart. It's funny, despite what should be a very stressful situation, everyone was enjoying themselves. I had Reiko resting her head on my shoulder, and just peacefully listened to an unnamed song by a famous composer while waiting for the sun to rise. Things may get much more complicated and hectic come tomorrow, but for now, everyone was content to let the peaceful evening last as long as possible. ******. A/N. Call it, the calm before the storm. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. Chapter 445, Chapter 404. Every performance. I wouldn't say every performance, there is the obvious one I mentioned to you before that she missed. But call it a good 90% of your live performances that she caught. As long as they were advertised, she tried to make time to see them. Mozart stroked his chin as we walked along the dirt road. I wish I could have met this fan in person. I would have gladly given her my thanks for her support. After my death, I looked back and realized that all the faces in the crowds tended to blend together unless they were noteworthy. I brushed elbows with the aristocrats and the affluent, but I suppose I lost sight that there were many not in those categories who also appreciated my performances just as much. She definitely checks those boxes, but she probably didn't sit around with the humans. I clarified. Oh. A non-human fan. That's even more extraordinary. I admit I have met 1 or 2 that were not human or at least not fully, but they were particularly rare. He chuckled. Speaking of rare, you actually used magecraft in your performances. It was not every day that someone got to talk to such a famous musician. Oh yes. He nodded vigorously. None of that nonsense that you're probably thinking. I didn't trick or force people to like my music. That was not my first assumption. I know your fame is well earned. Apologies, I feel as though it's something that needs to be addressed whenever the topic is brought up. But I dabbled in the magical arts to enhance my own music. To touch on melodies there were not possible through the mundane. To invoke feelings when the masses heard the music I produced. One of my few spells I developed was a sympathetic magnification of passion. You let people feel it more, is what you're saying. He smiled brightly. When people listen to my live performances, their hearts open themselves. He held up a hand. However, that was not a means to cheat. He clarified. I did not have control of what emotions were invoked, only that they were fluid and excitable. If you detested my works, you would not be swayed regardless of what I wished to convey. No, anyone who listened got an honest performance from me and I only desired to make their experience match my own aspirations. How respectable. He could have easily cheated the crowds through magecraft, but he opted to instead reach for a higher level and bring to life his passion for others. Speaking of it was a nice idle chit-chat while we walked to our destination. We sort of split into 2 quick teams. Olga and the others were marching with the remnants of the French army towards Orleans, while myself, Reiku, Jean, Ritsuka, Mash and Mozart were heading to what was once Tyres, as he said it wasn't much but burnt rubble any longer. Oh, there was one last person coming along. A very stoic saber was keeping a few feet distance from me at any time. But she insisted on coming, citing something about protecting her master. There was a little game between us as we began this small journey. Every so often, she would glance at me, and I would smile her way, which she responded with a scoff and a head turn. Jean tagged along because we were looking for servants, so that was obvious. I went this way, because between Olga and I, we were basically the leaders present. And Mozart was coming because he actually met the servants in question. And with that in mind. So, you've been kind of quiet about these servants we're tracking down. When Marie told you to follow along, you made a face like you sucked a lemon. The jovial and happy artist had his face twist back into a scowl. She is someone I cannot coexist with. He said as a matter of fact with no follow-up. I didn't know who she was. Should I be worried? They are no threat. He harumphed. All right then, grumpy Mozart is grumpy. How close are we, Jean? A few minutes. I think the town is up ahead, and the feeling of servants is getting stronger. Jean stated. A ruler can pinpoint servants so easily. Ritsuka asked. Is it something all ruler servants can do, or just Jean? It's an ability of every ruler. Jean smiled, happy to respond. I don't actually know if it's stronger or weaker though. If I had to guess, I think Jean's variation is stronger. Why do you say that? Ritsuka asked. Well, she has a skill that allows her to get nudges from Big G when she needs to go somewhere or know something, so I would be surprised if her servant tracker isn't better. It doesn't work that way. Jean squeaked. Big G. Mozart blinked. Senpai, do you mean the Abrahamic God? Ruler talks to God. Ritsuka exclaimed. Yes. I answered for all of them. Jean smacked my shoulder. I told you not to talk about him like that. It's affectionate. I retorted. It is not, and you know it. Seeing her puff up was always cute. If he doesn't like it, he can smite me. Knee. She kept hitting my shoulder with her petite fists. An immutable source of direction. Would it not be more convenient to strap her to a plank of wood and have her point any way we desire? Perhaps seeking a method to defeat any foes. Saber oddly spoke up. Like a holy compass. I offered. No. Jean quickly rejected that. Not again. Again. Saber looked at her. She has certain preferences when it comes to rope. Reiku added. Jean squawked in embarrassment, covering her face. I am not surprised to hear such a thing from the French. Saber snorted. Hey. Jean shouted back. I do not agree with the harsh sentiment. However, I would be lying if I did not acknowledge the truth in her words. Mozart hummed. Nay. Oh dear, you should keep away from Marie when it involves any paramours. She will have no boundaries when it comes to asking you about your inclinations and activities that take place privately. His lips twitched as he looked at the sputtering Jean. She really seems the type. I could believe that completely. Wonderful woman, but zero respect for personal boundaries. Mozart nodded sagely. Ah, that reminds me. I turned to our cute little eggplant. Mash, I wanted to ask. You got your noble phantasm and everything, you have the spirit of Galahad. Was that hard? She seemed significantly more confident than when I saw her in the previous singularity. It's funny, despite the reprieve of last night, it's been kind of hectic and I hadn't had the chance to ask. Saber helped me. Mash nodded. Did she threaten Galahad? I joked. Yes. Mash said softly. I found myself looking at Saber. He disobeyed my orders. She looked a tiny bit embarrassed for some reason. May I ask for elaboration? No. Saber said sternly. Galahad refused to listen to her. Ritsuka said awkwardly. Somehow, he talked through Mash, then they got into an argument and he hasn't come up since. I glanced at Artoria again. She scowled. He refused to obey me, citing that I am not his king. You gave Mash all her information out of spite, didn't you? Ever so slightly, she turned a shade of red and refused to look my way. Funnily enough, I heard Mash scoff. Rather uncharacteristically at that. Everyone seemed to agree with me as we stared at her. She covered her mouth, eyes widened. I am sorry, I didn't mean. Do you have something to say, coward? Saber snarled. Though it was obvious she wasn't directing her words towards Mash. Mash's eyes glazed over, like you could tell she wasn't herself as she locked eyes with Saber. If you start a fight, we're going to have a problem. I looked at Mash rather than Saber. Either sit in the front seat, or watch from the back, you don't get to flip-flop. Mash turned their attention towards me, frowning. Switch back with Mash. She's actually useful. The presence behind Mash's eyes stared for a long moment before her more gentle look returned. What happened? Galahad was being his normal self. Saber snorted, turning back away. Is something wrong? Mash looked around confused. Galahad isn't the most well-liked among several of his peers. I admit I didn't know everything, but I knew enough from second-hand stories to form half an opinion. The other half formed by the fact that he's apparently aware and sitting in the back of Mash's head decidedly not helping. Wasn't Galahad supposed to be a good knight? Ritsuka asked. Ah, my young friend. That there lies a problem. What does one consider a good knight? Mozart asked. You know his history. I quirked an eyebrow. I'm sure the throne gave you some information, but the nuance shouldn't be common knowledge. There is no need, I can take a guess or two based on what I know. He hummed. What's bad about him? Ritsuka asked again. He glanced at Saber and she was being decisively quiet. Mordred called him, and I quote, a holier-than-thou cunt. I replied rather pointedly, snapping my head back to Mash because she faltered for just a moment, and I think her roommate wanted to retort, but I glared enough that whatever they wanted to add was pushed back down, allowing Mash to keep driving. You know Mordred? Saber asked. She's living back home. I confirmed. Her words ring true. Saber's tone was rather evenly. So he wasn't a good knight? Ritsuka said in confusion. Let me give you a very abridged version. Galahad was obsessed with being the perfect knight. Don't mistake that for strongest or most skillful. I'm talking about the codes of chivalry and all that. You say a bad word, Galahad would be on you about being proper. You slack off for even a moment. A knight must always strive for excellence. That kind of thing where he's technically correct, but really grates on everyone around him as he forces them to be held to the standard he sets. Mordred told me many more stories, but I was keeping it brief. I could see how that would be annoying. Ritsuka admitted. They're only human, they can't help but want to relax sometimes. Therein lies the problem. Not even Artoria demanded perfection every single moment of the day. She held her knights to a certain standard, to represent what they strove for, but they were human-ish. There were non-humans in Camelot. But you get what I'm saying. It wasn't even jealousy, though Mordred admitted there was some of that. Anyways, that was what he built his whole personality around, the idea of being the perfect knight, and it grated on everyone around him. And to top it off, there's the whole mess with the Holy Grail, which probably made him rather hated among his fellow knights. Like the one we're trying to recover. Ritsuka tilted his head. No, the real one. The Cup of Christ. The actual relic from the religion. I responded. He was sent on the quest to recover it with a couple others. Oh, did they fail? Ritsuka questioned again. He wasn't the only one listening. Mash seemingly was learning all of this information firsthand too. Is that why everyone's mad at him? Nope, he succeeded. Do you know what he did when he got his hands on the Grail? He ran away. Saber finished for us. He saw the inevitable fall and destruction of Camelot, and he chose to run away and leave everyone else behind. That is why I call him a coward. I didn't correct her, because she was right. Even my Artoria told the story in a more flowery way. At the end of the day, he abandoned his comrades, and wanted to go to heaven instead. He sipped from the Grail and was whisked away to heaven. Or so the stories go. I'm sure you can guess what truths there are to that statement at this point. I left it at that. The mood turned rather somber after that. We are here. Saber declared, perhaps to shift the subject away from what we were just talking about as it was obvious we had arrived. Any heads up on what to look for, Mozart? I asked. If you hear something akin to cats being skinned alive then recorded and played backwards, we are close. I hesitantly decide to ignore the implication of what you just said. I envy your ignorance. I sense 2 servants further into the town. Jean confirmed. Master, Mash, be prepared for combat. Saber demanded of them. Reiku, for her part, was already in combat mode. Perhaps this is a bad time to mention that I have yet to form a contract. Mozart mused. That would have been nice to know sooner. But Ritsuka here can handle. I declined his offer previously. Mozart interrupted me. Truthfully, I had hoped you would form a contract with me. Any particular reason why? Call it a musician's instinct. I feel as though my playing with my noble phantasm would be more fulfilling if you were my master. Dare I ask what your noble phantasm is? It is quite a demonic tune. He laughed. Reiku. I asked, sending through our mental link. I don't mind, master. Reiku replied. I quite like him. Well, if she's okay with it, I'll allow it. Drake also chimed in. Thanks for your input, Drake. I don't mind doing a temporary contract. We'll handle it after our business with these 2 servants is over. I nodded. It's unlikely he would need to participate in any battles with these 2, and I would like to have a moment to figure out how a temporary contract would work since I wasn't really hooked up to Chaldea's systems. Regardless, I heard something that sent a shiver down my spine. And I most certainly wasn't the only one. Yes, there it is. The sound of my arch-nemesis. The bane of my existence. Mozart's nostrils flared. I know you can hear me, you she-demon. Cease your murdering of the musical language. Have you not done enough? What did you call me, you grumpy old pig? A smallish girl practically kicked open a dilapidated house, walking outside. She had long pink hair, 2 horns on her head, and a tail swinging out from a large skirt. Oh ho ho, his words are uncouth, but that doesn't detract from their truthfulness. Another woman joined, holding a fan in front of her face. She had long bluish hair, also having horns on her head, but she instead wore a matching blue kimono. Really, more? Drake asked with a sigh. I shared the sentiment. Is it just me, or do the majority of the servants here either have relations to dragons or France? What would an old hag like you know? How unladylike. Not that I would expect anything less from a bearded lizard like you. Unladylike. I'll show you. She took a deep breath, and screamed. Everyone had to cover their ears, the sound waves literally shattered stone and wood around the area. Oh, not bad. Drake commented, despite the horrid sound penetrating my ears. Fuck off, Drake. No, seriously, she's not bad. I think she had dragon lungs, because she's using a tone that most things can't really understand. If you want to be pedantic, you could call it dragon sound. I don't even know anymore. Reiku. Saber. Ritsuka also added. The two servants didn't need any more invitation as the blue-haired woman was ignited in a worrisome flame. The two servants weren't expecting the sudden attack, but they were volatile, so I didn't feel bad about suddenly engaging them. Rather to have them pacified to figure out where to go from there. Both our servants were quick, and the other two unknown servants were not in any way prepared due to their bickering. Reiku went after the pink-haired one, slamming into her rather hard, sending her rolling onto the ground. Saber used the flat of her blade to swing at the blue-haired one, smacking her hard across the face, likewise sending her tumbling away. Neither, however, let up. Before the two servants could recover, Reiku and Saber were both holding their blades up to their necks. Should we help? Jean asked. Oh, I think Saber wanted to hit something, better let them have their fill. I shook my head. Oh my, they are quite ruthless and efficient. Mozart noted. Wait. I surrender. The pink-haired one whined. Such a brute. The blue-haired one huffed, seemingly following her friend's lead. Wonderful. I clapped my hands, walking up. Now. You, the piggy is talking to us. The pink-haired one reeled back. Reiku pushed her blade firmer. Wah. I didn't mean it. He's not a piggy. Anyways. I ignored her. Servants generally had quirks of their own. Greetings, we're here on behalf of Finest Chaldea, trying to resolve this singularity and protect the world. To summarize, we're here to defeat the Dragon Witch. We are preparing to siege her place of power, and you two are aligned with neither side. I'm not forcing you to come with us, but if you do disagree with our generous employment opportunity, I expect you to stay far away. Reiku and Saber let up a bit as the two servants stood motionlessly. They shared a look between each other, and it was more of a shrug than anything that they came to an agreement. Yeah, sure, whatever. The pink-haired one agreed. Maybe I can find my ancient if I go with you. This tadpole has been less than helpful. Bitch. Lizard. Enough. Saber hissed, and the two straightened up. Oh wow, she has a powerful dragon aura. It is impressive. The Asian one held her fan in front of her face. Alright, which piggy am I doing a contract with? State your names. Saber grunted. Ugh, fine. You have the honor of standing before the amazing, stupendous, extravagant idol, Elizabeth Bathory. You can grovel at my feet at your leisure. The pink-haired one introduced herself. How inelegant. The other slapped her fan shut. I am Kiyoheim. I'm looking for my ancient. I would be most grateful if you could point me in his direction. Master, I have a strange feeling with that one. I desire that you not become intimate with her. Reiku sent through our link. You know, for some reason, my instincts are screaming at me to stay the hell away, and only after she named herself did I understand why. There's sticking your dick in crazy, and then there's sticking your dick in a crazy dragon. Nope X100. Ritsuka will be delighted to form a contract with you both. I pushed him forward. I would. He blinked. You would. I nodded. I would. He smiled towards the two servants. I could tell they were going to be a handful. Your sacrifice will be remembered, Ritsuka Fujimaru. We're going to fight that dragon witch or whatever. Elizabeth waved her hand flippantly. I ran into another me once. Did you piggies see her at all? Huh, some things were starting to make sense now. White hair, dressed like she walked out of a sex dungeon. Used an Iron Maiden as a weapon for some god-awful reason. Yup. I looked the servant right in the eyes. Yeah, I killed her. Meep. Now that this little side errand was settled, let's head on back. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The trek back was a lot less pleasant than the one there. I was starting to wonder if these two servants were worth the hassle. But the other part of me that was actually scared wanted any backup plans that I could get. After getting my ass handed to me, I didn't want to rush into any engagement without stacking the deck in my favor as much as possible. Thankfully, Orleans wasn't too far away. And it was easy to find where everyone was. The army was gathered, several thousand troops in total, which honestly was going to be extremely helpful. Having to wade through tens of thousands of mindless undead was not something any of us wanted to waste too much time on. Director. I greeted as everyone gathered around. Are these our two new servants? Olga glanced behind me. You, piggy, look somewhere else. Elizabeth made a noise of disgust. Olga twitched. Wonderful. You didn't have to spend an extended period of time with them. I rolled my eyes. Anyways, better than nothing it seems. Agreed. She sighed. Ruler, we need you at the front. Your friends were waiting for your arrival. Jean. The one I recognized as the still living insane Gillis was also present as he looked at her in relief. Gillis, Jean smiled warmly. Is everyone ready? Everyone's ready to fight. Marie pumped her fist. Despite the situation, Gillis found himself smiling. We are prepared to take back Orleans and save France. What's the avenue of attack? Are we waiting until night, or are we making a direct move and just brute forcing our way inside? I asked. I was many things, but honestly, a commander of large armies was not one of them. I don't think I would be bad, but I wasn't like the ones around me that could move large swathes of people like they were their hands and legs. We will call on them to surrender. Gillis stated. Pardon. We will approach, and call out the dragon witch for her surrender. Gillis reiterated. Do you really expect them to surrender? No. He said without a second thought. But from what I was told and understand, this fake is not a strategic-minded individual. If they are angered and leave the safety of their fortifications, I would be remiss to not take the advantage. Smart. Jean, will you join me? Gillis asked. I will stand with you always, Gillis. Jean agreed. Good, and your group? He turned to us. Chaldeans. He stated, as if repeating a foreign word. For whom of you will stand with us upon the edge of enemy lands? Olga and I shared a look. Call it, Schweinorg. She gave me authority. Olga, myself, Saber, Reiku, Medea. I listed off. Mash will be open and standing near Ritsuka, Pierre, Hinako, and Samuel. Everyone else, astralize and stand nearby. Especially don't want to show off Marie and her people right away, and Elizabeth and Kioheim if possible, but they were less important. No one argued, about a dozen servants astralized all at once, which was quite the sight. Though, I grabbed Lancelot right before he could disappear. I pulled him close so we were staring face to face. Rather than moping, live up to her belief in you. Protect them. He surprisingly adopted a rather resolute look and nodded. That was nice of you, master. Reiku commented. His attitude was pissing me off. I dismissed it. Let us go. Gillis ordered, he clutched his blade on his hip. Nervousness was obvious, and I doubted anyone would fault him. At this particular moment, he was but an ordinary man. We took the short steps to the walls of Orleans. This day and age, especially after a warring period of 100 years, there was a wall that surrounded the city. Stop. Medea commanded. You noticed it too? I asked. I would be an amateur not to sense it. Medea grunted. We're in front of a boundary line, I don't recognize the feel of it. It feels disgusting. We cannot advance further. Not without potential detriment. Unless you want to start immediately. I offered. No. Gilles shook his head. This is enough. He took a deep breath. I call upon the dragon witch. He practically roared, his voice carrying rather far, and the silence before and after the echoes was deafening in of itself. Submit yourself to righteous judgment. If you surrender and repent for your sins, we will allow you a swift and merciful meeting with the Lord to accept your punishment. There was silence for a beat and two. That was until the massive gate shook, and slowly began to open. It wasn't the dragon witch that appeared, but someone else. His bulging eyes and malignant aura was a dead giveaway. Gillis looked at his horrific reflection. Ah, I wondered who had such a smooth and impressive voice. I could feel my heart beat just at the mere words. And seeing you up close, truly, you cut a dashing figure. The caster servant version, no Bluebeard was the name he was known by at this point. Bluebeard admired his still living self. Monster. Gillis whispered. Tut tut, my handsome friend. Your words hurt yourself. Bluebeard chuckled as he walked up to the very edge of the boundary until we were in distance to plainly speak. Gillis. Jean looked at him. Bluebeard twitched. You are not real. A fake, sent here to diminish our goals. I will not be fooled, the real Jean sits comfortably upon her proper throne. Will your blasphemies never end? Gillis growled. Never. Bluebeard countered. My blasphemies will continue. He held his arms up. I will drag this whole country into depravity to show that I was right. With Jean by my side, we will show that God does not exist. A godless country, spitting in the face of that hypocritical doctrine. Is that your motivation? Gillis stood there shocked. For such a ridiculous goal. He stepped forward, drawing his blade. You committed these atrocities for such an ignorant reason. He tried to slash forward, but it was Medea who pulled him back. Bluebeard didn't react, his grin growing horrifically large as a barrier sprang up just in time, separating us completely. No, in fact, it sprang up over what appeared to be the entirety of Orleans. Rejoice, for you shall see the fruition of our efforts. You will join us when you see that it is futile. No god will save you, because no god exists. Bluebeard laughed. I heard the words, but they took a back seat to what I was currently seeing. In the barrier, the energy pulsed and faces appeared. Ones twisted in anger and pain, children, adults, young and old, they came and went across the barrier's surface. Can the Grail support a bounded field around the entirety of the city? Olga exclaimed. The sheer amount of power, it would continuously drain the Grail's supply. And this is no normal bounded field. Yeah, it looked particularly strong. And I wasn't sure Orleans was situated upon a ley line, which left one obvious avenue available. Not if he isn't using solely the Grail. What? Human sacrifices are rather potent. Medea whispered. Bluebeard didn't confirm, but the maniac look on his face said it all. Come, I welcome you. Our subjects were so kind to offer their assistance in protecting our godless country from invaders. Attack, barge in, I'm sure they wouldn't mind the teensy bit of effort that will be needed to hold you back. Translation, any attack we make on the barrier will drain the life force of whatever prisoners they have currently. Medea scoffed. Yes, yes. He tapped his fingers together. Struggle, please. I will enjoy watching it. Especially after my dear book was damaged so heinously. His tone was filled with bitterness. I will watch alongside my dear Jean as you gradually lose hope. He turned around and left, laughing all the while. Monster, that monster. Gillis shouted. How could I become that? I refuse. I would rather kill myself. Gillis. Jean placed a hand on his shoulder. Whatever you become in the future, right now, at this moment, you are my friend and comrade. Gillis grit his teeth and his knuckles turned white from the grip on his sword. Please, tell me what I need to do. We need to break the barrier. Medea said outright. It's not something I recognize. Even you don't recognize it. Olga looked at her. Not like that. The idea behind it isn't anything new. But it's using that thing of his, I'm sure of it. So, don't expect me to unravel it the normal way. We're going to have to break through. And condemn how many people? Jean whispered. We just need to destroy enough of it at once, push through without giving it a chance to regenerate using the people inside. Medea bit her thumb. And that's possible? Olga asked. With several noble phantasms, probably. My sword is available. Saber showed no hesitation. And despite her admittance as a tyrant, I knew her well enough to know this was far beyond what she considered acceptable. I looked at the many faces that appeared, flashing across the malignant energy in front of us. It wasn't often I got angry like this. I rarely got mad enough that I was the metaphorical frothing at the mouth. But a true anger that rose up from my stomach that in my younger days would have made me throw caution to the wind. Bluebeard wanted to prove God didn't exist. Well, let's do the opposite. You know, I've said it plenty of times so far, but you all have been very polite and haven't asked me directly. I said I wasn't fully human, but I never said what I was. I touched upon the Hogyoku, shifting everything I had to demonic energy. The barrier simply needed to be destroyed in a way that it couldn't regenerate. I was more than happy to oblige. Let me show you. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Happy Halloween everyone. Chapter 446, Chapter 405. Demonic power erupted from within me. It was different than before, not in the sense that the effects differed, but that I didn't hold myself back when I called it forth. There was no testing the waters this time, no need to be hesitant to make sure nothing bad happened. Scathack had helped me enough that I was comfortable opening the damn floodgate, so to speak. There was a slight sense of euphoria. The general concept of devils was one drenched in the spectrum of desires, thus making the transformation one of enjoyment. That wasn't to say I was going to suddenly change, nor that I was going to lose myself. Perhaps I would lean towards certain ways unconsciously, but I was still fully myself. Horns pushed out from my forehead. A tail sprang out from behind me. I could feel my nails get sharp and even my eyes shifted to accommodate my heritage. My wings, well, I didn't quite need them right now. It wasn't like the first time where it was a surprise, I could more or less control things now. My wings were always a part of me, if I didn't want them to come out, they would stay withdrawn. I hesitated for a brief moment to look at the others, but finally I glanced their way. Reika gave me a reassuring smile, while Jean barely even reacted. The expressions of the others, I suppose they were to be expected. Medea looked at me curiously, Saber's eyes widened a smidge, and Olga, well, her mouth was opened as she stared at me. Gillis, he took a hesitant step backwards, genuinely terrified by what he saw. I couldn't blame him. By his entire worldview, I was the epitome of the enemy to his core belief. Jean put a hand on his shoulder, snapping him out of his fear-entrenched silence. Wilhelm, are you? She asked. I'll bring down the barrier. Boyo, don't know what you're going to do, but if you want to do it cleanly, it's gotta be big enough that it falls apart and simply doesn't regenerate. Medea reminded me. I just have to destroy it. I turned back towards the flashes of faces across the bounded field positioned in front. I'm fairly good at that. My initial thought was to take out the sword of destruction, but I didn't need it. My demonic energy swelled up, the large pool inside of me that I had yet to use. And with it, my bloodline power was called forward. It started small, the uncharacteristic crackling of my power of destruction ignited at my fingertips. Then, I did something I hadn't done before. I activated my semblance. My arms were gone. Instead, what replaced them was pure destruction. Similar to how I usually coated my arms in lightning, now, they were destruction incarnate. I admit, wielding this much of my bloodline was unfamiliar, but I remembered Venelana's words, combined with the training I had thus far. Shape it, but don't restrict it. A small space between my palms, it began to gather, shaped. I compressed it, but allowed it to dance around. Compress, compress, compress. And I clapped my hands together. Venelana showed me it a few times now, and I was nothing if not studious. Gamma alpha alpha epsilon sigma tau alpha epsilon kappa tau eta, Medea shouted suddenly, and the makings of her own shield sprang up between me and them. How did she do it again? Oh yes. Extinction star. I let it out. It bloomed brilliantly, in the form of a four-pointed star. It was as if the barrier wasn't even there. The destruction tore away at it without resistance. It was not in the barrier's nature to be impenetrable, but to be resistant and mendable. The swath of destruction was large enough, that even past the barrier, the walls of Orleans were consumed as well, the large gate that towered over us reduced to nothingness as my star illuminated the sky with its blackened hue. It lasted for a split second before collapsing into itself, almost like a singularity in nature, leaving behind but a large empty area devoid of any matter. The barrier itself imploded under the strain. Having a chunk just utterly destroyed on a level that was not mendable left it without a means to continue operating based on its pre-designed formula. The quietness persisted for a heartbeat, no one seemed to want to say anything in this small reprieve. No, the source to break the eerie silence that followed wasn't anyone from my side. They started to appear. Shambling corpses, making a mockery of an army. Calling it a loose formation would be generous. But they were numerous. The now open streets of Orleans were barely visible with their numbers. The thousands upon thousands of lives lost due to Bluebeard's idiotic desire. However, that didn't seem to be the end of it. Something felt off. The walking corpses, that is to say, something was wrong with them. A little warning next time. Medea huffed, dismissing her shielding spell. I nearly didn't get that out in time. Apologies, I don't have much practice using my demonic heritage in this state. I gave an awkward smile. Schweinorg. Olga whispered. Why you? Ah, that was one thing I was a little afraid of. It must be quite the surprise to find out that I am a literal demon. Thankfully, someone else read the mood fairly well. The white blur landed onto her head quickly, making the director yelp in surprise. Sir Wiggles did his job beautifully. I held my hand up, producing my staff of Magnus, and tossed it over to Medea. She caught it happily, nearly hugging it. Medea, would you please snipe one of the zombies in the front? I want to confirm something. Medea blinked, then shrugged. Barely a true spell, a cantrip by her standards, a small ball of energy fired off without even the need for an incantation. It collided with a zombie at the forefront, disintegrating a large portion of its body. That would have been the end of it, but instead, tentacles burst out, wrapping it up and pulling free what hid beneath. Of course. Medea grumbled. Those abominations are hiding in the corpses. Wonderful. That meant, they all had to be dealt with. There was no knowing if simply killing Bluebeard would do anything to stop them existing already. They were something that had to be removed, there was no way about it. Mozart. I called out, the musician appeared next to me rather quickly. You have a large audience. The musician began to cackle. What an audience it is. I knew my instincts were not incorrect, I have chosen my master well. A demonic tune for a demonic master. He held his arms wide open, his conductor's baton appearing in his hand. Please enjoy. It is time for a public performance. Prepare to listen. To the sound of a demon. Requiem for death. He declared, his noble phantasm activating. His noble phantasm was rather interesting. It wasn't merely a large-scale damaging ability, but rather, it operated sort of like a curse. They were attacked physically by the sound, but they were also cursed in a way that attacked their physical abilities. If the enemy couldn't resist, their strength, speed, and stamina would drastically lower. Figures appeared all around us, golden silhouettes of angels holding their instruments, an orchestra to announce the coming of death. The music erupted. Hundreds of zombies were immediately taken into the caress of the tones. Their outer shells were destroyed nearly instantaneously. The things living inside of them burst out once their hiding spot was gone, the tentacled monstrosities. They too were assaulted by Mozart's performance. Many of them too fell under the onslaught of his demonic tune. But frankly, there were an absurd number of enemies. If I recall, your longest performance was 33 minutes. Care to take a crack at that record? Mozart chuckled and waved his baton as if to signify his agreement. Still, the number of targets he could hit was limited. I took a step forward, but Jean grabbed onto my sleeve. "Where are you going?" she asked. "Isn't it obvious? I'm going to rip the head off that bastard." She frowned, hesitating for a moment, but something seemed to win over. Not alone. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Olga Marie Animosphere POV. Did I appoint a demon as the leader of B Team? The show of magic that he did was, well, impressive may be an understatement. But I already knew he was a magician, so I didn't dwell on that aspect too much. Taking a moment to acknowledge my situation, I am the director of an organization, attempting to return the world from destruction by traveling to the past to apparently fight the king of magecraft with the help of legendary heroes. And I have taken all of that in stride, yet, at this moment, I found myself out of my depth. Lev. It was Lev all over again. That's what he said before. Lev was some sort of demon. How was this any different? Was I being manipulated the entire time? Was I just a fool again? Servants incoming. The ruler's servant informed everyone, but I felt myself hardly focusing. As idiotic as it was, I was unsure of how to act. There were more wyverns in the sky, but at this point, I doubt anyone was surprised. They came flooding out of the central area of the city. Gamma Alpha Alpha Epsilon Sigma Tau Alpha Epsilon Kappa Tau Eta, Castor chanted again, and once more, a shield appeared overhead, blocking arrows covered in magical energy, presumably from the archer. Though, after wielding the apparent divine construct, her shield was much larger than before. Mozart's noble phantasm still played, killing off those things by the dozens, but there were still so many, I couldn't even count them all. Director, I'm going to go ahead. I'll leave everything to you here, all right? I blinked as Schweinord turned to look at me. He had horns. There was a tail behind him. Even his eyes looked different. Demon. It was a joke, wasn't it? I put my trust in a demon, again. But it didn't feel the same. He said that, and it felt sincere. I unclenched my fists, not even realizing how tightly my nails were digging into my palms. I grabbed the rabbit off of my head, taking him into my arms. Of course. I breathed in. I'll handle everything here. You can take care of that dragon witch and that other one. I'm going too. The ruler's servant declared. Jean. You can't that demon. Gillis nearly pulled her back, trying to stand protectively in front of her. He's my friend, Gillis. Her words were few, but they apparently were enough to disarm him of his directed disgust. But he was deceiving. I always knew. She said softly, maybe even bashfully. A demon and a saintess are friends. What even has my life turned into? I would laugh if the situation wasn't so ridiculous. Trust me, Gillis. She smiled brightly. Lead our troops like you always did. Let me go with him to handle the dragon witch. There was no more room for a peaceful talk, as a roar shook the entire city. The massive dragon rose high up into the sky, and the other servants came barreling down the streets. If she was a saintess trusting a demon, why was I hesitating? Schweinord never let me down, he's been supporting me ever since we first met. Even through the deceit, he's been nothing but helpful. I'll deal with the association and church later. At this point, I no longer cared. Dragon slayers. I called out. The servants appeared quickly. I grabbed the gobsmacked Gillis by his chest plate, jerking him down so we were eye level. He was still unfocused on the real issue, so I gave him a crisp slap across the face. You can either have an existential crisis of faith, or you can rally your troops and help the demon that's trying to save your country. What's it going to be, abandon your country or sit here like a blubbering buffoon? Why was everyone staring at me? Why yes. Gillis said absent-mindedly. Yes. He grabbed his sword, holding it up into the air. Soldiers, forward. He pointed towards the oncoming hordes of monsters. The random thought now occurred to me. He had been teasing the saintess with comments like, touched by the devil, since they arrived. God damn it, Schweinorg. I'm going to find a cross to beat you over the head with if I make it out of this with my sanity intact. But that was much less of a concern than the giant dragon overhead with its large mouth open about to spew a breath attack. Marie. I shouted. You're up. Phew. The French queen appeared spectacularly. Then let me show everyone my love for France. The lovable brilliance for eternity. Come forth, Crystal Palace. She held her arms wide open, and beautiful sculptures and crystalline figures burst out of the ground. They all formed into a singular existence, a palace that superimposed itself onto the surroundings. I felt power flow through me. It almost felt like I had cast a reinforcement on myself. My physical capabilities were enhanced to a higher degree than would have been possible by my own effort. And it was not just me. An army of soldiers all received the blessing from her noble phantasm. Not just that, this crystal palace stood tall as the dragon's breath landed upon its delicate-looking exterior. Look at this, Miss Shielder. Marie held her arm out, pointing at the dragon. My love for France is boundless, so too is my palace that shelters my fellow countrymen. It will not fall, because my heart will never waver. Was she speaking to Mash? Mash looked on with sparkling eyes, taking a defensive position near the other masters. It sounded flowery and ridiculous in all honesty, but it didn't fall under the attack by the dragon. The pause after its attack was enough that the dragon slayers then moved. Marie. A roar erupted from within the groups of undead. A servant jumped out, the one I recognized as having the strange-looking sword. Charles. Marie's eyes widened. Wait, the men who executed you. I blurted out, recognizing the name after she seemingly knew the servant. Charles. It's so good to see you again. The French monarch waved happily. Don't greet the person who cut off your head. I shouted. Teehee. Oh, someone. Set the stage for me. The music is dumb, but I can fix that with some vocals. Elizabeth Bathory was holding a microphone. If you dare to start singing, I will turn my noble phantasm on you. Mozart screamed. My, what disgusting creatures. Kiyoheim joined in, waving that fan of hers, producing a blue flame that tore through dozens of disgusting tentacled monsters. Ritsuka, command your servants. Samuel, you see you to help Marie. Pierre, support Medea. I quickly shouted out my commands. Hinako, Mash, there are enemy servants missing, try to find them. Everyone moved. A chaotic display of discipline. Schweinorg, I can handle it here. I informed my B-team leader. Take your servant, and ruler. Hopefully, things will settle down if the dragon witch is defeated, but regardless, we'll take the slower route and march through the streets to take care of all these things properly. Then I'll leave it to you. He smiled. And we are going to have a long talk about everything when you get back, do you hear me? I grabbed his collar, pulling him down as well. You're going to be telling me what all this, I gestured to his new features, is about. My father is Satan. Don't just drop that on me when you're about to leave, you bastard. I kicked him away with an annoyed huff. We'll talk later, let's fix this singularity. So what? Was he joking? Or wasn't he? Did it matter? Frankly, I found myself not caring any longer. Fafnir fell from the sky with Lancelot's sword stabbed in the side. It crashed down into the main street, crushing plenty of abominations, and whipping its body around. Many more were just turned to pulp by the sheer force of its body movements. I had to hold my arms up to shield my eyes from the shockwave and dirt that was kicked up as my hair whipped around. I will go too. Saber stated. No, you're staying here. Her face twisted back into a snarl, and I felt like she was about to swing her sword at me. I will. You listen here, you abrasive and angry bitch. I had lost all my patience. I am dealing with too much right now to also deal with your bullcrap. There are enemy servants unaccounted for, and we are up against a literal army of undead, wyverns, servants, and eldritch monstrosities in addition to a legendary dragon. Either stay here to help, or throw yourself on your own sword and save me the headache. The only reason I do not cut you down is because you hold that rabbit in your arms. She scoffed. Shut up. She opened her mouth briefly and closed it again, sort of blinking with confusion. Eventually, she scowled, and clutched her sword tight, looking towards Schweinorg. You are not allowed to die. She grunted, moving towards Ritsuka. Go, Schweinorg. I can handle this fight. After that, I completely believe you. He chuckled. Thank you, Director. Shut up, I'm pissed at you right now. I huffed in annoyance again. But the same as she said. I'm going to be even angrier if something happens. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Wilhelm POV. I've never seen Olga lose her cool like that, it was kind of hot. Especially with even Saber sort of lowering her head to her. I'm getting distracted though. I was still very angry at a certain bastard hiding in Orleans. The human soldiers were buffed to all hell by that noble phantasm of Marie's. I was a bit disappointed that my magic resistance prevented it from helping me. Jean and Reiku, however, benefited from it, as was everyone else. Let's go, I stated, moving with a burst of Shuinpa. Reiku and Jean followed behind me. I jumped right into the middle of the enemy's lines, if they could be called that. I let my destruction soar outward, destroying anything in my path as I cut a bloody swath through the hordes of enemies, moving towards the large castle set up in the center of the city. Reiku was on my left, her mana burst turning into a large burst of lightning, her blade slicing through enemies like a scythe through wheat. These things couldn't even dream about holding her back unless they all tried to converge on her at once. Jean was, well, she didn't enjoy this experience, that was for sure. It seemed like for every zombie she killed, she mourned what happened to them. Even with her banner piercing through them with the ease as one would expect, and her holy light burning away any of the corruptive influence, her face was one of melancholy. We hopped up onto the nearby building, and only getting a large field of vision did it put into perspective how many people were actually killed by their hands. The streets of Orleans from north to south, east to west, were filled with shambling corpses and other monstrosities. It just further pissed me off. I suppose I should be thankful that Bluebeard was a mix of crazy and idiotic. Otherwise, he could have done way more damage by using this kind of thing strategically. Especially now that Reiku managed to damage his book like she did. That thing was monstrously dangerous if left alone, and he was backed into a corner. Regardless, I didn't care to think too deeply on the what-ifs. I was much too pissed right now. They didn't deserve this. Just random people living their lives, turned into meat suits for zombies and eldritch monsters. And it made me annoyed that the closer we got to that palace set up in the center of Orleans, the fewer things there were to take my anger out on. I grabbed one tentacled monster in particular, and just ripped its appendages off because there didn't seem to be any further ahead. You came. A voice shouted from atop the walls. He jumped down right as the words reached our ears, crashing hastily into the ground. Amidst the unsettled dust, he burst out, hand clawing at my throat. Amusing, amusing. He laughed. Why is it that you look this way? I stepped forward and grabbed his arm, my destruction still present and it sunk into his gauntlets. Half-devil. I said simply. Ha ha ha. Of course, why not? He merely laughed heartily. Everything else of mine has been stepped on, why should my faith be any different? I felt pity for him. He was aware enough to know how far he had currently fallen but had no way to stop it. And the last thing he'd probably wanted was the literal antithesis to his faith to be his end. Reiku. I called out. A purple bolt of lightning slammed into him, sending him into the wall of the palace. He pulled himself free, barely phased, looking ready to go again. I am to stop anyone from entering. Reiku held her blade up at him, noting his obvious insinuation. If you do not slay me, I will enter the palace, impaler. Despite the madness there was a look of genuineness in his eyes. Then we shall fight to the end. Let me give you an honorable death. Reiku easily guessed my desire, because that's something I wouldn't have been able to give him. Thank you, Reiku. I turned, and left it to her. Come on, Jean. Right. She glanced at Reiku and Vlad, with a nod, and we moved towards the entrance of the palace. Immediately pushing the doors open, those creatures burst out from the walls. Large appendages, shooting at either of us. Jean's banner danced through the air, piercing through them as they came, and I went with a much less elegant route. I merely shot through the corridor with my destruction pulsing around my arms and ripping apart anything that stood in my way. Welcome, welcome. As we kicked the next door off its hinges, Gillis appeared again, standing at the top of a flight of stairs, overlooking a ball area. His bulging eyes moved unnaturally before focusing on us, specifically on me. You practice wonderful magecraft. What a blasphemous act, to take that kind of form. Yes, yes, you see now, don't you? Do you wish to join us? Jean was rather fond of you. Simply kill that one next to you and offer her up, then the real Jean would be more than happy to have you at her side. We can defile this godless world together. Gillis. Why are you doing this? He twitched violently at her words. You have no power over me. You are not my Jean. He declared. Gillis. Quiet. It's funny, I had time to contemplate your actions, your motivation. I stepped in, knowing it was pointless on Jean's part, even if she would have to continue trying regardless. She would never give up on Gillis, even after everything. Even knowing his story was already written, she would try to save him. That's because she's a good person. However, I wasn't. Yes. He seemed pleased. Have you decided? He tapped his fingers eagerly. Will. Jean tilted her head. There was a fundamental flaw with your logic. Your desire to disprove God's existence, yeah. Presumably, you're committing heinous acts and unspeakable atrocities in the thought that if God isn't stopping you, then he must not exist. I began walking up the stairs. You understand. I knew we would find a like-minded person. Oh, what wonderful fun we'll have together. If you give me that woman who cut my book in half, I will happily forgive you. Water under the bridge, as they say. You missed the part where I called a flaw in your logic. He twitched slightly. And what flaw would that be? It's always been the job of hell to punish the sinners, Gillis de Rice. Wings sprouted from my back and I shot up to where he was standing looking down from the railing. He nearly stumbled backwards, but that book of his appeared in his hand. Oh, it had seen much better days. It looked like it was barely being held together, and even fraying at the edges. Especially as he cast a hasty shielding spell, it visibly sheared apart portions of the pages. Magecraft. I laughed, pushing on his shield, my destruction eating away at it. Do you think I'm using something like that? Please, allow me to introduce myself. I said, sending his body hurling back, rolling across the ground, his shield shattering. My name is Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, son of Lucifer. Nice to meet you. It was hard to tell his reaction, to read his expression as his face was warped in a disgusting way. His eyes rolled around, almost unable to truly focus. I walked towards him again. He quickly stood up, and parts of his book flayed once more as another shield sprang up quickly. The eldritch magecraft came to his aid before I could grip his throat. It's funny, isn't it, Gillis? I'm no angel, I'm certainly not God. I'm completely on the opposite side of the spectrum. But that in of itself proves you wrong, doesn't it? Lies. He shouted. There is no God. Instead of attacking, I dropped something at his feet. Blackened wings fell to the floor with a soft sound. Never seen fallen angel wings before, Gillis? I asked. He took a step back. I tore those out of Kokabeel when he did something equally stupid. I pressed my hand against his barrier. Why aren't you saying anything, Gillis? Stay back. He trembled. Is that fear I hear in your voice? I tilted my head. Not from me. No, you're scared of something else. You're scared that your motivation, your ideals could possibly be wrong. I understand your skepticism, I really do. So let me give you a more in-depth look. I pushed through his barrier, rather, I destroyed everything in the path of my hand and I grabbed onto his arm. A noise of pain was expected, but when I started to pull I did not expect the scream. Servants felt pain and I knew this. What I didn't know was that for all the atrocities he committed, he would scream like that from getting his arm torn off. He recovered quickly, credit where it was due, he was a servant. I even held it up for him to see as I disintegrated every bit of it. No, no, no. He scrambled, the book he held fell into two parts. Whatever bullshit he used to hold together, came undone already. He nearly fell over trying to juggle the two pieces. Instead, magical energy filled the room, and the Grail was revealed once more. Heal me. Heal my book. Stop him. He commanded from the object. It trembled in his hand, multiple effects going off simultaneously. The book attempted to mend, but something about it didn't get the memo as any repairs to it were immediately broken down and it further deteriorated. The stump of his arm bubbled and his flesh tried to knit itself back together, but it grew back into an amalgamation of flesh rather than an arm. I was tempted to tear it off again, but it looked rather uncomfortable as was. Then the Grail tried to stop me. Oh, it was a scary artifact. I knew I was playing with my food, but that didn't mean I was at his mercy for him pulling that out. The Grail was powerful, but like most powerful weapons, the user was often the weakness. The Grail attempted to stop me by sealing me. The broad application of its function, the imprecise use left much to be desired. I flexed my demonic power, letting my destruction erupt around me as the focal point. The spells the Grail attempted to commandeer me to achieve the task required were utterly destroyed. Funnily enough, he chose the most logical course of action. He attempted to flee. Pushing open several large doors, he shot off further into the palace. Will. Jean grabbed me from behind as I was about to chase after him. Please stop. I know he's your old friend, Jean. But. No, what you're doing. I know he has to be stopped, I've come to terms with that. But you're taking pleasure in tormenting him. I don't like seeing you like this. I felt a lot of my anger simmer down. It was hard to keep it up when Jean was literally holding onto me like this for my sake. Maybe I got carried away. I let out a long breath, allowing myself to relax. Fine, let's go do this properly. He most likely ran towards the fake Jean. Let's end this for good. Together. She looked at me. Together. I agreed. This time, she grabbed me and pulled me forward, taking the lead. Right, she probably had a better claim to ending this than I did. The important thing was resolving the singularity and retrieving the Grail. I shouldn't lose sight of that. It was fairly easy to track down where Gillis ran. A literal trail of blood and open doors had us moving further into the palace. She's close, I can feel her. Jean said softly. I will handle. She came to an abrupt stop as we walked through the final set of doors. What appeared to be a makeshift throne room, rather than something of intentional design. But that wasn't the most eye-catching thing currently within our sight. No. That was Gillis impaled upon the fake Jean's sword as she ripped it free from his heart. The Grail fell to the ground at her feet, and she picked it up. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A/N. If you want to read 9 chapters ahead, yep, you read that right. Patreon is now 9 chapters ahead. Or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforum. Chapter 447, Chapter 406. Olga Marie and Atmosphere POV. Things were not as bad as they could have been. Marie's noble phantasm was extraordinarily helpful. The hordes of undead that poured out of the city were being culled at the choke point of where Schweinord destroyed the gate. And the soldiers themselves were more than capable of handling a few measly undead with their newfound strength. The other monstrosities were a different matter. It wasn't nearly as clean, but I would say they were winning. Mozart's noble phantasm was also something of a godsend in the situation. How he was able to keep it active this long was another question entirely. How much magical energy did Schweinord have that even a temporary contract with the famous musician let him do something like this? Even still, we were heavily outnumbered and a few stray monsters made it from around the other sides. A gander of mine exploded the head of a tentacled monster and I clicked my tongue to realize that about a dozen more were coming from the vacant side, bursting out from a small opening in the walled city. I wasn't the only one either. Pierre grabbed a weapon and was standing near the soldiers. I wanted to chastise him about how he was basically on the front lines as a master, but, under these circumstances, it didn't seem particularly negative. Samuel was casting spells, slowly, but concisely from where he was. They were barely better than a novice, but they were having a better effect than if he joined his other teammate on the front line. Ritsuko was coordinating his several servants and that was basically it, but that in of itself was a feat worth praising. Hinako, handle those. I commanded, pointing towards the ones coming up from the side. Fine. She grumbled, but followed my orders. My eyes dashed around, and they landed on Marie fighting off her apparent killer in life. Thankfully, CU arrived in time to help out. I frowned, seeing those things tear a hole through the stone walls in another section and start spilling out. Mozart. A little preoccupied here, mademoiselle. There was sweat dripping down his forehead. That's the problem, stop using your noble phantasm on the ones at the front, their bodies are piling up and slowing down their advance, making them mindlessly force other routes. I responded. They're eventually going to swarm around us if they can't come from the front. I do not have an ounce of knowledge in warfare, so I shall bow to your expertise. He waved his baton and then jerked it to the side, like a screeching sound across the battlefield. If I deactivate my noble phantasm, reactivating it again will be more difficult. Where do you need me? Help Marie. I directed him to the side. They weren't having trouble, but neither Marie nor CU were front-line fighters. And it would be very bad if Marie were to fall here and we lost the effect of her noble phantasm. With pleasure. Mozart grinned, his noble phantasm focusing entirely on the enemy servant. Then it's my turn to shine. Elizabeth Bathory stood up in front. No, go plug that newest hole. I cut her off. No, I want to. So help me, if you don't listen to me right now, I will have Mozart use his noble phantasm on you. I would not abide by her attitude during a situation like this. Fine. She huffed, trotting over to the hole in the way where a small stream of eldritch horrors were forcing themselves through. She slowly made her way there as if it didn't matter. And you? I jerked my head towards the Asian servant, Kiyoheim as her name was. You have ranged attacks, go assist Medea. I pointed up to where Medea and the enemy archer were having a battle above. The fact that a caster servant was meeting one of the 3 knight classes head-on in a fight without any preparation was utterly ridiculous, but it was best to not rely on hope there when we had free servants. Fine. She also shrugged, hopping towards the edge of the wall and using her inhuman strength to scale it rather easily to get high up as they were. The soldiers were switching lines, needing to watch their stamina. Those 2 troublesome servants were handling their tasks, even if they were simple. Enemy servants. Archer being engaged. Lancer nowhere to be seen. Caster retreated into the city and Schweinord pursued. The servant that Marie is fighting was presumably assassin, all that left was Saber, which is where Mash won. It was bearable. For a conflict of this scale, it was contained. The only real chaotic element, relatively speaking, was the massive dragon that burst through several buildings and crushed 100 or so monsters right at the front of the entrance. A large swath of dark energy spewed forth as Saber laid into the mighty beast, almost entirely ignoring the battlefield. The others were quick as well: Lancelot, St. George, and Siegfried. 3 dragon slayers, and King Arthur were fighting one of the most famous dragons from myth and keeping it at bay. Their blades dug into its scales, tiny wounds began appearing. Even so, the dragon whipped its body around and flung the servants to the side, its claws raking the ground beneath it, and while it was boon that those monsters were killed under its rampage, I would much rather deal with an army of mindless monsters than a damn dragon that's strong. Saber's blade filled with that blackened hue as she swung it in front of the monster. Seemingly a good hit because the sheer roar of fury that resounded afterwards made my ears rattle. And it was enough that the dragon was willing to use a breath attack on the ground, right in front of Saber, who was in no way able to dodge at that range. Ritsuka, switch Saber, and mash. I used magecraft to project my voice. I could see the seal on his hand lit up, even if I couldn't hear him. The 2 servants, through the ridiculous magical energy contained with those command seals, were able to warp space and time to switch places. The dragon's breath that would have landed on Saber, and by extension, all of us, was now being warded off by Mash's noble phantasm. The feeling of safety being behind those walls filled me with. And the enemy Saber was now on the back foot with our Saber giving him no quarter. The petite woman was filled with anger from earlier, and she was more than willing to let any enemy around her have it. If the enemy Saber was expecting a proper sword fight, those blasts of magical energy from our Saber quickly disabused him of that notion. I killed all the ones on the side and patched the hole for now. Hinako returned. I collapsed mine cause it was getting annoying. Elizabeth also came trotting back. Hinako, give the left flank some reprieve. I glanced around. Elizabeth, you're on the right. I commanded them again. And while you're there, have Pierre coordinate with Medea. That archer isn't doing much, but if she stops focusing on Medea for even a few seconds, it's going to be disastrous for the soldiers below. It was a careful balancing act, is what I wanted to say, but the fact that there's still a giant freaking dragon rampaging didn't leave me with any confidence at the moment. Even still. See you, Mozart. Go for the kill. I didn't waste time watching. Instead, I moved towards the soldiers full of wounds being brought behind. I didn't have a servant of my own, so my magical energy didn't need to be held in reserve. I may as well provide some healing. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Lancelot POV. It was strangely nostalgic. Fighting alongside fellow knights, even if I never knew them in my life. I felt confident to leave my back to them and they to me. Perhaps that is why my madness was bubbling to the surface. My guilt over this enjoyment was gnawing at my heart. Careful, my friend. The one named St. George grabbed my shoulder, helping me keep steady. The young lady held admirably. Let us finish our task. My fight against Fafnir was a long and arduous one. The wandering knight of the Netherlands stepped forward as well. If we do not wish to draw out a battle that will take a day or so, it is best we put everything we have into a final blow. Agreed. The saint patted his chest. I shall use my noble phantasm. If we combine ours, I do not foresee defeat. I apologize, but my noble phantasm is not one to be used so casually. The destruction it wrought does not lose out to Saber's noble phantasm. My king's holy blade. That is a bold claim. I found myself muttering. I apologize if I offend you, I merely wish to cite an example. He had a habit of apologizing. It was my mistake. A noble knight like him should not be apologizing to someone like me. My own noble phantasm contains all of its destruction onto the edge of the blade. Perhaps Sir George and I will be enough to fell it. Perhaps. He acknowledged. I do not wish my pride to blanket my eyes and say that I am needed to finish my old foe. I am more concerned about finishing the fight quickly to assist my old friend who sought the true enemy. The one who revealed themselves as a demonic being. St. George raised an eyebrow. Yes, that was something I was also having trouble thinking about. I admit that is a new development. He awkwardly smiled. However, in a previous conflict where we stood on opposite sides, he faced me honorably. I still did not know how to feel about this new information. I do not believe myself worthy of judging the person for whom my king loves, but I am unsure of how to proceed with this information. My king was not a fool, such a thing would not hide from their eyes. That is to say, they knew, thus are okay with it. Then it is not my place to utter a word in response. I will do as I was told. And if need be, I will protect my king's treasured person. To see that image of my king smiling, I will gladly sacrifice myself to keep it. It is not my place to place judgment either way. St. George hummed. Our goal is just, that is all that matters for now. Agreed. Siegfried nodded. He is recovering, it is time. The dragon suffered a rebound from firing its breath so close to my son's, the young lady's noble phantasm. Galahad made it clear that he wished not to converse in such a way, thus I would force myself to think in these terms. Allow me to lead the charge. George declared, summoning forth his steed. A beautiful horse, with a fire in its eyes, clearly having seen many battles. If need be, Sir Siegfried, please finish him off. I will await your opening. The dragon-blooded knight nodded. I will assist. I gripped my blackened holy sword. The dragon roared challengingly, noticing us once more. George was fast, a rider class through and through. His mount was but a blur as it headed towards the mighty dragon, the blade of his cleaving through scales on its left leg. The dragon whipped its body around, but St. George was too quick. His mount was not one of flesh and blood any longer, it too was beyond human imagination. It was in the air, leaping above the very buildings. I too took the chance to dash to the side, jumping up the still-standing buildings. The dragon flapped its wings, kicking up a whirlwind with but a gesture. It was about to take flight, a point of failure in our plan. Allow me. I yelled, calling forth the magical energy with the bond with my master. Erendite glowed brilliantly, despite the sins I have committed upon the blade. The reflection of the lake appeared, an echo of what it should have been. Oath to my king. I jumped off the building, ascending to the air as the dragon attempted to take off. Breaking all restraints, Erendite overload. The equivalent to my king's noble phantasm released, but contained onto the edge of the blade. Like swinging my blade through mud, the air was cut with a bright light, but that was not my target. My blade fell upon the wing of the mighty creature. Using all my momentum, I cleaved through it. The black wings that eclipsed the sky were down a number as its amputated limb fell before the dragon itself lost its ability to stay afloat and its own momentum was lost. Gravity reasserted itself, and the beast began to fall from the sky. I was about to fall myself, but I found a familiar steed catching me for my own descent. Well done, Sir Lancelot. George laughed, his own blade glowing bright. Let me show you. This is the truth of Ascalon. Thou dragon with sin, bear witness to my own oaths, Ascalon. His blade alighted with a holy presence. The outline of a dragon marked the beast, imprinting on its exposed underbelly. St. George's blade pierced into the center of the marking, the dragon letting out a roar of fury and pain, but he was not done. He pulled his blade free, and slashed in a cross pattern, splitting the dragon's scales in each movement, and even cleaving away its front right forearm. The dragon crashed to the ground, wounded, bloodied. St. George's horse landed gracefully upon the cobblestone road, and immediately shot forward to catch its own rider. The Saint Knight caught the reins with ease, and landed upon the forward spot as I slid back. And as quick as he took his seat, he steered his companion away, for it was one person's turn. The beast was wounded, incapacitated, but not defeated. My old foe. Siegfried appeared in front of the beast. Let all grudges be settled. You did not appear here of your own will, so I shall do this with mercy. His large sword was held high, and a large torrent of power exploded forth, illuminating the surroundings. The evil dragon will fall. The dragon, as in its nature, forced its body upright and gathered what power between its large maw in response. It was enough to destroy much of the city that still remained, yet the dragon-blooded knight did not move in cowardness. He brought his blade down to meet it. Bamung. The twilight encompassed the dragon's attack, consuming it completely, along with the mighty beast. I could not confirm the death of the dragon with my eyes, but my heart told me that it was defeated for good. The dragon is defeated, but the battle is yet won. St. George smiled. As a knight, these enemies I find abhorrent. He stated, and I followed his gaze towards those walking corpses and things that do not belong. Strangely, I felt myself smiling as well. Then let us see who shall slay more. There was a nostalgic fire in my heart, fighting alongside such people once more. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Reika POV. Is that all you have, Berserker? The wild servant nearly stumbled from my last attack, but he was already running at me with those claws of his. My blade clashed with his gauntlets, sparks flying with each encounter. However, his armor began to crack with the exchange of blows, but he seemingly cared not and continued his reckless onslaught. Vlad the Impaler. I had some impression of him from the last war, and this man was nothing like the one I had previously seen. A calm-headed commander he was no longer. Even his skill had devolved into leaning into his enhanced stats and not making use of them. No, he was acting more like a rabid animal, and I only felt pity. I could understand Master's sentiment more now as I experience it for myself. You deserve better than this. I said softly, even as his claws gouged out the walls behind me. Then fight. He roared, holding his arms out, stakes bursting out from his own flesh, as well as the ground all coming at me like a tidal wave. I activated my mana burst, slashing my blade horizontally, bisecting all his stakes with a burst of lightning. He didn't care as he was already swinging his clawed arms at me without pause. Stop pitying me and give me a proper fight. He growled, increasing his ferocity even further. Each wave of his arm sent shockwaves through the stones around us, sundering the earth and cleaving out walls from the castle itself. I found myself pushed back after the quick exchange, even if no damage had been done. I apologize, you are correct. There is no pity on the battlefield. Please allow me to rectify my behavior. I held my blade in a proper stance and my mana burst further intensified. He leapt at me, claw going for my head. I waited until his gauntlet nearly touched my face before I spun and ducked, slashing at his stomach. I drew blood, and his armor was sliced open. He couldn't catch a footing and stumbled, rolling into some rubble. He quickly pushed it away and stood back up, holding his wound with one hand before dismissing it altogether. Yes. He laughed and came at me once more. One clawed hand from the side, the other from the opposite. My shoulder met his chest with the full force of my quickest step. I raised my foot to kick at his attempt to follow up and grab me and flipped back, slipping out of any touch of his, yet my blade danced through his arms, finding his flesh and continuing to accumulate wounds. He was unrelenting, uncaring, maniacally focused on me. He pulled stakes up from the ground even with them filling the surroundings. I swept my blade out, slicing off the spear tips and used them as thresholds to avoid the remainder, and he met me, spear piercing towards my heart. I was far too used to my spars with Scathack to allow such an obvious attack to get the better of me. It held no will within the strike, no attempt at follow-up, no calculating maneuver. A simple and direct method of attempting to harm me. I merely had to flick my blade upward, knocking the spear from his grasp completely. And in one solid motion, my sword continued through his arm, severing it from his body. He let out a pained shout, but his willpower was admirable, and still tried his best to inflict damage upon me. I ducked under the swipe of his remaining claw, and my blade found his chest, pushing through his armor. His body slumped, yet there was only a look of appreciation. He grabbed at my blade with his remaining arm and surprisingly, pulled it in to further impress upon his failing body. Was it a worthy fight, Impaler? I asked. He chuckled, blood seeping from his mouth as he did. I would have better fought with my true skill, but it would still have been short of your own. He relaxed, peaceful even. It seems I owe you a debt of gratitude. You and that other one, whatever happened to her? Mordred. I asked, and he nodded. She lives happily at our home. Ah, that's good. He nodded in content. This farce is finally over. I hope we meet again so I can repay this gratitude. Thank you, Berserker, for a noble end even in this state. He closed his eyes and his body regressed into magical energy, drifting into the wind. Goodbye. You are worth remembering, Impaler. But I must now find Master, for I fear something may be wrong. *****. Wilhelm POV. Things had taken an unexpected turn. I was expecting a last hurrah by Gillis, maybe doing something immensely stupid like using the Grail to facilitate the summoning of a real nasty monster from the place we don't speak about. Maybe even summon more servants in a panic. But now he's falling to the floor after being stabbed by the Dark Gene. Gene, why? He gasped, confusion and shock written all over his face. The Dark Gene was utterly expressionless as she watched him fade away. And now, she was holding the Grail. Not only that, but for some reason, the book was still lying on the ground. Neither Jean nor I made any sudden moves. I had the impulse to quickly snatch the Grail, but I was hesitant. It was one of those things that I was forced to respect due to the sheer power it held. The fake Jean slowly knelt down and also picked up the two flayed pieces of book that still remained. And now I was feeling like something bad was going to happen. I could feel my power of destruction bubbling under the surface, and I was waiting for the right moment to move in. The book in her hand burst into flames. Her flames. She had shown the ability to command fire already, so it was obvious where those came from. She just burned away the remnants of that disgusting thing without a second thought. Will, please let me handle this. Jean stepped forward, clutching her banner. She looked resolute, ready to fight. Are you sure? Please, this is my responsibility. The source stems from me, and I will bear. A golden chalice smacked her on the head, knocking her off her feet. I blinked as Jean twitched on the ground, and the Grail rolled at her feet. I had to do a double take to make sure that it was in fact the Grail, and seeing as the Dark Gene had empty hands, I believe it was safe to assume. I felt like you were going to say something worth me smacking you on the back of the head, but that works too. I looked down at her. What? Jean regained her senses, looking at the Grail on the ground and snatching it up in her arms. Her eyes darted all around as if she was having trouble believing she was holding it. Finally she turned towards the other Jean in the room. Why? The other Jean just scoffed. I would literally rather die than hear your self-righteous dribble. She turned, and walked towards where the throne was, a few steps and her sword fell to the ground. She slowly let herself fall down onto the small stairs that led up to it. I'm confused. Jean whispered. Are you giving up? I admit, this would be a first. Having the enemy just surrender. I'm honestly at a loss of what to do now. It was so much easier when she was definitely the enemy. Why? Jean hesitantly asked. The question I wanted to know too. What do you mean, why? The dark Jean sneered. You hurt so many people. You did all those things and now. Jean herself seemed unsure of how to proceed. I could imagine she hyped herself up for a fight and didn't quite know how to respond to this predicament. Isn't it obvious? She chuckled, and it sounded self-deprecating. All the revenge, it felt so empty. Burning down those bastards who burned me, it was satisfying, but it didn't fill the void in me at all. So I kept going. Gillis kept promising me everything would work out. I burned and killed all those bastards who watched me do the same, and still nothing. She paused, looking at me. Then you came and these memories suddenly appeared, taunting me. She threw her hands out angrily. It didn't make sense. Nothing made sense. Why was it that I never felt fulfilled? Why is it that the only time I felt peace in my heart was in those memories? She stood up, walking towards Jean, shouting at her. Why is it that after my suffering that he stands by your side? You. She screamed, flames bursting out from her. Why? 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 It's not fair. You realized then? I asked quietly. It's so fucking obvious, isn't it? She snapped her head to me. Why would you stand on the other side after everything? It's because that wasn't me, that was her. She jabbed her finger at Jean. I'm just a fake. Something Gillis created, not even a proper person. All I got was the anger and hate. I hated them, I still hate them, and the anger never stopped. But then all those memories came, and for the first time, I felt something different. Tears were falling down her cheeks, and she quickly turned away from us. I realized it after that fight, why everything was wrong. I'm the fake. You're not fake. Jean whispered. Fuck you. The darker Jean roared, the flames around her intensified. I'm a fake, you damn bitch. Don't you dare fucking pity me. The perfect saintess doesn't hate people. She never gets angry. Of course I'm a goddamn fake. No. Jean countered. You're here right now. You're hurting. A fake person doesn't feel emotion. Screw you. The dark Jean roared again, sending a wave of fire at Jean. I hate everything about you. If you didn't exist. Jean pulled out her banner and slammed it on the ground, activating her noble phantasm, weathering the flames. I'm a fake. No. You stuck-up bitch. The dark Jean was getting angrier, and I felt it not my place to interfere. I'm hatred, I'm anger. That's all I am. I'm evil, I burned down France and everyone I could find. The real Jean d'Arc would never do that. You're not evil. Are you fucking stupid? Did you see how many people I killed? She laughed maniacally. If you don't stop me, I'm going to keep doing it. I'm going to kill more and I'll never stop. Just end me, a fake that doesn't deserve to live. Then why didn't you hurt Mother? The darker Jean hesitated, her eyes widening slightly. I never got the chance. Yes you did. Jean stepped forward once the flames began to die down. You had many opportunities, yet you never did. Shut up. You cared about her still. Shut up. She screamed. You still love her, don't you? I don't. I'm evil. I'm the Dragon Witch, a fake. I refuse to accept you as fake. Jean continued to walk forward until they were within touching distance of one another. If you were evil, you wouldn't still care about Mother. I'm a fake. Not to me. I did horrible things. I will accept you. Jean went to hug her counterpart, and it was shaping up to be a heartwarming moment, but the dark Jean kicked her away before she could get the chance. Wah. Fuck off. She snorted. Take the fucking grail and go. If you don't get the fuck out, I'm gonna start burning you alive. You're such an annoying damn bitch, just looking at you is pissing me off. Despite this, Jean was smiling. Pitiful. It was a single word, but it reverberated through time and space. My heart immediately started beating quicker in my chest. Fear crept up from the lowest parts of my soul, because I recognized the voice. Space was torn asunder, linking 2 points, and it was not by my hand. He stepped out. Garbed in the form of a man, but he was far from it. He looked the same as when he sat upon the throne of his outside of time and space. His presence was suffocating. Solomon. I would not be ashamed to admit, I was fucking scared. I merely wished to see how the singularity ended as I noted the one I gave the grail had died. To my surprise, there is a face that should not be here. His eyes drilled into me. I thought you were dead and cared not to check. Allow me to rectify my mistake, magician. Master, please move out of the way, Reika sent me a message through our link. I barely had a second to process what she spoke, my feet carrying me before my brain made the conscious decision. I grabbed both jeans in my arms and used a burst of Shuanpa to jump out of the way as the hairs on my neck stood up. Sakra's Vajra. Her other noble phantasm, the name reverberated through the stoned halls. The weapon of Indra, coating in that iconic lightning, barreled right towards Solomon, turning everything in its path to ash. The king of magecraft saw it. And with a bored expression, he raised his hand up. I also did not stand still, and the weight of my Zanpakuto filled my hand. Reflect, Musutingai. I immediately activated it. Solomon's eyes, for the briefest of moments, widened as Reiku's noble phantasm slammed into him, sending him right back through the tear in space that he entered from. There was absolutely no time to waste. I grabbed the two jeans before they could utter any kind or response and picked them up under my arms. And I fucking ran. Because that would not stall him for long. ******. A/N. If you want to read 9 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. Chapter 448, Chapter 407. I ignored the pain I was in. I didn't have the courtesy of time to contemplate what exactly I did to allow Reika's noble phantasm to hit. It was stupid and dangerous, and I immediately felt the side effects, indicating that I instinctively pulled off some bullshit to let that sequence of events happen. Which perhaps further increased the rebound, but that was a matter for future Wilhelm to consider. Along with worrying about how the enemy would be wary of similar methods for now on. Reika followed as I pushed everything I had into my Shuanpa. The rooftop I stepped off was reduced to dust from the sheer force I gathered to push forward. The time for subtlety was long gone. And now, I am furious. His voice reverberated. The sky had a small tear open, a void of darkness if you looked at that exact spot. His arm looked mangled, but it healed at ridiculous speeds, and the clothes he wore were mended just as quickly. Whatever damage Reiku had done, it had reached him, but it wasn't enough to stick. Reiku! I shouted, basically throwing the two jean away. It happened so suddenly, and they surely were utterly confused, but I really didn't even have a second to explain. Reika didn't argue and she caught my intentions clear, she grabbed the two-handedly. Master. I have a plan. I replied. Take them to where Chaldea is. I had a plan. And that went out the window as soon as what I assumed was Hebrew spell words left the mouth of that thing. Funny, in another situation, I would probably have lost myself in thought regarding the fact that I couldn't innately understand Hebrew. But in this particular instance, my heart was beating way too fast for me to care. And the spherical anomaly that pulsed from the thing as the center rang my danger senses like a bell. With him at the epicenter, it expanded outward, a monochromatic visual indication of utter stillness. As soon as it touched matter, it was reduced to dust. The buildings closest to him posed absolutely no resistance, and no confirmation that there was anything once standing there bar the drifting dust that the wind swept up. My demonic form receded. In this instance, it didn't make much sense to try to fight fire with a different flavor of fire. This wasn't the time to hold back my trump cards. I reached for the opposite end of the spectrum. I slid to a stop on the ground, retrieving the spear. True Longinus, balance breaker. The holy power erupted from me in every direction. It gathered and solidified into a familiar shape. A halo appeared over my head and 12 wings sprouted from my back. My wings flapped, and I gathered the holy power available to me and reeled my arm back, holding the spear and thrust with all the accumulated power. The spear extended, collided with the magical phenomenon that devoured a chunk out of the surroundings already. What? His startled expression accompanied by his confused shout was all the indication I needed to know what happened, as after a brief moment of battle between the two opposing forces, my spear pierced through. And the holy power that swirled around the spear tip was discharged, scattering the errant magical effect and disrupting the spell sequence completely. The bubble of eradication pulsed and melted away from reality. I allowed Whisper to slip out and fly up into the sky, undetected. But that wasn't the end of it. I felt it. My spear connected, the extension of my spear hit something and it felt like trying to push through a solid steel wall. I dropped Musutingai from the opposite hand. I held the spear, letting it sink into the ground. Instead, I grabbed the spear with both hands, and forced out all the strength I had. My aura bubbled to the surface, lightning crackled around my hands, and even my reinforcement was activated to the fullest extent. With a roar, I adjusted my grip on the spear, and swung it down at the ground, carrying with it the foe I had impaled. The dust had yet to even settle, and I couldn't see him, but I knew he was there. No need to be stealthy, I needed immediate results, thus, Strun Bakuo, I spoke, summoning storm clouds high above to facilitate the next casting of a spell. Whisper only had to work half as hard to cast the remainder of the spell, barely a blink of an eye and it was completed. Thor's hammer. I finished. My lightning construct pulled itself free from the dark clouds, wielding its mighty hammer to strike down upon him. The words overcame the chaotic nature of our fight, of my thunderous spell. Despite the distance and the ambient noises, I could hear it clearly. A bright light extended upwards, piercing through my spell. It reached high up into the clouds, and then cascaded outwards in all directions, clearing away my storm clouds and any semblance that my spell had existed. Brat, let me out. I can stall him for a bit. Drake. I hesitated. Don't think too much about it, just let me have a go. He responded. I relented, and grabbed the other staff out of my ring and summoned the boosted gear onto my arm. Beck Z Zoer Frol Lo. The swords were needed to set up what was essentially a dragon's gate directed purely at Drake inside the boosted gear. Disginiad Yer Imrauder. Drake's dark scales reflected the sun's light as his fake body materialized in front of me. I'll handle him, go brat. Drake's gruff voice shook the surroundings. I barely saw the silhouette of Solomon, but I forced myself to grab my stuff and shot off back to where everyone else was. Right now, the priority was getting Chaldea out of here. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I flew as fast as I could to the front of the city. The monsters and undead were practically cleaned up at this point, so I was thankful for the small mercies there. I saw Reiku, and it looked like she just arrived too, because everyone was warily looking at the other Jean, as if ready to pounce. I shot down to the ground amidst the confusion and widening eyes at my appearance. Schweinorg. Olga blurted out, staring at me. And above her hand was a projected image of Roman. Wilhelm. Are those wings, and a halo? Why do you have those? No time, Roman, initiate ray shifting. I cut him off. Wait, what's going on? Director. I grabbed the grail that Jean was holding onto, the squeak from her was ignored in this circumstance. I practically shoved it into Olga's hands. Solomon is here, ray shift them back now. Was that the light show a few minutes ago? Roman blurted out. Olga only needed a second to comprehend what I said. Roman, initiate ray shifting. Initiating ray shift retrieval. I need a minute or so, but what about Wilhelm? Roman asked. The words died in my throat as I looked up. He's here. CU was the one who answered for me. He knew much more about what was going on than even I did. Like the second time he appeared, a tear in the sky above us opened up, however, it was much larger this time, and something looked out from behind it. A large red eye, reminiscent of the one I saw the first time we fought. He stepped through, looking tattered and battered. He clutched his lower abdomen, blood seeped out and I was guessing that was where I stabbed him with the spear. His arm was still somewhat mangled, and his kept appearance was in disarray. Despite this, I didn't think for a second that anything done so far was permanent. He was still keeping up the visage of a man opposed to what he was hiding underneath. Drake. I didn't feel his presence return to the gauntlet yet. I'll hold him off, you guys just focus on returning. I held up the spear towards him. That's him. Olga whispered. I will stay and fight him as well. Saber stated. You can't, I started, but was quickly cut off. Do not tell me what I can and cannot do. She glared. You literally can't. Olga hissed under her breath. Rayshift Systems grabs all of us at once. Before she could rebuke, Solomon's presence weighed down on everyone. Chaldea. The king of Magecraft spoke, looking down on everyone. Surprisingly, it was Medea who answered him, and not with words. Still holding my staff, she cast her light rain spell. The dozens of condensed beams of magical energy all targeting the men in the sky. A simple one-word response, and a barrier flicked up around him. The dozens of spells landed on it, splashing helplessly upon his shield that didn't waver in the slightest. Amusing. He said curtly. Frankly, everyone looked at her. What? I'm a magic user and have my own pride. She snorted. He can't claim the title of King of Magecraft, and not expect me to take a swing. Boss, what's the plan? Samuel asked. Yes, magician, what is your plan? Solomon apparently found the situation funny. Is this what was rallied together? A group of human mages that have no experience with magecraft, a director that cannot hold a servant contract, and an elemental. He finished, looking at Hinako. I would be insulted if this was not just another expression of humanity's pitiful existence. Frankly, I'm someone who likes simple plans. Stab the bad guy with my spear until he dies seems pretty solid. Talking was fine, talking wasted time. I could keep calm despite my heart beating rapidly in my chest. Yes, your spear. His eyes narrowed and he removed his hand from his abdomen. Something capable of harming me in a way that I cannot analyze. Its name is Gibalg. I said completely straight-faced. Like hell it is. CU scoffed. Perhaps you've heard of it. Demonic spear that curses wounds to be unhealable. No need to look into it further. Something told me that he did not believe me. Ignore the wings and halo. They're just an illusion. I added offhandedly. Do you think I would not recognize the holy power? He snorted. I am Solomon. He waved his arms open. Do you take me for a fool? A beat passed. Yes. And my stalling worked well, because everyone that came from Chaldea began glowing. Rayshift has activated, Roman declared. The effect took hold of them. I expected Solomon to interfere, to do something, but he just stood there, watching. It was a huge relief to see them begin to disappear. Even if Saber was absolutely furious and mouthing many different words to express that. The moment they disappeared, so too did the singularity shake. The world was reaffirming its place on the time axis. Solomon looked at me, and slowly floated to the ground. How curious it is that you care for those lesser species despite not being one of them. I admit, I am surprised to see you living. An intriguing distraction as I watch my plans come to fruition. I looked at Jean, and her counterpart, then at the other servants that were still present. The ones not brought through Chaldea. It was always going to happen this way. They went with the singularity, they knew it, and Chaldea knew it. Well, look at the time. I better get going. You're probably very busy, I'll leave you to it. I was just talking out my ass so I could get closer to Reiku and them. Do you intend to flee once more? Shall I then direct my attention to Chaldea? Nothing but gnats, not worth the effort, but you have already forced my presence here, and I detest my time being wasted. Thus, I may as well remove the annoyance that has entered my eyes and recompose. I stiffened at his proclamation. Did you think that Chaldea was safe? That it was beyond my reach? He continued, with a laugh. Foolish and naive thinking. I have willingly turned a blind eye as one would ignore the ants moving between the blades of grass. But you must know what happens when one of those ants bites. I didn't know what to do. Damned if I ran, damned if I didn't. Will. Jean grabbed me. What are you doing? I don't know. I whispered. I need a moment to think. Then we shall give you time. I looked up to see who said that. Lancelot. We would disappear regardless, allow us to assist. Siegfried smiled, standing between us and Solomon. Sir Lancelot is correct. I admit I am very confused on how to feel with you appearing in that form, but my path is obvious. St. George joined him. A musician is always prepared for an encore. Mozart chuckled. I'm not much of a fighter, but count me in too. Marie cheerfully added. I don't really understand what's going on, but he's the one responsible for hurting my country, right? Despite her cheerfulness, there was an edge to her tone. I am master's servant. Reiku said as well. Solomon raised an unimpressed eyebrow. How droll. As if to signal the start, they all moved at the king of magecraft to engage him. They wouldn't last long. They didn't have a source of magical energy besides Mozart and Reiku. I wasn't even sure if they could deploy their noble phantasms in this state, let alone fight an opponent of that caliber. Think. He handled my authority so easily last time. I could summon my tree, but I don't know if that would be enough. Drake wasn't here. Even if he was defeated, his spirit should return any time now. Dragon words. Primordial runes. Do I call for help? The spear. I heard Musutungai's voice. The spear is reaching out. You can hear it? I asked in confusion. I am a weapon. It is a weapon. Do you find it strange? The spear is the answer. There is one path we have yet to take. I felt a jolt run through me, understanding what he was speaking about. A miracle. Would that be enough? What even was a miracle? I could understand it on some level, but a single word failed to fully extrapolate the depth of its meaning. All right. I felt myself getting more confident. How do we do this? It doesn't have enough strength. Musutungai replied. What do you mean it doesn't have enough strength? Use mine. It's. My head jerked up because I heard Marie scream. St. George stumbled back, Solomon pulling his arm out of his chest. It's not that kind of power. Where do you think the holy power comes from? Then use my authority. Use my magical energy, my aura, use my demonic power. It's already going to be making use of that. Simply put, it needs more holy power. Then why even bring it up? Where? I stopped. No. Master, what's wrong? Reiku grabbed onto me. Absolutely not. It's the only way if you want to save both yourself and Chaldea. Otherwise, you will need to sacrifice one. Not only is she a saintess, she was imbued with his power to repair her Saint Graph. I'm questioning if you're really my Zanpakuto spirit right now. My priority is and always will be you. He replied. There's another way. I dismissed him. We will. Jean's hand grabbed onto the spear. What are you doing, Jean? I felt it call to me. She smiled softly. I understand now. Something felt off. I didn't dismiss my balance breaker, rather it felt like it got sucked away. The spear pulled it away itself. Let go of the spear. It's okay, let me do this. Let go of the spear. I said again. I'm sorry. She replied. Jean, this isn't something you can just walk off. I remember the feeling of just using his authority once. And it was considered less burdensome for him than to use a miracle. I know, I can feel what I need to do. She tried to reassure me. Didn't give me a chance to rebuttal, the spear responded to her and the torrent of power held inside was unleashed. It nearly blew me away, I had to force myself to keep my grip on the spear. Like a hurricane made purely of holy power, it radiated out in all directions. Magician. What are you doing? Solomon's voice carried. His eyes focused solely on us now. The casual and almost bored demeanor of his changed. He grabbed Siegfried by the throat and threw him to the side, looking rushed, and he moved towards us. Reiko was fine, she was not particularly hurt, but definitely not in a winning spot as she was pulling herself up. I was worried, because I felt like if I let go of the spear, something bad would happen. Even if it went against all my instinct to protect her as much as I could. You will go no further. Lancelot wobbly stood to his feet, holding his blade up, not looking very good at all. Begone. Solomon scoffed, activating a chantless spell, and a hole was blasted through Lancelot's chest. He spat out blood, nearly tumbling over, but his blade stabbed into the ground to stop himself from falling. The others weren't doing much better, Mozart was the least affected. But his attacks were nearly ignorable in this circumstance. I would have panicked, if it weren't for the loud roar that resounded across this dissolving world. Drake shot out of the city, in any other situation, his flying would have been comical. But I was genuinely happy to see him. But his fake body was barely held together, practically unraveling at the seams. He didn't do much but fly into Solomon, but I was thankful, nonetheless. The king of magecraft was forced to defend himself. Drake's last hurrah seemingly destroyed what was left of the power sustaining his body, and his spirit quickly returned to the boosted gear. Will, you need to let me. Jean stated. Neither of you will be doing anything. Solomon growled. I do not know what you attempt, but my foresight warns me either way. He flexed his fingers, and I was forced to let go. Reflect, Musutingai, I quickly drew my Zanpakuto again, deflecting the spell he cast. What is that you hold? He looked at my Zanpakuto, eyes narrowed. Twice now, my predictions were cast aside and the future altered. No matter, I simply need to calculate the interval variance for your temporal. The holy power emanating off Jean and the spear intensified. This time, I was well and truly knocked off my feet, barely stopping myself after rolling a couple times. Jean's entire figure was barely visible. More so an outline than any discernible features bar her eyes. It was mostly a pure light that enveloped everything in the vicinity. I felt my heart ache and turned back to Solomon, who was in pain. He let out a shout, falling to his knees. His hands began to glow, no, rather the rings on his fingers began glowing, burning his flesh. Only 9 of them glowed. What is this? He roared in anger, starting with his hands, the flesh on his body was disintegrating. Pieces of what was underneath began to show the demon that hid in the flesh. I felt hands wrap around me, Reiku, helping me to my feet. Master, we must leave. I didn't want to leave her again. Even Reiku knew that something was going to happen. The world came to an eerie silence, then Jean opened her mouth. Yod. Another hand grabbed the spear. Someone I think we all forgot about in the moment, the other Jean grabbed hold of it, and promptly kicked regular Jean away. Jean squawked, as the holy phenomena began to recede. Hey, you're the one responsible, right? The dark Jean looked down at Solomon. Solomon looked pleasantly surprised. That is correct. He pushed himself up, regaining his earlier demeanor. You exist because of me. I was the one who handed the grail to your companion. There was a very pleased undertone to his words, almost smug with his gaze landed on us. And I can assure you that your assistance will be rewarded similarly. This singularity is falling, but it matters not. I will give you another grail for you to use however you see fit. Is that so? She smiled, then too did she cast her gaze on us. But, you said. Jean muttered. I'm just a fake, no matter what you say, that won't change. Those memories forced into my head weren't mine. No, that's not true. Foolish. Solomon snorted. Why do you protest? This is merely human nature. You all betray one another, you all would willingly step upon the corpses of your friends and family just to eke out a minuscule advantage in your worthless existence. I ignored him. Instead, I looked at the other Jean. She smiled, it was a sad smile, not one of revenge or cruelty. But they were my happiest. Solomon's gloating abruptly stopped as too did his face twist into a scowl as his head snapped towards her. What are you doing? Did you know? I'm a fake, through and through. She laughed, pointing the spear at Jean. But a fake made from her. The holy power erupted like a geyser once more. You will not. He moved to stop her, but the abundant holy power stopped him in his tracks. No. Jean screamed, but with Reika's help, I grabbed her and moved towards the only other person still around, Mozart. I quickly opened a portal for us, trusting Musutingai in what he said. The world turned a holy white, dyed with the ridiculous amounts of power that was being discharged. I could hear the words spoken, both from her voice and not. YOD. HEH. WAW. HEH. To invoke my name, is to invoke creation. I pushed everyone through and slammed the portal behind us, not daring to look back. The peacefulness of Chaldea's white walls did nothing to stop my heart that was still beating rapidly. There was a moment or two that I think we all needed to gather our wits. Unfortunately, that was utterly demolished by space tearing asunder. It was not Solomon's method to traverse into the singularity, nor was it something like my own. Rather, it was like someone tore open space with their bare hands and ripped it apart so they could come through. The spear shot out, slamming into the nearby wall. Steam was wafting off of it with errant bits of holy power that evaporated once it flowed too far away from the source. Cracks now ran all along the weapon. It was horrifying to think about how the spear became like that, what transpired that made the vessel, what is essentially a divine construct, but also what is housing Big G's dying will, become like that. I forced myself to discard those thoughts. Rather, I had something else to take care of immediately. That was tending to the sobbing saintess with a head buried into my chest. ******. A/N. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 449, Chapter 408. Everything happened so fast. I didn't know how I felt myself, but at this moment, I think Jean took precedence. She wasn't crying anymore, but she was still not willing to move and I didn't move to make her. The ray-shifting procedures took a few minutes to properly return the people who used it, so it wasn't too surprising that no one had stormed the room thus far. I just sat there silently rubbing her back, letting her feel comfortable. Reika sat at my side, as we literally were situated on the ground. Mozart was slumped against the wall, looking utterly exhausted. I felt bad that he was the only one I grabbed. I don't know who else survived, maybe Siegfried. But in that moment that I had, he was closest, and I just did what I could. Even that victory still felt like a loss. And I still don't know what happened. Where are we supposed to go from here? You're on limited time. Musutingai spoke up in my mind. Enter your inner world, it will be easier to explain. That didn't sound ominous at all. Jean. I whispered. She shifted, rubbing her eyes and sitting up. I'm okay. She said, forcing herself to smile. It's not my first time losing someone. Even if it was my fault. No. I immediately rejected her. I'm the one who let her use the spear. I'm the one who didn't stop her and grabbed you. I'm at fault, not you. If you want to, you can hate me for what happened. Jean was someone who would blame herself, martyr herself if the situation called for it. She was so quick to be willing to sacrifice herself, I would rather she hate me than feel like it was her fault. I couldn't hate you. She spoke softly, adjusting herself so she wasn't leaning on me entirely anymore. Do you know what happened? She asked. The others perked up too. Do you know what happened? She shook her head. I only know that role I was supposed to play. I have a way to find out, give me a moment. I adjusted my posture, so I was sitting cross-legged and put my zanpakuto across my lap. The meditative process that allowed one to sync up with their zanpakuto. I evened my breathing and cleared my mind of all the stray thoughts I was feeling. I felt the wind gently sway my hair and the taste of salt in the air. I opened my eyes to see the vast ocean extending to the horizon. Where I took Jin on our first date. I muttered. I didn't think this would be a place stored in my soul. If you could recall the stretch of sand and water so quickly, then does that not indicate that it was something you cherish enough to keep close? Musutingai stood at the edge of the tide, the water barely missing his feet as it came and went. Yeah, seeing Jin experience something like this for the first time was a memory I would always cherish. You have some explaining to do. I wanted to cut right to the chase. You said I'm on a time limit, what does that mean? And how much of said time do I have? Peace. He held his hands up. Inside your soul, you can experience things quicker, as you know. I would say you need to leave this world line within the hour to be safe. I felt my hands ball up. With a shout, I punched the ground. The sand went everywhere, forming a large crater. I was pissed. After everything that happened, I think it was simply the straw that broke the camel's back, and I lashed out. Fuck me. I fell to my butt. It's better to release that stress than to keep it bottled up. At least there will be no damage done here. He offered. I'll worry about that later, please just tell me what's going on. First, let me ask you. What is a miracle? He looked out towards the ocean. I'm not quite sure, to be honest. Academically, I can point out the definition, but that's rather mundane. And even supposed miracles that were recorded in texts and stories are things that could happen without divine intervention, let alone divine authority. Yet you put your faith in this miracle succeeding. I trust you. I said simply. Thank you for your trust, it was not misplaced. I could vaguely make out the edges of a smile on the corner of his face. To answer, it's difficult. How do you even know all this when I don't? I have spoken with the presence within the spear on a few occasions. He answered. Right, both weapons. I was skeptical. Go on. Do you recall the story of Moses parting the Red Sea? I suppose, though I won't question the validity of it in this situation. But it doesn't seem particularly praiseworthy. I could do that with my authority, as could any god with a similar authority. Hell, I could do it with some time and effort through purely magical means. And I'm pretty sure the same could be said for mundane means, granted that would take much more time and effort. Yes, yet it is recognized as a miracle. And I will tell you that it was in fact a miracle. Sounds contradictory. Yes, but understand the circumstances. He held a hand up, and the ocean churned. Starting from the place he stood, the water began to separate, a line forming all the way to the horizon. The people of Moses were fleeing from the Egyptians after the biblical God engaged the Egyptian gods. Why did the Egyptian gods that were suffering under his wrath not simply collapse the waves upon his people to spite him? Or a plethora of any other creative ways to end but a few mortal lives? I see your point, it's odd. Regardless of how strong Big G was, it's strange that the Jews of Egypt escaped wholly unscathed. A miracle is not a divine authority, you can even say it's a step further. Divine authority is the allowance of a divine being to change the world, to bend it to their will. Zeus commands the sky, he is allowed to bring about storms, to rain lightning, to alter the weather at his discretion. Amaterasu is the sun, as seen in the past, she can take away Japan's sunlight. I get it, I understand how divine authority works in a general sense. A miracle is a statement of fact. It's telling the world that this is going to happen. Past, present, future, it happened, it's happening, it will happen. Even if something is impossible, it will happen if ordained. It is an action in line with the concept of primordial creation. There is a reason that true magic is compared to miracles. Your method of traversing through world lines, you are not asking for permission, you are telling the world that this is where you are going and it happens. As such, you can recall why Meridia was so surprised when you decided to peek at her. There has to be some downside or some ceiling, otherwise he wouldn't be in the state he's in. Of course, nothing is unbeatable. He shrugged. But I doubt you want to waste the time to discuss that fully. Seeing the state the spear was in, it's not hard to guess that a true miracle wasn't something simply done on a whim. Moses didn't simply part the sea through God's will, did he? No, the true miracle was something more. It was that Moses and his people would escape Egypt unmolested. Why holy power? Why couldn't he take my magical energy? Or my divinity? Well, some of it was taken, but he was not in a state to use a miracle, he needed more holy power, and the saintess carried a significant amount with her. Even the other one who rejected God still was a part of the original. But why holy power? I pushed. What do you think holy power is? And not in a general sense, but what separates the church's holy power from, say, your Dawnbreaker? Both are holy, are they not? The intent. I questioned. He shook his head. Many gods have holy abilities. Fire gods with their holy fire, Meridia with her holy light, yet they don't operate at all like holy power, do they? No. I pursed my lips. Holy power, you can consider it derived from the closest approximation to what can be called the essence of creation within the Abrahamic cosmology. You can think of it this way, holy power is equivalent to modern runes when they are compared to primordial runes. As such, the presence within the spear required enough holy power to perform a miracle. Okay. I breathed out. It was a lot of new information to suddenly have dropped on me. Okay, I'm following. It's not groundbreaking. I'm sure I could have deduced this if I had posed the question earlier and was given time to think it over. And I'll give it more thought later, but the mechanics are less important right now. What happened to Solomon? That, I believe I can take a good guess based on the few words exchanged in the last moment. Musutungai moved his arm and the ocean collapsed back onto itself. The one we fought was not Solomon. Obviously, I'm just calling him that because it's easy. He's known for his 10 rings, items of great power bestowed by God, and a clairvoyance that allows him to see past, present, and future. If I had to guess, I believe the miracle removed his ever appearing in the singularity from his end. Pardon. I blinked. From his point of view, I do not believe he ever appeared in the singularity. Your presence was erased from his perception. He never decided to see the fall of Gillis after he lost the Grail. Thus, he will still not bother with Chaldea. But, that's ridiculous. The causality alone. There is a reason it's called a miracle. So everything that happened to us still happened, but he was essentially removed from all chain of events, his knowledge erased, his vision blurred, so to speak. It's not like I expected Goetia to suffer any permanent damage. The presence within the spear didn't have nearly enough juice to pull something like that off, otherwise there'd be no point in me helping it revive. But even still, what he's saying is absurd. If I am correct, then that is a simple approximation of what transpired. He nodded. I put my hands up to hold my head, looking at the ground. That sounds simple on the surface, but if I tried to do something similar with you, I would most likely die. There were too many variables. The casualty alone, like I said, was far too intertwined. All those people who saw him. A miracle. It sounded grandiose, but to see it with my own eyes was humbling in a way. The rings and the clairvoyance, it used those against him, which made it easier. Yes. He nodded again. Otherwise, it would not have been possible in the state that the spear currently was. We were lucky. Very much so. We need to leave. Unfortunately. I understood now. The miracle was, would it be ironic to call the miracle itself a miracle? The rings of Solomon that the thing was wearing were used against it. The God-given clairvoyance was used against it. To simplify it down to the core, my existence in this singularity was essentially obscured to his knowledge. Which was why I had to leave. The longer I stayed, the more likely it is for him to notice me and realize that something was wrong. If he was made to forget about me, in utterly simplistic terms, if he suddenly was presented a huge reminder by seeing me, then, it's possible whatever happened could unravel and he decides to nuke Chaldea and I couldn't stop him. He'll ignore Chaldea if I'm not around, he made that much clear. I whispered. I have to leave again. Regroup and think of another plan. I took a deep breath. All right, thanks Musutingai, I'll head back. I will always be here if you need me. He smiled. I closed my eyes and opened them again, and blinking a few times as now the room was completely filled. Master. Reiku hugged me. Reiku's presence here was much more soothing than she could probably imagine. How long was I? 10 minutes, give or take. Mozart informed me. It felt like 4 times that inside. Good. Schweinorg, you have some explaining to do. Olga demanded. But, it's good you made it back. Her expression softened. Sir Wiggle seemed to agree because he jumped out of her arms and onto my head. Even Foe wasn't giving me a hard time as he sat in Masha's arms. Barely. I took a chance to look around at a lot of faces I hadn't seen in person in a while. Roman, Da Vinci. Ah, it's nice to see you again, in the flesh. Roman chuckled. You may feast your eyes upon perfection again. Da Vinci pushed her chest out. You can thank me at any time. I found myself smiling despite the situation. Even the low growl from Saber was more amusing than not. I have to leave again, soon. We're on a clock. Explain. Olga's eyes narrowed. Right. I pushed myself to my feet. Solomon, and yes I'm just calling him that for simplicity's sake, he appeared after Gillis was killed and we retrieved the Grail because he simply wanted to see how the singularity played out and saw me. If I wasn't there, he would have never come and ignored everything. I met CU's eyes in the corner, and the look he gave me was one that understood exactly what I meant by that. What, you're running away because you think he's going to come back? Olga scoffed. He made it clear that I was the reason he even came in the first place. But it has more to do with what happened after. Do it have anything to do with the divine spear impaled in the wall over here? Da Vinci asked, jabbing her thumb at the Longinus. Yes. I admitted. Schweinorg, I have so many questions right now. Olga crossed her arms. I used the spear and with the help of the Abrahamic god, he invoked a miracle. Essentially, it made it so that Solomon never went to the singularity. Basically, it's obscuring my existence for the moment. But, the casualty alone. Da Vinci mumbled. Yeah, I said the same thing. I snorted. It's called a miracle for a reason, as was said to me. Are you an angel, boss? Samuel asked. CU snorted out some laughter. Nice question, farm boy. Despite the abruptness and humor one could find in that question, a lot of people looked rather eager to hear my response. No, I was just borrowing the power of the spear. I shook my head. And what is that spear? Hinako asked. It's giving me some dangerous feelings. Isn't it obvious? Da Vinci tilted her head. No. Olga huffed. It's the spear of Longinus, isn't it? Roman said, staring at it. Why was there a sort of trepidation look on his face? As in the spear form the Bible? Ritsuka asked. Isn't that one of the most protected artifacts of the church? There's no way that's the spear of destiny, right Schweinorg? Olga asked for clarification. Yes. Olga opened her mouth and closed it slowly. The church is going to crucify me after we finish. Is it a bad time to mention that I'm a half-devil? And I was met with silence. Am I going to hell? Samuel asked. Don't be an idiot. Olga scoffed. He's just joking, right Schweinorg? Father is one of the 4 rulers of hell, my mom was human. Oh my god, you were telling the truth. Hinako's eyes widened. I did tell her jokingly before. The church is going to crucify me. Olga repeated again. Oh, stop whining. Da Vinci rolled her eyes. Besides, he's not bursting into flames by holding that spear, so I think we're fine. If the world has not ended, I would be feeling very different right now. Pierre muttered something more in French that I didn't quite pick up on. If it makes you feel better, I'm actually on good terms with Big G. I offered. Don't call him that. Jean squeaked. It's endearing. You're not using it that way and you know it. She countered. The Archangel Michael invited me to become an angel. I threw out. Nia. I was happy that she wasn't still, like she was before. But I wasn't an idiot and it's obvious she was just suppressing it. As she said, she wasn't new to losing people she cared about. She fought in a bloody war, the people at her side were killed all the time. For real though, I've never actually been to hell. I grew up thinking I was human until a few years ago. And Zelretch is my grandfather, adopted, so if you have hesitation, then you should know where he stands. And I wasn't kidding when I said I was on good terms with heaven in general. Holy power doesn't really smite me anymore. I don't know how to feel about this. Olga finally responded. I'm going to bury it deep down until I have time to process it when the world isn't ending. Don't see what the big deal is. See, you leaned against the wall. My old man is a god. The witch hiding over there is descended from a titan or something. Just feels like more of the same really. When you say it like that I feel kind of silly for getting worked up. Samuel scratched his head. Nothing changes. Saber stated, nothing else added. For some reason, that meant a lot to me. The Antichrist is on my payroll. Olga muttered. That's actually some other dumbass. I don't think that suit her however. Oh. Can I get some samples? Da Vinci's eyes lit up. Castor, cease. Olga growled. Just a little bit of blood, please. Da Vinci, not now. Roman held her back. But why do you gotta leave, boss? Samuel asked, seemingly ignoring them. Chaldea sort of obscures Chaldea as a whole from forms of clairvoyance, but it's not perfect. If he sees me, he'll decide to destroy Chaldea. He threatened to do that before when I was about to run. Which meant we were forced to fight, and well, as you can see, the spear is cracked beyond all hell. Olga let out a long sigh. I'm frustrated by your reasoning, but I can't argue against it. It can't be helped. CU agreed. No point if we just get blown up before we can get going. You said he was ignoring us, we need to ride that out as long as possible. Hard to argue when literal God intervened to make this happen. Olga groaned. This isn't for good, Schweinorg. I am ordering you to prepare for your return. You're the leader of B Team. She was still wearing my hat, which was very cute and I couldn't help myself. I pushed it down a little on her head. She let out a cute squeak and flailed her arms in my direction. When will you be back? Ritsuka asked. Things were pretty hectic, and I can't imagine them without you. I don't know, I need to talk to Zelretch and figure out the next course of action. But you guys would have been able to handle this singularity without me, you did everything perfectly. I trust you all to handle the singularities if I'm not here. We'll make do. Hinako crossed her arms. We're in a better position than if you weren't here at all. I'd probably be dead, same with the others. We actually know who we're up against with an idea of what to do. I was thankful for her easing the atmosphere. I'm not just leaving without doing anything. I made sure Olga stocked up on supplies. I said, pointing to her hat. And these are for you guys. I produced a few books, handing them to Samuel since he was closest. A bunch of spells, some of them I created, some of them just ones I came across. It's filled with my notes and step-by-step instructions. You're just handing him the secrets to your mysteries. Olga gawked. You can look at them too, I don't mind. I shrugged. It's mostly things on the lower end of the spectrum, but useful nonetheless. Thanks, boss. Samuel was quick to offer his thanks. And I guess I should turn Mozart over to you guys. I glanced at the musician. Now that I think about it, how exactly would you switch his contract to Chaldea? Roman looked thoughtful. I don't know if we can. I don't think we've ever considered this possibility. Temporary contracts within the singularity are one thing, but we never anticipated that a servant from a singularity would be brought back. Well, I suppose I could rework some of the core systems. Add a redundancy protocol to attach to any servant with a sequence to check. Absolutely not. Olga cut off Da Vinci. You are not messing with the summon system when it's already being held together with what is basically duct tape. It's not that bad. Da Vinci whined. This is giving me some idea I want to test, Director. Actually, I had to duct tape a few things this morning. Roman awkwardly shuffled in spot. I react my statement. Da Vinci coughed. Well, you have a choice then, Mozart. You can fade and hope to be summoned, or you can come with me. I offered. Mozart raised an eyebrow. To descend into the bowls of hell itself. His eyes practically sparkled. How insidious. I feel the beginnings of inspiration. Well, I guess that settles that. Wait. What about me? Jean asked. You don't get a choice, you're coming with me. But. Nope. I yanked her braid. You have no excuses this time. We're going to have such a wonderful time together, Reiko cooed, wrapping up the Saintess in a tight hug. So many wonderful new things to teach you. Reiko has the right idea. I refuse to leave her again. It's best we leave sooner rather than later. I hated it. I hated having to leave again and leave things up to chance in some aspects. And I would like my staff back. Medea was in the back and I heard her click her tongue. Was hoping you would forget. Really? I asked dryly. Was worth a shot. She tossed it to me and I happily put it away before pulling the Longinus free from the wall. It felt so weak. I would worry about that once I got home. We'll handle everything until you get back, boss. Samuel smiled. Yes, senpai. We'll be ready when you get back. Mash nodded vigorously. It was not the best circumstances to say goodbye, and it was clear that there was a degree of stress and uncertainty, but I suppose it couldn't be helped. I was about to say my final goodbye, but Saber's petite hand grabbed at my collar, pulling me down until I was eye level. She stared into my eyes for several moments. You will return. Of course. I smiled. I will protect them until you do so. She released me. It puts me at ease knowing you will. She twitched slightly. Yes, as it should. She turned away. I will await your return and you will be thankful next we meet. Take care of yourself. CU walked up, patting my shoulder. I'll do my best to watch the kids. Got any last-minute advice? He tapped his chin. 6th. He said rather cryptically. At least by then. He leaned in with a whisper for only me to hear. I nodded, only guessing at what he meant by that. He silently handed me my spear without any hesitation. Anyone would just be dragging it off. I opened up a portal while I felt we were still safe and the others hesitantly walked through, followed by Reiko. One last smiled and nod, and I followed behind, leaving them to the unknown. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Solomon, POV. Something was wrong. I sat upon the throne of time, silence permeating the void around me, yet, I felt something amiss. Why was there this phantom feeling so suddenly? Wrong, report. Calculations within 0.00047% error margin. Good. Barbatos, report. Beginning final preparations, no anomalies. Gremory, report. Removing all traces of subject F-118. Acceptable. Even still, why does this strange sensation still permeate? Was I anxious? The thought made me scowl before I squashed it. What force could possibly force such a human emotion upon me? The thought was utterly ridiculous, and I felt foolish for even considering it. Even so, it would be further foolish to ignore this feeling I was having. Floros, report. The singularity labeled F-004 has been removed. Processing source of destruction, Grail has been removed from the time period, counterforce assault expected and observed. Timeline realigned with proper human history. Singularities labeled F-005 through F-008 noted no anomalies and progress as expected. Designation singularity F-009 suffers further degradation and assimilation by entity labeled Goddess Rhongominiad. Observation has been established, any action has been rendered immaterial and further consideration not needed. Evaluation, proceeding as normal. Singularity F019. That is enough. I responded, tapping the throne. Everything was proceeding within considerations. The anomaly goddess that appeared in the seventh singularity notwithstanding, but wholly irrelevant. The nature of her weapon made intervention a risk unneeded. Priorities aligned, foreign interference by her was not predicted, but caused no overall concern. However, I was still feeling uneasy and it was beginning to infuriate me. Why was it as if I was unable to recall something important? Ridiculous. Agars, run a diagnostic on the connected hive route. Initiating redundancy protocols and infiltration assertion. Full internal scans completed, no outside interference detected. Request further orders. No need, return to what you were previously doing. Why did it persist? Floros, report on Singularity F004. Resolution achieved by organization designated Chaldea. Traces of rayshift alignment detected, probability of extranormal entity interference, 0.091%. Resolution, destruction of Chaldea would result in an efficiency increase of 1.05%. Request destruction of Chaldea. Alosis rejects this proposal. Unnecessary to focus on insignificant humans. Furfur agrees with Alosis. Malfa's in agreement. Kame in agreement. Eligos in agreement. Buer agrees with Floros. Chaldea poses minuscule risk, effort to remove requires less than a percentage of resources. Logical conclusion, remove uncontrollable factors. Citri finds Buer's acknowledgement of humans to be disgusting. Vapor in agreement with Citri. Buer merely wishes to remove annoyances. Paimon agrees with Buer. Bugs should be squashed. IPOs remains neutral. Nabrius thinks that Floros should be remade and memories modified. Anger clouding judgment from loss to humans. Floros argues that he did not lose to humans. Anomaly registered as magician and unknown factor with resonance with us. Relationship with Chaldea. Enough. I ended the argument between my demon pillars. Ignore the humans, we are nearing completion of our goal. Their stomping around matters not. There was nothing there that required my attention. It did not matter if the singularities were fixed, they were merely a means to an end. It would be a simple matter of destroying Chaldea, but the thought of putting forth the effort grated on my mind. Mere insects hopping around without any true understanding of what was occurring. No, I felt disgusted at the idea of them gaining my attention to require destruction in the first place. Merely a single singularity cleared by them. Perhaps the easiest one of them all. There was nothing there that required my attention. Passing amusement, nothing else. There was nothing there that required my attention. Perhaps I would show myself should they provide better entertainment. The last vestiges of humanity, floundering upon the precipice of my true victory. However, there was nothing there that required my attention. What was troubling me? There was nothing there that required my attention. I suppose it was some nonsense if I deemed it too infantile to even devote additional mental power to contemplate. There was nothing there that required my attention. There was nothing there that require_DMY_ATTENT. I_O__N. I raised my hand to clutch my head as something strange flashed across my mind, but immediately, the feeling disappeared. Nothing was amiss. Floros, continue with your report regarding Singularity F010. *****. A/N. Big G basically went, you were never here, and everything forced itself into place to accommodate that along with a little missive to ignore Chaldea for the time being. Before people jump me about Goetia escaping unscathed, Big G in the spear is not alive. It did this while being a dying will. He got mind whammied pretty damn hard to give Wilhelm and Cohen out. It won't work like this next time. If you want to read 9 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. Chapter 450, Interlude 32. Samuel Washington POV. Really gonna have to thank the kid when he gets back. CU said, downing the rest of his beer. Almost makes it worth it to give back my spear if I can get something good to drink like this. Isn't it his spear? I asked. Semantics. Why'd you give it back then? That bitch is probably gonna pop up soon, I just know it. I'm already gonna get my ass kicked when she finds out I was summoned as a caster. But if she sees that I also have her spear, she's gonna kick my ass twice as hard when I inevitably tell her why. Bad breakup? Pierre asked, swirling his bottle. Frankly, I reckon that wasn't a proper thing to ask a man, but CU didn't seem to mind. You don't know the half of it. He laughed. There's a reason I'm still surprised that the kid managed to tame her, apparently, Frenchie. Maybe it was problems in bed. Pierre retorted. Like hell. She was begging me to bed her in the end. CU puffed up his chest. Every woman I've ever laid with was ruined for any other man. So bad they wish only a woman's company, yes. Oh fuck you. We can ask the boss when he gets back. How ruined is his woman, yes. God damn it, that's one example. Doesn't prove anything. Can ask her when she comes around, like you said. Alright, you're becoming too dangerous to let live. For the sake of my continued existence, I think it's best that we have one less master running around. Tu ver quan est tape. Vas y alors. Pierre stood up. I didn't understand French, but it was pretty easy to guess the universal sigh of bring it on. Ha ha ha, you're alright Frenchie. CU slapped his knee. Come on, guys. Don't fight. Ritsuka tried to be the voice of reason. Ain't really fightin', Ritsuka. I replied. If they'd be wanting to go about it, it'd been looking a lot worse than this. Me and my friends got into much worse when we were just messing around back home. Farm boy has the right of it. CU grunted. Back in my day, if you couldn't find a good enemy to fight, you'd find your best friend and throw your best insult to get him in a fighting mood. Loser usually bought the drinks after. Expected of an uncivilized place. Pierre sniffed. Virgin. CU shot back. I have had plenty of women. I am more than capable of finding affection. Prove it. How do you expect me to prove it? There are less than a. He stumbled. Probably about 150 staff left. I helped out. Merci. He nodded to me. Majority men. Then go for that witch of yours. Cass, toy. Ha ha ha, what's wrong Frenchie? Haven't tamed that witch of yours yet. Yes, please do answer. His servant appeared behind him. Have you tamed me yet, master? I prefer my balls intact. Good answer. Medea laughed. And as the Americans say, I do not stick my dick in crazy. Pierre snorted. You tell her, Frenchie. CU laughed. I just groaned, 'cause I felt another fight coming on. They were always sniping at each other. Oh please, the literal Celt is going to throw stones. Your escapades are well known, mutt. Never said I agreed, but any shot taken at you is one I'll back up. Charming. She said dryly. Is this what you boys get up to? Talking behind my back and insulting me, Actually, ma'am, I don't think bad of you. I don't put much stock in them stories and whatnot. You've been helpful ever since you were summoned. My ma would have slapped me something fierce if I went around insulting women like she thought I was. Yeah, I don't know what everyone's been on about. I don't know any stories or anything, but you've been really nice. Ritsuka smiled. I'm speechless because I feel like you two couldn't lie if your lives depended on it, which makes it even worse. I think you're a bitch. Pierre unhelpfully added. Medea's eyes landed on her master, her lips twitching. And the honesty is more appreciated than you'd think. She let out a sigh. Scoot over, master. She practically pushed him over and sat down. Didn't think you'd be someone to come slumming it with us, witch. CU grabbed one of the beers out of the cooler and tossed it to her. Please, I lived on a boat for years. She caught it and flicked off the cap. This is nothing in comparison to that. If you don't mind me asking, ma'am, but do you need something from us? You haven't made it a secret that you don't like keeping company and prefer your room. I asked. I guess I haven't. She replied after taking a sip. Was just curious to see what a bunch of boys get up to when all alone. Pretty much what I expected. Though, I thought you would be more worried about other things. Like what? Ritsuka blinked. Are you serious? He shrugged. Medea raised her hand to rub the bridge of her nose. Everything that happened. The king of magecraft appearing and running roughshod over all of us, maybe. Maybe the fact that your boss is, as he said, a half-devil. Or his casually throwing out divine constructs like they're going out of style. We ain't mages, ma'am. I replied. She opened her mouth and closed it again. Hades, I keep forgetting that you all are literally new to magecraft, not just the idiots in this era who claim to be skilled. They're doing pretty good for being dropped in the deep end. CU added. I begrudgingly admit that. She shook her head in exasperation. And you all aren't put off by what you found out about the boyo. That religion based around his race is pretty widespread in your time period. I shrugged. Went to church growing up, but didn't really care much for it. Boss has done good by me so far, so it isn't something I really care about considering everything else that's been happening. It's not really that popular over in Japan. Ritsuka scratched his cheek. Was surprising and everything, but it doesn't really change anything, you know. What about you, master? I've heard you praying sometimes. She asked. Pierre frowned and said something under his breath. Doesn't matter. He shook his head. And I was not practicing before this. Couldn't fault them and neither. Went on my knees a time or two since the world ended and said a prayer when I was feeling overwhelmed. Just hope he gets back soon. I muttered. Don't count on it, farm boy. CU snorted. Things would be bad if he suddenly jumped back here. We're northwest, we're close to being ready to face that monster again. I'm surprised you're admitting that he's that much of a threat. Isn't it your usual prerogative to jump at him with your stick, swinging? Medea responded. If I could, I would have already. CU rolled his eyes. You know how far up Shit Creek we are. Medea scoffed, but didn't deny it. He blocked my spell far too easily. She grumbled. Didn't really have a chance to get into it properly, but that is not something that fills me with confidence. And I even had the boyo's staff. How bad a spot are we in? I hesitantly asked. CU and Medea shared an awkward look. Farm boy, even if this place didn't get blown up like it did originally, even if humanity was still here, with all the most powerful people of your era fighting against him, you'd still be in an uphill fight. As it stands, we ain't got anywhere near that kind of force. He might even be putting it mildly. Medea added. Just means we gotta get better. I replied. You are just adorable. Medea giggled. I like the attitude at least, but don't expect any miracles. CU chuckled. We can get started on some more things before the next singularity. Hand me the book behind you. I reached behind me to pick up one of the books that boss left for us and handed it to him. Was looking over the spells boss wrote up. Oh, one of those books he handed over. Medea questioned. Call me mildly interested. CU took it, flipping through a few pages. Not bad. A lot of basic shit, but it's good from your standpoint, most of it modified to be easier but lacking in the usual power and whatnot. Hand it over. Medea held her hand out. Ask nicely. I won't teleport you outside into the snow if you hand it over. Bitch please. Pretend to be that good with someone who doesn't know. Medea rolled her eyes. Just hand it over, you mutt. CU snorted, tossing her the book. Runecraft. Medea made a noise of disgust. What's that supposed to mean? CU grumbled. It means that I stopped caring. She practically tossed the book away. Doubt all of the other books he gave were like this. I'll check them out later. But I don't really care about runecraft, too annoying for me. Good for your brat, though. Yeah. Farm boy over here has some talent for it, so I'll try to get a dozen or so spells under his belt by the time the next singularity hits. I've been practicing a lot in my free time. I nodded. Why can't you be like him, master? Medea poked her own master. Why can't you be like him? He countered, pointing at CU. Oh my, is that you asking for my help? Medea's grin grew wide. I would love to help you. I'm sure. Pierre drawled. All right. Less kidding, it's a pretty crappy situation that can't be denied. So I'll swallow my pride and teach you something. Pick one thing you want to be good with and I'll help you with that. Pardon. He responded. One thing. No point in rounding you out like the mud is doing to the budding druid over there. He's not going to master anything fantastical, but he's going to be very well-rounded in most situations. You though, I'm going to teach you one thing really well, and you're going to master that by the time we're finished. Medea responded. Not a bad approach. If they're all just average at a bunch of things, that has its own problem. CU rubbed his chin. So choose, master. Pierre went silent for a few moments. Teach me how do you say? He started gesturing with his hands, but I think I got the meaning. Explode. I offered. Yes. Pierre smiled. Teach me to explode things very well. Medea's eyes widened and her grin grew further. Well, master, I do believe this relationship will become much more enjoyable for me. What about you, Ritsuka? You've been practicing too. I didn't want to keep him out of it either. Well. I've been practicing a little but I've been focusing on some other stuff. What's more important than practicing your magecraft? I almost said magic. Well, I've been spending time with Mash to get better coordinating with her. He replied. That's true, she's going to need a little extra help there. CU nodded. And I've been with Saber too. She's intent on training us. He smiled awkwardly. I've also been trying to get her to open up a bit. She's always been a bit stiff, and I wanted her to relax around us. Well, I guess that makes sense too. He has more servants than us, he needs to spend time building that trust. And then I've been seeing Da Vinci too. She's been telling me a lot of interesting things and helping me with. Wait, have you just been spending all your free time with the girls around here? CU interrupted. I guess. He blinked. Beat him up. See you commanded. Wait, what? Ritsuka squeaked. Even I feel a little jealous. Medea added. Proceed. Wah. Sorry, Ritsuka, take your punishment. I apologized, but he deserved to get a few shoulder punches. I didn't do anything. You've been flirting with all the women instead of training. Even Pierre grumbled. Deserving of a beating. It wasn't flirting. I promise. Let's go ask Mash, she's a kind girl who wouldn't lie. I offered. She'll tell us all about what you've been doing in private. In private, What have you been doing to that adorable little girl? Medea's eyes narrowed. Nothing. All right. Cu was somehow the voice of reason. I guess it makes sense in his case. They did say he had stupidly high compatibility with servants. Instead of wasting his time on magecraft, he'd honestly probably be better spent getting more familiar with his servants since he's probably going to end up with a lot more than you two. Can we still beat him up? Pierre asked. No. Ritsuka vigorously shook his head. I'll allow it. Medea overruled. Did I come at a bad time? Roman peeked his head through the door. Roman. Ritsuka acted like he was saved, for now. There's a bro code, Ritsuka. There will be a reckoning. I just came over to tell you all to gather in the servant summoning room. We're going to attempt a few summons. Ritsuka looked a bit nervous. Probably because everyone was looking at him. Asterisk. Olga Marie Animosphere POV. I fiddled with my hat, but it felt off for some reason. Maybe because my rabbit wasn't with me anymore. His rabbit, not mine. Director, they should be arriving momentarily. They were just cleaning up before coming over. Roman returned. Wonderful. Da Vinci clapped her hands. I can't wait to see if we get the data. Yeah. Roman, are you okay? You've been, kind of off since Wilhelm left. Da Vinci looked at him. Yeah. Just tired, I guess. He awkwardly smiled. Don't worry, I'll get some rest after we wrap up for today. I couldn't blame him, I was utterly exhausted myself. Barely a day after the singularity, and still I just wanted to curl up in my bed and pretend that everything was going to be okay. There was so much to unpack from a single conversation with Schweinorg. He was a half-devil, whatever the hell that meant. Not a demon, specifically a half-devil. If the church found out he even stepped foot here, we'd be burned down in their righteous anger. Granted, they would have to deal with an army of angry servants with my express approval, but that didn't diminish the threat on their end. Then to come to find out, not only he validates the existence of God, but turns into an angel and talks about him as if they'd had casual conversations. Not to mention the Longinus, one of the church's supposed most holy relics and power weapons just there. Nearly broken because he did something to save our behinds again. And here I wish this was back in time to when I found out here was merely the grandson of the wizard marshal. Back when things were simple. The thought made me mentally scoff. He was gone, again, that was what mattered in this moment. And he left to protect us. We were too weak to have him by our side in this conflict for the moment. I couldn't argue with him either. We all saw firsthand how Solomon just went right through our teams and could have easily ended us before we ran. And that is to say, he could have even killed Schweinorg, a literal magician who was wielding divine weapons and powers I couldn't even begin to comprehend. It almost felt pointless to continue. Yet, for all the self-depreciating thoughts, the fact that he for some reason thought we could continue without him was motivating. It made me feel embarrassed for even thinking about throwing in the proverbial towel because things got too hard. So, we will press on. It didn't change anything, the world already ended, what's the worst that could happen if we fail? It stays ended. At least there would be no Mages Association to point fingers at me and throw their insults and criticisms. Even after that entire disaster that was Orleans, we were in a mildly better place. We had much more abundant resources because of Schweinorg once more. Enough that we could splurge on luxuries such as alcohol. I wanted to shout in frustration that he included something like that, but giving it more thought, it would be a good morale boost. Things were already teetering, allowing some staff and even servants a moment to unwind and relax with the help of alcoholic substances would go to easing the atmosphere around here. Besides that, and the other plethora of resources that would allow us to press on for many more months with room to spare, we now had one particular item of value. Da Vinci, what are the readings on the Grail? I asked. Everything looks good so far. She threw a thumbs up. No signs of failure? I questioned, skeptically. You don't trust my genius? She looked offended, but I ignored her attitude. I don't trust the Grail that we acquired from a dubious source. All right, that's fair. She grumbled. But the machines I build look to be harnessing the residual power properly without tapping into the underlying mechanisms. Good, that's good. Despite the benefit, I couldn't help but bite my thumb. I did not like using the Grail as a power source, but to deny the usage of it under these circumstances was the height of foolishness. This was the best use of the object, however. Our power supply had been found wanting, at best. Now, we were in the green, so to speak. Many more of our subsystems were coming back online, and with that, it meant servant summoning was not something to be used sparingly. Now, we could probably try every few days, if we were lucky. And looks like they arrived. I reached over to press the intercom's button. Caster, you both are on guard duty. And is Saber and Mash present? I'm here, Director. Mash looked out of breath as she ran into the roof, looking a bit scuffled as Saber followed in behind her. I would not chide her in this circumstance, as it appears she was busy training. Good, such dedication should be commended, and this was short notice anyways. We didn't actually need her shield physically here anymore anyways. We will proceed. Samuel, you will be up first, followed by Ritsuka, then Pierre, and lastly Hinako. These will be the only summoning attempts today as we evaluate the new parameters we're operating under. I removed my finger from the intercoms. This wasn't their first time, so I needed not to hold their hands. Samuel went first. Systems look good. Roman monitored. Power supply is steady, no unnatural spikes, no strains on any other systems either. Da Vinci added. Let them proceed as normal then. I breathed out, watching from behind a screen. Energy spikes. Problem. I snapped my head to Roman. No. It's just a servant with a noticeably powerful Saint graph being pulled. That's good. I felt myself relax. Don't meddle, let's see how the systems handle it. We were lucky, a servant summoned on the first try. The room was engulfed in the familiar light as their outline appeared amidst the magical phenomenon. Your foxy wife has arrived. The servant declared, a tail swaying behind their back, and fox ears upon their caster servant, Tamamonome is here. Frankly, we all exchanged looks. Nice to meet you, ma'am. Samuel awkwardly greeted. Kaya. My husband's accent is so charming. She is eccentric. Da Vinci blinked. And another caster servant. What's with all the casters? This is starting to get ridiculous. Are we not bothered by her identity? Roman asked, sounding concerned. Roman, the leader of B team, is literally the son of Satan. I think we're past the point of caring about this sort of thing. I sighed, pressing the intercom button. Prepare for the next summoning. Caster, could you please step back? We're going to summon more servants. Samuel tried his best to wrangle his new servant. Anything for my new hubby. Okay, maybe he'll be able to handle her well. Ritsuka stepped up next. I had expectations for him, his stats as a candidate were utterly absurd. Perhaps the highest in the entire world. I guess that meant more when there still was a world outside these walls. Systems operating properly again, and another spike. Another servant. Even with my expectations, I was surprised. A welcome surprise, but one nonetheless. Everything is still stable. Da Vinci confirmed. Good, just watch then. This time, it was a servant we were familiar with. Berserker Kiyoheim greets her ancient. The servant from the previous singularity reappeared. A berserker, better than a caster I suppose. Welcome back, Berserker. Ritsuka smiled. It must be fate, to reunite with my dear Anshin like this. Please take care of me, husband. All right. Roman. Yes, Director. Please get started on the guidelines for master and servant relationships that I asked you about yesterday. I'll get started on it after. Prioritize it, Roman. I have a feeling they're going to need help very soon. I'm cursed, that's the only explanation. Proceed with the next summoning. I stated over the intercoms again. Please stand over here with me, Berserker. Ritsuko gestured. Of course, my dear Anshin. She skipped over to his side. Oh, and if you ever lie to me, I'll burn you to a crisp. I'll get on that right after the summonings are finished, Director. Thank you, Roman. I strained a smile. It was now Pierre's turn. And I didn't actually know if I wanted this summon to be successful or not. Energy flare up. Here we go. The summoning proceeded without issue. And another familiar face greeted up. Accepting your summons, it's Marie again. Marie Antoinette appeared. I'm so happy to see you all again, and you can count on me. She recalled the singularity. Should that be possible? Is it because we're using the Grail or something else? The normal Grail war was supposed to take in the defeated servants before they returned to the throne. Did something similar happen and we're simply pulling from the stored data, and Samuel was simply a normal summoning? So many questions and I doubt I would find an answer, nor was it particularly important right now. At least we have a normal one. Roman sighed in relief. And I felt similar. Oh, it looks like you're my master now, cutie, Marie cooed, walking to Pierre's side. I will gladly fight by your side, your highness. Pierre bowed his head. Does God hate us? I asked. I wouldn't be surprised. Roman muttered. Let's get the last one over with. Oh, you too, so dramatic. Da Vinci giggled. She took the opportunity to press the intercom's button. On to the last one, guys. Hinako, you're up. They all stepped to the side and Hinako began. Oh, a massive energy spike. Roman's eyes widened. Wait, the system is struggling, something's wrong. We both glanced over, but Da Vinci even looked panicked and ran over. This isn't right. Wait, what's going on? We're getting a surge of power from outside. Something commandeered the summoning. I ran over and quickly pressed the intercom's button. Prepare for a battle. I quickly called out. There were enough servants present that I wasn't too worried, but they should be prepared for the worst case. All eyes fell on the forming vessel of the oncoming servants and I think all of us were speechless as she appeared. She seemed to ignore the tension in the summoning room and opened her mouth. Servant Avenger, Jean Dark answers your summons. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A/N. If you want to read 9 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/asteriforon. Chapter 451, Chapter 409. Dreams were weird. Dreams that were filled with memories not your own. The dream cycle took that to the next level. It almost felt like lucid dreaming, except I couldn't control anything, but still experienced it vividly. I watched Reiku and Vlad fight. The maniacal laughter of his even as Reiku continued to fill his body with wounds. From the position I was able to see, it seems like he genuinely was rejoicing in / reveling in / happy about his defeat. Which wasn't odd considering how much he despised his connection to the vampire, and to be forced into the state so close to that was the worst torture you could inflict upon him. I couldn't help but marvel at Reiku's skill. Vlad was no match for her whatsoever. He acted like a mindless berserker, just throwing himself at her at every opportunity. It reminded me of how Lancelot was under his own madness. Granted, I did not believe Vlad to be anywhere near as skilled as Lancelot was. Vlad was a general first and foremost. That wasn't to deny his presence on the battlefield, leading the charge against his enemies. But he did not take the path of a warrior, but of a leader primarily. And I didn't think he would dispute that claim either. Seeing Reiku dance around his blows and gracefully inflict cut after cut, whittling him down until she severed his arm, it could only be called beautiful. The dream abruptly ended once she finally defeated him. And my eyes shot open. I was staring right into Reiku's as she laid her head next to mine. Dream cycle? She asked. Yeah, you too. She nodded. It was normal, when one of us had it, it was pretty much guaranteed that the other had it as well. It wasn't always pleasant either. I know the absolute worst parts of Reiku's life. And she did not have a pleasant life in her early years. Nothing bad, I hope? I asked. She had that little smile on her face that made my heart skip a beat. It was so utterly adorable that it was hard to put into words. I saw Master ask out his first crush. I groaned and opted to push my head into her chest. Not that I needed an excuse to bury my face between her generous bosom. There, Mommy will make you feel better. She giggled. Master was so cute when he was younger. I'm glad you enjoyed one of my most embarrassing moments. I huffed. I think it was sweet. She countered. She shot me down, hard. Yes, but that was her loss. I knew she was just doing this to make me feel better, and it did work. I got to see you fight Vlad. I felt the vibrations in her chest. I did not expect something so recent. It is not as bad as it could have been. Seems to be the summarization for everything that's happened. You did the best you could. I know, that's probably what makes it even worse. I sighed. I literally don't know what I could have done differently bar calling out to Meridia and dooming the world regardless. And now you have time to figure it out. She pointed out. Yeah. I relented. I talked a big game back at Chaldea about regrouping and coming back, but I don't know where the fuck to even start. One thing was for sure, I would have to begin my Bankai training in earnest. 6th, CU said. 6th singularity was my deadline to return. It implied a lot of things and I was maybe only right about half of them. But what I guessed was that he felt confident in them handling up to that point. But what came after, even he was worried. I had time to prepare. And it wouldn't be just Reiku I went with next time. Nor would I be hiding. The next time I showed up, I would be prepared for a fight. Does the fact that you're squeezing my behind mean that you're feeling better? She asked. Maybe I just like squeezing your butt. She giggled, pinching my cheek. Do you wish for me to really cheer you up? She asked with a sultry smile. In any other circumstance, I wouldn't leave the room with you being able to walk. But, we have guests and I don't want to ignore them to have sex. You are correct. She shrugged helplessly. I am worried about Jean. Yeah, me too. She must be feeling really confused about everything, especially with how the singularity ended. No one is at fault. She reassured me. I barely spoke a few words to her. That other Jean. I didn't want to call her a fake. She didn't deserve that. I was broken over what happened in the Fuyuki singularity, and it was nearly a copy of that circumstance, but I'm relieved. I'm relieved that my Jean is here right now. You feel like you were too quick to accept the other Jean's sacrifice. I know how it sounds. It's what makes Master human. She booped my nose. Funny, I'm feeling less and less human these days. I don't know where I would be without all of you in my life. In more trouble, most likely. You have a penchant for it. Being dead was the more likely bet. She shifted, sitting up. If we don't have time for me to properly take care of you, I know you enjoy watching us get dressed and undressed. I absolutely did. I don't know why. Obviously, there's the enjoyment of having someone you care about undressing. But the opposite seemed to ring true as well. Well, I could enjoy myself for a minute or two, it wouldn't hurt anything. At *****. Jean. I barely walked out the door to the bedroom and saw Jean poking her head out of her own room. Gee, good morning. She greeted awkwardly. You know you're allowed to leave your room, right? I asked. I didn't want to disturb anyone. I just shook my head, holding my arms out. She took my meaning and walked into my hug. How are you doing? Better. She replied, which probably wasn't entirely a lie. Get any sleep? A little. She shuffled out of my arms. I guess, it's just a big change, so it was hard to shut my eyes for too long. You poor thing. Reiko hugged her next. Well, more like attempting to suffocate her with her cleavage. She wasn't doing it entirely on purpose, so it only took some mild struggling for Reiko to let her go. Come on, we can get some food or something, then get you settled properly. I offered. I would like to see where you kidnapped me to. She smiled. It wasn't a kidnapping. You didn't ask for my opinion. Would you have not wanted to come? Well, no. She admitted. But you should have asked. She puffed up. Jean, do you want to come back home with me? You can't just ask now. She cutely whined. Possibly changing into some booty shorts for my viewing pleasure. Don't just ask something like that in front of other people. She turned a shade of pink. I don't mind. Reiko pushed up against her, leaning down close to her ear. We can match. Nay. Reiko was the best. That was enough teasing of Jean this early in the morning. Instead, I just led her down the stairs where a bunch of familiar faces were sitting around, chatting. And there he is. Zelretch declared as we came into view. Gramps. I was happy to see him. You had quite the adventure, it seems. He smiled. That's one way to say it. I walked over, giving a hug and kiss to Vanillana and Yasaka. I took an empty seat, and was feeling pretty proud of myself, or rather Jin, for having the foresight to make our living room able to accommodate so many people. I plopped down on an empty seat and took out the device Gramps gave me when leaving for the singularity and tossed it to him. I'm surprised everyone else isn't here. He caught it handedly. I will look over this afterwards. We didn't want to pile up on you, especially since you didn't do anything wrong. Yasaka responded. You must be exhausted in more ways than one. Take a couple days to rest up, go check up on everyone at your own pace. I was thankful for that. As much as I would love to have all my girls fawning over me, I was not in the proper mindset at the moment to handle that. Reiko and Jean joined me, Jean looking a bit hesitant. Mozart. I greeted the last person present. My dear master. He grinned. Sorry for just throwing you off into a guest room as soon as we got back. No. He held a hand up. Believe me, I am fully understanding of the circumstances. Even as a servant, I was quite exhausted both mentally and, well, not quite physically, but using my noble phantasm for so long was exceedingly draining on my spirit. You did well. Your praise is heartwarming. He patted his chest. And I have had the pleasant opportunity to speak with two fervent fans of mine. And they both have seen me in person. How outstanding. This trip has already been one worth every effort thus far. You know, I completely forgot that Gramps had probably been there in person too. I traveled quite a bit in my younger years. Gramps stroked his beard. I can't say I was at many of his performances, but I did catch a few when I had the time. You missed out. Venelana chimed in. I was there at nearly every one. My lady, it pleases me to know someone of your status thought so highly of my performances. Mozart responded smoothly. I feel left out. I was around that time, but I wasn't really connected with the Western world. Yasaka sighed. I'll need to see what I was missing out on when you perform next. Next. Mozart blinked, realizing. I suppose that is a consideration now, isn't it? I didn't initially intend for him to come back with me, but now I was responsible for him all the same. Therefore, I wanted to make sure I did right by him. You have a chance to do whatever you want now. If you want to return to performances, we can figure out how to do that. The idea of spirit inheritors or reincarnations isn't uncommon here, so we can get around a lot of questions that way. Your most wonderful grandmother had been telling me some specifics about her origins. I'm curious, would my presence be unwelcomed in hell? You want to go to hell? Jean blinked. It would be quite the exciting experience, don't you think? His eyes lit up. I find myself confused. You've been rather easygoing considering my origin and my grandmother. I'm fairly sure your official biography lists you as profoundly religious. That would be accurate. He nodded. I am confused. Why would it affect me? He tilted his head. My thoughts would not change, nor would my heart. And if they did, then, my beliefs were not as dear to me and important as I believed. That's a rather refreshing mindset. Yasaka noted. I couldn't agree more. Zelretch nodded. Jean was silent, perhaps contemplating his words and reflecting on them. If anyone would mirror them, she would easily be able to. There's no problem. However, you can expect a lot of devils trying to get you to join their peerage. Venelana replied. A peerage? Are there many musical groups down below? He asked. Pardon, I believe I glossed over an important detail. I had forgotten you were not from this world and I'm rather new to outsiders, as it were. She chuckled. Where to start? When the original Lucifer was still alive, and we were enemies of heaven, our numbers dropped drastically low. So a rather smart devil named Ajuka created a way to turn other species into devils. Pardon, did you say the original Lucifer? Mozart blinked. She looked at me and I failed to hold back a laugh. I never fully explained that part. The original Lucifer and demons are all dead. The current Lucifer is my son and it's more a title. Like president or prime minister, if that makes sense. Curious. Mozart replied. And fascinating. You said, enemies with heaven, in a past tense. Oh yes. We recently have brokered a peace agreement. She glanced at me. You can thank Wilhelm over there and Yasaka as they were both involved. After raking those poor angels over the coals first. Angels? You met angels? Jean's eyes widened. I told you that Michael invited me to become an angel. I didn't believe you. That actually happened. Venelana supplied. No faith. I shook my head. I would make a good angel. For all of 10 seconds. Yasaka snorted. Even that is a generous estimate. How long do you think you would take to fall? That depends. How far away is Gabriel? Because after seeing her, I can't understand how there are so many angels left. That's true, she has some impressive assets. Yasaka seemed to agree. Wah. Jean looked utterly unable to follow. Gabriel has some big boobs. I deadpanned. Jean looked like she had to reboot. Once she processed what I said, she immediately started hitting my shoulder. You're not allowed to say something like that. Bad Wilhelm. So says the patron saint of bondage, I couldn't help myself. Nia. Oh my, I like her. Venelana giggled, covering her mouth. Once more, I agree completely. Zelretch chuckled. It's unfortunate I was not in France during her time. I would not think I would ever sit across from a true saintess. She is rather warm. Venelana smiled. I wonder how heaven will react when they inevitably find out. Jean took a break from assaulting me to blankly stare at her. Well, it doesn't matter as long as she's here. They know better than to test my patience for the moment. Yasaka hummed. However, if Jean here is wanting to meet them, that's a different story. Meeting angels. Jean fell back in her seat with a 404 error. I believe she's broken. I poked her cheek. I was tempted to poke her boob, but I resisted. Continuing where I left off. The method created was something called evil pieces. I won't bore you with all the details just yet, but basically they're these magical items in the form of chess pieces that are implanted in the person's soul and it converts them to devilhood. Once you take the piece from the king, you are part of their peerage. Would they be beholden to their king? Mozart asked. Yes. Venelana didn't lie or hide the truth, she very bluntly stated it outright. You would be forced to listen to their every order. Mozart looked quite thoughtful, then looked at me. Would you be against me becoming a devil, master? What? I blinked. I wish to become a devil and experience it. You are. I believe my previous words held true. I simply wish to experience it. I am an existence that already lived and died. What point is there for me to live again if not to try something different? An entire new culture and race to explore. I can't imagine what ideas I will have once I become a devil. Will my entire way of thinking change? Will my concept of music change along with my damnation? The idea is both thrilling and terrifying in equal measure. You want to become a devil? Venelana asked quietly. I would, yes. He nodded. Venelana looked at me, then back at him. Do you have a preference on who you accept a piece from? If so, I wouldn't mind offering my own, but... My lady, I would be thrilled to have such a wonderful fan introduce me to the world of devilhood. He once more was rather smooth in his delivery. Venelana turned to me and I knew she was really wanting a certain response. I hate evil pieces as a concept, but it's not my place if someone wants to turn into a devil by their own will. Venelana practically squealed with glee. I have a mutated queen piece available. I hate to be a downer, but that may not be possible. Zelretch interjected. I am familiar with those evil pieces, and I am to believe they require the king to be either stronger or around the same level of strength as the one they wish to turn. Venelana paused. Oh, I believe I got excited and forgot something obvious. Ah, will it not be possible then? He asked. I don't know if I'm capable of reincarnation you as you are. Well, I've only recently learned what a servant actually is. I'm not a particularly powerful servant. Mozart noted. A servant is still a higher existence. Zelretch replied. Venelana visibly deflated. It was very odd of her to show this much outward emotion. Hey Gramps, could I boost her evil piece? I questioned. He raised an eyebrow. Perhaps, but again, a servant is still a higher existence than the evil piece, it may not be applicable. There is a simple answer to this dilemma. Reiku spoke up. Something obvious we are missing. I asked. I admit, I don't know the answer either. I would need time to think this over and devise a few hypotheses to test. Zelretch said. It is rather obvious when you think about it. Yasaka smirked. What? What am I missing? Armin can be rather dense sometimes, can't he? Yasaka giggled. Reiku smiled. He misses the obvious sometimes, but that's why we're here. All right, you two are having a jest on me. Can you just give it to me straight? They shared a look, giggling. Go ask Meridia for help, foolish master. Reiku lightly chided me. She is more than willing to help in things such as this. Ah, that would solve it. Zelretch snorted. Pardon. Who is this, Meridia? Mozart looked around. Venelana stood up, and nearly threw herself at me. I am going to be showing my gratitude to you later. As exciting as that was. As long as you're happy, it's good enough for me. Will, dear. She put her hands on my cheeks. That just makes me want to reward you even more. Please clear a few days of your schedule. You will not be leaving my bed for the entirety. She whispered. Okay. I accepted, perhaps a bit taken back by her aggressiveness. Mozart, how would you like to visit the underworld? I would be thrilled to give you a proper tour. Venelana offered, removing herself from me. I do believe your excitement would lose out to mine, Lady Gremory. Mozart stood up. I'll talk to Meridia and figure things out. Venelana threw me a glance. Don't worry about it, go have fun. I playfully shooed her away. It was obvious she wanted to go have fun with her new friend. Probably show him off to anyone that will be around. And Mozart sounded just as excited to go play in hell, so let them have at it, I say. Venelana activated a teleportation circle, taking Mozart along with her. Are you okay with him just being a devil? Jean suddenly asked. Normally, I'd ask something like, do you have something against devils, and tease you about our own relationship. But, I'll just cut to the thick of it. I support personal choice in nearly every situation. I'm no fan of devils, bar Venelana. I can count on one hand the number of devils I actually will speak to. But everyone is entitled to their own choice. If Mozart wants to play around as a devil, that is his prerogative, and no one is allowed to tell him otherwise. Free will? She asked. I nodded. Out of the many things I disagree with your God with, the idea of free will is not one of them. I respect his stance on not interfering in most situations. He was very much about letting humanity make their way once they grew up enough. Oh. Yasaka covered her mouth. What's wrong? I asked. I just realized we never properly introduced ourselves. Venelana was just fangirling over Mozart. That is an apt way to describe it. The kitsune giggled. Let me do so properly. I am Yasaka, the leader of the West Kyoto yokai, which roughly constitutes half of the yokai of Japan, and the land you're standing on right now. And also Wilhelm's woman. Thank you for having me. Jean quickly switched to proper etiquette. I'm Jean Dark. Yes you are. Yasaka giggled again. Wilhelm told us all about you. And he failed to deliver just how adorable you really are. Don't mind it, dear. Zelretch interjected. She is a kitsune, getting a reaction out of people is something she does without even thinking. Oh, you know me so well, grandfather, Yasaka playfully swatted her hand his way. He smiled in return. I am Kister Zelretch Schweinorg. You may call me Zelretch or grandfather as my grandson's other paramours do. What are you saying, we're not? Jean quickly flushed again. Oh, who's what now, grandfather? Yasaka shot a smirk his way. I'm an old man, allow me my fun. I pulled Jean into a hug to calm her down. The sputtering saintess was always cute, but it made for difficult conversation when she was like this. He's just having a joke on you, don't worry about it. She hid her face. Will. She still didn't look up. If I wanted to go meet the angels and join them, like Mozart did the devils, would you let me? Jean, if you wanted to go to heaven and join them, I would deliver you to the pearly white gates myself, kick the door open, and drop you in Michael's lap. Thank you. She whispered. Distinctly, she didn't say that's what she wanted. But don't talk about attacking heaven. It wouldn't be much of an attack. Attacking implies that they can defend themselves. Wilhelm. I feel like she's going to do a good job of keeping my troublesome grandson in line. Zelretch stated. It's strange, I felt something similar. Yasaka and him shared a look I didn't quite see. But now that you and Wilhelm are both here, I had something I wanted to talk about. What's up? I asked, fending off Jean's fists. What are your thoughts on sending Kunu to schools in another world? Oh shit, what's this? Right as Yasaka asked, Mordred walked through the front door. Mordred, what's your language? Artoria pulled up behind her and stopped right as her eyes landed on us. She does look like me. Told you so. Mordred snorted. Hey Frenchie, good shit seeing you again. Mordred cheerful waved. Saber. Jean blinked. I forgot that Wilhelm mentioned you were here too. She brightened up. Yeah, Achilles and Atlanta are running around somewhere too, they'd probably be happy to see you as well. Mordred strode over, falling into the empty seat. Greetings. Artoria politely directed towards Jean. Hello. Jean smiled back. You are already very different from the version of you I met in Chaldea. Artoria looked at me, raising an eyebrow. She was apparently summoned by them before we arrived. I said softly. We will speak later. She nodded, not one of anger or even accusation, but one filled with a subtle amount of concern. I know she was wanting to make sure I was feeling all right there. And she no doubt knew what was going on thanks to Reiku, so it was appreciated. She subtly glanced around and there was a particular lack of seats. I held my arms open, giving her an inviting smile. She turned a faint shade of pink, but didn't put out any form of argument, walking over and sliding into my lap as my arms quickly wrapped around her. If you two start going at it, I'm out. Mordred said flatly. Mordred. What? I don't want to know what weird shit that Dandy gets up to. She snorted. Today is a good day. Zelretch mused. After the whole mess in Orleans, I was oddly in agreement with him thus far. What were you saying before, Yasaka? I rested my chin atop Artoria's head. I wanted your opinion on sending Kunu to school in another world to avoid her being around during the war. She reiterated. Both your opinion as her father, and grandfather's insight on where, if we send her somewhere. Like a boarding school? I asked. Something like that. She nodded. I wouldn't be against it at all. Of course, that would involve having a very in-depth talk with Kunu about everything. I think she's old enough to handle something like this. Yasaka replied. I'm not against it again, and I'll defer to your expertise. Expertise, sure, let's call it that. Yasaka snorted. You seem to think I have any idea what I'm doing most of the time. If I may ask, what do you desire in schooling for Kunu? Artoria inquired. She's been adamant about learning magic. So I figured an education that covers that would be something we could all get behind. Somewhere without anything too dangerous. But also somewhere where she can spread her wings and make some friends. I was drawing a blank until a moment ago, but I just recalled a world I had visited some years ago. I think it was during the 1200s back home that I left and visited that world, but it took place during their Second World War. Give me a little bit to refresh my memory and find my old notes and I can give you a definite answer. Zelretch replied. Well, this is boring. Mordred stood up. Hey Frenchie, wanna go check out your new home? I can show you around the place, found some cool spots. Eh? Okay. Jean blinked. Awesome, let's bail before they start snogging. Mordred practically pulled Jean away and out the door. Well then. I said idly. Mordred is more perceptive than he appears. Artoria replied. She was not feeling particularly well, was she? Jean had a rough time of it. She's going to need a bit to acclimate. Artoria nodded. As I said, Mordred is more perceptive than most give him credit for. I'll need to thank her later, she'll probably do well with a familiar face expanding her horizons a bit. I didn't want to be her sole emotional support. It's good for her to have friends around. Well, I merely wished to check in to make sure you were well, Wilhelm. I understand you experienced quite the ordeal, and as we're under not pressing time constraints, please come speak to me when you have a moment after taking some time to yourself. Gramps stood up, walking towards the door. I will also look into the place I mentioned before. Goodbye, grandfather. Reiku responded. Zelretch smiled brightly before walking right through the front door and disappearing. There are more seats open now. Artoria commented. I didn't let go of her. Yes there are. Yasaka came over and stole the seat next to me, so I was squished between Reiku and her with Artoria on my lap. All taken, sorry. You have joined the cuddle pile, escape is impossible. Clothes are optional as well. I added. Then I choose to keep mine on. Artoria said dryly. However, I will not be upset if your hands wander a bit. She quietly added. I needed to relax like this. And I know Jean is in good hands with Mordred who will pull her out of her shell rather quickly. I can worry about the important stuff in a few hours. Right now, I really just needed a breather. *****. A/N. If you want to read 9 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/asteriforon. Chapter 452, Chapter 410. It's been a while since we've done this. I idly mused. That's true, but it's good for everyone to see us. Yasaka kept a pleasant smile about her as we walked down the street, her tail wrapped around my waist. It makes them feel more safe when they see us just casually strolling down the street. Oh, I wasn't complaining. I love spending time with you, a walk is more than welcomed whenever possible. Oh, you're so sweet. She used one of her other tails to push against my face. She made a little game out of me trying to grab that tail of hers and her pulling it away in time. Eventually, she relented and allowed me to fluff her tail as we walked. I don't think either of us really cared about all the pointed staring as we made our way to Kunu's school. It was a relaxing walk with a beautiful woman hanging on me. This is nice. I needed a break. She sighed. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. Those bastards attacked, and you can't be blamed for their stupid decisions. An equal response was inevitable. She quickly retorted. But I'll admit that all the work to prepare for a war is tiring. Anything in particular you need help with? It would be so much simpler if that were the case. But no, everything is progressing as it should, be slow and steady. You have no idea how much I wish you could swoop in and just fix everything. But unfortunately, nothing is broken. As did I, been feeling kind of useless recently. Dare I ask about how preparations are going? I would happily read to you the stacks of paperwork in regards to that. She said rather sarcastically. Oof. Speaking of, I have a bone to pick with you, mister. Sorry. I felt like an automatic apology would best serve me. She pulled on my cheek. Do you have any idea how much more work I had to do because of your Indra fight? I've been so preoccupied with the other thing that I sort of forgot about the aftermath of that. How enviable. She said dryly. But no, I've had gods from Takamagara coming down here constantly. Some incognito, others waltzing around like flamingos looking for attention. I winced, feeling like an apology wouldn't be enough. Funnily enough, Lord Susanoo had been handling most of the problems. He made it very clear that if any gods caused trouble for me, they would answer to him. I am surprised. Believe me, you aren't the only one. She shook her head. Oh, and before I forget, Hades sent a secret message to me to pass on to you. He has something important to talk about and would like to request your presence at your earliest convenience. I can probably guess what that's about. I should bring Izzy with me when I go. Maybe after spending this evening with Kunu. It's not like I'm forced to do anything in particular at the moment, and I would like his opinion on the spear. Think I should head over after we talk to Kunu. Normally, I wouldn't worry about it. But that was a couple days ago, and it sounded urgent. I'd rather not get on the bad side of someone like Hades, especially with how much help we're receiving from him. A good idea. I can do it after this then, my schedule is pretty much free. Wonderful, I'll send him a message while we're out and about so he can have time to expect you. You should bring Izanami with you as well. I was just thinking the same thing. I can read your mind. Really? What am I thinking about right now? You're imaging what I'm wearing under my kimono at the moment. I feel like that's rather obvious. She leaned in. I'm not wearing anything under. I'm tempted to check for myself. Oh, does my man want to take me right here in the open where everyone can see? I don't think I have it in me to resist. She was obviously kidding, but the thought itself was an attractive one. You've been teasing me quite a bit since I got back. After Venelana is done with you, you can come punish me. She whispered again. Horny fox. Almost immediately, however, she regained her more proper look as Kunu's school came in view. And as if right on cue, 9 fluffy tails burst out of the building, running right at us. I'm fairly sure she could notice our scent from that distance. Daddy. The Kunu torpedo slammed right into me, and I happily accepted it. My little fox. I gave her a big hug. Once again, I'm a second thought, huh? You huh? Kunu nodded. You just go right for the heart stab, don't you, missy? Yasaka snorted as Kunu went to hug her as well. Love you, mama. And I love you too, sweetie. But I think you take far too much after me sometimes. I can be more like daddy. On second thought, taking after me isn't so bad. Oi. I protested. Do you want her to go fighting gods? She quirked an eyebrow. Yes. Kunu nodded happily. Listen to your mother. I smushed the top of her head down. Actually, we should really get her a good role model. Like Auntie Scat Hack. Kunu's eyes sparkled. Jin. Yasaka offered. Right, I remembered as soon as I said it. Reiku. She nodded. Artoria too. I'd even take Mordred. Mordred is a sweet girl and I refuse to accept the bad reputation she has. Yasaka agreed. Rin too. Definitely Rin. Auntie Rin was showing me how to make things blow up. Kunu smiled. Maybe I should have a talk with Rin. Yasaka muttered. Regardless. We have something important to talk with you about, Kunu. Are you breaking up? She turned to me. Are you leaving? She looked utterly horrified. I knelt down next to her to get eye level. Your mother and I aren't breaking up. And I want you to understand something very important, Kunu. On the very, very small chance that your mother and I decide to end our relationship, you will always be my daughter. Really? Really, really? I nodded. She basically threw herself at me for a hug. I didn't expect her to jump to conclusions so quickly, that was certainly something we still needed to work on. At this point, Kunu was my daughter, and I didn't care what happened in the future. Her biological father could come back from the dead, and he would still have to share. Is Mama pregnant then? Yasaka nearly choked. No, and not for lack of trying, mind you. Mom. You're the one who asked. You. It's a natural and beautiful thing. Yo. Yasaka and I shared a look, grateful that she quickly recovered back to her normal self. Is Dad pregnant then? Dear, we've had the talk about where babies come from. Yasaka deadpanned. But didn't Auntie Jin come from a lamp? Why can't Dad be pregnant? He's a devil, right? We're going to need to have a further talk about certain things it seems. She's messing with you. I nudged Yasaka. Yasaka looked down at the giggling Kunu. Oh, you little fox. Yasaka pinched her cheeks. I believed you. Everyone knows boys can't have babies, Mom. Yeah, Mom. Everyone knows that. I joined in with Kunu. I feel like you two are always joining together against me. Sometimes, you should trust your gut. I high-fived Kunu. Team dad and daughter. Just gang up on your poor defenseless mother. She exaggeratedly sighed. Okay. Kunu said, nonplussed. I love her so much. Alright, enough fooling around. We need to have a serious talk. Yasaka decided to cut to the chase. Am I in trouble? Kunu hesitantly asked. No at all, dear. This is more about your future and something that your father and I have been keeping from you. You're going to be 11 years old in, what, a week? We think you're old enough to be told some things. Is Daddy an alien? This actually isn't the first time someone asked. Nor even the second. I was kind of startled about how often this happened. I saw it on TV. Kunu whispered. Yasaka covered her face, letting out an exasperated sigh. No, your father isn't an alien. Though, it helps that you understand the idea behind aliens. Wilhelm dear, can you make it sure no one can eavesdrop? Way ahead of you. I had been crafting a bounded field around us for the past several minutes. We should be good for now. Yasaka took a deep breath. Your father is special. Daddy is the strongest. Damn straight. Another high five between us. Yasaka nudged me. Language in front of Kunu. I awkwardly scratched my head. All right, let me start us off. I used some minor spellcasting to create an illusion. This is Earth. I told her, revealing a rotating sphere that looked rather similar to our planet. Aha. Kunu nodded. I have a special magic, it lets me travel to other worlds. Kunu's eyes widened. Like Mars. Technically, I could go to Mars, but no. I thought for a moment before continuing. I expanded the imagine. This is our solar system, you learned about that, right? Aha. I expanded it again. This is our universe, or a depiction of it. It includes Earth, Mars, everything and all the stars you see when you look up into the night sky. It's pretty. It is. I agreed. I can travel to other universes. Other Earths. I created another, separate Earth with a distinct line between them. It's called parallel worlds. You can think of it as a copy, only slightly or vastly different. For instance, I flipped a hand over and produced a coin. Call heads or tails. Tails. I flicked it up and caught it, it was tail. You were right. Now imagine that it landed on heads. She nodded. That's this Earth right here. A whole other universe. Every decision, every choice makes another universe like our own. They can be a lot different like, what if you were a boy instead of a girl? Kunu made an ick sound. Do you follow so far? Does that mean there are more of me? Technically, I suppose there are. When talking about other universes, it's called the multiverse. There are an infinite number of parallel worlds out there, each one different in some way, big or small. I think I get it. I saw something like that on TV before. Well, leave it to mindless television to help me explain the underlying concept of creation. I have a special magic that lets me travel to other parallel worlds. It's very important that you keep this a secret because a lot of people would want this knowledge for themselves. Kunu nodded in understanding. Is that where my other aunties are from? You're a very smart girl. I complimented her. Your aunties, Medea, Artoria, Skathak, Jin, Meridia, Rin, Salem, and Reiku are all from other worlds. Your grandpa Zelretch is also from another world, which is why he can't come visit. He's a very special case and has the same magic as me, but he's stuck over there. Can we help him? She looked concerned. It's not something we can help with, but don't worry, he's fine where he's at. I reassured her. You're old enough to know now, Kunu. And you're old enough to understand the responsibility that comes with keeping a secret. Yasaka chimed in. But that's only part of the reason we brought this up. You're a very smart girl like your father said, you know what's happening around here. We're going to start fighting with the Fae soon and I don't want you to be involved. Are you sending me away? Her ears flattened. I don't want to leave. Kunu, please look at me. Yasaka pulled her daughter closer. It absolutely breaks my heart to even consider having you away from me for even a second, but if anything happened to you, it would kill me. We're not sending you away as you probably think. I joined in. And it's your choice as well. We're bringing the option to you, Kunu. You get an equal voice in the discussion because it's your future we're talking about. If I don't want to go, you won't make me. She looked up. We won't. Yasaka reassured her. But, you have to promise me that you will consider what we tell you carefully, and not react emotionally. I promise. She nodded. Right now, your grandfather is looking at a school to send you to. It's a school that will teach you magic and you can stay there during the year. What's it called? She surprisingly looked interested. That, we don't know yet. Gramps is looking for his old notes, but we wanted to bring the idea up with you first. If you were vehemently against it, we would drop it. But if the idea is at all enticing, we would look into it more. I replied. You would learn basic magic, setting a good foundation to walk in the same steps as your father. Not only that, no one would care that you're the princess of the yokai. It would be a fresh start so you could make friends your age not caring about who your parents are. Yasaka continued. It wasn't obvious, but that part hit her harder than it really should have. Yasaka and I both were well aware that Kunu was having trouble making friends in school. Oh, she got along with her classmates well enough, but real friends. Those were practically non-existent. You're not trying to get rid of me? She asked. Never in a million years. I shook my head, answering for us. Can we look at it? She hesitantly asked. Yasaka and I shared a look. It was a good start. Your grandfather is looking it up now. When he has some information, we can get more details. Yasaka agreed. Until then, just think about it. Think about what you want and we'll do our best to help you. I know what I want. Are you sure? Yasaka asked. This is a big decision. Yup. And what do you want? I had a vague sense that something was amiss. I want ice cream. Yasaka facepalmed again, but it was clear she was going to relent. All right, let's go get some ice cream. Woo. Woo indeed. I could use some ice cream myself, and what better way than to enjoy it with my daughter and Yasaka. ****. A/N. Just a heads up, driving up to my dad's for Thanksgiving. It's an 8-hour drive, so I'll be unavailable for a few days. If you want to read 9 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 453, Chapter 411. Jean Dark POV. Saber, where are we going? She sort of just pulled me away, out of the house, and I didn't know what was going on. Just call me Mordred. She said dismissively. Everyone pretty much knows my name already, so you don't got to hide it. Perks of the dandy banging the leader here, no one really questions us. Do you have to say something like that? Geez, you're such a church girl. She snorted. Weren't you supposed to have been a knight or something? I don't know what shit happens over in France, but you were marching to battle and all that. I can't imagine you going around and wagging your finger every time one of the knights said something naughty. She emphasized with a laugh. I was never knighted. I admitted. And all my comrades were proper and held themselves to a high standard. Kept it clean around you, just like father. Mordred nodded as if she understood something. Father never realized why some of his knights and squires would disappear for training after we set up camp. I blinked, realization setting in on what she meant. Mordred. Ha ha ha, seriously. You look just like father and that's probably exactly how he'd react. Did they really do that when I was around? I asked. Probably. Marching for hours every day, all the bloodshed and sweat they soak themselves in each battle. Do you think most people can just keep their appearances up for long periods like that? Nah, people gotta relax, sometimes they shoot the shit, or just vent with some words that'd probably hurt your virgin ears. She shrugged. Oh. Don't get all mopey. She slapped my shoulder. If they kept it up, that means you were important to them, not that it was some sort of secret they were whispering behind your back. I suppose that's one way to look at it. I didn't like the thought of my friends intentionally inconveniencing themselves for my benefit. Oh, over here. She suddenly grabbed my arm and pulled me towards a sort of food stand. Hey Gramps. She greeted the men like they were familiar. Here for more, little lady. Hey. I'm not a little lady. Mordred growled. That's a shame, and here I was, getting ready to offer a few free sticks to the cute little lady that came by. But if you don't want them. Bastard. Mordred huffed, slapping what looked like a gold coin on the table. I'll take them. She grumbled. Just like my granddaughter. He chuckled, handing over several sticks of some round and colorful balls. Here, Frenchie. Mordred shoved half of them into my hands. The old man makes the best dango in the city. She didn't elaborate on what dango was, simply pushing some into her mouth and casually walking away. Wait. I hurried after her. What am I supposed to do with this? Are you stupid? Fucking eat it. That's not what I meant. I don't have any money. Mordred stopped and stared at me. No shit, that's why I paid for you, idiot. She shook her head. Figured the dandy would overlook something like that. Wilhelm. I blinked. Who else? She snorted again. Don't know how the dandy caught father's eye, but here we are. He's not that bad. I frowned. Nah, he's not. Mordred seemed to agree despite her previous comment. He treats father good and he's easy to get along with. Just reminds me too much of that wizard bastard that I can't help it. But I like him well enough. I didn't really know what to say to that. Wilhelm had always been kind. I know he liked to tease me, but he's always put so much effort into helping me. It made me feel warm. I nibbled onto the food that Mordred got me. It was good. I didn't know what to expect, but it was much more flavorful than the food I was used to in life. Mordred, where are we going? Huh. She turned to me. Oh, I got no idea. What? I was taken by surprise by what she said. Figured you could use a few hours. She shrugged. What do you mean? You had this look about you like you were overwhelmed. She shrugged again. The dandy bastard is good at a lot of things, but sometimes he can skip over the obvious. Father tells me this sometimes, and yeah, noticed it when I saw you again. Father also says that he's usually really busy catching up on things whenever he comes back after being gone for a bit. Figured you could use some time to adjust without being swarmed by a whole bunch of new people. Was I that bad? I said meekly. You looked like a goldfish. She chuckled. But the people around here aren't idiots, they wouldn't have just let you flounder. But we already knew each other, so I grabbed you first, Frenchie. Thank you, Mordred. She was being very nice. Whatever. Have you been here long? I asked, feeling much more relaxed now. Depends on what you mean by here. Went to another place for a couple months, that was fun. Master and I did a lot of quests, dived down into some dungeons, slayed some monsters and made a bunch of gold while doing it. She sounded proud of herself. Right, Achilles and Atlanta are there too, they'd probably be happy to know you're back. Ryder and Archer. Yes, Wilhelm did say he was taking them with him after the war. Is your master not around? He's somewhere. I don't know, I'm not his keeper. But, aren't you his servant? She finished. Yeah, I could check, but nah, giving him some space. Did you have a fight? I asked softly. Pfft, nothing like that. Master is great, even when we argue, it ain't ever bad. But nah, when you travel with someone so closely for months, having to sleep in the cold huddle together, don't have the ability to take proper baths and all that, sometimes you just gotta give someone space when you're done. We're good, and I'll probably see what he's up to tomorrow or something. Despite the way she said it, it sounded pleasant, their relationship. You tired of the dandy yet? Wilhelm. Why would I be tired of him? Oh God, you're going to be one of his too, aren't ya? What does that mean? Mordred let out a long sigh. Guess you ain't so bad, I'm sure father wouldn't mind or he'd give the dandy an earful. You're misunderstanding something. Shouldn't have expected any different from the French. Why does everyone make fun of my homeland? I pouted. Mostly 'cause of the adulterer. Mordred said offhandedly. But I'm a proper British, it's in my blood. I should have figured, of course the English would be so brutish. Mordred stopped, looking at me with eyes widened. Did you just throw an insult back at me? I was just playing. I thought we were bonding, I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. Mordred looked at me for another second and I felt odd under her gaze. That was until she broke out in a fit of laughter. Oh, this is good, I gotta tell the dandy about this later. A saintess, huh? Why you're not angry? Are you serious? You're about as insulting as a kitten trying to claw at me. Despite the height difference, she started patting my head. Kind of cute, honestly. Nay. I grumbled. This is a good day. Mordred smiled brightly. The only thing that could make it better is if you brought one of those other idiots back too so I could beat them up. Who do you mean? I have a list of people I'd love to smack around if they were summoned. Gawain, Lancelot, Galahad, Merlin, she paused. You reacted, why did you react? We met two of those people you just mentioned, kinda. Who? She raised an eyebrow. There was a girl who was a demi-servant, she had the spirit of Galahad in her. She was actually very nice. Everyone liked her. Then she must not have had Galahad, 'cause that guy was an insufferable cunt. Mordred snorted. Mordred. Pfft, it would be even funnier with how much you resemble father if it didn't make me think I had relation to France. Don't be mean. Ha ha ha. I felt myself stomping my foot. Lancelot was rather nice too. She stopped, blinking. Of course you'd like the adulterer. What's that supposed to mean? It means, fuck him. Is this why Wilhelm treated him so harshly? Really? The dandy gave him shit too. What happened there? He was summoned as a berserker, and Wilhelm beat him up. Then we removed his madness, and, what? Wilhelm beat him up some more. I whispered. Ha 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 ha. Mordred nearly fell over, holding her stomach while she was laughing. Oh my God, I can't, I need to hear the full story, this is great. Shit, you said that some chick was running around with Galahad or something inside her. How'd that work when Lancelot and him met? She punched him as soon as he appeared. Ha 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 ha. She was on the ground rolling at this point. Oh my God. That's just fucking perfect. I think I didn't quite understand the dynamic between the Knights of the Round Table enough to comment in any meaningful way. I know a good place for a meal. You're going to tell me the whole story, start to finish. I need to hear about everything that happened. She pulled on my sleeve to pull herself up. I would like that. I found myself smiling. Come on, Frenchie, you're spending the day with me and we're gonna trade stories and do whatever random shit we want. It was nice. I had a feeling I was going to like it here. At *****. Wilhelm POV. You're fussing a lot when you already look perfect. Izzy turned to me, then back to the mirror as she adjusted her hair a little bit more. I could be wearing a giant chicken costume and you'd say that. Probably. I admitted freely. It would be cute. Oh hush. She playfully chided. I'm just about done. Should I change? I looked down at myself. It was normal-ish for what I wear. More on the formal side, but still comfortable for everyday use. You look fine. I just wanted to fix myself up before seeing Persephone. This is the first time I'm going out to meet people specifically after we got together. Take your time, dear. I grinned. She turned slightly pink at my teasing. You better not embarrass me. Embarrass you. Me. I sounded utterly aghast at the notion. Though, I could be bribed to be on my best behavior. Oh, and what would you like to extort out of me, Dare you make a deal with this goddess of death? She walked over, rather sultry in her movements. How about a kiss? I said innocently. Her stoic and mischievous demeanor sort of deflated instantly. You are surprisingly easy to please. Or maybe you're underestimating how much I value a kiss from you. I retorted. Oh, stop it. She rolled her eyes. Well, pay up. Are you seriously trying to get me to bribe you? You don't have to. I suppose we just can leave it up to chance as to what happens. It's not like I've ever been involved in anything particularly messy before. I continued my innocent charade. And now you're blackmailing me. I have no idea what you're talking about. Yes, of course. She said dryly. All of this, just for a kiss. You are unaware of the full lengths I would go to for just a kiss from you. You're the worst. She huffed, a tinge of pink appearing again. Trying to bully me into you having your way with me. Do you have no shame? When the choice is between shame or a kiss from my amazing goddess, I think it's obvious what I would choose every time. You're impossible. She huffed once more. Very quickly she leaned over and her lips met mine. Despite the abruptness, it wasn't just a peck on the lips, rather, she took time and effort to make it enjoyable. There, are you happy? She finally broke apart. I don't know, do it again so I can double check. She playfully pinched my cheek. All right, enough playing around. All right. I stretched my arms. You ready? Yes, I'm ready to leave. Whether I'm prepared to meet with Persephone, I am unsure. Funny enough, I'm having a similar feeling to meeting Hades again. I don't know how he's going to react when he sees the state of the spear. Izzy's lips thinned. He's going to ask questions. But before that. She took my hand. I'm glad you're safe. You came back after that ordeal and immediately jumped into a bunch of things, but you can take some time, Wilhelm. I took her hand and brought it up to my face to give it a small kiss. I know, but keeping busy right now feels better. I'm not someone who can slow down for too long. After we handle this, I'm going to see Gramps with Yasaka to check out the whole school thing. Did she tell you about that? I know the barest details. She replied. I would like to hear more once you have everything figured out. Of course. I heard you brought another servant back, and that he wanted to become a devil under Vanillana. Mozart. I nodded. Amusing. You know this is going to cause problems, yes. He isn't a particularly powerful servant. That's not what I meant. How many people have come back from the dead before you're found out? She explained. People are already asking questions, the sort of questions you don't want asked. Certain conclusions are going to be made. I get what you're saying. I let out a sigh. I didn't think I could hide it forever, about where everyone came from. But I'm also not going to just hide away. If this is the feather that breaks the camel's back, so be it. Vanillana was so excited, and Mozart served me well and he deserves his own happiness too. I have absolutely no regrets in this choice. As long as you understand. I will stand by your side regardless. Izzy took my arm. Now, be truthful. Do you wish to bring in that saintess you brought back? I nearly choked at her blunt question. What makes you say that? Never mind, it's obvious now. What's that supposed to mean? I frowned. It means. She giggled lightly, patting my cheek. We should go, dear. I just grumbled, and Izzy summoned up a gateway as we walked through it. ****. The ground rumbled almost like a miniature earthquake as soon as we arrived. 3 massive heads appeared rather quickly, charging over happily. Cerberus, stop. Izzy held her hand up. The 3-headed dog slid to a stop in front of us and looked at us expectantly. I of course was prepared for this situation, as a small crackle of lightning erupted from my person and a white fluffy rabbit landed atop its head. Cerberus stomped happily as its eyes looked up to Sir Wiggle sitting on its head. Go ahead and go play. Izzy gave the happy dog a little pat on its other head. The 2 animals darted off to who knew where. My illustrious guardian. Hades made his appearance quickly, his dry tone filling the void his pet left. Come now, husband. You wouldn't have him any other way. Persephone appeared as well. Hades, Persephone. Izzy greeted politely. Izanami. The wife of Hades was on her before we could even blink. Look at you. You have a boyfriend, lover, maybe something more. Persephone. Izzy grumbled shyly under her immediate teasing. Kaya, it's so cute. I knew that there was something between you both, you were so cute together. How did it happen? Did he ask you out on a date, give you a heartfelt confession? I coughed awkwardly. Oh my, did you confess, Izanami? Persephone's lips curled up. How adorable. I didn't think you had it in you. Dear, if you continue any more, I think she may run away. Hades tried to rein in his wife. Like you almost did. She turned her head, eyes sparkling. Dear. Hades nearly stumbled over himself. It was almost comical to see the stoic god look embarrassed. We agreed never to speak about that again. I never agreed to anything. She quickly rejected him. Did you know? I was the one who initiated. Both Izanami and I shared a similar look. That is not how the stories I recall go. Oh no, those mortal stories are fairly accurate. Suffice to say, I wouldn't have been kidnapped if I didn't want to be. The fact that he thought he was being secretive and resourceful just made him all the more cuter. To be honest, I fell in love at first sight and was waiting for him to make the first move. Once I was down in the underworld, he actually tried cooking a romantic dinner for us both. He kept stumbling over himself trying to admit his feelings. As adorable as it was, I got tired of him drawing it out. The stories about me eating underworld food and being bound here. Well, the dinner he cooked was from above, so that wasn't it. I instead grabbed some herbs he was growing in his garden, stuffed them down my mouth, then walked up and kissed him, telling him we're together now. She looked supremely proud of herself as she recounted the story. Hades merely sighed, covering his face with a hand. Thank you, dear. I'm sure this won't change my perception in their eyes whatsoever. I didn't think Hades was such a romantic. I couldn't help but grin. And thus, my reputation is ruined. Oh, stop being so melodramatic, dear. Persephone rolled her eyes. By the way, we have a guest. Thought you'd care for the warning. A guest? Izzy questioned. Way to ruin my entrance. It was another familiar person who stood in the archway of the building Hades and Persephone had appeared from. Odin. Izzy's lips thinned. Cougar. Odin greeted back. I will end you. She seethed. Odin just looked at her mockingly. Remind me again, how old are you? How old is the boy? Odin. It's nice though, seeing you actually happy for once. Odin relaxed, chuckling to himself. It's good that you found someone to appreciate you. His expression softened. Even Izzy's temper that was flaring a moment prior all but disappeared. Thank you, Odin. Even if you are robbing the cradle. Death it is. All right, that's enough. I intervened. Odin, stop trying to rile Izzy up. Odin just laughed some more. Ah, sorry there, brat. I won't mess with your woman anymore. The balls you have there, announcing it to the world after fighting Indra. If you didn't already have my blessing, you would definitely be getting it now. I know, it was so adorable. Persephone seemingly agreed with me. I regret this so much. Izzy covered her face. Odd, I feel sympathy for her position. Hades turned to his wife. Why ever could that be? Persephone pinched him. He rubbed his arm. I believe the polite greetings have finished. Shall we proceed inside and deal with the matters that have gathered us? Pardon, I was led to believe we would be having dinner together. A less than formal meeting and one without a certain despicable god present. We did not invite him. Hades quickly responded. And it was intended to merely be an informal get-together for Persephone to release all this pent-up energy she's had since finding out about your new lover. But I decided to come over. Odin interjected. Yes. Hades drawled. And I will admit, it makes a good excuse to have everyone gathered at this point in time to use the dinner as an excuse. We will deal with business first, then proceed with evening plans. Very well. Izzy nodded. Hades and Persephone led us inside his large temple, mausoleum-type building. He certainly had an aesthetic he stuck to. We turned a few corners and found ourselves in a rather secluded room. In fact, it was so heavily warded that I nearly choked upon entering. You were prepared? Izzy commented. Yes, I value the secrecy of our objective. When entities such as Indra and Shiva are involved, I take every precaution. I never did thank you. I turned to Hades. It was a risk that you appeared, but I do appreciate it. If you need anything from me, don't hesitate to call. Bah, it was nothing. He dismissed, but there was a tone of approval in what I said. I knew he would not desire a fight. We were merely just grandstanding, as my wife said. Already heard enough about that lightning idiot enough in the past few weeks. Odin grumbled. My own son would not be quiet. I had to sneak out of Asgard just to get away from the constant bickering it brought up. Like you need to make up a reason to shirk your duties. Izzy snorted. Touché. Odin grinned. But let's get this over with, got something to do after. First order of business. Shall we inform our colleague about what we discovered recently? Hades questioned. Before you begin, there may be a hiccup in our plan. I had to cut them off there. I encountered an enemy, and was forced to rely on the power of the spear. There was damage. Hades' eyes narrowed. Show us. Odin was silent, but he shared a similar sentiment. I touched upon my chest, pulling out Avalon. They were surprised at its sudden presence. What is that? Hades all but demanded. The scabbard to Excalibur. I honestly replied. But it's being used as a sort of seal at the moment. The sheath was mostly conceptual in nature, its size was relative. That is to say, it could essentially hold any weapon inside of it. I withdrew the spear in question, gently placing it upon the table in front of all of us. It was still heavily cracked, holy power literally seeped out, even with the dozens upon dozens of talismans I had wrapped around it to stymie the bleeding. Hades said something in a language I didn't recognize. And I was assuming it was a curse because his wife looked at him briefly with that look that I knew all too well. How? His fists clenched. How did it end up like this? It's nearly falling apart at the seams. I fought an enemy that I could only run from. His eyes glowed, perhaps not in fury, but his emotions were running rampant. Hades was one of the most level-headed Greek gods, but in the end he was still one of their number. Emotional responses were common, so I didn't think much of it. You fought Indra, and you were not so handedly defeated that you couldn't fight back. What forced this, and why did I not hear anything? Brat, it's time to read him in. Odin let out a breath. We're already this deep down the rabbit hole, more secrets are gonna make things difficult. I shared a look with Izzy and she gave me a nod. I trusted Izzy, so I would trust Hades as well. All right, Hades. Persephone. I knew they came as a pair and he didn't hide anything from her. Why don't I start from the beginning? Why do I have this premonition that I'm going to need a vast amount of wine afterwards? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A/N. Just a heads up, I'm driving up a few states for Thanksgiving to visit my dad. It'll be an 8-hour drive, which means I'm going to be unable to write several times this week. So my release schedule is going to be much more sporadic. If you want to read 9 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. Chapter 454, Chapter 412. Hades and Persephone listened silently as I regaled them with a story that I wouldn't be surprised if they called me out as a liar for. If not for both Izzy and Odin supporting my claims, I honestly think they wouldn't have believed me. I couldn't blame them either, it was a wild story and not something that one simply accepts. I was hesitant to fully admit to my ability to leave the world and travel to a god. Izzy, she took it relatively well, but at that point, we were very close. Hell, I'm sure I could have started dating her back then if I wasn't being so stupid. Then Odin found out, that admittedly took me by surprise, and in hindsight, it wasn't that surprising given all the clues that were thrown in his face. But regardless, it made me worried about what would happen. It hasn't really been something of note, I barely saw Odin since then and we had been on good terms. Despite Izzy and him fighting all the time, it was never malicious. So a hesitant trust was formed there. And now I just said everything to Hades with Izzy's support. She trusted Hades, and I trusted her unconditionally. Not to mention that I had a good rapport with Hades thus far. So, here we are. Hell's tits, boy. I knew about it, but I was not prepared for the whole story. Odin finally spoke up after I finished. See you chillin', huh? He rubbed his beard. I could see it, he was someone I could easily see myself being very similar to. That was the part he latched onto. The fact that I met See You with another Odin riding in the passenger seat. I have a question. Persephone hesitantly stated. I'll answer what I can. I responded. She looked like she wanted to say something, but was having trouble actually speaking the words. It took a couple moments for her to speak next. How much danger do you put on our world by doing what you are doing? That was a question I supposed I should have anticipated. Hades's eyes hardened as soon as she spoke. He didn't say anything thus far, but it was clear he was imagining a lot of things based on what she said. I can't say that I don't bring any dangers, but if you're expecting something to follow me back, it's highly unlikely. I hadn't gone in depth about how my magic worked, and I would not do so. My method of travel, you can consider it something like an authority. There are more mundane methods of traversing other worlds, but then you run afoul certain entities. The Dragon of Dreams defends this world from outside invaders as part of its nature. We all nearly jumped out of our seats as someone else entirely spoke. Someone appeared in the room with us, despite the astronomical protection put in place. A young-looking woman with unnaturally dark hair stood behind Hades, staring unblinkingly at me. Nyx. Hades said softly. I could feel nothing from her, as if she wasn't even here. No, that wasn't quite right. Now that I focused, it felt like her presence was so large it was engulfing the entire underworld. A primordial. A being that should be at least on par with Shiva. Though, perhaps her existence differed in that she was the personification of a worldly concept rather than an aspect of a cosmology. Lady Nyx. Izzy was first to greet her politely. Very polite, her tone took me by surprise. She sounded more reserved than even when she talked to Shiva. Izanami no Mikoto. Her alien eyes landed on Izzy. It has been a very long time since I have spoken to my siblings in the East. Are the Koto Amatsukami still absent? They have returned to their origins before the advent of humanity, Lady Nyx. Izzy bowed her head. Was her only reply. Siblings. I whispered, mostly to myself. Nyx's head snapped to me. We all were born of the chaos. She answered good-naturedly. In your limited comprehension, that would make us siblings, no? Well then. Even Odin was silent. May I ask what you dropped in for, Lady Nyx? Persephone asked. I was aware the moment your guests arrived. I merely wish to inform you that your worries are unfounded. The threat you envision is nothing new, but those much older than you young gods have been tasked with keeping watch. Fantastic, so I suppose there is one more person who now knows. I muttered. I have known since the first time you stepped into this domain, child. Nyx replied, looking rather humored, all things considered. You bear with you a light not native to this world. I am the night, there is no light I am unfamiliar with. Oh. You've known this entire time? Hades questioned. And you thought not to inform me? Nyx turned to the god. I am not a subordinate, Hades. Do not forget that. Apologies. He relented. She nodded. You should be thankful, I shielded your conversation from prying eyes. And what eyes dare to look into my domain without my knowledge? Hades' temper flared. Don't be foolish, Hades. You know full well what lurks outside your door. Tartarus. He furrowed his brow. She nodded once more. Perhaps even my elder brother may have taken an interest as he keeps to your underworld instead of the human world at times. It's unlikely he would have cared an iota as we have mostly retreated from the world. But the possibility exists. I suppose I should thank you then. I offered up. An oversight on our part that you corrected. Your thanks is unneeded, but it is not unwelcome. The truths you revealed, perhaps astounding for some, but they are not new revelations in the broad sense. Most pantheons are aware of certain truths. That angel you killed was one such example. The Watcher of the Stars was his title. I invite you to contemplate what that meant. Well, if that wasn't a terrifying thought. Nyx smiled. You need not fear me, child. Besides that light within your being is something even I dare not go against, I am aligned with Hades' own thoughts on the matters happening in the overworld. That is to say, you agree with his decision to bring back the Abrahamic god and put a plug on the sacred gears being thrown around. I hazarded a guess. Among other things, yes. The system left behind by Yahweh was not meant to be operated by one of his angels. It has fallen into disrepair, and it threatens the stability of the world. I did not think someone of your stature would care about such a thing. I admitted. It's not your fault, your view of the world is too narrow. She shrugged. I care not for the method used, even if simply destroying heaven and its cohorts would be the easiest and most simplistic available. If you wish to put in the effort to revive the Abrahamic deity, then so be it. My goal will be reached either way. Without another word, she disappeared from the room. There was a beat of silence as we all sort of waited for anything else to be said. Well, that was damn terrifying. Odin blurted out. What wonderful insight you always give. Izzy drawled. But it is not incorrect. there is one thing you should remember, child. Something that even these gods have known since their inception. A truth that humanity also realized when they first developed the ability to look up at the moonlit sky and contemplate their existence. I felt Nyx's words brush against my ear, as it was obvious that I was the only one hearing her. The night is dark and full of terrors. Message received. I whispered. Good. Her tone was almost seductive in nature. I have spoken on your behalf, and Hades will trust me. I do not pretend to know what method you use to step away, only that it is permissible. I am not the only one that will know, so do not expect safety and anonymity any longer. The dream is already aware of your existence and may not be as uncaring if you appear in front of it. Tread carefully. With that, I felt her presence creep away, but yet, there was this lingering feeling that she was constantly out of reach but always nearby. Alrighty then. Of everything I thought was going to happen, having the primordial of night tell me to keep my nose clean was not one of them. Though, her warning didn't really feel personal, more like she would be forced to act a certain way if I just decided to do some bad things. I wasn't stupid, it would be the height of foolishness to not realize that this world was familiar with what I was doing, even indirectly. Back home, it wasn't something unheard of for incursions from outside to happen. It's logical that they had suffered some similar things here and have their own methods of dealing with them. And I already knew about the existence of the fuck-off powerful dragon that flew around the outer boundaries of this world line known as the dimensional gap. Basically, the corridor that allowed one to access this world and its branching dimensions. If the dimensional gap was the primary door one uses to enter and leave, I was allowed to use a secret back door. And if Nyx's warning was to be believed, Great Red, the bouncer, so to speak, might be annoyed that I was doing so, but wouldn't actively seek me out for causing trouble. And that just insinuated that Nyx and others were aware of my presumed back door and left it well enough alone because I had the special privilege of using it. Things got super messy very quickly. So much to unpack here that I did not want to deal with it when I already had a lot of things weighing me down. So you have that kind of card in your back pocket? No wonder you weren't worried about Indra or Shiva when you hoped over there, huh? Odin verbally poked at Hades as I tried my best to focus back on what was happening in front of me. Hades let out a long sigh. It is not a commonly known piece of information. But yes, if Shiva had decided to attack, I would have called up Nyx as backup. Please do not spread this information. Right, I'm sure your brother would love to find out how much his throne actually means. Zeus would act erratically if he knew that I had amassed significantly more power than he has imagined. He already knows that I passed him many years ago, but we have never spoken about it openly to spare his fragile ego. If he knows that Nyx also supports me so openly, he may do something idiotic. I vote in favor of us forgetting this ever happened and proceed how we were. I raised my hand up. I am inclined to agree. Izzy even looked tired all of the sudden. Welp, I'm glad that we got no primordials over in our neck of the woods. Except your tree that you literally live on. Izzy pointed out. Point. He grumbled. And his lips pursed in annoyance, perhaps not because of Izzy but maybe because he realized that we're going to have to deal with that problem too soonish. Hades rubbed his tired eyes. Let us focus on the important matter at hand. I will take time to contemplate everything I've learned recently when I have enough wine within reach. For now, what are we to do about the spear? Keep it from getting worse, first and foremost. Odin rubbed his beard. I can probably handle that. I spoke up. But repairing it, we probably need at least one of the holy relics for that. So we've come back around to that. Hades grumbled. I will obtain the holy nails. The person holding them has to be dealt with sooner, rather than later. Are you prepared to run afoul the god that's snooping around there? Odin questioned. Is there another choice? I could help. Odin offered. Hades shook his head. We can't be seen working together as of right now. And you have another matter to worry about. My father trespasses upon your lands, All-Father. Odin's expression hardened. That he does. He looked towards me. Brat, I'll be calling in a favor about that. I need someone to watch my back as we go hunting through the 9 realms. Odin. Izzy narrowed her eyes. Bah, calm your tits. I'm not tossing your boy toy at the feet of that titan just as a distraction or anything like that. I recognize his strength, and I don't know what else is hiding away. I really want an extra hand here, no other agenda. Izzy, it's fine. I probably owe him this much at least, he did lend a hand before. Izzy just huffed. I apologize for not being able to assist. I do not like passing off my obligation onto you, All-Father. Hades politely apologized. I already said it wasn't your fault. Odin waved away. Besides, how you told it, it was probably Loki who had a hand in releasing your pops in the first place. I'm not the only one upset. Hades responded. Nyx, she rarely appears because she has one other duty she considers hers. A reason why she takes a more material form compared to her siblings. She keeps Tartarus from leaking out into the world. She was most upset to learn that someone snuck into Tartarus under her nose and released 2 prisoners. I do not claim to speak for her, but if something presents itself that was responsible for her annoyance, she may respond. Right, something capable and willing to get one over on the primordial of night, then I suppose it was a bit of relief that said primordial may answer a call for aid if this supposed enemy was revealed. That was a lot of what-ifs though. Hades is correct. Someone was able to sneak into Tartarus with me noticing. This is not as significant a feat as you may presume. Tartarus is not my domain, and night holds no sway within, but I still am annoyed that it happened. Nyx's words tickled my mind once more. I may be grateful if you found the one responsible. Should I be happy or frightened that the night was apparently speaking to me so casually like this? It sounds like we have a lot of work to do. I muttered. I'll look into some things. I know you got your hands full over on your end, brat. So don't worry about me needing you if you're doing something important. Odin spoke. I appreciate it. I nodded in thanks. If we're to assume that these 2 instances are linked to the same group, they will know something is amiss if we strike in relative succession. Izzy tapped her finger on the table. That is a consideration. Hades noted. Odin chuckled. I got a plan. Dare I ask? Izzy raised a questioning eyebrow. He barely held back a more mirthful laugh. Let's get the devils and have them to steal the spotlight. Oh. Hades looked interested. Wouldn't it be convenient if all the allied factions put together their own team to hunt down this Cow's brigade? He quirked a smile. I've been wanting to light a fire under this generation's rears for a while, but never had a good opportunity. I think I'll go propose an idea of setting up a team of our best young uns. You want to sick a bunch of kids at an organization led by gods? I questioned. Brat, are you really gonna talk? He snorted. Okay, that's fair. But I'm hardly the standard here. Kids gotta grow under pressure. But don't think I'm just wanting to send them to the slaughter. Not every part of the organization has a god watching over. Besides, it's not like there aren't some that are able to reach those heights with a bit of effort. Oh. Hades seemed very interested at this point. And who do you expect to be in this team? Odin shrugged. A couple of devils I remember might be worth giving a shot. Azazel's brat, the White Dragon Emperor, has some potential. Might even be able to convince the old monkey's grandson to participate too. Heaven has some exorcists that aren't too bad. That sounds horribly chaotic. Izzy commented. Wouldn't it? Odin cackled. Intriguing. Hades rubbed his chin. I approve. It would keep both those annoying Abrahamic factions busy and keep the Cow's brigade's eyes firmly on them. Maybe we can convince Zeus to also participate. Persephone mused. You know how he gets when he thinks he's competing with someone. We can frame it like that. Especially after it got out that you were among the list of gods inside the Cow's brigade. She used air quotes. It would ease some tension right now. Perhaps. It would be worth a try. Well, wasn't this a proper Illuminati meeting? Moving all the pieces behind the curtain. Oh God. I let out a sigh. What? Izzy asked. I'm going to be bothered to join, aren't I? I was that age after all. Not that I had any intention to be part of whatever that was, but I would be bothered about it nonetheless. Izzy gave me a sympathetic pat on the shoulder. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A/N. Happy Thanksgiving everyone. So, what's coming up soon? Odin just spoiled a tidbit, but you can expect a Gremory family dinner to come after as a result of Wilhelm deciding to visit the underworld. After some HP chapters. Anyways, if you want to read 9 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforum. Chapter 455, Chapter 413. I gave Izzy a kiss goodbye. Despite the whole situation, it had actually been a pleasant dinner with Hades and Persephone. They seemed willing, no rather it seemed like they were intent on ignoring everything we had talked about previously, and only focused on pleasant conversation. Mostly Persephone teasing Izzy about the two of us finally getting together. But I digress. I was not in any mental capacity to deal with all this right now. Regardless, I pressed on. No rest for the wicked. I still had many other things I had to do, and so little time to handle it all. I immediately headed over the clock tower, specifically Gramps' home. From the first moment I appeared, I ignored everyone else in the room and reached for my scat hack who was standing nearby. I hadn't seen her since returning, and I missed my scat hack. So I did what I always did, and planted my face firmly between her chest. She would always be my rock. I could feel like a kid again when I was like this. And she didn't begrudge me. Simply, I could feel her fingers running through my hair. Student, we are not the only ones here. She whispered, just enough for only me to hear. I reluctantly separated myself from her. She's right, any longer and it'd make everyone else feel awkward. At least for the other two people present. Hey Gramps. I greeted, walking over to Yasaka, giving her a smile and kiss and plopping my tired butt down next to her. Good evening. He politely replied. You look tired. Scat-Hack sat on my other side, and she silently took my hand. A gesture I was appreciating quite a bit. Meeting the primordial of night will do that to someone. He raised an eyebrow. Nothing dangerous, I hope. She was surprisingly cordial. It felt weird to even say that. Hades is in the know now, and apparently Nyx and some of the other primordials already knew. But I'm not going to say it's surprising as I don't think I have the depth to really say what a primordial being over there does and does not perceive. But I digress, I'm tired and don't want to think about it at the moment. You've been running around ragged. Yasaka's tail wrapped around me. You need a break. Probably. I relaxed. So much to do. And I basically just threw Jean into the deep end and hopped over to deal with other things. My next stop was back over there to make sure she's settling in properly and go from there. Then check in with Venelana and Mozart. Then head over to Salem, Jin, and Meridia. I also needed to familiarize myself with everything happening on the war front. What Medea had accomplished so far and where we stood there to see if I need to help out. And all that crap with Hades and Odin. And I need to start my Bankai training in earnest, along with trying to figure out other avenues of approach for fighting Solomon. Was I missing anything? Probably. Don't worry about her, I've been keeping an eye on things. She's currently running around with Mordred for now. Yasaka informed me. I won't question it. Not a likely friendship, or maybe I was overthinking things. Student, for your health, you need to relax and take a break. Scat-Hack told me, in that tone of a teacher. Like I wasn't allowed to argue with her. If you're telling me that, then it's probably true. I let out a long sigh. She pinched me for my little jab, but it did make her smile. Do not be a smartass. Perhaps I can help there then. Zelretch spoke up, holding the device he gave me previously to investigate the singularity in his hand. Before that, I have received quite a bit of interesting data. I'll need to compile it and sort through it properly before I make any judgments. Once I do that, we can talk properly about what happened and what our options are. Yeah. I grimaced. Any luck on fixing the spear? Zelretch asked, knowing the broad strokes at this point. It's mostly sealed up to prevent any degradation, but the plan is to let it eat up a holy relic and see where to go from there. Beyond the curtness of how you explain the metaphysical reclamation of authority and possible resurrection of a divine figure, that sounds promising. We'll see. Also have some nonsense to do in the 9 realms with Odin. I waved my hand flippantly. I will assist. Scat-Hack stated. You don't even know what he needs. It's not difficult to guess that he requires martial aid. She poked me. Student, do you look down on me? She raised an eyebrow. I dared not say that. That's in the future. Speaking of the present. Yasaka took the opportunity. We were going to talk about Kanu schooling, unless you want to put that off for now. No. I quickly denied. Trust me, this is significantly more relaxing than what I was doing before. And at this point, if I stop moving, I'm going to want to bury my head in the sand for a few days and pretend nothing is wrong. Very well. Zelretch tapped his fingers together. I looked into what I was asked to. It was not a world I had thought about for many centuries. However, it was a world I found myself rather fond of for various reasons. Their system of magic was, well, I don't know if I quite have the words to describe it. That sounds ominous. No. He held a hand up. Not in that sense, but words don't quite do it justice. I would love to sit here and explain it properly, but I think it might be an enjoyable exercise for you to figure out. Nothing nefarious, I assure you, but it is quite intriguing all the same. Color me interested then. If it'll keep me preoccupied for now, I'd welcome it regardless. They have adopted a rather ingenious method of actualizing their spells. They have mainstreamed the use of magical foci, wands, as it were. Every magical child purchases a wand upon coming of age for school, and their whole system of learning is based around using it rather than not. A wand, huh? I wasn't really sold on the idea. I could see the appeal, magical foci could be very powerful, as was my staff. But they can also be a crutch if relied too heavily upon. If you disarm someone of their wand, are they just neutralized then? Do they have magic circuits or something equivalent? Ah, that is one of the interesting points. They possess no magical circuits, no magical core, no container of any sort. At that I felt my interest further increase by several fold. But then how do they actualize spells? That is the question, isn't it? He grinned. I admit it was a mystery to me too for a while. Perhaps you will come to the same conclusion as I did. You're really not going to tell me and let me fumble around. The danger is so incredibly minimal that I see no reason not to. All right, you can stop trying to entice me, I'm sufficiently hooked. Tell me about this school or whatever, that's what Yasaka and I are most concerned about. Where to begin? Zelretch tapped his chin. I should explain that I have been to that world several times. Popping in here or there. Before the turnover of the calendar, when I was young, it was one of my first explorations. It wasn't particularly noteworthy for my young self who was too focused on amassing knowledge and power, but once I aged a bit, I visited it again under different mindsets. A dozen or so times throughout the centuries. My last time was during their Second World War, as I said. Interesting history there, as there was an entire magical fight happening congruently. I vaguely recall some dark wizard accosting me or some other nonsense. He looked nostalgic. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. The school, if you wish to send Kuna there, has been standing since around the 7th or 8th century if I remember my history accurately. It's somewhere in the Scottish Highlands, and serves to teach all the magical children within the British Islands. It's supposedly the top school in the world, if it still remains at the top, I do not know. So it has sufficient credentials? Yasaka asked. If we send Kuna there, it isn't just going to be a playground, she'll actually get a proper magical education. In a manner of speaking. Their system isn't a perfect equivalent of what we have, but it's a good starting point for a beginner. What she learns there will be a good foundation for anything further she wishes to delve into. Yasaka nodded, pleased. And my concerns about safety. If you're expecting any higher beings, I am pleased to inform you that no gods ever came into existence in that world. One of the purposes of my visits there was to investigate the absence of divine beings, yet the world retained magic. A curious correlation if you think about it. And how strong are the average magic user? I asked. They refer to themselves as wizards and witches. He corrected. And, well. He rubbed his beard. Using your standards, I believe the average adult wizard or witch that had a proper education and keeps in shape would be about a mid-class. And the above average? Yasaka asked as well. High class. He replied. I'm not quite sure about any outliers that have appeared. But that seems to be how I would rate the dark wizard, he air-quoted, that I encountered. Yasaka and I shared a look. That doesn't sound too bad. She said. Certainly, it could be worse. And we can take every precaution. I agreed. And is this society out in the open? Oh heavens, no. Zelretch laughed. They hide themselves away, pretty well actually. I want to say more, but I think when you see it, you will understand why I find it amusing. So, plan. I looked around. There should be a principal, headmaster, or something, right? Yasaka seemed unsure just as I was. We reach out. Create some backstory he can't verify. Would that make him not want to accept Kuna then? Bribe. She offered. That's not impractical. Oh. Zelretch snapped his fingers. I nearly forgot that I do have a stash of money there. A vault I opened because I thought it was a novel thing. Run by goblins of all creatures. It's filled with gold. I think there's a key somewhere around here, probably in my storage I'll need to dig out. Yasaka and I shared a look again. So, should we go check it out? I offered. Yasaka bit her lip. I can't for the moment, I need to get back and settle some things. But, why don't you take a break, go play around and set up a meeting with the head of the school and then we can go together. All right. I nodded slowly. All right. The more I thought about it, the more pleasant it sounded. I will, just check it out. See what's going on, and report back. I just realized, what was this school called? Yasaka looked at Zelretch. It was, something weird, the name of a flower. He stared off, seemingly trying to remember. Something pig, pig war, hog, Hogwarts. Yes, that's it, Hogwarts, School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I stepped out of a portal, breathing in the air. I wouldn't exactly call it fresh as the air of late 1900th century London was anything but. However, the magic in the air was abundant and noticeable. I would even call it a degree above my birth world. What do you think, Sir Wiggles? I glanced up at my familiar sitting on my head. He twitched his nose excitedly. I know, I feel the same way. I was allowing myself to relax more. I was stressed, I think it was obvious to everyone. But at this singular moment, I was slowing down and smelling the proverbial flowers because I couldn't keep going as high-strung as I was. I had plenty to do when I got back, I would be gone for less than a day all things considered, but I would just enjoy my small break. I took out a notebook full of Gramps' writings. Some notes of his, things he thought I would like in particular, and other references in case I lose my way or get confused about something. I could mostly wing it, I wasn't too worried. The biggest issue was finding the conclave hidden in London. Gramps said he had an approximate location, but I didn't see any magical phenomena right off the bat. But then again, I popped out somewhere rather secluded and out of the way. Well, these streets weren't too foreign to me. I still knew my way around London like the back of my hand. So instead, I just found my bearings and went towards the busiest section of the city that I was closest to. Or just made my way to the closest crowds in particular. Now if I were a secretive group of magical people, where would I hide? I would need to use all of my cunning and logical thinking to pinpoint the exact location. Cross-reference lack of traffic with various maps, peer through newspapers for any mentions of illogical phenomena. Maybe even look through some history books for sections of the city that remained standing during the World War II bombings. It would take hours of study and research, or I could just follow that person wearing Victorian-era clothing walking down the street without anyone so much as giving them a secondary glance. Really, Gramps? Is this what you meant? There was the faint pulsing of magical energy as it flowed off them as well. They probably had several mystic codes on their person by the feel of it. Oh well, this made things much easier. I simply did an about-face and began following at a modest distance. I don't think they noticed me as they never bothered to even check around themselves. Was I being too cautious? Probably, after everything that happened, maybe it was just my default for a little while. I was somewhat skeptical as they walked into a rundown-looking pub. My skepticism would have increased by this action had the bounded fields around the place not been blaring to anyone with the senses to notice. I walked up, right at the boundary line and touched upon them. Interesting. The most powerful one was basically telling people without a certain amount of magical energy that this building wasn't worth noticing, keep moving along. I could see some aspects that could be improved upon, but it was a very decent perception filter anchored to a concept to only allow through magical people. Neat. There were other, milder effects underneath. Looked like some standard non-lethal defenses if someone got a bit uppity. But I ignored them for now, my magical resistance wouldn't even notice them going off if I were so inclined. So I just opted to push the door open and walk inside. There was a large group of people inside, many of varying degrees of origin. But I would say that the majority of them were wearing clothes that didn't belong in this century. Seems like I found a good place to start. Lost track of the person I was following, but it didn't matter anymore. I just opted to head to the counter where the presumed barkeep was set up. He eyed me as I got close. Haven't seen your face around here. New to the area. Came over from Japan, no idea where the I don't know what word you lot use around here. Your conclave is set up. Could use a bit of directions. I was honest in my intentions. He gave me a scrutinizing gaze, eyes landing on Sir Wiggles for a moment, then simply shrugged. Came to the right place, mister. Name's Tom, this is the Leaky Cauldron, one of the public entrances to Diagon Alley. He puffed up proudly. I'll show you how to get in. He gestured to the side. Well, that was simple. He led me off to a back door out into the alley behind the building. Are you going to mug me? Tom broke out into a fit of laughter. Not the first time I've been asked that. Never gets old, it does. He shook his head. Look closely, this is how you gotta do it from now on. He took out his wand, and tapped the stone wall a few times and it began to separate. I was, admittedly impressed by the scene that unfolded. I watched the magical effects that unfolded in front of my eyes and didn't really have any outright criticism. But more so, what was hiding behind the wall. It opened up to show hundreds of people walking up and down a somewhat narrow street with all sorts of shops lining both sides. Thank you, Tom. I made sure to be polite. It cost nothing and could sometimes get you anything. Next time I'm around, I'll be sure to order a few drinks. I'll hold you to that. He said good-naturedly. Oh, one last question. Where's the bank exactly? Gramps told me to head there first to get some of the local currency. Said it would be easier than trying to just pay with regular gold. Should be straight down, and on the right. Big white marble building, can't miss it. I nodded in thanks, and took my first steps into this strange new world. Metaphorically speaking. I felt that sort of tingle in the back of my head as I began eyeing many things I wanted. Little knickknacks that only served my hoarding instincts. Okay, my impressions of this place were getting better. Didn't know what I expected, but I saw a trunk on display that was bigger on the inside. Might seem simple on the surface, but it was difficult to do back home. And they were just sold out in the middle of a shop. There was another store that apparently sold magical animals. Sir Wiggles suddenly became very interested. We'll check it out after getting some money, buddy. I rubbed his head. Maybe we'll find you a little girlfriend. I didn't need to have a familiar link with him to know he was excited by the idea. I promised him some little bunnies of his own, and it was time I made due on that promise. I hoped. I can't claim to know what's around here, but we'll see. I can begin to make it a priority and search around. But yeah, Tom was right, I wouldn't miss it. There was a large, white, marbled-like building at the corner. It looked like a small breeze would blow it over as the pillars that supported it were sort of leaning in various ways. Looked highly unsafe. Oh well. There were 2 guards standing at either side. Goblins. They looked about what one would expect from certain myths and legends. Small, and by my human standards, not very attractive. They looked at me like they wanted to skewer me with their halberds they were holding. Speaking of. That's some fine craftsmanship. I admired it. And I flipped open the notebook that Gramps gave me, finding a section in particular that he thought I would be interested in. Is that goblin silver? They didn't answer. They didn't move. Well, alrighty then. I guess I would ask inside then. I simply shrugged and pushed the bronze doors open. And the inside was not what I was expecting. I had to take a moment to admire the ambience. For a bank run by goblins, it was elegant in presentation. Sometimes you just have to take a moment to appreciate the small things. There were plenty of more goblins inside. In fact, there seemed to be a few dozen sitting at desks in the middle of the room writing with what looked like quills. The scratching sound was rather distinctive. They didn't even care to look up as I walked in, and I too ignored them and made my way to the teller at the front. Very few humans were inside, so I guess I came at the right time. Next. A lazy voice called out, an underlining accent I wasn't familiar with. The goblin teller was looking at some parchment as he called out, presumably to me. I walked up, waiting patiently for him to address me. Purpose of your visit? He was curt and to the point. I would like to withdraw money from a vault, please. Do you have a key? Yup, right here. I dangled it, yet he still didn't even bother to acknowledge my actual presence. Name. He sounded utterly annoyed, to be honest, but I held my tongue. Schweinorg. The goblin seemingly froze. Very slowly, he turned to look up at me. And that's when I noticed that all the ambient noise in the building also ceased as I glanced around me and all the other goblins were looking my way. Gramps, what the hell did you do? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A/N. I'm driving back home later today, so give me a day or so to recover from the 8 to 10 hour drive and we'll get back on some kind of schedule. That being said, friendly reminder, we have a Discord, https://discord.gg/m4nabgcmsf. If you want to read 9 chapters ahead or support me, visit my pot.t.r.e.o.n.c.o.m/astoryforum. Chapter 456, Chapter 414. Well, this was awkward. It's like he was expecting me to say something, but what hell was I supposed to say? I had no idea what was going on after mentioning my name. My vault. I finally spoke. The teller in front of me seemed to regain his wits as he stared at the key I was dangling. It's weird, I'd only met these goblins, yet I could easily tell the look of bewilderment was not a common expression for them to have. I will need to check the key. He very hesitantly reached out to take the key from me. And for a brief moment his eyes dilated before returning to normal. Almost an audible gulp as he carefully slid it back across the counter. Follow me. I shrugged, choosing to ignore the awkward silence still permeating the bank. And instead, I moved towards the door where the teller exited from behind his post. I didn't quite know the word for the area that the teller sat at. Desk. Office. It was irrelevant, I supposed. I followed the small goblin through another door, leaving the main room. May I ask? The goblin cleared his throat. May I ask what your business here today is, Mr. Schweinorg? I'm not naive enough to not notice an attempt at gathering information. But frankly, I had no idea what was going on, thus I found myself not caring. I was thinking about having my daughter enroll in Hogwarts. I wanted to check out the area, and I figured it'd be prudent to get some of the local currency. My grandfather offhandedly remembered that he had a vault, so he gave me the key. I didn't mind some polite conversation even if he was trying to get information out of me. I wouldn't mind some information in return either. May I request the name of your grandfather? Kischer Zelretch Schweinorg. It wasn't really a secret. Perhaps it was not what he was expecting, because he had no immediate response. Instead, we silently walked to what looked like a minecart. Please. He gestured to it, though his tone didn't carry any actual politeness. Not that I thought he was being rude, but it seemed extremely rehearsed and a formality on his part. Not what I was expecting, but I'm always up to try new things. I hopped into the minecart and he joined me rather quickly. I ran a hand on the metal, raising an eyebrow as I inspected the magics woven into its design. Now, wasn't that interesting? Some things I didn't quite recognize, others were familiar and I could deduce their purpose. Keep your limbs inside the cart at all times. Gringotts is not responsible for any amputations as a result of stupidity. He said in a monotone, not giving any time to respond. He pulled on a lever, sending the cart forward. It jerked and then began to accelerate, obviously through magic. There was no descent, but it still shot forward at high speeds. I might have had a big smile on my face. Kunu would love this. Even more so when we did a random loop on the track. It honestly felt like a roller coaster and I think my inner kid was peeking out. It got more and more ridiculous as we went further down into the depths of the earth. Or rather, what I presume was the depths of the earth, because there was a rather interesting phenomenon that occurred as we progressed. But I digress. At one point it looked like the tracks were broken, and the cart had to leap from one end to the other to keep going. On certain turns, the cart nearly tipped over at how sharp it was. Not to mention all the loops and spins that were involved. The goblin looked utterly unfazed and I was just enjoying myself. The ride seemed to calm down a bit after a few minutes, and the temperature dropped several degrees. I wasn't quite sure where we were, but it was deep underground. Arriving at Gringotts' lowest level. He seemed to emphasize. The cart screeched to a stop at a group of what I presume were vaults lined up. They looked like they were carved out of the rock formations with massive metal doors wedged into the front. That was fun. I mused, hopping out. Not the response we usually receive. He muttered. Well, the distractions made for a rather exciting ride. The spells woven into the cart obviously kept it from becoming too dangerous. The hops, the loops, the almost flips, it was just sleight of hand. I think my daughter would love to ride it. But it was a good way to try to distract people from the fact that they leave their country of origin to delve into this place. The goblin, his eyes widened for a brief moment. What do you mean by that? They suddenly narrowed. Was that supposed to be a secret? I blinked. Well, in hindsight, it's obvious that's the case. I wasn't really in a mood to care, so I was just speaking my mind. I was wondering why Gramps told me to take money out here even though he'd never deposited money in England before. It makes sense. From what I understand, you have some bank branches all over the world. Having them all linked to the same place makes it significantly easier to manage, I would presume. The cart ride was just a distraction to hide the fact that everyone was teleported through some manner to another part of the world. Well, I'm sure not everyone goes through that method. It would be weird if they didn't have other vaults closer to the surface and still within the country. Well, less than teleport, more like 2 points connected in space. If they attempt to teleport me, it would fizzle out rather quickly. That would be embarrassing. Imagine just falling because the goblin and the cart disappeared because they teleported away. The goblin continued to stare at me like I had an additional head. What? That was a goblin secret that had gone undiscovered for hundreds of years. Wait, really? I furrowed my brow. I mean, it was impressive how it was devised. Barely any seams on the transition, but hardly unnoticeable. And for hundreds of years you say. The goblin pursed his lips. Wizards are not the most perceptive bunch. I shrugged, having no opinion on that statement. Well, you don't have to really worry about me spreading it around. I don't particularly care either way. Joy, I will be filling out more paperwork. He grumbled. This way, Mr. Schweinorg, you have Vault 002. I whistled. Number 2. How are the numbers given? When a vault is opened, they are assigned the next number in the list. He said dryly. So Gramps has the second vault ever. I raised an eyebrow. So it seems. He looked at me intently. Unless your key is unable to open the vault. In which case, you will be tried and executed for a list of crimes we will be making up to hand over to the ministry. Please proceed. He gestured. Neat. I liked his honesty. He twitched a little. I hummed and walked over to the big metal door and found the slot to push the key into. It clicked a few times, some massive gears spinning for what sounded like the first time in centuries. Which, probably was the case here. I don't believe it. The goblin muttered. Is something wrong? I looked at him. Wait, did you think I was a fake? Didn't you check my key upstairs? We are only able to check to see if your key is real. All Gringotts keys are created using goblin magic. We, however, are not legally able to verify which key matches to which vault. That sounds stupid. Quite. His lips thinned. The massive gate shuddered and dust rattled off under the strain. Finally, the massive door screeched open, metal grating against metal. The glow nearly blinded me as I looked to see what was inside. A literal mountain of gold stood taller than what should be possible for the confined space. Holy shit, Gramps. The goblin said something definitely not English, but I was fairly sure it was something similar. Ah, is there an accountant to manage the vault? I glanced his way. Yes. Can I speak to him? That depends. On what? I asked. How adept are you at summoning the spirits of the dead? You could have just said he was dead. I assumed it was obvious. He snorted. Why would it be obvious? I was rather confused. Wouldn't someone else take their place? Yes, that was very much the case. We pride ourselves on our accurate bookkeeping. The original goblin who managed the Schweinorg vault died, and it was passed on to another. And again, and again, and again. Currently, there is no manager for the vault, because it has been inactive for over 700 years. Oh. Yes, oh. Did Gramps not use his vault the last time he visited? Is that why everyone in the bank was surprised to hear my family name? I asked. The goblin blinked at me. Are you unaware of who your grandfather is? He looked at me skeptically. Maybe. He twitched slightly. I would appreciate it if you told me what you know. Do I look like the newspaper? I handle matters for banking, if you want. 50 of those gold pieces. I pointed at the literal mountain. They're called galleons. He sneered. 1,000. 100, for each question you answer for me. I countered. He was expressionless for a good moment before his lips pulled back into a sharp and toothy grin. I am Manager Griphook, and I would be delighted to assist you, Mr. Schweinorg. You know, your bluntness and honesty is pretty refreshing. If something was going to cost me money, I'd rather someone just be upfront and tell me how much they wanted and we negotiate from there. I mused aloud. Very well. I let out a short sigh. I suppose we should get to the meat of the matter. What's the deal with my grandfather? You should be more specific. He replied. The deal, as you say, is plentiful. Damn it, Gramps, what did you do? I resisted the urge to facepalm. Start from the beginning. I asked. He frowned, but acquiescence. Your grandfather was known as the first person to invest into Gringotts at its inception. Vault 002. Indeed. What about 001? 001 is reserved for our own uses. He didn't elaborate. Gramps said he thought the idea of goblins doing banking was novel, so he gave them some gold. Does the vault have an interest rate? Why do you think it's so large? He snorted. All the vaults are automatically updated based on the current interest rate. Your grandfather's vault is special in that it carries with it an interest rate we no longer use but was grandfathered into the current systems. Congratulations, Mr. Schweinorg, you are one of the richest wizards in the world. Oh, so that's why you were all surprised. I nodded my head. I think I understand now. One of their first customers, so to speak, it must have been a famous name among them for a while now. That is why we care about the name, yes. And you mean what by that? I didn't miss the insinuation. Do you wish to ask more questions? His grin appeared again. Just keep track and answer, I'm not going to be stingy on paying you. I rolled my eyes. Is my grandfather's name famous? In a manner of speaking. He replied. However, he is thought of by many to be a very dark wizard. That sounds childish. I frowned. Indeed. He didn't dispute it. Many seem to believe that everything can be separated into light or dark. Oh geez, it was one of those kinds of places. Continue. I sighed in exasperation. Why is grandfather so darkly famous? His name came to the attention of many some years ago. During the Second World War, he had an encounter with another infamous wizard in particular. I'm sure the name of Grindelwald is familiar. No. He blinked, looking at me as if to see if I was joking. You don't know who Grindelwald is? First time I'm hearing that name. Even we know who Grindelwald is. A complete blank. He stared at me for another few moments. This counts as a question. Whatever. Grindelwald was the Dark Lord who rallied thousands of witches and wizards to his side and stood along with Axis powers during the Second World War. Magical Hitler. He twitched. That is, accurate. Magic Nazis. And what does he have to do with Gramps? The rumors were vague. But from what was discovered, Grindelwald ran afoul an unknown wizard of the name Zelretch and was handedly beaten along with many of his top supporters and subordinates. It's noted to be one of the turning points in the magical side of the war. That sounds like Gramps. He beat up Magical Hitler and he didn't tell me. Or maybe he didn't know. I wouldn't be surprised either way, but if so, it'll be fun to tell him. Griphook kept his expression even. Obviously, this was something that spread everywhere. Grindelwald was one of the strongest wizards in history, and he was beaten so thoroughly that he was forced to flee and lost a significant amount of forces to a single person. Thus, many began to search for this Zelretch. I feel like there's a second part coming. What was discovered, after trying to look into your grandfather with various sources and descriptions dating back thousands of years? He responded. It caused quite the commotion back then. Many believed him to be some sort of immortal, or a dark creature. Maybe even the most powerful vampire to ever live. I nearly choked on that last one. It was almost true, but my particular version of Gramps never became a dead apostle. Funny enough, for that version of Gramps, all of those were true. I guess that makes sense. If you say so. I have some more, mundane questions, if you don't mind. I am happy to assist. He replied, but his tone sounded anything but. If I wasn't paying him, he would have completely told me to do the goblin equivalent of going to F myself. What's Hogwarts like? I would not know, goblins are not allowed to enroll. Pardon. He raised an eyebrow. Goblins are classified as magical creatures, we are not allowed to own wands, nor enroll in Hogwarts. Please don't tell me that the witches and wizards here are horribly racist. I will admit that not all of the wizarding world looks down on non-humans, but there is a significant and powerful faction that believes so, yes. He sounded honest. Half-humans are not treated much better. There is a half-goblin teacher of charms at Hogwarts that has stymied the tide so to speak, but it is still a prevalent mindset for witches and wizards to have. So half-humans are allowed to use wands and go to school. Yes. He replied with a growling undertone. This ministry, they keep track of non-human species. They have a list for their laws. He nodded. And about yokai? I asked. Those eastern species. He blinked. The ministry is too ignorant about things outside of its borders. So there are yokai here, that's good. And how do you think a young yokai girl will be treated if she enrolled in Hogwarts? His expression softened just a smidgen. Your daughter is not human. Technically, her father was human, but her species is fully non-human, yokai magic. But if the ministry is ignorant of outside things, then I doubt they'd look into it. I was mostly thinking aloud. Any overt issue should mostly be dealt with by the school. The headmaster, begrudgingly, is not the worst wizard I've ever had the displeasure of meeting. And he is vocally opposed to the pure blood ideology. Pure blood? How trite. That did make me hesitant. But then again, Kuna wasn't always going to be sheltered from the world. Some mild racism, maybe it was something she should learn to deal with on her own. It went against every instinct as a father that I developed, but perhaps Kuna should face some small adversities on her own to grow from. I couldn't imagine they would be too bad considering everything Griphook said. And in the worst case, if someone did cross a line, I would burn the school to the ground. Something to talk to Yasaka about. I gave Sir Wiggles a rub as he was still on my head. And in all honesty, I forgot he was there. Is there a convenient way to contact the headmaster of Hogwarts? Simply send him an owl. Griphook shrugged. Send him the whole bird. I blinked. Is this some kind of special bribe? Is owl a delicacy here? Are you, really that ignorant of how wizarding society works? He asked in disbelief. Lived in Japan most of my life. I pointed out, not really knowing if that was a valid response. He shook his head and said something in his goblin language. I could actually understand it now, weirdly enough. Was my devil heritage needing a moment to understand the language as it was the first time I've encountered it, or that it was so foreign I had no precedent before? Odd in any case. We use owls here to deliver letters. That seems horribly inefficient. The owls are a special breed of magical beasts. Still sounds kind of dumb. Why not call? Mr. Schweinorg, after seeing the state of the humans here, do you truly believe any witch or wizard knows how to use a phone? I didn't want to judge based on first impressions. Your first impressions are most likely accurate. My first impressions of goblins were that they were rather rude. Yes, that is accurate. He didn't deny it one iota. We don't like wizards, Mr. Schweinorg. He replied without much expression. You're being very honest. You're paying for my honesty. Touché. I admit he had me there. Since I'm accessing my vault, will I get someone to manage it? We will assign someone. He nodded. If you desire a thorough audit, I'm afraid it will take some weeks to get everything sorted. We have never had a vault reactive after such a long period of time with such quantities to sort through. Administrative fees will be substantial. He grinned. I look forward to the fight to decide who claims the prize. Your culture sounds both exciting and scary. So I have been told. Would it be possible to open a trust fund? Do you do that here? We do have a similar system in place. He nodded. You are familiar with Muggles' banking system? Muggles. He sighed. It is what the wizarding world of Brishan calls non-magical humans. Ah. It sounded like a made-up word. Wait, if the humans here are so out of touch, why do you all know about the Muggles? I just realized, but you knew what a phone was. We are required to keep in touch with our Muggle counterparts due to the nature of banking, Mr. Schweinorg. One of our primary services is to convert galleons to Muggle currency. Huh, what's the conversion rate of galleons to pounds? It depends on your circumstances. In your case, you would be paying for a full gold to pound conversion. For Hogwarts students, they receive a special service subsidized by the ministry for a conversion rate of £50 to the galleon to a certain amount to pay for school fees. So no bouncing between mundane and magical currency to make a profit. Do you take us as a joke, Mr. Schweinorg? He said dryly. The conversation rate is watched closely and updated as needed. Neat, but we went off topic. A trust fund, yes. Quite. His lips thinned again. We are able to open up a new vault similar in concept that pays out a certain amount over a period of time that will turn into an adult vault when they reach their age of majority. You merely have to stipulate how much you wish to deposit and at what times. There is of course a fee. Of course. I rolled my eyes, but it made him grin. Will I need to come down here every time I want to withdraw money? Of course not. He scoffed. We do offer a special service. A pouch that connects directly to your vault. His eyes lit up. For only 3,000 galleons. And you can withdraw as much money directly from your pouch as you want. There aren't even any fees for the first 1,000 galleons withdrawn this way. That sounds horribly expensive. I noted. I'll buy a few later. I will add it to your bill, Mr. Schweinorg. He said with glee. Yeah. I could figure out that he basically got off on charging me gold at this point. I have one last thing I wanted to talk to you about. I flipped open my notebook and found the pages that Gramps wrote about a certain metal they produced. I read the passage again that he jotted down his notes for. Goblin silver, an intriguing metal created through means unknown. Imbued with a goblin's concept of greed, it seems to desire to take in things that make it better, thus further improving itself. He didn't really experiment much with it. But Gramps did mention it as something I would want to look into, rather than something to just pick up. How difficult would it be to have a sword forged from goblin silver? If this operated how I thought it did, I had some ideas on how it could be most beneficial for me after taking the effort to cultivate it to match my other weapons. ******. A/N. If you want to read 9 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 457, Chapter 415. The ride back up had been significantly more mundane. In fact, it was mostly an intersection of lifts that pulled it back through whatever connections to that place were set up and deposited us right back at the start. But now, I was seated in a very high-class office, away from the normal goblins. Across the desk was a goblin of particular note. He hadn't introduced himself yet, but I was making assumptions by the way Griphook was deferring to him and standing silently to the side. The goblin sitting down was reading over a few documents. Mr. Schweinorg. The goblin at the desk finally set his things to the side. I am thrilled to make your acquaintance. Yes, you sound absolutely thrilled. I replied in the same dry tone he used. I assure you, this is my excited face. His expression didn't change at all. By no means am I annoyed by the amount of paperwork I anticipate will come about due to your presence. Well, I'm glad that I made your day then. I smiled cheerfully. I think it took every ounce of his control to not let out an exasperated sigh. Mr. Schweinorg. He punctuated again. I will not hide the truth from you, your grandfather's status as our oldest recorded client does lend some favorability your way. I sense a but coming along there. You request a goblin sword, yes. That's what I told Griphook. I nodded. The goblin across from me tapped his sharp nails together. If it were any other wizard, I would not even give this request a consideration. Right, is it about money then? I just found out that I'm particularly wealthy in your currency, so have at it. He twitched slightly, holding back an obvious grin. But there was an obvious age and wisdom there that allowed him to keep his composure. It's not a matter of price. That's a bold-faced lie. He cleared his throat. I should elaborate. Griphook informs me that you are unaware of certain wizarding world knowledge. What do you know of goblins, Mr. Schweinorg? Nearly nothing. I confessed. It's funny, from what I have discovered, I don't think he'd be nearly as polite with me if it weren't for Zelretch. Griphook admitted outright that goblins hate wizards, so there was no reason to entreat with me so directly. He took off his glasses, rubbing his eyes. Shall I spare you the history lesson then? Suffice to say, we goblins view possession differently than wizards. I assume you're not talking about ghosts. No. His lips thinned. Due to our history and surprisingly good working relationship with your family, I am finding it in myself to be candid with our position on the subject. Didn't my Gramps just deposit money and not touch it for the entire time? As I said, a good working relationship. He grinned. What are the annual fees like? Excellent. He didn't elaborate. Surprisingly, I preferred to deal with money grubbers over schemes. Well, that isn't to say he's not scheming, but he's just scheming to get the gold in my vault, which was refreshing in its simplicity. As much as I coveted things I believed to be mine, I also respected the direct desire and was more than willing to let go of gold if it got me what I truly wanted. Please enlighten me to what poses a problem in my request. I gestured for him to continue. We goblins don't believe in permanently selling away items we forge, Mr. Schweinorg. He returned to his normal expressionless face. All items are rightfully ours regardless of what the person who purchased it believes. So you're loaning them? I quirked an eyebrow. You may consider it that way. He didn't deny it. My distaste for wizards does not make me ignorant of our cultural differences. Wizards believe after they buy one of our hard-forged items, it is theirs forever, and to pass down to their descendants. We consider this theft, Mr. Schweinorg. For us to even consider your request, you will need to understand that when you die, whatever you gain will be required to be returned to our hands. Okay, that's kind of funny in my circumstance. But I was also a bit curious about the details. I imagine that the ministry, as I learned that's what they called their government, doesn't agree with your idea of ownership. The corners of his lips pulled back into a frown. You would be correct. This has led to us cutting back on selling our services to witches and wizards since the previous war. That has, of course, caused the stolen objects of ours still circulating to become rather expensive. Which I would assume you will base your own costs on. He merely smiled, with sharp teeth showing. And I would assume that it's not just a handshake and promise to give it back after I die. As you would expect, it is difficult to keep a promise from a dead person. Especially when the laws don't agree with our own. He nearly growled. Hayas then. I offered. He blinked. Do you mean a magical contract? Is that what they call it here? Then yeah. The term Hayas hasn't been used in many centuries. He looked at me weirdly. So that matter is settled. I clapped my hands. Shall we talk about design? There is one more matter to discuss before we consider your request, Mr. Schweinorg. He stopped me in my proverbial tracks. Jewelry and other bits and bobs are one matter, but you are requesting a sword. Yes. I am Bank Manager Ragnuk, 10th of my name. He introduced himself. I am also the third best smith for the Goblin Nation. He sounded rather proud. I will personally be conducting this forging if I agree. He iterated. However, you will not find a goblin willing to make a weapon of goblin silver to someone unworthy. I will not have a wizard flailing around with one of my creations just to flaunt around like a peacock. I felt slighted. I stood up, and in one quick motion, drew Mirage from within my ring and slashed it horizontally. Ragnuk's eyes widened briefly. His stoic demeanor faltered as he realized what just happened. Magical energy wafted off my blade as I held it at my side. He slowly turned his head back to see a large section of the wall just above his head behind him had been cleaved away. I will not claim to be a master. I produced the sheath for my sword, clicking it inside. But these are the hands of a swordsman. You will be paying for damages. He said softly. Take it out of my vault. I snorted. Seemingly, just as I said that, the sound of something bursting filled the room, then water began falling out from the new crevice that revealed part of the canyon the bank was connected to. Water started spilling onto the floor. Ragnuk twitched something fierce, but he didn't comment. I believe it is time to begin negotiations. Please convince me, Mr. Schweinorg. He tapped his fingers together. I didn't even offer gold. Instead, I withdrew several different ingots of metals. Orichalcum, ebony, moonstone, corundum, just to name a few, and stacked him on his desk. I casually sat back down in my chair, feeling very relaxed. Very well, let's negotiate. Though, the look of greed in his eyes as he marveled at what I had just plopped on his desk told me that I had already won. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I hummed to myself as I walked down the street, without much of a care in the world. Yasaka was right, this was a very nice mini-vacation. I really needed something like this after everything that happened. I had a specific few things I needed to do, but I nearly missed something interesting. If not for Sir Wiggles grabbing at my hair, I would have walked past a certain shop in particular. Magical Menagerie. There were several cages lining the window with a variety of animals I've never seen before. Even if Sir Wiggles didn't seem to want to go inside, I was sufficiently intrigued. The only other person inside was presumably the shopkeeper, an older woman wearing rather cliché witch attire. Big pointy black hat and everything. At this point, I wasn't even going to question their fashion sense. The fact that the goblins dressed better than them probably said a lot about their culture. But I digressed. There was a turtle encrusted in jewels. A crab with a molten shell, steam sizzling off its body. A raccoon that was changing colors every time I looked at it. A pair of purple toads croaking non-stop in one corner, and a 5-headed lizard, specifically not a hydra, I could tell that much. Especially since it was spewing water rather than something venomous. A plethora of things I've never seen before, and it was making me excited. Welcome, welcome. The woman's eyes lit up as I came closer. Welcome to Magical Menagerie, we have all manner of animals for any purpose. We just picked up a few measles, perfect companions for any aging witch. Or maybe you want an alternative such as a pedestrian form of letter carrier like an owl. We have many different species that are more than able to fulfill a similar role. Ravens, bats, ferrets. Pardon, did you say ferrets? Oh yes. Her eyes sparkled. Mischievous and frighteningly intelligent beasties. The owl breeders don't dare to reveal their existence, she leaned in. But male ferrets are the next big thing, I assure you. Alrighty then. I can't tell if her particular brand of strange was out of place here. I was about to question her further, but Sir Wiggles shot off my head towards a different corner of the store. I of course followed him quickly, and soon found him sitting in front of a cage opposite a snow-white bunny. I thought Sir Wiggles was the picture of pureness, but this other bunny looked almost albino in comparison. No words were spoken, but both of them were twitching their noses excitedly. And then, their little behinds started wiggling in unison. Welp, I guess I knew what had to be done now. Oh, that thing. The shopkeep lady nearly snuck up on me as I was intently focused on my familiar. What is it? She's a failed product. The shopkeep sounded dismissive. A barmy idea. Could you imagine, post bunnies? She scoffed. Who would ever want a rabbit to deliver mail? She threw her hands up. And she doesn't even do that. A post bunny? Utterly mental. She scoffed. Now a ferret, that right there is a whole different story. Right. I had a feeling that maybe she was a few shades crazy for even these people. How much for the bunny? 50 galleons, number 45. All right, 45. I shrugged, nearly pushing the money into her hand so I could grab the cage and get away. Thank you for your business. Make sure to come back, my stock of ferrets is only increasing. I wondered why. Regardless, I quickly left. I barely had time to leave the building before Sir Wiggles was being very impatient, and perhaps I couldn't blame him. I turned the corner, and set the cage up on a random crate I found, unlocking it. The rabbit inside bolted out, but didn't run. Instead, it ran over to Sir Wiggles and the two began talking. I could feel the emotions from Sir Wiggles. And oh boy, was my little bunny falling in love. Hello. I offered, holding my hand out so she could get used to my scene. The new bunny looked at Sir Wiggles, then to me as it hopped gently over to smell my hand. Sir Wiggles bounced around her happily. Do you want to come along with us? I asked, because there felt like some kind of intelligence behind those eyes. The little bunny's eyes met mine, and it suddenly put its little paw in my hand. Which, I was taking as a sign that yes, it wanted to come along. Sir Wiggles nearly exploded in excitement, enough that its lightning discharged unintentionally as he zipped around overhead. I thought that our new little bunny would be intimidated, or even slightly scared at the least. No, instead it did something I completely did not expect. I had assumed it was a magical creature, but it wasn't until this moment that I realized to what extent. With Sir Wiggles zipping around in the air, the bunny gently floated up to meet him. And you can fly. Why was I not surprised? That crazy woman did say that they wanted to make a mail delivery bunny for some reason. As opposed to the owls they used, for some reason. I watched it for a few moments to understand what was going on. You're manipulating wind, how interesting. I muttered, rubbing my chin. It was essentially walking on the wind. Despite the weirdness, today has been a good day. With how Sir Wiggles and his new companion were getting along, I believed my promise to him was becoming fulfilled. I promised him girl bunnies, and here we are. The two bunnies landed back down in front of me, still looking rather happy. I didn't know how bunny courting happens, but I think Sir Wiggles had a new girlfriend. You're going to need a name. Lady Wiggles. I'll think about it. Quick question for you, are you able to deliver letters? Or is that something you're against? She poked me with her little paw as if to tell me to hand it over. I wasn't expecting this, 1 second. I mentally searched through my ring for the letter in particular that Yasaka and I devised. So. I held it out, how does this work? Apparently post owls are somehow magical, does that translate into delivering letters in some fashion, and that is something you can do too? I was honestly unsure of how this process worked. If you addressed the letter to something, did it just magically find its way to them through some convoluted means? Frankly, I had so many questions here I didn't know where to begin. So, this needs to be delivered to the headmaster of Hogwarts. She snatched it out of my hand with its mouth and began floating back up into the air. Okay then. I decided to just let it be. Do you want to go with her, buddy? I rubbed Sir Wiggle's head. I could feel the confirmation. All right, treat it like a date then, go have fun. He zipped right up to join her in the air. I watched my 2 bunnies fly away. Something I don't think anyone ever had to acknowledge before. What even is my life? I took out the notebook that Gramps gave me and looked at the list of things I should do before going home. Next was, getting myself a wand. For no other reason than that I wanted one. I guess it would be good to know how they worked for Kunu. But I admit, many things I do end up being just because I wanted something. Regardless, time to find a shop that sells wands. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ollivander's Wand Shop. I could practically hear the TM when I read the name of the store. I asked around a little bit, and apparently, he was the only wand seller for Britain. Did that speak of good things, or bad things? I guess we'll find out. Pushing the door open, the sound of a small bell rang out. I slowly turned my head to the side to see a strange old man invading my personal space, staring at me rather intently. Good afternoon. Curious. He eyed me. I can tell you what brand of lotion I use if you're that interested. He didn't react and just continued to look at me strangely. You are a face I've never seen before. He then stepped back. First time here. I admitted. Want to get myself a wand. I heard good things. He blinked. Pardon, are you saying you're here for your first wand? Yes. He looked at me again. Curious. Is it? Most curious. I feel like you're saying that to look mysterious. Rather than be offended, he seemed amused by my words. You have never used a wand? He asked. Not really. I shook my head. They're not something we used back home. And where are you from if I might ask? Japan. I said offhandedly. Ah. He stated as if that was enough. I have heard about their use of other methods such as bracelets or rings or what have you. He sniffed haughtily ever so slightly. It will never replace a good wand, but to each their own. If you say so. He clapped his hands, adopting a smile. What a wonderful event then. The only time adults have graced my door is when their wands inadvertently have been broken or stolen. Never have I had someone so old come to me for their first wand. This is quite exciting. Oh, where are my manners? He held out his hand. Garrick Ollivander. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. I returned the greeting with a handshake. Schweinorg, you say? He raised an eyebrow. Is there something wrong? Most curious. I felt myself twitch slightly. So, how does this work? Do I just pick whatever color suits me? Maybe something that matches my eyes. I'm afraid this is nothing like picking out a handbag, Mr. Schweinorg. He chuckled. No, the wand chooses the wizard. Are wands sexist? Pardon. He blinked in confusion. You said they chose wizards, what about witches? His lips quirked up. I like to believe wands don't care about gender. I merely assumed on my part when giving that statement. If you would prefer, I don't mind referring to you as a proper witch. Oh, I liked him. The walls were lined with small boxes, some of them without lids, some with all manner of wands laid about. Anything in particular I have to do? Maybe a jig to earn their attention. I can recite some poetry if that helps. That will be unnecessary, Mr. Schweinorg, the point is for the wand to want to join you. For that, it would be in our best interest that they have a good impression of you. Ouch. Just right for the jugular there. How sentient are they, exactly? The more I heard about this, the less I thought they were like wands from what I was referencing. Oh, nothing like that. He quickly reassured me with a chuckle. However, a bond between a wizard and their wand is something special. He said rather vaguely. Neat. I shrugged. Shall we begin? Let us. He nodded. And which wand is your wand hand? That depends on what you're referring to as my wand. Well, I believe it would be the same in this case. He quipped. I blinked, realizing that he wasn't slowed down at all by my little dirty joke. Right hand, but I can use my left hand, if that means anything. Not that I would consider myself ambidextrous, just something I picked up from my training. That does help. He turned to shift through the many wands on the shelves until he looked like he found what he was looking for. An engraved casing with what looked like gold on the top. Here we are, this one has had a previous owner. I believe it will be a good match for someone past their formative years. An experienced wand for an experienced wizard. Black walnut, dragon heartstring, 9.5 inches. He handed it over to me. As soon as I held it in my hand, I felt it try to siphon my magical energy. No, that wasn't quite accurate. If it was attempting to do that, my magical resistance would act up and counteract something so simple. My magical resistance was inert at the moment, because it wasn't breaching my body. It was, gently coaxing my ambient magical energy into it, like a greeting, almost. I couldn't hold back my curiosity and cast a structural grasp on the wand. What I saw surprised me. It was full of tiny runes all carved out along the inside. I could see the materials used, and every single groove meticulously carved into every facet of the piece. Honestly, it was beautiful. Even Medea would have nothing but good things to say about the craftsmanship. Hats off to Ollivander if he's the one who made this, he's a true artisan. Well. Give it a flick. I looked up at Ollivander, who looked at me expectantly. Just, flick it. Of course, how else will we know if it's the right wand for you? All right. I held it between my fingers and flicked it. The building shook, and Ollivander quickly ducked for cover. I flinched at the magical phenomenon that occurred from my wand. Ollivander slowly climbed back to his feet, and we both stared at where the wall to his shop used to stand. You needed some natural light in here anyways. He stared at me. He slowly took the wand from my hands and put it back into its box. I believe this is not the correct wand for you, Mr. Schweinorg. Against my better judgment, I believe we should proceed. I have never been unable to match a wand to a wizard before, and I don't intend to fail now. He went to a different side of the shelf, pulling out one wand in particular. Here we are. I believe a more reserved wand would be the best choice. Same wood, unicorn hair. I barely brushed it with my finger before it emitted a bright light and blew up his counter, sending shards of wood flying everywhere. I'll pay. Why did it feel like that was going to be something I said many more times today? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A/N. Sorry for delay, just dropped a 9K plus word chapter on Patreon. So it took a while. That being said, if you want to support me or read 9 chapters ahead, please visit my patreon.com/astoryforum. Chapter 458, Chapter 416. I waved the wand in my hand, and everything in the shop caught fire. Ollivander and I were quick to douse it all with water. And I was intrigued to see him conjure water from the tip of his own wand, but I was focused on the immediate concern. He looked at me with heavy eyes, taking the wand from my hand and putting it back. I'll pay. I said, but he offered no response. Try this one, Elderwood, dragon heartstring from a particularly ornery dragon. Very rigid, but not uncompromising. I took the darker-looking wand into my hand, and Ollivander cast many spells in quick succession for defensive purposes. Frankly, I think he was going overboard. I only had 1 or 2 accidents so far. I gave the wand a wave, and I felt a ringing in my ears. Maybe that was from the sound wave that burst out, shattering all the remaining glass in the shop, and the neighbors it seemed. We could tell, because of the holes in the building. I'll pay. So you have said. He pursed his lips. This one is definitely not it. You think that maybe the dragon parts are a bad idea? You know, considering. Drake spoke within my mind. That was a valid consideration. Mr. Ollivander, do you think the fact that I have a dragon in my soul might make dragon parts in the wands volatile? Ollivander looked at me for a long minute. I will take that under consideration. If nothing else, you have the subtlety of a dragon. Drake snorted. I had the vaguest feeling that this wand maker was humoring me like one would a child. Unicorn parts are simply out. Ollivander hummed. We don't need a repeat of that. He glanced to where his counter used to be. And dragon parts. He scrunched his nose. Very well. The main cores we use here are dragon heartstring, unicorn tail, and phoenix feather, even if the latter of them is significantly more rare considering I only have 1 or 2 coming in a year. But I suppose it couldn't hurt. He began rifling through more wand cases until he took out another one. This is an interesting combination. Black walnut, which wouldn't normally work well with a phoenix feather, but Headmaster Dumbledore's phoenix roost on it for some years on occasion, leaving it a rather intimate combination. Adventurous, but not without consideration. Willing to fly free, but also delve into the unknown. He held it out for me to take. I hesitantly took it into my hand and it felt warm, pleasant even. I think I could vaguely hear a soft chirping, melodious in nature. Even Ollivander looked cautiously optimistic. He very slowly approached me to get a better look. Most curious. Is it? I questioned. Frankly, I have no clue at this point. He admitted. We've gone through 73 wands at this point, and I'm just happy that it didn't immediately make my shop explode. Yeah, that's fair. It goes against every fiber of my survival instincts to say this, Mr. Schweinorg, but please give it a flick. I cringed slightly, anticipating the ensuing destruction and flicked the wand gently. Nothing happened. Both Ollivander and I looked at the wand curiously, until suddenly a puff of smoke blew out of the tip, right into his face. He coughed erratically, swatting away the cloud, catching his breath. Significantly less destructive, even if it was unpleasant. He seemed to chuckle at the lackluster effect. A good starting point to work with, most curious. He flashed a smile with renewed vigor. I'm sorry, this wasn't intentional. He blinked, and then chuckled. I assure you, Mr. Schweinorg, blowing smoke into my face isn't something to write home about. I've faced much worse, not counting today, that is. That's not what I was talking about. I grimaced, pointing to his face. He frowned, flicking his own wand at a nearby piece of wood, presumably that came from his wall. It changed into a mirror, making me raise an eyebrow. He held it up and stared at his reflection emotionlessly. If I had not been present for the last 2 hours of wand testing, I would not have believed you. He finally said. There was a red dick drawn on his forehead. I promise it wasn't intentional. I said again, even if I was holding back a laugh. Yes. I believe the wand is expressing its dissatisfaction. He harumphed, taking it out of my hand. The headmaster's phoenix, while being a holy and majestic creature, has the tendency to land in the gutter with its sense of humor. He said that before, about the apparent headmaster of Hogwarts having a phoenix, and I sort of glazed over that. But, that's pretty cool. Was it the same kind of phoenix that I was familiar with? Or is it something they just named here? Same with dragons too, I'm surprised they have so many harvestable dragon parts. It's not too difficult to find an unintelligent dragon back home, but even those are rather powerful by normal human standards. He grabbed a handkerchief from his pocket, wiping his head. The phallus didn't even smear. He rolled his eyes and held his wand up to it. Finite. I watched as he attempted to enact a spell, it actualized and splashed against the drawing on his forehead. He looked at himself in the mirror and scowled. Finite incantatum. His magical energy moved much more aggressively, but still, the image on his forehead persisted. I swear it wasn't intentional. His eye twitched. Wonderful. He seemed to give up. I will have to visit that blasted bird later to get it removed. Phoenix magic is too temperamental, even if it's from a mere feather. He grumbled under his breath. Maybe we should just give up. His head snapped to me. Mr. Schweinorg, at this point, it is a matter of pride. I will make sure you have a wand, even if I have to craft a new one. That being said, perhaps it is time I take out some of my early experiments. Oh. I experimented with many, exotic materials in my youth before settling down. He puffed up with pride and disappeared into the back of his shop. It would have been more impactful had part of the nearby wall not collapsed as soon as he left. Honestly, I was wondering how his shop was still standing upright at this point. A testament to their architecture perhaps. He came back out quickly, arms full of different wand boxes. Without any fanfare, he plopped them all into a pile on a chair that was still standing. I refuse to believe we will not find you a suitable wand. He stated, rummaging through them. Here we are. You said you were from Japan. It just so happens I have some materials from there as well. Japanese cedar, and an oni horn. Did you say an oni horn? I blinked in surprise. I am genuinely surprised you can claim to have something like that. I still have the scars from acquiring it. He smiled awkwardly. Oh dear. Well, I took it from his hand, and it felt wrong. I immediately felt it, not like the dragon ones or even the unicorn ones that outright rejected me, perhaps due to my darker nature as a half-devil. This one just outright despised me through no fault of my own. I have a feeling this one isn't going to work. Just give it a flick, Mr. Schweinorg. We'll see how far off the mark we are so I know where to go from here. No, seriously. I have a bad feeling about this one. Mr. Schweinorg, I can say with all honesty, there is not much you can do at this point that would be worse. Are you sure? Just flick it, Mr. Schweinorg. I do not take blame for this. I stated, holding it up and giving it a casual wave. Immediately, both Ollivander and I were blown off our feet, smacking into the sides of the room. The invisible force ripped out, rather upwards, as I was keen enough to not point it anywhere near us. The ceiling of the shop more or less disintegrated on impact. It took a moment, but the wand maker and I climbed back up to our feet. I suppose I have been meaning to remodel. A sunroof isn't a bad idea. It really does open up the room a bit with some natural light, you know. I offered. Funnily enough, he didn't look put off by what I said. Was he considering it? A drop of water landed on his nose. We both looked up, and rain fell from the sky. A torrential downfall. A glance out the window told us that it was only happening above the shop. Ollivander slowly moved to sit down amidst the growing puddle of water that developed on his floor. A few wand boxes began floating away. I'll pay. The look of defeat made me feel bad. His eyes slowly climbed up until they met mine. Would it be possible for me to bring in some of my own materials? Perhaps ones I believe to be compatible with me? I finally asked. There was a spark of desire behind his eyes that lit up again. Mr. Schweinorg, I will do my absolute best to make you a wand out of what you deem acceptable. I will put all my skills I've learned through my very long life, all the meticulous hours I spent wand making to practice. I will make you one of the greatest wands ever to be produced by human hands. Yeah. I admit that sounded exciting. I only ask one thing in return. What do you want? Never, ever, step foot in my shop again afterwards. That's fair. Mr. Ollivander, are you in there? It's the Aurors. Aurors? Why did that sound familiar? No one answered. We're forcing our way in. Everyone inside better lay their wands down and put their hands up. Oh shit, the magic popo. They burst through the door, wearing robes in a uniform manner. However, they looked around, surprised at the amount of destruction. Ollivander's eyes were empty, tired. He seemingly didn't care to respond. Mr. Ollivander, who did this? The one at the front asked. I held up my finger, pointing down the street. They went that way. They looked at me and didn't even hesitate to run out the door in the direction I pointed. Ollivander let out an exhausted sigh. I had a feeling like I should give him some space. At **********. Albus Dumbledore POV, Headmaster of Hogwarts. Thank you for coming, everyone. I addressed my staff. As you know, summer vacation is almost over, so it seemed like a good time to hold our annual meeting. Before we begin, would anyone like to say anything? Fox chirped happily on his perch. Despite not contributing, that phoenix of mine liked to be part of the talks. Which is why we usually held this meeting in my office. He didn't like leaving his perch unless he had to. I do believe I have spoiled him too much over the years. Albus, what are we going to do about the positions we need filled? Minerva asked. I stroked my beard, seeing that everyone was in agreement. My transfiguration teacher was one to always get to the heart of the problem without beating around the bush. Yes, that poses quite the problem. I assure you I have not been idle during this summer, but it has been difficult. I addressed my staff. Not just our defense against the dark arts position, which in of itself is becoming increasingly difficult to fill every year due to the curse left on the position. I'm inclined to agree with Severus's suggestion from last year. Professor Flitwick chimed in. Why not have a set of rotating teachers? Then every year they leave. Is there any situation on this supposed curse that a former teacher can't return? I shook my head with a sigh. Such a solution would have been used long ago. I'm afraid that whatever you know who did to the position, the jinx, that it has a means to fight back if we attempt to play smart. Poor Woodrick. Minerva muttered. He has been shamed ever since news got out about what happened. Yes, young Woodrick, one of our own graduates. He was the one who proposed the idea in the first place, and it was novel enough that we thought to give it a try. It worked the first time. Woodrick taught for a year, we switched to someone else, Woodrick returned to test such a thing, and then, well. I knew for a fact that Woodrick didn't intentionally vanish all the clothes of his students and himself and douse himself in marital potion supplements. But it did not paint a good picture, and I was forced to explain to the ministry what happened. Of course, poor Woodrick was shamed out of the wizarding world, never to be heard from again. Perhaps we could reach out to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and see if they can lend a handful of Aurors every year. It would get around that initial problem, and I do not believe this jinx would push back as it would be a new person teaching each time. Unfortunately, I am still unable to discover how Tom was able to achieve this effect. A devilish mind and a dark heart he possessed, but there was no denying his intelligence. I fear that his magical knowledge even surpassed mine in the end. What about the other positions? Severus drawled, bringing my thoughts focused back on the meeting at hand. A few groans around the room equated to how I felt as well. Muggle studies, magical theory, care of magical creatures. I listed off. Oh yes, and defense against the dark arts. Realistically, we needed 4 new teachers this year. Practically. And we do not have the funds to replace the positions proper. Among other necessities. Professor Hooch snorted. Rolanda, I am truly sorry. I know I promised new brooms this year, but the situation is beyond our control. I apologize to our flying instructor. I'm annoyed too, Albus. Madame Pomfrey added. Do you have any idea how many students I have to treat in our infirmary every year because of those Merlin-damned brooms? It's this headache every year. My hands are well and truly tied, our budget is not looking good. As it stands, we're going to have to try and stretch it to even higher replacements to fill our missing positions. You must have some sort of plan, Albus. Professor Sprout spoke up. I do indeed. I smiled. First, I believe we can have Hagrid fill in for the care of magical creatures. There was a round of whispers and grimaces all around. I once more knew how they felt. Hagrid was a good person, a very good person, but he often missed the obvious when it came to magical creatures. In that they were very dangerous to humans in the best of circumstances. I will have to keep an eye on him. He already said he would forego his salary for a few years due to the dragon incident. Admittedly, that did cause quite a decrease in our budget as I had to send some gold to certain places to smooth everything over. It was illegal to raise a dragon without the proper permits for a reason. But I digressed, his heart was in the right place and that's all I can ask for. But mostly, our budget was slashed significantly due to the incident with the Philosopher's Stone that Nicholas lent me. Or, rather, the fake one. He wanted to disappear for a while, as he was being bothered by too many people. And I wanted to test a theory and lure out Tom should he have still been around. It worked out, not quite like I expected. A troll wandering the halls, nearly killing a student. The amount of money we used to devise those traps to reach the stone in the first place. I have never been one to overly care for monetary gain, but it even hurt my heart to flush so many galleons down the drain. I was trying to not cause concern, but we were in a precarious situation. The board of directors was already breathing down my neck to find replacements, and they were intentionally not increasing our budget just so they had something to hold over me. Minera's lips thinned. That is one position. And for the others. I was reached out to by one of our former students willing to take over the defense position this year. I found myself grinning. I always did love it when former students returned. Who? Why, none other than young Gilderoy Lockhart. After his jumping all around the world for his adventures, he believed it was time to give back to the youth of Wizarding Britain and spread his knowledge. I chuckled. Headmaster, are you serious? Severus's dry tone seemed to speak for everyone here. Unfortunately, I quite am. Albus, I remember teaching Lockhart. He barely passed his DADAC classes. Minerva frowned. And Merlin knows the trite in those books he publishes is all lies. Now, Minerva, I think we should give him a chance. Unless you wanted to pay out of pocket. How much are you being bribed, Albus? Minerva narrowed her eyes. Minerva, how could you insinuate a thing like that? I assure you, Lockhart is not bribing me for the position. How much are we paying him? She raised an eyebrow. I hardly see why. Albus. The deputy headmistress's eyes narrowed dangerously at me. It was times like this that despite her being hyper-competent and a truly worthy successor for my position as headmaster, that I felt a smidge of regret in my decision. I cleared my throat. Lockhart has found it within his heart to request no recompense for his employment period of this year. Yes, that's what I thought. Minerva's tone was equal to Severus in this circumstance. Before I could usher a response, there was a faint tapping on my window. There was a pair of rabbits, tapping on my window. My window, that stood dozens of feet off the ground. I looked at them, then back to Fawkes, who also looked just as bewildered as I was. At least they were polite. Not like those ferrets from last time. Who used ferrets to deliver mail. Merlin, I sometimes felt as if I should retire. I walked over to the window and opened it. One of the rabbits pushed the letter it was holding in its mouth my way. Thank you. It provided a little nod my way, then the two of them flew away, for lack of a better word. I simply took a moment to watch them leave, still bewildered as to what was happening. Albus, why did a rabbit deliver you mail? Minerva asked. I don't know. I answered honestly. Why would someone not use an owl? How strange. It was addressed to me and had no curses or negative effects attached, so I opened it up and began reading. With each line, I felt my brow furrow until finally I landed upon the name of the sender. Albus, why did you suddenly go pale? Flitwick asked, seemingly concerned. I slowly sat down in my seat, setting the letter on my desk. A name I have not heard in many years has resurfaced. I spoke softly. Do any of you recognize the name Schweinorg? Some of them shook their heads, others' eyes widened. I haven't heard that name in a fair while. Flitwick mused. I recall the commotion of someone defeating Grindelwald during the war, and the subsequent running around to find this person. But there has been no news since then. Yes, that was the public perception, wasn't it? My higher positions allowed me a more in-depth knowledge of what transpired. Gellert assailed the man named Zelretch. Something we would not have even blinked at previously. I don't know the entirety of the details that drew Gellert's attention to this man, only that he was supposedly a hermit living in the German countryside. Though the following incident disabused everyone of the notion that this Zelretch was anything but one of the most dangerous individuals in the world. He not only repelled Gellert's attack on his home, but he killed dozens of his inner circle. Wizards and witches that even I would be troubled facing as a group. Trained especially by Gellert himself to be his personal guard and strike force. Gellert escaped with his life, but many of his confidants died that evening. News spread quickly, and it gave many of us a renewed vigor when Gellert had been on a long streak of success. Many places were then without their leaders as Gellert assigned his most trusted to positions of power. It was truly a turning point in the war. But what most people don't know is that Gellert was infantilized. I recalled the conversation with him after his defeat. A victory that would have been substantially harder had this previously unknown man not caused the Elder Wand in his position to question its loyalty to Gellert and stop providing increased aid. The most powerful wand in the world, a fickle mistress she was. And after losing to this previously unknown wizard, it began to stymy Gellert's magic, allowing me a large opportunity to defeat my once friend, ending the magical side of the war. But before that, when the Elder Wand was working properly, facilitating Gellert's already immense magical might to unheard of levels, this Zelretch treated him as a child. Chiding him more than fighting. It spooked Gellert badly. Even when we fought, it was clear there was a ghost still in his heart from the encounter. He didn't say much after that, but it was enough to worry me. The subsequent revelations were more to add. We sealed some of the more volatile information from the public, but some things still were spread around. Yes, it was impossible to hide everything about the most wanted men in the magical world being defeated and who had done it. Traces back to before the calendar updated. And various instances of his presence over the centuries with no seeming rhyme or reason. It was not even particularly noteworthy events that he revealed himself. And I was sure there were many more that were simply unrecorded. They called him a Dark Lord once things became known, but I wasn't even sure that was the case. Was there ever an instance of his recorded performing evil deeds? I would never condone the killing of others, but I was also not foolish enough to not recognize that it wasn't something inherently evil. Abhorrent as it was. Albus, what did the letter say? Minerva asked. Someone of the Schweinorg name wishes to have a discussion and meeting regarding sending their child to Hogwarts this year. I responded absent-mindedly. Minerva blinked. That is, not quite the response I expected from your tone, Albus. His daughter is apparently a princess of some sort from a magical creature community in Japan. Oh. Minerva softly replied. We're not going to accept, right, Albus? Minerva. Don't Minerva me, Albus. I grew up during the Blitz, I know the name Schweinorg. Dark wizard if there ever was one. We can't judge children by their parentage. I countered, keeping my tone grandfatherly. Minerva stumbled, unable to retort that statement. Are we even sure this person is related to the one you're thinking of? Truthfully, there is no evidence given. Nothing noting it in the letter, but I find myself believing it unlikely that there is no link. I hardly believe the name to be common. In fact, I don't recall there being anyone with that family name when we looked into the men all those years ago. Will the ministry kick up a fuss, Albus? Flitwick asked. Merlin knows they will take any reason to stomp around after the debacle of this past year. I see no reason. It's not as if this family is wanted for any crimes. And the letter explained that his daughter is half human. I hummed. I believe every child deserves the same chances, regardless of their origins. Hogwarts is not only a school, but a home for any who seek knowledge and education within these halls. We shelter and protect, nurture and raise. Something I think we often forget while focusing on the aspect of learning. Well said, Albus. Flitwick agreed, as I knew he would. Being a half-goblin gave him a certain perspective. You're right, Albus. Minerva sighed. I was being judgmental. Any children who come to our school deserve the same chances and nurturing as anyone else. It's all right, Minerva. Your heart was in the right place, it only shows your concern for your students. I reassured her. She brightened up, accepting my praise. I decidedly did not mention that the letter also heavily implied a significant donation should we come to terms of enrollment. Yes, I have not lived this long to not know when it's wise to keep my mouth shut. Now, I have placated my staff, but I am still unsure of how to proceed. I suppose I should send a letter in return. I only hope that I'm not making a mistake. *****. A/N. If you want to read 9 chapters ahead or support me, visit my Patreon.com. Late chapter again because the Patreon chapter was about 9k words. Chapter 459, Chapter 417. I was more or less wrapping up my little foray into this world. I didn't want to extend my time here to more than a day, or thereabouts. Frankly, this was just me keeping busy without forcing myself to deal with the truly stressful and important matters. It certainly helped with how high-strung I'd been recently, a nice relaxing shopping evening. That was until I found all that was unholy in this world. Th. Racist assholes. I could deal with that. Hell, give me petulant gods back home. This, however, was too damn far. I felt my pyromantic tendencies flare up. No one would ever know, a little bit of fire, and this place would burn down. I'd honestly be doing the world a favor. I'm not usually someone who takes shots at other cultures. I honestly believe it's the height of ignorance and the domain of the uneducated to dismiss another's societal differences out of hand. That isn't to say, you should blindly accept everything about someone else's home. If you go to another country and they perform ritual sacrifice, you wouldn't be xenophobic to say something bad about that. But to simply point at and label it backwards or barbaric because it's different is where a line should be drawn. And I found myself stepping over that line. Because this is unacceptable. What in God's name was this monstrosity? I was curious, and decided to take a look over at one of the fashionable clothing stores. And staring at one of the window displays, it nearly made me throw up in my mouth. I don't mind robes. They're not for me personally, but they're a staple in many magical societies. But this, I had no words. Why would any living creature want to wear something like this? It's like they took all the worst parts about Victorian-era clothing, and stitched it together with the cliché wizard attire, then thought they could do worse by adding some flamboyant feathers, fur, and lace. And if that didn't make it bad enough, there were genuinely people pressed against the window admiring it. It's just clothing. Drake snorted within my head. Honestly don't know why you're so obsessed about it. Imagine if instead of clothing, it was the equivalent of scales. Burn it down. Drake spoke after a beat. I knew you understood me best, Drake. I could feel my magical energy rise to the surface. Fire is the answer to every problem. If you claim it doesn't solve the problem, you're just not using enough. Or you can just burn any dissidents. If there's no one to tell you it's not working, then no one can prove otherwise. Am I really going to have to be a voice of reason here? My Zanpakuto chimed in. Burn it. Don't take advice from the dragon about burning things. Oh fine. Party pooper. You have other things you'd rather be doing anyways. Don't waste your time caring about something that won't overly concern you. Yeah. The only reason I was checking out this place was because it was near where I actually wanted to go. Flourish and blots. A bookseller. Color me interested. I hummed as I pushed the door open, the insides being vastly larger than the building would appear from the outside. At this point, it seems like a standard magical effect to increase the space of facilities. Perhaps a necessity that came from hiding in modern times. Diagon Alley wasn't that big to accommodate what was thousands of witches and wizards, it made sense that they needed to add more. However, I felt my eye twitch as I saw the state of this place. Stacks and stacks of books, which was good, if they weren't haphazardly thrown all over the place. Literally towering stacks of books that were tilting back and forth because they were about to fall over. There were more, on the staircase leading to the second floor, a hazard for anyone trying to walk. There were archways made from books barely held together by friction. What the fuck was wrong with this world? Ignored it, Wilhelm, you had other things you wanted to do before going back home. Instead of being supremely bothered by the layout of this place, I walked to the front desk. Can I help you, dearie? A kindly old woman looked up from the counter. Yes, I was wanting to make a rather large purchase. I figured it would be more appropriate to ask rather than find everything myself. Would it be possible to get 2 sets of compulsory texts for Hogwarts students? For which years? She responded. Every year. I blinked. The texts sometimes change from year to year. She gently explained. Do you have someone attending? Possibly my daughter. Just came over from out of country and wanted to take a look at everything before making a decision. I casually explained. Oh wonderful. She happily clapped. You'll find that Hogwarts is the foremost magical school in the entire world. So I've heard. I had yet to form a thorough opinion. It makes sense then. She nodded in understanding. Especially with the defense against the dark arts teacher changing every year, the books needed also change. Pardon. I frowned. What do you mean that a teacher is changing every year? Oh forgive me. She placed her hand lightly on her chest. You just told me and I already forgot. She leaned, looking around. You know who did something, a curse or what have you, and no teacher can persist for more than a year in the position. A teacher dies every year. I was now very concerned. Oh Merlin, no. She laughed. Just some reason or another that they leave or are forced to leave. I am finding it difficult to understand. Why don't they just remove this curse? You know who was a very powerful wizard, not even the great Dumbledore was able to remove it. Who would you expect could do so? She said as if it were obvious. You know who. Indeed. She nodded. Who is that? It's you know who. Yes, I don't know who. The Dark Lord. Grindelwald. That was the only Dark Lord I've heard about. Grindelwald. What does he have to do with anything? She looked confused now. Grindelwald was defeated by Dumbledore during the war. Yes, and who is this Dark Lord then? It's you know who. I don't know who. How do you not know? I was living in Japan my entire life. I fought off a sigh. She hesitated, looking around again before once more leaning in. His name was Voldemort. She whispered, a tinge of fear present in her voice. That's a stupid name. And this Dark Lord did something after Grindelwald. She looked clearly uncomfortable with the line of questioning. It was a dark time, you shouldn't ask about it. But it doesn't matter any longer, he was defeated by the boy who lived. She looked at me again. Don't tell me you don't know about that either. I have no idea. Her expression changed drastically. Why, Harry Potter of course. Oh, is Harry Potter some kind of powerful wizard like Dumbledore? She let out a laugh. He's just a child. Bought his books right for me just this last year for his first year of schooling. She puffed up proudly. Pardon, are you saying that a school student defeated this Dark Lord? Yes, it was just about 10 years ago. She looked off into the distance. If not for Harry Potter, who knows what would have happened? 10 years, and you said he just bought books. Wouldn't he have been an infant? Why, of course. She nodded. An infant defeated this scary Dark Lord of yours? She nodded as if it weren't the most ridiculous thing I've heard in a long while. How? Well, I don't know. All we know is that he survived the killing curse. And destroyed that monster for good. An infant. What the hell was this killing curse? I felt it should be even something a foreigner should know, so I kept my mouth shut. He's destined for great things. All right then. There seems to be a Dark Lord problem here if there were two in such a time frame. Then again, if we were to toss the label around back home, half the clock tower would get the title. I decidedly chose not to comment further on the topic. If he was killed, then I didn't care anymore. I would have simply gone to kill him myself so Kuna's schooling wouldn't be interrupted by any stupidity. If we ended up deciding on this place. It was looking good so far though. Despite my current misgivings, which were admittedly my own personal hang-ups. It was shaping up to be something that I think Kuna would enjoy. Of course, I needed to look into the actual learning material to form a better opinion. Thus, here we were. If their problems could be solved by literal babies, I'm sure it's nothing important. Back on topic, books. I shifted back to the reason I was here. Oh yes. She snapped back as well. What books would you like? How about last year's material? Otherwise, the standard sets for each year for each major subject would be appreciated. 2 sets, that is. And, honestly, throw in anything you think would be helpful for a parent wanting to see what the education is like over here. I can pay very well. So please, don't hold back. The twinkle in her eyes told me that she would be more than happy to add anything she thinks I would need. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Finding a nice quiet place had actually been a test in futility for the most part. This place was fairly packed full of people, but I was lucky enough to find a little rotunda with a tree and some benches with a little grassy garden a tiny bit out of the way. No one around, I took out one of the books I acquired, starting from the beginning. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. A compulsory text for every first year it seems. Good, they streamlined their education enough to have something like this, which gave me hope. Even back in the clock tower, they had standardized books for new students. I opened it up to read the first page to get an idea of what I was getting into. An Introduction to Charms. I hummed to myself. Through this text you will be learning the basic charms any proper wizard and witch will utilize in their lifetimes. These range from kitchen cantrips to deceptively dreadful defensive measures for the quick thinking. However, this text will not include the dark arts, that is to say, there will be no learning of jinxes, hexes, and curses. This text does not deal with dark charms. There was a bit more, but I skimmed over the introduction. Interesting that they broadly labeled a bunch of things simply as charms. Baby magic then. So it would seem. I mentally shrugged. It's fine though, this is what Kuna can use as a springboard. Magic is magic, even if it differs wildly from one place to another, it all has some common ground to work from. Once she understands basics from here, she can learn the more complicated matters that we are familiar with. I believe the magic possessed in Skyrim would be a good route for the equivalent of higher education before stepping into the magecraft you are more familiar with. Musu Tingai also noted. Agreed, it's a good first step on the ladder from what Gramps said. Something basic and easy to understand with minimal danger. What more could I ask for with my daughter's education? I went to the first page of spell work. The very first spell the kids would be learning. Lumos. I read aloud. The Wand Lightning Charm. A charm that illuminates the tip of the caster's wand, allowing for the caster to see in the dark. The counter charm, provided below, is known as Nox, which is used to extinguish the light from the caster's wand. This charm can also be sometimes used to reveal magically hidden things. It went on a bit more but I skimmed through that. Instead, I focused on a magically moving picture that showed a wand movement and the effect in black and white. While not as noticeable since it was dealing with light, the shades did change and I could make out what happened. Reveals magically hidden things. That implies it's not simply light but more of a revelation, which supports the banishment of darkness due to the inherent concepts behind the two ideas. Light lets you see in the dark, ergo, a revelation spell would push away any darkness around you. I was just thinking out loud at this point. Don't accidentally exorcise yourself. I was about to retort something snarky, but that is genuinely a curious idea. Regardless, shall we test it? It specifies wand lightning, but I doubted I actually needed one. The only issue is that it doesn't really go into depth on how the spell operates, only follow the outline and it works. I guess they don't cover the mechanism this early. But that did earn an eyebrow raise either way, because simple spell words and motions shouldn't actualize a spell like this unless it was a manner of ritual that was engraved in the world. Well, let's test. I held a finger out and followed the motions described in the book. Lumos. Nothing happened. Lumos. 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 My magical energy didn't respond properly. Something was off and I didn't know what it was. Realistically, I didn't churn my magical energy like I would with a normal spell from my end, because this was supposed to work for utter beginners. That is to say, they shouldn't have the same control that I have, therefore it's not a leap to guess that it would work by itself without the user needing further control of their magical energy. Wand movements in general were something I was iffy on. Why were they needed? Was it similar to the creation of a rune in that the character was a representation of itself? In that case, why would a spell world be mandatory too? Further on that train of thought, is wandless and wordless magic even possible here? Lumos. Again, nothing. So this is the first spell? Yes, Draig. The ones that literal children learn for their first spell? Yes, Draig. I groaned. Like, they hand the kids their sticks, and this is just something that is easy for kids who probably still wet the bed. Yes, Draig. Just checking. Fuck you, Draig. Lumos. Again, nothing. And I was starting to get annoyed. I could produce light at the tip of my finger without a second thought required. But why wasn't this working? What was I doing wrong? Was a wand literally required? It was in the name, but I was 90% sure that was a misnomer. And how did people practice magic without wands if this was the case? I doubt magic suddenly popped up because someone thought, hey, let me say some magic words and wave my stick around this specific way. I'm missing something. I recalled what Graham said, and it was obvious that he thought this would be an exercise for me to figure out. Meaning, there is something to figure out on my end. Lumos. I concentrated on the mana in the air, and I noted a faint ripple. Like it failed to take hold of my spell. As if the world assisted with the spell casting. That was absurd. This was no grand ritual. And there were certainly no gods here to facilitate this kind of thing. What was I missing? Lumos. I watched again, and it reacted nearly exactly the same way. Lumos. I tried to latch onto the mana in the air with my own magical energy. I felt something, but nothing actualized. I held up my other hand, and cast a similar spell, allowing a small light to appear above my finger. Nothing happened, the mana didn't react at all, but my own spell came out without any issue. Lumos. I cast in my free hand. Once more, the same happened. Maybe you can ask that baby to teach you. He's apparently beating Dark Lords while in a diaper. Shut up, Draig. I grumbled. Just saying, it makes me depressed to see my user not be able to use even the most basic of baby spells. You think if we get Kuna she could figure it out before you? I'm ignoring you. It's alright to admit. Admit what? I was annoyed that he got an answer from me even after I said what I did before. Don't. That it's too difficult for you. Caution to the wind then. I took out the staff of Magnus. Lumos. A second sun appeared overhead. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Canonomake, date with Vanillana. I had my chin resting on the table, and across from me Vanillana was doing the same. I don't know how long we'd been like this, but we were staring at each other for a good while at this point. You blinked, I win, Vanillana suddenly smiled. Damn it, I got lost in thought. I huffed. No being a sore loser, she giggled. I'll make you sore. I'm sure you will. She smiled. We can do that now if you want. Oh. I perked up, but forced myself to settle down. Geez, I thought I was the horny one. Is there even an off switch for you? Sweetie. She reached over, playfully patting my cheek. I'm almost always horny. That explained a lot. And I could relate. It's not that don't want to take a tumble in the bed sheets. Or anywhere, I don't mind getting adventurous. She interjected. Jesus Christ, this woman was going to be the end of me. But I wanted to spend some time with you too. I took her hand into mine, giving her a smile. And I enjoy this about you immensely. She returned the warm smile. What did you have in mind? I'm up for just about anything. Impromptu date. I hummed. Would you like some suggestions? She offered. Please, I'm floundering here. She giggled and touched the bracelet I gave her before, taking out a piece of paper. Here you go. This is my bucket list this decade. I took it, but looked at her first. Bucket list for this decade. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, I just make a list of things that pique my interest every decade or so that I want to do. Not all of them pan out, but it is what it is. She shrugged. I read the first on the list. Fly to the moon. I furrowed my brow. Humans landed on the moon some years ago. I thought they would have had commercial flights within a few years back when I made this list. Unfortunately, it looks like I'll have to put that one off. I could take you there myself. It would take ample preparation, but it was possible. Part of the fun would be the flying. I wanted the whole experience, breaking through the Earth's gravity well. The blast off, the landing. All of that good stuff. Understandable. I didn't bring it up again. That sounds like fun. It's something we can do together in the future. Then we can have sex on the way back. It would be exciting to do it without any gravity. I couldn't even say anything because I had that same exact thought. I skimmed the list. Most of it were things that would require a bit of setup or weren't really possible on short notice, but I did land on one that did make me pause. I flipped the page over and held my finger to it. Really? What? She chuckled. I saw it on TV some years ago and I've been wanting to do it since. But everyone I've asked didn't really seem interested. And I wouldn't want to go alone, that would be weird. Fuck it, let's do it. I've never done it before either. She smiled brightly, like a genuine excitement. Oh, this is going to be fun. She shot up out of her seat. But I should probably change. She looked down at the dress she was wearing. Unless you want me to flash my ass at people when I run. I reached over and lifted her dress up to get a good look. Nope, that's mine. I shook my head, giving her a little pat on her butt for emphasis. I should put on some panties too. She noted. Give me 10 minutes and I'll be right back. Who'd have thought she'd want to play paintball of all things? I wasn't complaining, it sounded like a fun time. Asterisk. Venelana and I sat there in silence. We were sweaty and covered in paint. Here are your participation trophies. The owner handed us these 2 little plastic gold-colored cups. If you come back, we will call the police. Neither Venelana nor I said anything as he walked away. Wow. Yes. She agreed. Those kids were ruthless. I am surprised myself. She rubbed her boob. I got shot in the tit several times. I don't think it was an accident. Oh, it definitely wasn't. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten so worked up and shot those kids in the mouth every time they opened them. I confessed to nothing. I expected a fun little outing, shooting each other and some other people with some little balls of paint. We both intentionally kept our standards to that of a normal human, otherwise there would be no point. But Jesus Christ, those kids were monsters. And we're banned now. She mused. Do you think we did something wrong? No, I'm sure it wasn't that you went on a rampage screaming, my dick, when I got shot and said dick. I deadpanned. Didn't you say you were a child psychiatrist? 'Cause some of those kids are going to need some recommendations. I did indeed. Well, a little trauma probably never hurt anyone. Those kids are going to need a therapist later. It builds character. She defended. I don't think kicking some teen down to the ground and unloading everything you had into their groin is character building. But then again, I'm not a licensed psychiatrist. Trust me, I went to school. That response probably wouldn't make me this speechless if I wasn't technically a high school dropout. She patted my leg. There. Well, what now? I asked. I don't know. I didn't expect us to get kicked out so soon. So soon? I raised an eyebrow. There were only 2 ways this could have gone. She shrugged. Believe me when I say, this is pretty normal for my family and I'm used to it. Wow, that was something I didn't think was worth unpacking here. Regardless. Wanna go find another one to get kicked out of? She smiled brightly. I would love to. Asterisk. A/N. If you want to read 9 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 460, Chapter 418. I walked along the street past the shops. Not with a care in the world. There was a giant ball of light in the sky, but what could that have to do with me? So, I just very calmly walked down the street. Perhaps a tad briskly, but I kept my calm. Because I was certainly not responsible for the utter chaos that was unfolding all around me. People were definitely not running in panic, and other magic users suddenly teleported into the streets to throw their spells at the giant ball of light that was totally not my fault. Good job. I blame you, Drake. I bet you can't do it again. I'm not falling for that again. Whatever. I knew it was too much for you. I felt a small twitch of my eye. Don't make me pull you into your soul. Musu Tengai interrupted. Drake, stop trying to bait him into causing problems. Yeah, fuck off, Drake. And Wilhelm, stop falling for his obvious baits. I chose not to comment. But I did find a nice spot to watch what was going on. A few dozen magic users began casting spells in unison, and my own spell gradually faded away. Granted, it was just a ball of light that revealed hidden truths, on top of a secretly hidden enclave in the middle of London. I'm sure it'll be fine. But I digressed. It was interesting to see them undo my magic. Reminded me of the spell that Ollivander used when I was getting tested for a wand. Perhaps there were a few spells to pick up here or there. Just the cursory glance at the first-year book of spells, it showed they adopted a lot of magical ways to manage mundane tasks. Which did admittedly pique my interest in many ways. Did I have anything else I needed to do here? I commissioned a sword to be made. A wand was a no-go for now, but that's something I still want to do after picking out some pieces. I doubt I'll use it for anything meaningful, but I am sufficiently interested in owning one. Sent the letter to the headmaster of Hogwarts. And I picked up a bunch of good stuff. That seems to be about it. I suppose I'll just meander for another couple hours or so and just do whatever popped into my mind. Cast some magic again. Musu Tengai let out a sigh, but I ignored him. I could figure it out if I wanted to. I'm sure you could. I fucking hate you. But I couldn't deny that it wasn't bothering me with how the magic was behaving. It didn't make sense. Well, the logic was off. The Lumos spell only worked once I had a foci for it to ping off of. Which was stupid in the simplest terms. That shouldn't dictate if a spell was operable or not. It's not as if it was weighing the conceptual significance of the foci as a symbol similar to my Yggdrasil. No, it was just a foci in the eyes of the spell. Granted, I put more oomph in it than I should have, but that's neither here nor there. Frankly, it shouldn't have been a problem. It didn't make sense. I literally changed nothing other than holding the staff. Yet, it seemingly worked properly then. And I was almost 100% sure that the staff of Magnus was not the reason it actualized. I'm pretty sure any old magical foci would have sufficed there. So we loop back around to the original question, why wasn't it working until I wielded a foci? Was that purely because the spell actualized at the tip of a presumed wand? But that doesn't make sense considering that when I put my staff away, it lingered in the air for a long while. My only clue was that the mana around me acted strangely when I attempted casting initially. Like it was stirred up and wanted to do something, but fizzled out halfway. Okay, my academic curiosity got the better of me. I whipped out the book whilst taking a peaceful stroll down the now vacant street and flipped a few pages until I landed on one spell that shouldn't cause a problem. Levitation charm. I hummed. I used my finger again, pointing at a leaf on the ground. A simple movement that was more of a flick than anything, and then I chanted. Wingardium Leviosa. It fluttered but didn't move. I quirked an eyebrow because that was vastly different from the initial response with the previous spell. Despite my own self-proclaimed mastery of certain magics, I would not presume to master a spell on the first try. However, this was a tad more than I had expected after last time. A stark contrast that did give me pause for concern. The mana around me acted similarly, enough to know that something was wrong in comparison, but it was obvious I was missing some important facet of spellcasting here. After having an increased sample size, I realized that the movement I did actually disturbed the mana in the air. No, that wasn't quite right either. The word too, they had meaning, the mana moved according to them. Both the movement and words both meant something. Wingardium Leviosa, I cast again, pointing at the same leaf. It jerked slightly, but I lost any hold on it fairly quickly. There was still a sort of disconnect happening between me and the spell. Why? I was doing everything right. I could easily analyze such a simplistic spell if I looked into it, so I didn't believe it was something beyond my means. Wingardium Leviosa, I cast again. Nothing changed as the leaf only sputtered before falling back to the ground. This doesn't make any sense. The spell wasn't properly actualizing. A wand shouldn't be the deciding factor, that's just ridiculous. The last spell notwithstanding, but even that is confusing me. None of this makes sense. I jerked my head to see a lightning bolt streak through the sky. Sir Wiggles landed on my shoulder, and with a gust of wind he was joined with his apparent paramour. Did you deliver the letter? I rubbed them both on the head. The faint affirmative confirmation through our link was all I needed. I let out a tired sigh. This mystery was going to annoy me until I solved it. Damn it, Gramps. Well, I need to see how the locals cast their spells. Thankfully there was one last place I wanted to go before heading home. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I pushed open the ragged door. Quite a few gazes greeted me, but they were less inquisitive than last time. Afternoon, Tom. I pulled up a chair at the bar. I expected you some other day, lad. He looked me over with a nod. Suppose you buying that drink now? Looks like it. I rubbed Sir Wiggles again. Don't suppose you got any fresh veggies either? Got some carrots. He waved his wand, they floated over and he cut them off with another motion. No words spoken. He had a plate float over and set the food down as both the rabbits happily jumped down to their meal. Funny how he didn't even bat an eye at my bunnies. But honestly, I was more interested in his apparent silent casting. What you want then, laddie? He asked. I honestly have no idea. What's the most popular drink around these parts? I leaned back. If you want something smooth and easy on the throat, the young uns prefer some butterbeer. If you want something stronger, our other best seller is some good old fire whiskey. Got a few different proofs if you want to. Never had either of those, hit me with a bottle of both. I'll start you off simple then. He nodded gruffly, moving around his bar. The butterbeer was basically what one would expect in a beer, even though it looked rather simple on the outside. I didn't know how to feel about something called a butterbeer, but first sip of it and it was rather smooth and easy to drink. Could understand where he was coming from then. An interesting taste, but not in a bad way. Not bad. I admitted. Try this one then. He chuckled, uncorking a more traditional bottle for what I assumed was the whiskey he mentioned. He poured it into a small glass. This'll put some hair on your chest. Bottoms up. I looked at it a moment before downing it in one go. It certainly did burn going down, but in a good way. And surprisingly, it hit me hard. Much harder than something of this amount had any right to. It took a lot to get me drunk, but this was something that could cut down on that amount significantly. There was a spark of magical energy in it too. Magic whiskey, how quaint. Not bad, I suppose. But why is it called? Before I could finish, a small flame spewed out of my mouth. I blinked, taking a moment to reboot. I retract my question. Tom smacked his leg with a deep laugh. Never gets old. Yeah, laugh at the foreigner. I rolled my eyes, taking the bottle myself and pouring it into the glass. So what was the deal with that big ball of light earlier? He scratched his head. Blimey if I know. I did hear some of the auras that came through though, said that about half the wards around the alley fizzled out. Lots of muggles caught sight of us, they had to go obliviate a few hundred if what the aura said was right. They'd be saying that it was a terrorist attack, or something or another. I don't buy it though, no one was hurt, probably some prank gone wrong, I say. He gruffed. Whoops. Oh well, it seems like it worked out fine. Got another question if you don't mind. Something I noticed about the way you all do magic around here. We don't use wands back home, so I was wondering. Do you lot not learn to cast spells without your wands? You mean some wandless magic? He furrowed his brow. That's some advanced stuff, lad. Even Dumbledore was said to only know a bit of wandless magic. So it is possible. Why? What was I doing wrong? What about silent casting? I saw you doing that a moment ago. Oh that. He shrugged. Just some tricks. Most wizards and witches pick up a few spells they can do silently after a few years. For the more complicated stuff, still gotta say the words. Well, let's find some volunteers to experiment with. There weren't too many people here, and it wasn't a tavern like back in Skyrim. Ordering a round of drinks for everyone probably wasn't going to go the same way as it would here. Honestly, they'd probably think I was weird. There was someone else at the bar, a few seats down. Looked a few years older than me, and his own fire whiskey looked empty as he got the last few drops out of it into his glass. So, I slid my bottle down to him. He was surprised at my sudden action, looking at me for a moment before topping off his glass proper. Thanks. He nodded. I got up and sat a bit closer. No problem, got more than enough to share. Can I help you, Mr. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg? I introduced myself. He looked thoughtful for a moment. That name sounds familiar. Some pure-blood family. His tone was riddled with distaste. Hopped over here from Japan, actually. Just checking things out since my daughter will probably be going to be attending Hogwarts coming this year. I replied. Hogwarts. His eyebrows raised, a nostalgic look about him. I miss my Hogwarts days. Best days they were. Merlin, what I wouldn't give to go back to then. He paused, holding a hand out. Name's Robert Troft. Nice to meet you, Robert. I said politely. Good things to say about Hogwarts. Mostly good, but you know, it is a school. I was a right prat when I was younger, but I still miss it. He grinned. Doing lines in detention beats the desk job I got at the ministry. When I was told I was a wizard, I didn't think my life would end up with basically doing the same my dad does, but with my wand. The more things change, the more they stay the same. I mused. Ain't that the truth? He took a drink. Tell your daughter to actually do good on her work. I was too caught up on everything else, barely passed my OWLS and newts, couldn't get a better job. Best advice I never got, those grades matter far more than I was told in my schooling. That bad. I could guess that this OWL and newt was some sort of acronym for their testing. Had to start in the mail room grabbing parcels off the owls before I was allowed a promotion to desk jockey. He snorted. Have a mate, same year, muggle-born just like me, but only a bit better grades. Guess where he is now? Where? He works in the Department of Magical Creatures. He grumbled. Might be able to swing something like that myself, in a decade or two. Why not look for something else? Whatcha mean? He frowned. Not many places want to hire a muggle-born as is, much less one who barely passed Hogwarts. You have magic, get creative. You don't have to do a desk job for a living. Hell, I was reading the first-year book of spells an hour ago, use those to restore cars or something. There was a spell meant to repair things. I didn't look into it deeply, but it was there. Shit, go steal from some drug-dealing cartels in South America. Anyone ever tell you that you're a bit mental, mate? I shrugged. All I'm saying is, I wouldn't feel bad about robbing rich criminals. He didn't say it wasn't a good idea. He could fucking do magic, why was he sitting behind a desk for a living? If you want to forego any sense of ethics, he could rob people out on the street and get away with it without a problem. I obviously don't condone that, but it seems like he hasn't even considered any other avenue. But I was going off on a mental tangent. Got an offer for you. I glanced his way. Buddy, if you're gonna ask for what you think you are, I'm gonna slug you in the mouth. Hey, I have standards. What, am I not good enough for you? He frowned, though his lips quivered for a second before he laughed. All right, whatcha want? But seriously, if you're trying to proposition me like some kind of rent boy, I'll seriously deck you. I rolled my eyes. Right, just let me be brief then. Not from around here, back home, we don't use wands. Just wanted to see some wand magic used from a different perspective, see how it works. All right, how does that work, and what are you gonna pay me? He raised an eyebrow. A simple diagnostic spell, it'll basically let me look at what your magic is doing while you cast. I just need physical contact. And I'll give you 100 galleons. I just threw out the first total that came to mind. That's it. What do you want me to do? What's the catch? I promise, that's all I want. Maybe see you cast a Lumos and a levitation charm. Nothing else, and I promise not to do anything else either. Sounds sketchy as fuck, mate. Yeah, it probably does from your perspective. Would it help if I said I inherited a literal mountain of gold from my gramps? Funny, I think I don't have any moral quandaries anymore. He smiled happily. How are you gonna do this? I just put my hand on his shoulder and cast, holding a structural grasp on him. His magic resistance was lacking compared to a normal magus. That was the first thing I noticed, probably about a tenth as effective in that department. Strange. All right, can you cast a Lumos for me? He shrugged, and took out his wand, holding it up. Lumos. It actualized without any problems whatsoever. And I watched his magic. I was genuinely surprised at what I was seeing. From what I could tell, he had no magical organ that I was familiar with. There was no core, no circuits, and no visible container to hold and mold magical energy. How strange. Gramps was telling the truth there. Can you cast that one a few more times? Sure. He said simply. Nox. Lumos. Nox. Lumos. Nox. Lumos. Nox. I watched each time as the man around him moved, how it swirled and shaped to his command. The more I watched, the more confused I got. Every idea that popped into my head was quickly squashed due to inconsistencies of each casting. What was going on? It was like, the spell just worked. It felt like he, as the caster, was wholly irrelevant. He was somehow pulling magical energy into himself, but his body wasn't shaping it. No, from what I could gather, the wand was acting the part. Cast the other one, please. He held his wand to his glass. Wingardium Leviosa. The glass levitated with a flick of his wrist. It moved through the air, following his wand movement. That enough, or keep going? That's fine. I breathed out, moving my hand away. Thanks. Whatever, mate. He set his wand down. You good for it? Yeah. I said absent-mindedly, fishing through my ring to find the pouch that was connected to my vault and put the money on the counter. Was it 100 galleons? I think it was a bit more than that, but I wasn't really paying attention. Cheer, mate. He finished off his glass. Gonna head out, appreciate the coin. He patted my shoulder, and grabbed his stuff, heading out. I didn't really care. I was stuck, staring at the wall because I was currently processing what I had just witnessed. Wizards and witches, presumably, the same. I haven't checked a female version of their magical society. Wizards and witches, they don't have a proper magical organ. A contradiction. Their wand acted as the replacement. Sort of. It's like their wand was a handheld magic circuit, without a better comparison. Maybe that wasn't even correct, but it was. The closest approximation. I think I understood now. The mana wasn't refined by them, like a magus. As a magus, we use our circuits to combine both our own magical energy, OD, and the magical energy of the world, mana. There are many terms for it, a common one being prana, but most just call it magical energy for simplicity's sake unless a differentiation is needed. Wizards, they don't have that. They don't combine it with their own reserves. They had a sort of container in the form of their body, but it didn't actually hold any magical energy. No, it felt more like it directed it. I almost wanted to call it like a core, but that was wrong too. If Artoria's magic core was a solid ball, then a wizard had a sort of wiffle ball. That kind of practice plastic ball that had a bunch of holes in it. Mana constantly flows through them, non-stop. A wand, it seems, is how they overcame this deficit. A wand forcibly directs the mana that flows into a wizard's body. A wizard can never run out of magical energy. But they can also harm themselves by forcing themselves to push past a certain limit. And their output seems to have a very hard cap. A low floor, but a low ceiling as well. Equivalent exchange in that regard. It would explain why wandless magic was so difficult. It took extreme mastery to force the chaotic mana running through your body into a certain shape without a foci. It's kind of ridiculous now that I think about it. However, that still left some questions to be answered, like, why was the mana acting in certain ways? It responded to his casting in a way that was unnatural. Mana shouldn't be moved to fill a certain shape without a proper ritual. A ritual was a connection with the greater world, a resonance. So why was it acting like that every time a spell was cast? The idea was absurd. A ritual cast over the entire world that dictated the rules of their magic. No, not even a magic god could accomplish such a thing. Meridia might be able to, but it would require a constant eye on things as the nature of mana was nebulous and chaotic. You couldn't just snap your fingers and lay down the laws, so to speak. The nature of magic, spell casting, was an ever-changing field. Back home, there is something like that because of the nature of the planetary wills. Gaia and Alea strike down the display and persistence of magecraft because it goes against their will. Magecraft was, after all, a product of a bygone era, and the ruthless will of humanity only looks towards the future. And magecraft is doomed to fall in time. The rules, if they can be called that, are set. Magi work to get around the rules as best as they can, but they're all aware of them. So, what is enforcing the rules here? There are no gods, Gramps already said that. Why does moving a wand in a certain way cause the ambient mana to resonate so vividly? Why do non-divine words cause the same phenomenon? Because, that's the rules set. But who said it? You all right there, lad? Tom was standing across from me on his side of the bar. You've been sitting there standing for a while. Yeah, I'm fine. I strained a smile. Can I get some? No, all of your alcohol. Huh. I can pay. I wanted a drink right now. He just shook his head weirdly and fetched me another bottle. At least I sort of figured out how to play around with the magic here. I was fairly sure I could cast a spell successfully if I wanted to at this point after seeing how Robert's spells actualized. I had to connect my internal magical energy with the ambient mana to produce the proper phenomenon rather than use my circuits to take in the mana and mold it that way. Annoying, but not too difficult to overcome. Kunu shouldn't have an issue, a wand would do that automatically. And it can translate well enough even after leaving here, the same underlying concepts of how the spells work will remain the same. It just didn't make sense. I don't know why it was working this way. Only that it did for some reason. I was about to pour myself a glass, but the space in front of me seemed to spontaneously combust. Rather than fire bursting everywhere, a creature appeared, wreathed in flames that took a moment to dissipate. Still, it landed upon the bar in front of me, fire seemed to dance between its feathers. A phoenix. The headmaster's phoenix. Tom exclaimed, many other clamoring around the place. While there was a bit of excitement, it wasn't to the point where I would expect when a phoenix suddenly appears. It seems that it's well known at this point. You are the most beautiful bird I've ever seen in my life. I couldn't help but praise it. It wasn't just its physical appearance, it was utterly brimming with such a warm and encompassing life energy. It set down a letter it was holding in its mouth. It stared at me for a good long while, as if to judge me. Originally, I would think it'd hate me, being a devil and all. I was objectively a dark-aligned being, and a phoenix stood firmly in the light side. But I also was blessed by Izzy and Meridia, the two sides that a phoenix represents, life and death. After a good long moment, it pushed its head into my hand and I gently rubbed the back of its head. Seeing it frill happily did bring a smile onto my face. But it also nudged at the letter with its talon. I presume this is for me. It didn't respond, but the look it gave me was like, are you an idiot? I took the letter, seeing an unfamiliar wax seal. I broke it to read the letter. Dear Mr. Schweinorg. I am admittedly surprised to receive a letter from you. We do not often receive correspondence regarding transfers from most Eastern countries. I have read your letter and I do believe we can come to some kind of arrangement. Hogwarts is a most wonderful school and I do think we can accommodate a foreign student should we hash out the details. Should you find it satisfactory, I am available 2 weeks from today for a sit-down if you would be inclined. I invite you to bring along your daughter as well. We would be thrilled to give you a tour of our illustrious school. My schedule is often busy these few weeks before a new semester, but if you have any questions or concerns, please email me or send your wonderful rabbits, and I will respond with due haste. Sincerely. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry. Huh. I set the letter down. Is that really his full name? I asked the bird. He let out a soft squawk of confirmation. Who has 5 names? The phoenix made a noise, I think it was the equivalent of a chuckle. It then nudged me. What? It nudged me again, jerking its head towards the letter. Are you asking me for a response? It nodded. Geez, fine. I took out some paper from my ring and penned a response with confirmation on the date. Here you go, you demanding bird. The phoenix squawked happily, but it didn't disappear. What? I blinked. It just continued to stare at me. What do you want from me? Can't you see I'm trying to drink my current troubles away? Hey. I nudged the mythical bird. Want a drink? I offered. The bird did the equivalent of a shrug. So, I poured him a glass. And I watched the legendary bird grab the glass of fire whiskey with its beak and down it all in one go. It looked at me. I looked at it. I then poured myself a glass, and threw my head back to drink it all, slamming the glass down. I looked at it. It looked at me. Then it gestured to its own glass. Why was I feeling competitive against this bird? Well, it didn't matter, I find it highly unlikely that a phoenix can outdrink me. What's the worst that could happen? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A/N. If you want to read 9 chapters ahead or support me, visit my p.a.t.r.eo.n.c.o.m/storyforon. Chapter 461, Chapter 419. Fuck. I muttered as I rolled over, letting the moon shine down on me. I had the sudden urge to curse at the moon, as if it was the source of my pounding headache. Which, I probably could have done had my body not started sliding down something. Something, metallic. I pondered the question as I fell off the edge, landing on a grate-like scaffolding. Ow. I intoned. I shifted slightly, because there was a now shattered glass bottle under me. If the dozens of other bottles scattered about around me were any indication, it was a bottle of fire whiskey. Tilting my head back, I found a rather peculiar bird sprawled out. Why was it half blue? I'm pretty sure he was mostly red when we started drinking. My memories were a bit fuzzy at this point, but I think that was correct. I don't think there was such a thing as a blue phoenix, especially not a half-blue one. But maybe it was a half-phoenix. I could hardly throw stones in that department. With a groan, I rolled myself over onto my stomach, completely forgetting that there was broken glass under me. And despite what one may think, even with how durable I was, getting broken glass rubbed on me was not pleasant. I decided to push myself up onto my feet. I almost fell over and grabbed onto the nearby railing on this ledge I found myself on. I gave myself a moment to catch my breath, and then it became rather obvious where I was. The giant bronze statue was a dead giveaway. I was on the Statue of Liberty. Specifically, I had fallen asleep on its torch, and fell off the tip onto the surrounding platform. Well, ain't this some shit? When was the last time I got drunk? Goddamn, that must have been back in Skyrim soon after I got together with Meridia. It's super hard for me to even get past a little buzzed these days. Then again, I don't normally drink magical alcohol. And my magic resistance doesn't work against things I consumed. On the flip side, my body seemed to burn through it rather quickly, because it was still the same evening. It looked like it was about 1 or 2 in the morning if I had to guess. I leaned over the railing, catching my proverbial breath. Taking this moment, I checked myself to make sure nothing was wrong. You had a fun night. Drake commented. Anything bad? Bad. Nothing too bad. Did I make a fool of myself? I swear, drunk Wilhelm was not a smart person. But it's arguable that sober Wilhelm wasn't either. Everything you did was, within acceptable limits. Musu Tengai spoke up. Do I even want to know? I decided to ask. Probably not. I left it at that then. I'm sure it's not very important. Who knows? God damn it. I sighed. Fine, tell me. Do you want an abridged version or the play-by-play? Just, keep it short. Magical Britain has a new vigilante. I resisted the urge to facepalm. Go on. Fighting crime with his trusty sidekick, some blue bird. That explains why, actually. But why is he half blue? Frankly, I'm surprised you could still walk, let alone attempt to paint a phoenix blue. Yeah, that sounds about right. Anything else I should know? You should probably hold off on beating up people with a brick around here. I have so many questions. I expect other people do too. You know what? I wasn't going to care. Instead, I walked over to the sleeping bird and nudged it with my foot. Wake up. The way it was sprawled out, if its chest wasn't contracting, I would have thought it was dead, ignoring the fact that it's a mythical immortal bird. Come on, wake up. I nudged it a bit more. I really had no patience right now. I picked up the limp bird and shook it a little with no response. I have tried everything I could think of, time for the nuclear option. You just nudged it a little. Out of options. I held up the legendary creature and noted the wind resistance from this high up and eyed the world below. I performed many delicate and complicated equations in my head to verify the correct distance. And by that, I mean I eyeballed the distance to the water and threw the bird as hard as I could. Oh wow, you got some distance there. Drake sounded surprised. I held my hand up to keep the wind from blowing my hair in my face as I squinted to watch. Birds are naturally very aerodynamic. I could vaguely make out the plop as it hit the water. I was about to cheer until a burst of flames manifested right next to me. A very upset and confused phoenix landed on the railing. It stared at me. Would you believe me if I said it was the only way I knew to wake you up? It didn't respond, but for some reason, I don't think it believed me. In any case, at least it washed some of the paint off. I pointed out. Either that or your little, flaming thing did. The bird, with its bird expression, seemed confused once more, then turned its head to see a good portion of its body covered in the tackiest blue paint. It kept looking at it, then back to me, then back to the paint. It let out a squawk, as if demanding an explanation. I think it was an attempt at a disguise. I responded, but that didn't appear to suit the bird one bit. Were phoenixes able to sigh? Because I'm fairly sure it just sighed in resignation. We should probably head home. It made a noise of agreement, but it was a rather awkward moment. Would it be rude if I asked you for a feather? The bird's tired gaze met mine. It didn't need to speak for me to understand that what the fuck it was sending my way. Not for me, for my daughter. She's most likely going to be attending Hogwarts this year. I quickly explained. And if it was just convenient, like if you're molting a feather or something. The phoenix was silent for a beat before spreading out its non-blue wing and used its beak to pull out a feather. Thank you. I said with full sincerity, taking the offered gift. Despite the situation, the legendary bird nodded sagely in return. It frilled, puffing up its feathers, returning to its rather majestic visage, minus the blue paint still stuck to its feathers. See you later. I quirked an eyebrow. The phoenix made a noise of confirmation, a hint of amusement I picked up on despite not speaking bird. Bitchin'. I nodded and he gave me a goodbye, or some kind of secret bird insulting gesture with its wing before taking flight and disappearing in a burst of flames. Could have been either, to be honest. I was kind of curious to figure out what actually happened during my little escapade. But I'm sure it wasn't too bad, and I can ask around when I come back. Well, time for me to leave too. I'm pretty sure I took care of everything I needed to while here, and grabbed some goodies too. I'll come back again with Yasaka and Kuna for the meeting and see if there's anything else required. I straightened myself up and waved my hand to open a portal. I nearly fell over on my first step, but I made it through. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I took haggard steps. Each one was agony. But heaven awaited me, so I persisted. I didn't know how many times I nearly failed, but I only focused on the prize that awaited me. I don't know how long it took, how long this torture lasted me, but after an eternity of torment, I finally arrived. I collapsed to my knees, and let my head fall to its resting place. No cold hard stone met my cheeks this day, instead, something warm and soft propped me up. Are you okay? Meridia asked. MMPFH. If you're going to talk, don't do it while pushing your face into my thighs. Soft. I rolled my head over, resting it upon her lap. That is not a proper response to my question. She pinched my cheek. You should know what I've been up to. I mumbled, squeezing her wonderful legs. Yes, which is why I am concerned. Even without speaking to your other lovers, I am aware of what you have gone through. She tugged on my hair tie. I'm not okay, but I'm getting there. I let myself relax. The small vacation helped. I was under the impression that mortals drink to help relieve stress. Did that provide you some comfort and relief? It was nice letting loose for an evening. But it's not going to make all my problems just up and disappear. But still, it was nice to take a small break. Did Venilana talk to you yet? Yes, she revealed to me what she requires. Are you okay with it? I asked. It is a small matter. She said dismissively. Why do you sound hesitant when you ask? Well, I just don't want to assume. You may ask me if you require assistance. She responded. I don't want to rely on you. That came out wrong, can I try again? I winced as soon as it said in what I said and how I said it. You may. She said curtly. I was choosing my words carefully. I guess I don't want to ask for your help on things because I'm worried that I'm taking advantage of you. You believe you are capable of taking advantage of me? She raised an eyebrow. When you say it like that, it makes it sound silly. She let out a breath. I should not dismiss your concerns outright. You must have a reason for feeling this way. It's no secret the difference between us. There's a gap in our existence that will never be bridged. I just want you to know that I care about Meridia, not just the Daedric Prince, Lady of Light. I see, the difference in status gives you concern, which is why you withhold asking for assistance, even for minor things. She asked. Again, it sounds stupid when you say it out loud. I guess I'm just being a bit self-conscious. I let out a long sigh. If you were my peer, we would not be together. She said bluntly. I would never be able to trust you. I would always have thoughts, concerns about how and when I would be betrayed, as that is the only relationship I can have with the others. I admit, I never imagined in my many years of existence that I would allow myself to become bonded with a mortal. I have had my own share of concerns about everything thus far. However, to hear you are worried about taking advantage of me. She gave a very rare warm smile. Strangely, it makes me very happy. However. She cut me off. It also makes me angry that you have neglected to ask me for aid when I could have rendered it. She said with a glare. Sorry. I apologized meekly. I accept your apology because it was well-intentioned. Her expression softened. Do not be mistaken, I have been aware of this for some time now, but I have waited for the right moment for us to speak about it. One of the things I love about you is your concern for taking advantage of me. Her tone implied amusement. But I expect a partner even if we will never truly be equal in all aspects. I'll try to be more open-minded about it. Good. Her fingers began to run through my hand. I will never be upset with you merely asking. And I am comfortable enough with our relationship to believe you would not step beyond what I believe to be appropriate. At least, intentionally. Thus, I will always hear what you ask and give you the benefit of the doubt on matters such as that. This I promise, so you need not be concerned about taking advantage of me. Really? Anything I ask. Is there something you require? Can you make me super powerful and able to beat up Solomon? I asked, though it was more tongue-in-cheek. You jest, but there are some things we can discuss if you desire it. I paused in my rubbing her thigh. What do you mean? You have yet explored the intricacies of this universe. There are ways for mortals to reach beyond their birth to acquire power not inferior to my own. Her tone was hesitant. It was rare enough for me to pick up on how reluctant she was to speak about this. It is dangerous, and the path very treacherous, but if you're willing, she stopped, looking down at me. Did you just lick my thigh? Yes. I admitted without shame. I am revealing to you the secrets of creation, secrets that would make mortals go insane with desire. And instead, you ignore me to lick my thigh. She sounded exasperated. You sounded reluctant. I will not deny it. If you're worried, then I won't bother. You call me out for doing dangerous things, but there's a difference between dangerous and dangerous. I can read between the lines here. Many would commit the most heinous of acts for even the chance to receive this knowledge. She pointed out. In response, I squeezed her leg. Why did I expect any different? She shook her head. But I suppose this is what I love about you. I love you too. I smiled. She let out a sigh, but the twitching of the corners of her lips revealed her true feelings. In all seriousness, I do have something I could use your help with. Outside of Vanillana's thing, which I would appreciate you helping with as well. I already said I would assist her. I know, I just wanted to express my thanks. Very well, I will not deny your gratitude. Tell me what you need. I stood up, and took out the spear, holding it in front of me. Need I explain any more? Meridia looked at it. If you are hoping I can fix it, you may be disappointed. Well, I can't say I wasn't hoping. But are not able to. I felt oddly confused at that. Let me properly explain. Yes, I can completely fix that item, and it would require not an insignificant amount of power to do so. And do not take that as me being dismissive. I am willing to assist you with this. She pointed out. But for me to fully repair this item, it would destroy the presence contained within. Can you explain it to me? I asked. I would have to overwrite the presence to fully repair this item. Which I believe to be the opposite of what you desire. The presence inside is a flickering flame, my light would douse it and replace it with my own even without that being my intent. She explained more. Ah, it's too weak to handle any significant power from you. That is not incorrect. She nodded. Unfortunate. I frowned. It makes sense, regardless of how strong she was, if the presence inside was too brittle to handle the strain, she can't repair it properly. Do not be discouraged. I said I cannot repair it fully, I did not say I was unable to assist. She spoke. I can make sure that it does not deteriorate any further. She placed a hand on the spear, her eyes glowed a beautiful golden, a gentle light seeped out and covered the spear. The outside cracks, well, they didn't disappear, but they shrunk somewhat. And no longer was there holy power leaking from various parts of the spear. This is the most I can comfortably do without risking overwriting the remnants within. She declared, removing her hand. Good, with this, I had one less thing to worry about until we can get a holy relic to mend the true damage. Thank you. I put the spear away and wrapped her up in a hug. You are welcome. She relaxed into my arms. I do like helping you, Wilhelm, she said softly. Yeah, I've just been an idiot. I have some time available. I will send a message to Vanillana, and we can finish the task she requested. Meridia stated. I'm actually really interested to see how this will work. I can't say I care for those evil pieces, but academically, I am intrigued. I agree with you, I do not particularly like the idea of changing someone to become something dark. But, it is not within my realm of influence, so I am keeping how the mortals say, an open mind. She took the initiative to grab my arm. Let us go home, my lover. With pleasure. ******A/N. If you want to read 9 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon/***forum. Chapter 462, Chapter 420. Meridia and I arrived without delay, and there were plenty of people waiting for us. I could barely even register their existence before I had someone throw themselves at me. Will. Jin was already upon me. I caught her quickly, my blue genie giggling to herself. Did you miss me? She nodded happily. I quickly kissed her forehead, making her smile brightly. How was your day off? Yasaka asked, coming up and also stealing her own hug. It was interesting. I strained a smile. Oh dear, it wasn't bad, I hope. I don't even know where to start. There's nothing that jumped out that made me vehemently reject the idea, but there were a few things I didn't quite like. We can't expect everywhere to be perfect. She responded. True, and it's not like she'd be living there beyond school. Apparently they have a sort of racist inclination for their magical society. I was told it wasn't as bad in school, as one of the teachers is apparently a half-goblin. But it exists, rather openly at that. Yasaka scrunched her nose. I can remedy that. Meridia offered. I'm inclined to take you up on that offer. Please don't strip people of their opinions. I poked my eldritch goddess. Specifically, on the butt. Squishy. She swatted my hand away with a huff. They would never know the difference. She crossed her arms. She was, somewhat joking. But she knows how I feel about individual choice. And don't get me started on the actual system of magic. I let out a sigh. Please, get started, I want to hear this. Medea poked her head out of the kitchen. New magic, what do? I blinked, she's apparently adapted to modern society quite well. I couldn't figure it out in that small time frame. Medea quirked an eyebrow. And now I'm genuinely interested. Would Kunu have trouble then? The whole purpose was for her to learn magic. Yasaka stated. No. I waved it off. I figured out how to actualize the spellcrafting, but the underlying mechanics escape me for now. It's transferable from the basic spell books I've read thus far, but it's just extremely vague on how it operates. What, so you're able to cast the spells without knowing how they work? Basically. I shrugged, taking out one of the first-year spell books. They literally teach first-years just how to move their wands and articulate the spell words. Medea frowned. That doesn't make sense. How do they know what they're doing then? Exactly my point. I agreed immediately. But the later stuff seems to delve into actual understanding of what they're doing. I just didn't really have the time to read too deeply into it. You're welcome to read the books. I got 2 copies of everything, one for Jin and one for Salem. You're the best, Jin squeed. And it's sweet that you got some for Salem too. She's going to be thrilled. I'll take you up on that offer then. Medea nodded. I turned to look at the others in the room who were waiting patiently. Benelana. I smiled. Hello, dear. She smiled, holding her arms open as if it were her turn, which it was. I happily accepted the hug from the voluptuous woman. You seem to be in a good mood. Of course, I'm going to finally fill my queen. She beamed. I raised an eyebrow at Mozart, who was also sitting at her side. I admit I am equally excited. He matched her expression. Oh. I clapped my hands. Got a couple other things. I flipped my hand over, and produced a certain radiant feather. Got this from a phoenix. I held it up from them to see. Before I could even say anything else, Medea was in my face. I want it. No way, get your own. Please, do you have any idea how rare phoenix feathers are? Yes, there's literally a common saying that refers to things that are rare as being equivalent to phoenix feathers. Shut up, I want it. She pouted cutely. No way, I was going to give it to Kunu. She stiffened before sighing. Ugh, fine. I can't really deny that then. How about I turn it into a mystic code for her? I mulled that over. I don't have a problem with that. I was probably going to do something similar. It has very strong protective properties. Yoink. She practically ripped it from my hands and already put it away before I could offer any means of protest. How do you even get one? Phoenixes aren't exactly common, even during my era. They're technically divine beasts. Apparently the headmaster of the school there has a phoenix as a familiar. Huh. My thoughts exactly. But it speaks to his character at least. Phoenix are creatures that prefer the lighter side of the spectrum. Not to the same extent as a unicorn, but a phoenix wouldn't be a familiar of a bad person, probably. So he just gave you one? Yasaka asked. And does this imply you met with him to set up a meeting? I sent a letter, which is apparently facilitated through owls, or in his case, his phoenix. But I actually got it after challenging the bird to a drinking contest, or something like that. It's a bit of a blur. You said words, they had meanings individually, but when you put them all together, I find myself unable to comprehend them. Medea responded. As long as you had a good time. Yasaka shook her head, giving me a light pat on the cheek. And didn't cause any trouble, right? Nothing that can be proven. I said immediately. Good enough, I suppose. Anyways, shall we get this show on the road? I clapped my hands. I'm sure Meridia doesn't like being held up like this as we just chat. I do not mind. Meridia said simply. I made sure to procure enough time in my schedule to be here. I enjoy these moments. Jin quickly wrapped up the eldritch goddess in a big hug. Meridia, still stiffened despite the normal occurrence, but quickly accepted the genie's affection. And didn't even bat an eye when Jin didn't release her. Did you guys start already? Mordred pushed open the front door, hollering to everyone inside. Nope, you're right on time. Jin answered back. Awesome. Mordred hopped in, followed by Artoria and Jean. Not that I'm against it, but why is everyone here? You think I'm gonna miss seeing someone turn into a devil? Mordred asked. I was curious. Jean said quietly. Cute. I admit my interest is piqued. Artoria said simply. Same with me in all honesty. Medea spoke up. I want to see these things that can overwrite someone's soul. You are the new one, yes. Meridia looked at Jean. Wilhelm just brought me here. Jean looked confused. Hello. Meridia inspected her for a long moment. You have a beautiful soul. It makes me envious that it is claimed by another. Thank you. Jean awkwardly replied. She turned back to me. I approve. What does that mean? Jean looked around, confused by what was happening. I just patted her head. Do you want me to spell it out for you? I couldn't help but grin. She puffed up cutely, looking like she was about to swing her little fists at me as she tended to do. Anyone else then? Are we waiting for any more people to come? We have one more. Yasaka responded, her tail brushing against my arm while she held her own kaleidophone in her hand, presumably messaging someone. Otherwise, everyone else is preoccupied with other things. Thank you for waiting. Another familiar voice quickly opened the door. Izzy strode in like she rushed over here. I didn't think you would be interested. I was mildly surprised to see Izzy hurriedly come over. Happy to see you regardless though. I stole a quick kiss on her cheek as she came over. Normally, it isn't something that would interest me. But this isn't a normal occurrence. She pointed out. True. I couldn't deny that. If we're going to begin. Venelana stood up from her seat. She was holding a rather ornate-looking box. She opened it to reveal a set of chess pieces. They were a color of a baleful red and I could practically taste the demonic nature pulsing from them. Meridia's nose scrunched in obvious disgust. I quickly took her hand in reassurance. Not that she was feeling unwell due to their presence, but that they were just something she despised at her core. She had expressed on multiple occasions that she didn't voice her thoughts on some things purely because they existed outside her home, but that didn't mean she liked them. I looked at the full set, not a single one of them used yet. I don't know the social rules according to these things. Would it be rude if I asked to look at one? I asked Venelana. She let out a small laugh. They're considered something very personal. But not in the sense that you're not allowed to touch them or anything like that. She held it up to me. Feel free to take a look. Well, with permission granted, I poked a few before taking out a pawn. Medea was also practically pushing her face against mine as she too looked at it closely. What do you think? A total sublimation of the soul by cannibalizing part of the existing saint graph then filling in the pieces with devil data? I asked. The devil data, as you say, acting as a sort of virus that then spreads and replaces every other part, working its way through their entire saint graph until their origin changes. Medea hummed. Jin pushed her head next to ours as well. That would make the actual evil piece unnecessary. From what I understand, the evil piece acts as the focal point. It's not a sublimation, but a mutation. That's true. Medea pursed her lips. It would be significantly more difficult if the evil piece attempted sublimation. But for mutation to occur, that would imply that devilhood is a direct path from the concept of human. Devils apparently were birthed from one of the first humans of the Abrahamic mythos. Jin pointed out. That would explain how other species can be turned into devils. Off the top of my head, I don't think that there isn't any other race on the planet that doesn't have a direct link to humanity, other than deities. And it's well known that deities can't be turned. I voiced my thoughts as well. Amusing, so an evil piece requires there be some link to humanity to work. That's kind of ironic if you think about it. Medea chuckled. Isn't there a dragon that was turned into a devil? Jin asked. Me and Medea shared a look. She frowned. There goes that theory then. I shrugged. We're just making casual guesses. I had forgotten about dragons, but then I realized my mistake elsewhere too. Hell, we were just talking about phoenixes and that was another one. But it's undeniable that the devilhood acts as a sort of invasive data virus that overtakes the original saint graph. That's obvious, it's not like this process is natural by any means. Jin nodded. It explains some of the things I've read. Apparently newly reincarnated devils need to be close to their king. My guess is that the king acts as a sort of control beacon to the virus that consumes the original host's soul and uses it as a reference on how the new devil should look. If they're away for too long, the virus goes out of control or it moves in ways it's not supposed to, causing unintentional mutations. Jin summarized. Medea took the piece into her hand and held it up to her eye. Regardless, it can't be denied that this is an extremely elegant and beautiful piece of magic. High praise coming from one of the greatest magic users ever. Did you just analyze the mechanics of the evil piece, which is supposed to be a secret? Venelana asked. Medea shrugged, putting the piece back into the box. It's not like it's difficult. I doubt that it's actually a secret outside of your devil society. Don't get me wrong, it's very complicated. Just looking at the surface of the spells interwoven in that little thing, it would take me probably months to actually fully unravel the full spell sequence. I have no comment. Magic was never my area of expertise. Venelana just shrugged too. Did you notice that it wasn't whittled down into the shape of a chess piece but it was devised as a chess piece first? I asked. I thought I was mistaken. Jin giggled. I wasn't going to say anything. But that's weird that they would design the container purposely as a chess piece and it wasn't just something they were like, hey, let's do a chess theme. Medea snorted. Which sort of makes it more impressive. Oh well, I kind of stopped caring about the thing. I wasn't going to waste my time delving into it when I actively disliked the things. Are you done? Meridia asked. Not in an impatient way, but more like she just wanted to get it over with. All yours. I got out of her way. The others, well, they were just standing quietly, watching the show. I want it to be known that I dislike these. Meridia grumbled. I do not like the idea of turning something like a heroic spirit into a devil. Her lips pursed. But this is neither my home, nor my business. The silent acknowledgement being that something like this wouldn't fly with her if it was based on stuff from her home. Which was a fair boundary to have. I am truly grateful. Venelana expressed. Meridia's expression softened. Yes, I would not help if one of you did not ask. She replied simply. Her way of saying that she was trying to be caring towards her mortal harem sisters. I had a random thought. Yasaka spoke up. Are you technically able to get your own evil pieces? I know you don't want any and particularly don't like them, I'm just curious. She said while directing the question to me. I have no idea. Technically. Venelana looked thoughtful. You could probably get them just due to how high profile you are. It's not like I would use them for anything. I paused because I had a sudden idea. I glanced at the chest-shaped objects and then at Jin. Ow. I suddenly jerked because someone pinched me. You deserved that. Izzy said, not apologizing for pinching me. I didn't do anything. It's obvious what you were thinking. She rolled her eyes. I admit to nothing. I said quietly. But in the safety of my own mind, I'll still play with the idea of getting a set of evil pieces and treating them like I did Jin's lamp, but for everyone else. I would give you my queen piece. I whispered to Izzy. She flushed slightly, having trouble keeping her expression even. All right. I clapped my hands. Let's do this. I want to see a heroic spirit get turned into a devil. Wonderful. Mozart stood up with an exclamation. Madam. He bowed to Meridia. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for this opportunity. Meridia didn't respond, merely nodding briefly his way. I will be using this. Venelana said, taking the queen piece, a mutated one at that, out of her box before closing it. How do you want to do this? She asked, looking at Meridia. Proceed normally, I will make sure the process operates as you would desire. Venelana looked nervous but complied. Mozart quickly joined her at the side and she pressed the evil piece into his chest. A red light suddenly enveloped him as she inserted the piece into his body. There were a few moments as we all watching quietly, waiting for something to happen. Did it work? Mozart was the first to ask. No. Meridia said bluntly. I have not acted yet, I was watching it. You call it a Saint Graph, it is rejecting this evil piece, thus it cannot turn you normally. Not surprising, it's the expression of humanity's worship and collective acknowledgement that crystallizes their vessel in the first place. A servant Saint Graph is naturally resistant to modification, it takes quite a bit to modify one. Gramps only felt comfortable using the Grail. Scathack did mention that it was technically possible to alter a Saint Graph through the use of primordial runes, but she said she didn't wish to experiment with it for various reasons. Very well, I shall assist. Meridia grunted. She merely placed a hand on his shoulder, and he was consumed with a red light. Horns sprouted from his head, a maleficent tail shot out from behind. Large, bat-like wings sprang out of his back and his eyes glowed an evil red. His hands turned into claws, and his legs turned into cloven hoofs. Stop playing around. Meridia slapped my shoulder. Dismiss your illusion. Party pooper. But I relented and released the illusion I cast the moment the room lit up. Honestly, it was significantly more mundane. There was actually no outer change to his appearance. However, our master-servant contract just broke. I revealed. I felt it as well. Mozart looked at his hands. I feel alive. You are now a living being proper. Meridia released him from her grip. Everything should work fine now, it was not too difficult. Wait, that's it. Mordred asked. Shit, I was getting excited until you said it was just an illusion and nothing freaking changed. She huffed in annoyance. It was sort of anticlimactic. Medea noted. The only physical difference from humans are our wings, mostly. Venelana explained. Just as she said that, bat-like wings sprang out from behind Mozart. Oh my. He blinked, inspecting himself. That is an odd sensation. Ah, I remember my first time. I nodded with a hint of nostalgia. If that is all. Before Meridia could finish, Venelana nearly threw herself at the eldritch goddess. Similar to how Jin did it, Meridia stiffened slightly, perhaps even surprised, more so than when it's Jin. Thank you. Venelana whispered. Meridia had a hint of a smile appear. You are welcome. Welp, this was a waste of time. Mordred grumbled. Mordred. Artoria sighed. Don't act like you're not thinking the same thing. She snorted. Anyways, I'm gonna bounce. Wanna come Frenchie, or stay here? Well, I would like to stay, if that is alright. Jean stumbled a little. Later then. She flicked her hand, and didn't look back as she walked out the door. Welcome to devilhood. I offered to Mozart. That's all I got 'cause I've never actually been to hell, so I have no idea what you're going to encounter. It's strangely a rather nice place. He replied. My king was kind enough to give me a tour of some rather interesting places while we were away. Speaking of, we still need to register you. Venelana had already released Meridia. Register. I tilted my head. Yes. Don't you recall from the peace meeting? My son said he would start recording the use of evil pieces better. Ah. You forgot. Yasaka looked at me. No, I just thought they were going to bullshit until everyone forgot in a few centuries. I can't say that isn't something that was probably considered. But in this case, they are, somewhat taking action to do what they said. They recently implemented the laws that you have to register any new peerage members within a month of gaining them, bar extenuating circumstances. I find myself oddly skeptical. Yasaka said softly. Well, there isn't any actual punishment for not doing so. At least none of the books, so, do with that what you will. Venelana shrugged. Yup, there it is. Yasaka snorted. Well, that is going to open up some interesting questions when you're asked. I mused. I thought it would be entertaining. Mozart looked amused. I could guess that he wasn't going to be entirely truthful. Venelana nestled herself against me. Thank you as well. She looked up at me warmly. This has turned into one of the best days I've had in a long time. As long as you're happy. I smiled back. Then I realized something else I forgot to mention. I almost forgot. Is there something wrong, Wilhelm? Artoria asked. I have an announcement to make. We have a new member of our strange family. Oh my, did you add another woman to your harem? Oh Hestia, this train wreck is better than TV. Medea cackled off to the side. Due to Venelana's comment, my girls were looking at me with a mix of concern and a hint of perhaps anger at the thought. Of course I wouldn't just push a new lover onto them so suddenly. Not me. I took out Sir Wiggles from my storage. Much less entertaining than pulling him out of my hat, but what could I do when Olga was still using it? I forgot you had a bunny. Jean cooed. Hey, show some respect to your king. I scoffed. Pardon. You stand before Sir Wigglesbottom Fluffytail Octavius Benedict III, Crown Prince of the Emerald Kingdom, Duke of Carrot Island, General of the Northern Armies, Lightning-born, the Devil Slayer. Head of Chaldean Department of Phantasmal Beasts. And the newly ascended to the throne, King of France. I held him up as I exclaimed his many glorious titles. There was a pause that Jean just blinked at me. I am not kidding, by the way. What? I asked Marie in the singularity. She anointed him the actual King of France. It doesn't work like that. The royal family of France was dead. Marie, as the former queen, had the highest claim to the throne, thus Sir Wiggles is the proper King of France. That's not how it works. She quickly tried to deny. Let's ask and expect. Artoria, is Sir Wiggles the rightful King of France? It sounds correct to me. She replied, not missing a beat. There you have it, bow before your new king. I smushed him into her face. Nay. She made one of her strange noises, despite giving Sir Wiggles lots of little rubs. I will hold this over her head forever. Ignore him, dear. Yasaka hugged the penniless saintess. He likes to play around with his familiar. It's real, I'll even get Marie to confirm it. I argued. But that's not what I was going for. A side benefit, but not my purpose. She's a little shy, so please be patient. I said as one more little bunny joined our group. Meet Lady Wiggles, Sir Wiggles' girlfriend. She floated up into the air, landing next to Sir Wiggles, and they began moving around the room as all the girls cooed at them. It was hard to not be immediately taken by the adorable pair. As pleased as I am to see you have a mate for your familiar, I must return. Meridia bit her lip, watching the two. Even an eldritch goddess was not immune to the fluff. Kiss? I asked. She leaned over, sharing a quick and intimate moment with me. I will be available if you require my assistance. And by that she meant that I better go to her for help if I needed it. I nodded and she disappeared from the living room. Well, this has turned into a strange day. Yasaka noted, watching as everyone played with the two bunnies. Jin was on the floor with the two of them nearly immediately. You're telling me? I'm still nursing a bit of a hangover. Drank too much magic alcohol from that world, not used to that sort of thing. Magic alcohol. Venelana perked up. I want to know more, but I also want to go register. I brought a lot back with me. Go do your thing, I'm not going anywhere. She looked at me with a beautiful smile. You're so good to me. She shifted her gaze to Mozart. Ready to go, my dear queen. Mozart cackled. Yes, my king. I felt like they were just enjoying playing the whole peerage thing like a game. Venelana lit up a magic circle and the both of them disappeared, going to wherever they needed to go. So you handled everything in that world that you needed to do. Yup, we got a meeting set for 2 weeks from yesterday. Which is some amount of time for us, I'm not sure what the time correlation is. I'll calculate it tomorrow. Good. And what are your thoughts about it? Not bad I don't think. The magic there is actually somewhat interesting, but it looks rather lower tiered than what I'm used to. But since it's just for Kunu to build a foundation, then it's acceptable. Did you know they use wands there? Like, all of them. It's the norm. Wands. Medea peeked over to our side of the room. How trite. A good staff is usually better. It's not a matter of like, social etiquette or any kind of fashionable statement. Like, they literally need to use wands. Well, most of them probably do. They don't actually have a type of magic container, instead the wand acts as a pseudo-one that connects the magical energy in their body to the mana of the world to actualize spells. That seems odd. Tell me about it. Took me forever to cast one of their most basic spells until I found out. I could imagine. A simple fix, you just need to connect with the outside mana directly. Exactly. She figured it out with a few words. That reminds me, I tried to get a wand made, but I didn't really resonate with any of the wands there, so I was going to get some custom pieces for the guy to make me one. Any reason you need one? Nah, just want one to have it. She shrugged. As good a reason as any. Got a bunch of goodies. But, I'll say I'm not against the place, but it's not something I'm thrilled about. Is that because of how you perceive the place or because you're worried about Kunu? Yasaka questioned. Admittedly, about 90% of my reservations are the latter. Yasaka just chuckled, wrapping her tail around my waist. We can talk about it more after seeing this school. I'm sure Kunu would enjoy a trip there to see it. Yup, it'll be fun. That reminds me, I received a letter myself. Oh, a secret admirer. I teased. She rolled her eyes. I have my people burn those these days. Wait, you still get some? I blinked. Oh, you're cute. She pinched my cheek. Do you think it stops just because I have a man now? I would assume. No dear. If anything, they increased. Lots of offers for subtle meetings that no one needs to know about. She let out a sigh. I have no words. Believe me, I know. I've had to get a bit more firm with the senders, but that's really only slowed it down since. Otherwise, I have my people just burn them all, like I said. She shrugged. But I'm going off topic, I received a letter from the devils. And I should have probably brought this up while Venelana was here, but it slipped my mind in the excitement of everything happening. Should I preemptively scowl in annoyance? You know, I'm actually not sure. It's a rather strange request, they are requesting your presence. Something about putting a team together to fight the Cows Brigade. She sounded confused about even speaking. Damn it, Odin. I let out a sigh. He worked damn fast though. That was like, a day or so ago he proposed the idea. And now they were already sending out invitations. Welcome to my life. Izzy looked across the room. I don't even think she knew what we were talking about, but as soon as I said that, she immediately registered it with sympathy. Right, he said he was going to do some stupid thing like this. Partly for his amusement, partly because he thought it would be a good idea to keep most eyes away from everything else. That's not a horrible train of thought. Are you suggesting I join? I raised an eyebrow. Oh, not at all. I mean, if you want, I wouldn't say anything. But don't treat this as me trying to push you that way. Yeah, I gotcha. I found myself sighing again. It sounds completely, ugh. Ugh. She repeated. I didn't have any proper words to describe the feeling I was experiencing. She giggled. I think that's a perfect way to respond. I'll gladly send them a rejection. I just hope they don't keep bothering me. It won't hurt you any if you reject on my behalf, would it? Well, not in any meaningful way. Would it be better if I rejected in person? Like, more politically polite. It would give them some face. She admitted. Like if you showed up, rejected the thing and left after the meeting or what have you. I'm trying to be more cautious of the political state I put you in. I don't want someone to be able to take jabs at you because I told them to fuck off. I still felt bad about dropping the Indra mess into her lap. Oh, Wilhelm. Her expression softened. I am extremely grateful that this is your main consideration. But, you don't have to join anything. Frankly, it would be worse for our position if you did join in the long run. But if you want to just go over there and put in a token appearance and then decline any offers, that would probably be the best case scenario. I was glad she was being honest and not trying to just spare my own distaste for the whole thing. Part of being a partner to someone was helping with burdens when possible. I'm surprised though. You would normally vehemently reject any possibility of associating with the devils. Bar Venelana, of course. I don't want to just keep pretending that they don't exist, you know. Don't get me wrong, I'm never going to be on good terms with their faction or society, or whatever. But burying my head in the sand whenever anything devil-related pops up isn't a good mental state to have. I'm proud of you. She said softly. If you want an actual reason to go, I can give you one if it makes you feel better. Oh. Kunu is a huge fan of magical girl Levitan. I scrunched my nose. I did remember that, but I think I sort of repress the whole concept whenever it's mentioned. One of the 4 leaders of Hell dresses up as a magical girl and has her own TV show, which Kunu absolutely adores. I admit, it's a special kind of hell for me that only a real devil could cook up. I could make Kunu a better magical girl than that woman ever could. And as the head of foreign affairs, it stands to reason that she would be managing this event. Yeah, I get where you're going with this. Her birthday is coming up really soon, may as well get started on the gifts. I was definitely not going to get caught up in any super team bullshit ideas they had going on, but I guess I could drop in and politely reject their stupid invitation. And Venelana has been bothering me about a dinner. That's rude, let me rephrase. I don't want it to sound like she's annoying me or anything like that. She's brought up the idea of meeting some people, which I'm not entirely against. I suppose since I'm going to be in hell, I may as well bite the bullet so to speak. Yasaka just looked at me. Yes, I'm sure a family dinner with the Gremory family will go splendidly. Why did she sound sarcastic? If you want to read 9 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforum. Chapter 463, Chapter 421. So this is the canvas you're giving me to work with. Medea eyed her newest victim. Why do I feel scared? Jean looked at me. I gently patted her head. It's called survival instincts. Meep. Jean slowly inched behind me. What exactly do you want me to do? Medea asked. Going to some gathering of a bunch of factions or what have you. I'm dragging Jean along with me. From the letter Yasaka received, some angels are going to be there. That and no one else really cared about interacting with the other factions. Hell, I was basically going just to politely decline their request. It was a bit bigger than I had thought it was going to be. Honestly, I was thinking something along the lines of each group kicking their youngest together and telling them to start punching suspected enemies. Especially since Odin was the one who technically set everything up. Come to find out, it's a bit more intricate than that. Reminded me of the whole peace meeting, honestly. Not only were a bunch of other factions gathering in hell, but they're bringing their newest generation, as Odin put it. Yasaka obviously wanted nothing to do with it. Doubly so since we're preparing to invade the Fey lands, which was understandable in our position to decline any invitations. So, I want to do my part as Herman to smooth over the rejection with at least my presence. As she said, it would give them face and wouldn't come off as us just snubbing them, even if we had proper reasons. It was rather abrupt, all things considered, but I supposed it was something that was weighing on the minds of other factions. We sort of wiped our hands of the issue and dropped the problem in their laps. They don't have the luxury of ignoring everything and continuing as was. I could imagine it was a pleasant reprieve to be able to latch onto any united agreement or talks about further how to handle this looming threat beyond some vague, we'll work together, that came about from the peace meeting. Anything specific you want? Medea asked, poking and prodding Jean. I don't know. Jean looked unsure of what to say. I've never really worn nice clothes before. Medea paused, looking at her. Now that is a travesty. Actually, I don't think she has any actual clothes right now either. Let's just get started on a bunch of outfits. Definitely, we're going to have to fix this. Medea nodded. I have some clothes. Jean said quietly. You have your servant armaments, dear. That's significantly different than actual clothes. And the fact that you don't have anything to show off that delectable body of yours is a sin. Medea purred. I ignored Jean's squawk. Actually, she does have one outfit. Knee. She nudged me. Oh. Medea quirked an eyebrow. Show me. Do I have to? I need a reference. Medea said with a completely straight face. Jean pouted, and she glowed slightly as her servant attire was dismissed, showing that school uniform that she was wearing from behind. Bold choice for a saintess. Medea blinked. It's not that bad. It certainly shows off that butt of yours. Nay. That's what I've been saying. I swear, Medea and I were on the same wavelength. Just not her but either, for some reason that school uniform shows off her legs amazingly too. Don't say something like that out loud. Honestly, I'm not surprised that the Saintess is a deviant. You should have seen Saint Martha. I swear, what she wore was more lewd than if she was just naked. There was nothing wrong with Marth's clothes. At this point, Jean was doing her best impression of a tomato. Big G has good tastes. I nodded to myself. It's not odd for gods to lean on the side of certain interests. Medea agreed. No, it has nothing to do with him. Face it, my little bondage saint, Big G gave you booty shorts as your default clothing. I patted her head. It's basically a divine proclamation, the saintess must be lewd. Knee. She swung her hands at me wildly. Wait, you didn't dress her up like this? Medea questioned, a genuine look of surprise about her. No. I blinked. Why do you think I've been giving her a hard time about it? I thought you just bullied her into it so you could tease her. Medea responded. That's probably something I would do. Jean responded to my statement by hitting my shoulder, repeatedly. But that's all Big G. He apparently believes his saintesses should show off what they got. Medea ignored the flailing saintess as she continued her inspection. Well, I certainly have quite a bit to work with. But I'm going to have to work from the ground up, how about, she paused. Oh my, is this a G-string? Medea reached for something and Jean made a high squeak as she stiffened. You really are a bold saintess. Medea laughed. I glanced over Jean's shoulder. I'm not even surprised. It's not me. Jean squeaked again. It's what Laetitia was wearing. Aha. I didn't believe her. It's true. I completely believe you. Stop. Lewd saintess is lewd. No. Jean squawked with a red flush spreading all over her face. She looked for the easiest place to bury her face, which just happened to be my chest. I just gently pat her head. I think it's cute. Really? She looked up at me. It's comfortable. She then looked away. Geez, she's so adorable. You heard her, make her more panties like this. Nay. I was thinking white lace, it aligns better with her natural charm. Nee. She is just precious, Medea cooed. Don't worry, I'm going to make her several sets of lingerie. Why would I need that? I'm surprised she even knows what that is. I said with full honesty. The Grail. The Grail only provides pertinent information. I countered. It's not what you think. She quickly flailed around in embarrassment. Even a saintess can't overcome her debauched French heritage. Suddenly a lot of things make sense. Medea commented. Stop. Jean whined. She's really too easy, Medea looked my way. I know, and I can't help myself. It's too fun to get a reaction out of her for everything. I said helplessly. You're a meanie. Jean puffed up with a pout. I couldn't help but pinch her cheek. But seriously, we're going to get you a bunch of clothes you actually like. So feel free to add anything you want. Jean's expression softened considerably. Thank you, Wilhelm. She finished with a warm smile. All right, you can flirt later. Medea interrupted. Let me do my thing and stop disturbing me. She physically started pushing me towards the door. Flirt. The saintess flustered. All right, stop being so aggressive. I like the version I met in the singularity better. I grumbled. Didn't she ask you to marry her? Jean asked. Excuse me. Medea's voice was raised a few pitches. What can I say, it's difficult being this handsome and charming. I sighed in mock exasperation, but quickly decided to make myself scarce before her brain could reboot. Get back here, you brat. She screeched, but I was already out the door and fleeing at a very brisk pace. Asterisk. I looked out upon the horizon. It was odd seeing it within my inner world. It felt real, and I guess in sense that it was. It was my own memories used to facilitate the feelings and sensations that came about through the physical. Staff. I held my hand out, and the staff of Magnus appeared. I will say nothing else, prepare yourself. Musuting, I replied. The same thing happened as last time. A large mirror appeared, a reflection of myself but one that wasn't me. He pushed through, as if truly entering my inner world. We meet again. He smiled. I raised an eyebrow, and waved my staff. Shatter. Like glass, the surroundings shattered. It wasn't so much a spell I had cast, but an expelment of my force around us. There was the beginning of an illusion that had begun to intertwine with the environment that I disrupted before it could properly settle. Worth a shot. My counterpart shrugged. Holding his own staff of Magnus, he swung it over his shoulder. So, what do you want to do for round 2? Some witty banter before we begin. Oh. Can I play the cliché evil villain? His eyes brightened. I swear I've fought so many, I think I can get the lines down. You know, I'm inclined to let you. I revealed an amused smile. I knew what he was doing, he knew that I knew, and at this point, we were just playing a small game. With a mental thought, spell sequences began in the background. My counterpart cleared his throat. You dare stand before me? Mortal, you will pay for your insolence. 4 out of 10, you were trying too hard. The douchiness needs to come naturally. He shrugged helplessly. What can you do? I'm far too charming and likable to pull it off. I can't argue with you there. Just fuck already. We both heard Drake shout from somewhere. We both shared a small chuckle, but there was a hint of tension underneath. Without another word, as if a reflection of one another, we both raised our staves. Order of lightning. He shouted. Lightning runes. I countered. My runic circles appeared all around me, actualizing into existence. Dozens upon dozens that utterly filled the space behind me. In return, he did something slightly similar. Rather than facilitating the elemental effect through runes, the sky above us darkened and the clouds deformed into the shape of spell circles. My lightning ascended to the sky, while his fell down upon the earth. The collision of the two elements did not react how one would expect. It wasn't natural by any means, it didn't quite follow the predefined behavior of lightning. The two sides met in a collision of explosive power. As soon as the two opposing sides met, it erupted in a torrent of lightning that was discharged in every direction. Hundreds of similar explosions filled the sky where the two sides met. Interesting, you created a redundant runic formula to facilitate the continued casting sequence. My copy stated. The simplicity is rather elegant. And you went the opposite route. You summoned a natural phenomena and bent it into the casting of your own spell, creating a casting loop that doesn't need further input from yourself other than direction. I admired his as well. Using the clouds themselves as the spell circles was inspiring. In a prolonged fight, I would lose just from my spell fizzling first. You're too kind. My copy's eyes widened and I noticed what he did as well. My lightning was overcoming his, which shouldn't have been such an obvious conclusion, unless divinity. His phrasing of that opened up a lot of questions, but instead of broaching the subject, I pushed through. I overloaded my runic circles. Instead of them continuously casting a basic lightning bolt in succession, I put everything into a single discharge. Immediately, I overwhelmed his opposition, and shot through to his spell sequences, utterly destroying it at the source. Well, that's unfortunate. My copy commented, though he didn't stand still, he moved quickly. It wasn't Shuanpa. However, that didn't mean he was slow. Air elementals you silently summoned under your feet. I furrowed my brow. Yup. Good guess, but there's no prize. He shouted, holding his staff up to his other hand, and a large spell circle formed. A golden light emerged firing at me. I slammed the staff to the ground, casting my shield of Asgard. My shield held firm, but immediately, I was beset by extremely thin projectiles numbering in the thousands. The unrelenting bombardment of those needle-like constructs, while none of them even came close to penetrating it, but after a few moments my shield shuddered. Shield of Asgard, nice spell. I have one too, so I know the weakness of it. He shouted. A good shielding spell, but it's meant to stand against powerful strikes, not a continuous bombardment. I guess you haven't fixed that flaw yet. My shield shattered. And I was genuinely surprised. Dragon's Maw. An Eastern-like dragon made of fire opened its massive maw, flying at me. Heido number 58, Tenrin. I moved my hand in a circular motion, producing a whirlwind that collided with the fire dragon. The wind and fire dispersed one another, sending a cascade of flames in all directions. Unseen blade. He held his staff pointing right at me. The image of a blade shot right at me. Greater ward. I cast in all directions. The blade in front of me blurred and disappeared. In place of it, my ward was hit in 3 other places simultaneously. Behind me and on both sides. Really? I shot him an annoyed look. What? It's a fun spell. He smiled. Why do you think I would name it something like that if it's so obviously seen? Not to mention speaking the incantation aloud like that. I was about to respond, but I felt a tingling sensation on the back of my neck and quickly leaned back. The original blade from earlier reappeared and narrowly missed me. Okay, that's just a dick move. It's called Unseen Blade for a reason. Gather. I commanded, calling forth an inordinate amount of lightning around my staff. Thunderbolt. A discharge of accumulated lightning fired off. Big enough to utterly consume him whole. Earth wall in one hand. He raised up a wall of earth. Immovable object in the other. The wall glowed a brilliant light and my lightning collided with it. It lasted but a brief moment, but my lightning dispersed, leaving a weathered and brittle earthen wall still standing defiantly. A spell like reinforcement. The wall crumbled quickly, and then I saw him stab his staff into the ground. He clapped his hands together and pulled them apart. However, it wasn't as simple as one may think. It looked like he pulled apart the seams of reality. Distortion. Feeling the sense of danger, I decided that standing still was perhaps a foolish idea. I fired off a plethora of spells, mere cantrips to annoy him as I gathered my Ryatsu and moved. Out of the corner of my eye, the spells I fired, they bent and twisted in an unnatural way. They didn't even come close to hitting him. Not only that, as soon as I moved, the world turned upside down. I found myself crashing face first into the ground. Out of panic, I attempted to roll to the side and push myself up, but once more, I plummeted to the ground. Jerking to the side, I stumbled over myself going the opposite direction. Between his hands, there was a vague shape, shifting and changing. It resembled a Rubik's Cube as it continuously twisted. And let's end this. My counterpart spoke. Cloud of daggers. A misty haze surrounded me, like an illusion but not. It changed, warping its appearance. Merely a blink, and I was now surrounded by hundreds of razor-sharp daggers. I reacted as quickly as I could, grabbing my own staff of Magnus and slammed it on the ground. An invisible force descended, causing everything around us to shudder. Even my counterpart nearly stumbled in place. He gritted his teeth and the cube-like projection between his hands dispersed. Clever, altering the gravity. That'll do it. Even the misty-like daggers fell to the ground forcibly and the spell unraveled. I took a deep breath, standing up properly. You altered my sense of direction. Well, that isn't incorrect. But not quite. Close enough, I'd say. He mused. Good counter, you just brute force through it with a torrent of gravity. However, there is one detriment to that. As soon as you relent, I'll recast my spell, so you're forced to hold the gravitational increase. I cracked my neck. Not used to the extra force. I mocked. Not everything requires brute force. He did look like he was having a tad bit of trouble standing completely straight, comparatively to me who was more or less used to the increased force pressing down. But I can't deny it's a valid approach to most issues. However, you don't always need to push against the world in order to make it move in your favor. He gently tapped the staff against the ground. Sunder. I found myself falling. The earth below me had split open, massive walls on either side of me as I descended down into the depths of the earth. Well, I do believe I've played myself. I would have been able to react if my own spell didn't hamper me. He saluted me once and I simply closed my eyes as the two halves of the earth closed with me at the center. I opened my eyes again, and I was on my back, staring up at the ceiling. Looking down at me, Salem had a blank look on her face. Are you okay? Define, okay. I asked. You were sitting there in a meditative position. Then your aura shifted and it became hard to approach you for some time. Now, you are like this. I let out a sigh. Yeah, I'm good. Just lost a fight so I'm moping. You did better this time. Drake spoke. Yeah. It was a good fight, I learned a lot. Didn't know my Shield of Asgard had such a weakness. It's never had to sustain such a number of attacks in succession like that before. Among other things, I'm okay with losing there. I saw where I could improve in my spellcrafting. Seeing a reflection of me that took such a different approach to things, it was interesting. I'm pleased you are treating it as a proper learning experience. My Zanpakuto added. Keep trying your best. I'm more inclined to forceful resolutions to my problems. His responses were more, not necessarily smaller, but more focused. I was far more used to throwing around large amounts of power to answer any problems that cropped up. Something to consider more as I went forward. Hey. I said, looking up at Salem who was still staring at me while I was on the ground. Are you comfortable? She raised an eyebrow. Well, I would be if you took a step forward. Yes, I'm sure that would help if you could peer up my dress. Her eye roll was noticeable. My subordinates were concerned, they could feel you. Whoops. I scratched my head. Didn't think it would be that noticeable. They were surprised. She shrugged. What were you even doing? Training inside my inner world. I came over to see you, but you were busy with your thing and I didn't want to interrupt, so I figured I would get some training in, I explained. She was having a meeting or something with her people, so, no time like the present to start my training in earnest. Do you require something from me? No, I just got back home after the thing I told you before. It's been a bit stressful and I missed you. I smiled. She crossed her arms. You still have your glib tongue. You didn't miss me too? I asked. She twitched slightly. I did not speak those words. I sat up. Cute. Be quiet. She hissed. Well, I was about to tell you about the gift I brought, but if you don't want to hear about it. She grumbled. You know what I meant. Cute. I held my hand out, letting the second copy of all the books I got in that weird world drop onto the floor in a few stacks. Her eyes flashed as she realized what these books contained. This is a significant gift, she muttered while touching the book on top. What do you wish in return? Pardon. I tilted my head. What boon do you desire in return for this gift? She reiterated. Salem, not everything between us needs to be a transaction. She huffed again, crossing her arms again. It's easier, she said softly. I don't know how to reciprocate otherwise. Would it make you feel better if I asked for something? I would not dislike it, she responded. However, if you ask for something perverted, I will be most upset. Am I really someone who would ask something like that? She swung her hand, lightly slapping my shoulder. I suppose that is accurate, however. You wouldn't ask. I am more than aware of how careful I must be of your wandering hands. I admit nothing. Humph. She grunted again. Tell me what you want. What I want. I tapped my chin. Offered such a wonderful boon by the Grim Queen. What could I possibly ask for? As long as it is something within reason, I do not mind retracting my previous words. She whispered. I was admittedly tempted, but it didn't feel like the right circumstances. Rather. I want this. I grabbed her hand, slipping my fingers between hers. This. She looked confused. Just this. I smiled. I do not understand you sometimes. She sighed. However, I am not upset. Is it too late to ask you to do something lewd? Yes. She snorted. I guess I'll just have to seduce you the old-fashioned way. Oh. Then by all means seduce me. Are you sure you're ready for this level of wooing? I don't know if your heart will be able to take it. Yes, I'm sure I'll be swept off my feet. She drawled. I cleared my throat. Girl, as long as I have a face, you'll have somewhere to sit. Now that I'm holding your hand, I can tell everyone that I've been touched by an angel. If it's true that we are what we eat, then. Please, do not finish that one. She groaned. I see, you don't even need any more. You're now head over heels. I sniffed haughtily. Of course, how could I ever resist such romantic callings? She said dryly. Truly, you are a master of sensual wordplay. I knew it, you are now seduced. She rolled her eyes. I find it inconceivable how I am romantically involved with you at this moment. Hey, I can be romantic. Before this moment, I might have agreed with you. All right, give me another chance. Do what you want. She sighed. I squeezed her hand and looked her into the eyes. Do you remember how I told you how I learned about you? Yes, you said that you used the relic of knowledge. She responded. That's right, I wanted to see everything about this supposed Grim Queen. And as soon as I laid my eyes on her, she took my breath away. This woman I had never interacted with before, never seen until that moment, she left me utterly breathless. You don't have to steal my heart, it already belonged to you from the beginning. It felt like she unintentionally squeezed my hand because she had a strange expression. She seemed to settle on looking away because a small flush appeared on her pale cheeks. Don't spout that ridiculous trite around me. I'm annoyed. As soon as you're finished, leave. Well, I may not be finished for a while. Do what you want. She huffed. How about I tell you what I've been up to recently? I offered. Very well. She tried to sound uninterested, but it wasn't quite working out too well. If I am forced to bear your presence, I may as well understand what you were doing while you were gone. Cute. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I yawned and stretched, popping back out at home. It was nice, visiting Salem for a few hours. And I even got some training in while I was over there. I walked over and knocked on the door that Medea was holding Jean hostage in. You guys still in there? Almost done. Medea shouted back. I waited patiently outside of the door. We weren't on the strictest time schedule, but it was sorta getting there. Wait, don't touch there. Jean squawked. Hush, this is important. How is it important for you to touch my chest? Measurements. You already measured. I was tempted to go inside. All right, come in. Medea called out. Wait. I'm not mentally prepared, I need. I pushed the door open. Medea was standing to the side, but my eyes landed solely onto Jean. She was wearing a slender, shoulderless, blue dress. It hugged her curves perfectly, but it was also very tasteful and elegant. Frankly, there was only one word to describe it. Beautiful. Jean squeaked, turning bright red. Thank you. She covered her face. As always, I do good work. Medea stated. Thanks for the hard work, Medea. She wasn't only skilled, but she was extremely fast. Thank me after you see what she's wearing underneath. She began to cackle. Don't tell him that. Jean's high-pitched voice was drowned out by Medea's laughing. I'll leave you two to your little date. Medea ignored her, throwing up her hand as she walked out of the room. It's not a date. Jean whined. And not that I would hate it, but it's not. I'm getting a cute overload today. You look wonderful. I said with full sincerity. Do you really think so? She asked, bashfully. I've never worn anything this pretty before. I don't really feel right, I'm just a plain farm girl and this is so. Jean. I took her hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. The dress isn't what's making you beautiful, you're the one that's making the dress stunning. She made a strange noise, and refused to look me in the eyes. We can go now, right? I laughed, gently tugging at her hand. Sure, let's get this over with. Are you ready to go to hell, Saintess? ****. If you want to read 9 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon/astoryforon. Chapter 464, Chapter 422. So, is this what you expected? I did not expect to take a literal train to hell, no. Jean said without much emotion. It is surprisingly pleasant, however. It was nice. I could have easily popped over there with Venelana's help, one of their teleportation circles could have handled it fairly easily. But, I kind of wanted to go through the traditional channels. Hell wasn't completely cut off from the human world. Even without devils existing, there were paths that could be taken to end up in hell by accident, let alone the intentional doors. It was a space that existed since time innumerable. And for those in the know, it wasn't uncommon for various races and people to visit hell. As weird as that is to actually think about. But apparently, hell had a thriving tourism economy. Though, Venelana did warn us about the trip. She didn't specify anything, only that it was a bit difficult the first time for humans. Thankfully, we had this little train compartment to ourselves. Devils were nothing if not ostentatious. They had such extravagant train cars meant for VIPs. Literally a single word from Venelana, and the car, along with the surrounding ones, were reserved for us. The train has been on a slope now, are we actually going down? Jean asked, sounding a little incredulous. I didn't think to enter hell, we would literally have to go downward. Yes and no. I answered. If you want to be pedantic about it, hell is literally below the world. In a metaphysical sense, that is. But the concept of hell is tied to a downward descent. It's not so much that we're going down more that hell is below wherever we are. I only understood some of that. She whispered. I just chuckled, patting her head. We're getting ready to cross the threshold. I told her, sensing the spatial turbulence ahead. Actually, it reminded me of my trip down into Gringotts. The way the cart ride connected 2 points seamlessly. It wasn't until the train pushed through the boundary between the 2 spaces that I realized what Venelana meant. Looking out the window, it was almost like a cavern, but the rocks had all been carved. No, it wasn't right to call them carved. Despite the exquisite detail, these were natural and I felt my heart rate pick up. My humanity was stimulated. They were depictions of events, of past grievances and sins. Of every possible evil committed and those damned to this place. The suffering and guilt, the righteous indignations and hollow vengeances that marked every soul that passed on. They weren't mere pictures, they were alive, in a sense. Every so often, you could see a slight movement. And even rarer, was when one of the figures depicted looked back at us. The experience was hard to put into words. I almost wanted to call it nostalgic, but in a melancholic way. It felt like I was remembering every one of these events or actions that were taken in the course of human history. A vague recollection of feelings that threatened to burrow deep into my heart. It's odd, I felt like my magic resistance or other facets of my being should have rejected this invasion, but it still affected me. But the answer made sense after a moment of clarity. It was my human nature that allowed this to transpire. It was no true attack, nor magical phenomena, but a feeling left behind in my human blood that wouldn't vanish regardless of how much I changed. If I had to guess, this cavern has existed ever since the advent of humanity, ever since the first sin was committed. A recollection. As expected for the entrance to hell. I reached for Jean's hand, noticing she was also feeling it heavily. There were faint shadows of tears at the corners of her eyes. She was much more empathetic than I was, she was certainly feeling more emotions than me. Its true name is lost to time, we call it the Cavern of Reflection. Both Jean and I turned to look towards the source of the voice. Okita Tsuji, I said curtly. The former samurai looked at me with an awkward smile. Lord Schweinorg. He bowed his head, not trying to be familiar with me. I suppose our last talk left a bit of an impression on him. And his date. Jean, seemingly having broken from her stupor a moment prior, flushed slightly. Jean Dark, she said softly. He blinked, looking as if he wanted to say something, but held back and instead focused on what was happening outside of the train. It had the same effect on me, as it does for all reincarnated devils from a human lineage. I asked my king about it once, he said it had existed before devils were created by our progenitor. He said that it dates back to the creation of heaven, by the biblical God. He winced slightly, apparently intentionally inciting the name. It makes you wonder if hell was ever supposed to be a place of suffering that it turned into by the hands of the first fallen and depicted in the minds of humans. It's funny, I've been to several different underworlds at this point, but I've never entered in such a way. Even when going through the normal route in Hades, it was path for me. At this moment, I felt like I was experiencing it from the perspective of a deceased soul. I wasn't one to get lost in this kind of thing. I would probably remember this feeling for a long time, but it was far from enough to lead me astray. I quickly shook off the heavy emotions that were weighing me down. It's expanding, isn't it? I asked. He stiffened for a moment, but regained his composure. That's right. He didn't try to hide it. It's not common knowledge, but neither is it a secret. 1,000 years ago, it was only half as large as it is now. How strange. If I had time to spare, I may have wanted to look into it, but at this point, I didn't care too much. I assume you're here to fetch us? I asked again. Lady Gremory requested me to lead the Lord and Lady to the destination. He bowed his head again. That was nice of her. Jean beamed. I held back a laugh seeing him twitch slightly. It wasn't hard to guess from his perspective that Jean was clueless about everything. Venelana probably did it to express her displeasure, but also a way to wipe the slate clean, so to speak. Well, if he was lowering his head like this, I wouldn't hold a grudge. I was already here in hell, I may as well let some things in the past rest. Lady Gremory is waiting excitedly for you to arrive for dinner after the event, Lord Schweinorg. Okita Tsuji stated. Only Venelana? I questioned. He twitched slightly again. Lord Gremory too is waiting with anticipation. Just them then? I raised an eyebrow. The Gremory family is thrilled to host you, Lord Schweinorg. All right, I wouldn't poke him too much. Mostly because the train was coming to an obvious stop because the cities of the underworld came into view. They were much different than the layout of human cities. From what I recall, this place was about the same size as Earth, yet the population was a tiny fraction in comparison. Their cities were spaced out with huge open spaces between them. It was interesting to see in all honesty. It didn't take long for the train to come to a complete stop. In fact, the whole train ride was rather quick to begin with. Would you please follow me? I have a car waiting to take you to the gathering. Okita Tsuji spoke, gesturing to the door of the train. Jean was still holding my hand tight, but I chose not to comment. I gently led her forward as we disembarked. At *****. Jean was pretty much glued to the car window as she took in the sights. While she had popped up in a somewhat modern era during the Grail War, she hadn't properly seen a modern city in all its glory. That is to say, the day-to-day happenings as we drove through it weren't much different than what you would find topside. Frankly, without the occasional wings from the devils walking around, you would never know this wasn't a human city. Okita Tsuji just looked amused as we both silently watched Jean marvel at the sights. It's almost like she completely forgot we were in hell. But I did warn her it wasn't going to be what she expected. What can we expect when we arrive? I broke the silence, addressing our guide, who sat opposite us in this limousine. There are many different forces present. More factions than appeared in the peace conference have answered the call of cooperation. He responded. Oh. I was surprised. The devils were the most hated faction in the world. It was already odd that so many attended the peace conference in the first place. So everyone's on board for making this Super Kitty Squad to hunt down the Cows Brigade. That is, partial the reason they are present. He twitched again. Lord Odin was the voice that gathered most of the factions attending. No one disagreed with the concept, but the major concern is to speak about the mutual enemy in more detail. Well, that's to be expected. Who are the devils putting forward? I could probably guess, but I may as well ask. That is undecided. Okita Tsuji responded. However, the younger generation of the underworld's elite will be present. Of course. I rolled my eyes. Don't want to lose out on an opportunity to show off. Or something like that. Well, I suppose it's their boon for hosting the event in the first place. They get to push their younger generation to the forefront, even if most of them probably weren't qualified to brush shoulders with the actual strongest of the generation. Then again, I don't actually know where the standard power level is for what is considered the younger generation. I wouldn't exactly be the best measuring stick in this regard, and I don't really hang out with people my age. I guess it doesn't matter, it's not like I'm going to stick around for long. Go in, make an appearance, politely decline recruitment attempts, make sure Jean has fun and meet the angels presumably attending, and get some free food before leaving. Simple and easy. Obviously I'm doing the whole dinner thing with Vanillana afterwards. Honestly, it's surprising how this whole thing unfolded. A few words and a random idea form Odin, and then a few days later, here we are with several factions all descended upon hell. Will, I just realized, why is there a sun in the sky? Jean suddenly asked. It's fake. I replied. Really? Jean sounded surprised. How did they make a fake sun? It was a joint effort between the fallen angels and the current leaders of the devils to provide a more suitable environment for newly reincarnated devils. Before they created this fake sky to mirror the human world, there was a constantly purplish hue that permeated every corner of the sky. Okita Tsuji explained. Amazing. Jean whispered. Seeing her happy like this, without anything else, made this trip worth it. We're here. Okita Tsuji stated as the car came to a stop. I didn't know exactly what type of building this was meant to be, but it was large and ostentatious like most things the devils do when trying to project their wealth and status. I quickly got out of the car and opened Jean's side, offering her a hand. She happily took it and I gently guided her out of the seat. Is it too late to turn back? Jean asked, whispering in my ear. Are you getting cold feet? I chuckled. I don't know what I'm supposed to do or what I'm doing at all. She admitted nervously. I've never done these kinds of parties or anything before. What if I mess up? Won't I make you look bad? Jean, you could never make me look bad. Besides, do you think I know what I'm doing most of the time? Yes. You always look like you know what you're doing. I'll let you in on a secret. I usually make it all up as I go along. I said without a hint of shame. We can pretend together. Don't you also want to see the angels? Yes. She dipped her head. I'll be here with you. I offered my arm. She smiled brightly. Thank you, Wilhelm. She replied, taking it. Okita disappeared, but we didn't really need his guidance anymore. Instead, we began walking to the front doors. The guards there bowed and opened it up for us, we didn't even need to produce an invitation. But as soon as we walked in, it was like a whole different world. I think extravagant was too light of a word to describe what was inside. From the golden decorations to the marble statues, to the decadent art that filled the walls, I think they even surpassed the clock tower in this regard. I didn't have much time to dwell on it because immediately, we were beset by numerous gazes as soon as we entered. The whole area was filled with people of all shapes and sizes, and I would say a good majority of them were currently staring at myself and Jean. I didn't think you would come. Both Jean and I turned towards the source. A young woman with short black hair and a matching pair of glasses wearing a light blue dress sauntered over. Sona Citri. I admit it took an inordinate amount of my self-control not to react to her presence. I didn't realize I even still had these feelings. What do you know? Good to know, I guess, even if it was annoying. I like to pretend that I'm all grown up and mature sometimes, but honestly, I still appreciated acting like a young kid every now and then. Just like now. Sorry, have we met before? I looked at her. Whatever she wanted to say, it died the minute she opened her mouth without any proper words to respond. She just stared at me in shock like she didn't know how to respond to what I said. I took the opportunity to lightly nudge Jean to keep going. Was it petty? Yes. Was I feeling good about myself right now? Also yes. That was mean. Jean puffed up as soon as we cleared some distance. Oh look, angels. I pointed in some random direction. Where? She perked up. Wait, don't try to distract me. No idea what you're talking about. Nay. She lightly hit my shoulder. Don't be mean. She told me again. I am the epitome of grace and elegance. I countered. But honestly, it's not like I'm going to go around picking fights. I hardly. A thunderous snort carried its way across the entire room. Of the probably hundreds of people of varying backgrounds, they all stopped to look at the source because it carried with it an unnatural pressure. I was familiar with the hint of power contained within the simple gesture. I had fought with the source not too long ago. I neatly pivoted, turning around to meet the gaze of Indra, who stood at the entrance with his own retinue. He wore that gaudy Hawaiian shit again, with some cargo shorts and flip-flops. As well as a pair of sunglasses, very similar to what he wore previously. I should have expected them to invite some trash here too. His words weren't actually very loud, but they carried a hint of thunder to them, making them be heard by everyone present. And the way he was staring at me, it was obvious who those words were meant for. Nice glasses, are they new? I smiled innocently at his provocation. That was apparently not the correct thing to say, because the whole building began to shake. Whatever could have set him off like that, I wonder. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A/N. If you want to read 9 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Also, happy Christmas everyone. And happy holidays. Chapter 465, Chapter 423. For some inexplicable reason, it couldn't be anything I said/did, Indra seemed upset. Well, I was assuming based on the fact that his divinity was soaked in anger and pressing down on everything. Jean was doing fine. With a glance, I could tell this was enough not to bother her too much. She was a heroic spirit, she was a being that could stand in front of gods, even if she herself was not capable of defeating them. However, a lot of the other people in the hall seemed to be struggling. I admit I am someone who does things on a whim sometimes, but I like to think I take responsibility for my actions. I intentionally riled him up in a room full of people, I may as well lend a hand. My spiritual pressure seeped out, offsetting Indra's own presence that was bearing down on everyone else. I met his gaze and tilted my head with a smile. He certainly got even more frustrated. I took a few steps forward, and he jerked his sunglasses off, scowling deeply as his long strides matched mine. My divinity came bubbling up. Sparks began to dance between his fingers. However, I felt my desire to fight suddenly vanish as soon as Indra came to an abrupt halt. Not for any reason on his part, but because there was an ordinary-looking walking stick barring his path. Allfather. Indra glared at Odin out of the corner of his eye. The Norse god was holding up his seemingly mundane stick to block the path of Indra. I hope you have a good explanation for this. His tone was even, though the underlying threat indicative of how he felt. Did you forget where you are? Odin snorted. But if you want to fight, I don't mind going a few rounds. As soon as she said that, the ordinary walking stick flashed briefly, revealing its true form briefly. It was merely a flicker, but the existence of the divine weapon was enough to show how serious he was. Even Indra hesitated for a moment. A glance towards the others he arrived with showed that they weren't exactly in the best position themselves. I didn't recognize everyone present, Hindu mythology was not my forte. But there was a distinct difference in attire between the Hindu gods he brought along and the Norse gods who were standing right next to them, basically daring them to move. Indra frowned and redirected his attention to Odin. Odin didn't look perturbed, and his own power descended upon Indra in response. The whole building began to shake even more, and it honestly looked like a fight was about to break out. Now boys, do you really have to do that here? An enchanting voice carried over the room, immediately dispersing the accumulated power that was colliding between the two gods. And it was not because she asked them to stop nicely. Both Indra and Odin looked at who spoke. A woman wearing a traditional Chinese hanfu, light green robes that looked elegant and hid most of her curves. She had long, black hair with a hint of matching green within her bangs, and a few marks beneath her eyes almost like tattoos but much more natural. Her eyes, as well, were not normal but almost serpentine, which made sense considering that there was a snake-like tail dancing behind her. Flanked on either side were 2 women wearing clothes also traditional to the mythological portion of China. Swords hung at their waists and veils covered their faces. They both emitted an icy aura, ready to fight if it came down to it. They were by no means weak. Granted, they paled in comparison to the woman they looked to be protecting by their movements, but that wasn't much of an insult considering the woman herself had an aura that wasn't inferior to either Odin or Indra. Indra snorted, withdrawing his power. Odin also relaxed, lowering his stick. The Allfather harumphed, turning away from the Hindu god. The two groups seemingly took that as cue to separate. The silence that permeated the room was deafening. It seems like everyone was holding their breaths at the breakout of a fight, only for it to be suddenly dashed twice over. It made it all the more interesting, because the mystery woman turned her gaze to me and casually strode over. She didn't initially speak, but she gave me a scrutinizing gaze. The context clues were enough, I knew who this goddess was. I clasped my hands and performed the proper greeting from her homeland. Greetings, Mother Nuwa. The corners of her lips curled and her eyes nearly sparkled in amusement. You were able to guess my identity. It would be strange if I couldn't based on everything. Goddess Nuwa, the mythological stories differ from place to place, but they all seem to agree on one fact. Nuwa was the Chinese goddess who created humanity. Frankly, I can't think of a single story that paints her in a bad light. If there was ever an ideal goddess to worship, perhaps it would be her. What made it doubly funny is that she's actually a demon. A demon in the Chinese sense, not like the Christianity version. The difference being that a demon there wasn't immediately labeled evil but merely a different form of existence. Granted, most stories paint Eastern demons in a bad light for good reason, but that only shows her own character. Both a demon and a goddess, and a mother of humanity. Not to mention, she was one of the strongest beings on the planet and had no hostility towards me. Regardless of anything else, I felt she deserved respect. She took a fan out of her sleeve and unfurled it, holding it up in front of her face, but her eyes were still visible, flashing in amusement. I've heard of you too. Only good things, I hope. I put on my most charming smile. When one hears only good things about a person, they tend to be propagated lies. She responded. Oh. And what if they truly live up to their supposed reputation? I asked. When such a thing occurs, I will have to reevaluate my thoughts on the matter. Then what are your new thoughts? I grinned. She giggled, snapping her fan shut. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, this is not one of those situations. I immediately deny any bad rumors you've heard about me. I said with a completely serious face. But what are they, for the record? The usual. She waved her hand flippantly, almost like she was sighing. An upstart mortal that treads upon the heavens. A devil that doesn't know its place. An abomination that should be put down. Her words were a tad sharp on that last bit, and her eyes turned heavy, as if she was looking for my reaction. Neat. I replied rather dismissively. She merely looked humored by my response. There wasn't an ounce of hostility coming from her, it was clear she was just trying to take my measure and had no ill will against me. Many are keeping their eyes on you. Be wary of any invitations you receive. I will keep your words to heart. I politely lowered my head in thanks. She smiled rather warmly. Like a mother looking at their child. And who is this young woman? She asked as Jean clung to my side. Hello, Goddess Nuwa. Jean politely introduced herself. I'm Jean Dark. Nuwa's eyes narrowed at her, looking rather contemplative. Do you want to follow me back to my immortal palace? I can guarantee that you will reach the same level as these two in a few centuries. She gestured to the two women on either side of her. You have such a pure heart, your cultivation would soar with some guidance. See cultivation. Jean blinked. Thank you for your offer, but I don't think that's something for me. Jean managed to force out, looking a bit awkward. Trying to steal one of Yahweh's chosen, Nuwa. Sun Wukong casually strode up. You should know better than that. He chuckled. Don't feign ignorance either, it's pretty obvious which marks are his or not. Tisk. Nuwa slapped the fan into the palm of her hand. Monkey King. Goddess. Sun Wukong greeted back. It was curt, but there wasn't really any true hostility. I'm surprised you showed up. I thought the Emperor would send one of his generals at a minimum, if not coming himself. Sun Wukong stated. I volunteered. She said simply. Sun Wukong nodded and turned to me. Couldn't help yourself, could you? He started it. I crossed my arms. The Monkey King just laughed. I can't blame you, I was the same way back when I was younger. That's an understatement. Nuwa snorted, turning away. I'll see you inside, Monkey King. And child. She cast one last look my way. Take care not to bite off more than you can chew. It's human nature to seek immortality, but immortals don't like it when mortals act outside of their control. We watched her walk off and head towards the entrance to another room followed by her two guards. Sun Wukong patted my shoulder. I would love to talk about a few things, but Indra won't like it if he sees us being chummy for too long. Always a pleasure. I smiled. The old monkey grinned and he glanced at Jean. Be careful. I nodded, knowing what he was implying. He didn't know about my matters, but at the same time, it was obvious from his perspective who Jean was. He also went towards that separate room. Drink? I asked towards Jean. She nodded absent-mindedly. I managed to flag down one of the waiters going around with a tray of drinks on it. I was surprised how quickly everyone recovered from the little incident, but then again, these weren't regular people. I grabbed 2 glasses of champagne and handed one to Jean. Taking a sip, it wasn't bad. Not the best thing I've ever had, but certainly above average. And I watched Jean curiously as she took a sip. What? She looked at me after tasting it. I didn't know if you ever drank or not. I've had alcohol before. She puffed up cutely. Really? Of course. Am I allowed to find that strange? What's strange about it? It was common for people to drink in my time. I guess I just pictured my Jean as being so pure and naive that she's never even tasted alcohol before. I shrugged. Don't make it sound like I'm a child. She pouted. I've had drinks before. She huffed, taking another sip. It's not bad. What's your favorite? Favorite? She repeated, looking deep in thought. I actually don't know. I never really cared, I didn't mind anything offered to me, but I never really made an effort to intentionally try different wines. We'll have to experiment in the future. I wonder if I can get the Saintess drunk. That might be fun to do. But enough of that for now, let's go mingle. What do you have in mind? She tilted her head. It was clear that people were still arriving, and the ones in particular that Jean wanted to meet weren't quite here yet. So. Wanna go meet the Allfather? Jean lit up and smiled. He seemed nice. Honestly, he was pretty cool. I held my arm out again and she happily accepted it. Odin turned around as we approached. And it was rather easy since, while everyone else seemed to recover from multiple gods flexing their power, they were still wary and keeping their distance. Allfather. I greeted politely. It was both public and a more formal event, thus, I was keeping to standard greetings even if we were more familiar with each other. Brat. He grunted, ignoring all of the formalities. And who's this? His eyes lit up. Nice wide hips, long legs, good full chest too. Not bad, a solid 9.5 out of 10. What? Jean squeaked out. Father. A man adorned in armor slumped his shoulders and sighed, but I ignored him for now. Excuse me. I raised an eyebrow. What, do you have something to say? Odin narrowed his eyes. Jean is my companion, I will have to defend her honor. I met his gaze. She's easily October 10th, I demand you correct yourself. Nia. Jean's face flushed quickly. Why is that what you focus on? I stand by what I said. Odin crossed his arms. I will fight you on this. I said with complete seriousness. Oh, you want a piece of me, brat? Odin held his arms out. Well, I don't make it a habit of beating up the elderly, but I suppose I can make an exception this time. I was ready to throw hands, but a soft little hand suddenly pulled on my cheek. Ow, ow. Stop picking fights. Jean chastised me. Father, please stop causing trouble. The armored man put a rather tight grip on Odin's shoulder. Bah. He slapped the hand away, but settled down. Hey brat, wanna trade with me? If I have a wet blanket, I'd rather it be with boobs. Get your own. I grabbed Jean protectively, ignoring the squeak she made. Odin huffed. Anyways, introduction. Brat, this is my son, Vidar. He gestured towards the one who was able to calm Odin down. I have heard many tales about you. He held his hand out. I took it, and immediately his divinity pulsed out. I allowed mine to meet it as we had a small little battle for a brief moment. The god clicked his tongue and retracted his hand. Father, I will be leaving to join the others. Please do not dwell here for long. Yeah. Odin waved it off. Take Tyr with you as well. He poked the other god who was silently standing at the side with his stick. Odin's son nodded and waved his hand. The two Norse gods followed where Njua and Sun Wukong disappeared too. Did I do something to piss him off? I looked at Odin. Nah, that means he likes you. Odin shook his head. Sorry if I don't believe you. I said dryly. He's just pissed that you aren't one of ours. Odin chuckled. Believe me, you'd be able to pick up the fake smile and insincere small talk if he really didn't like you. Huh. I just mentally shrugged. That's who you left the throne to then. I'm surprised, it's not like I didn't know who Vidar was, but his name isn't as renowned as your other sons. Odin grumbled. He's the best for the spot. Despite some of the idiots around, he has a head for sitting on the throne. He knows how to balance action and passiveness, which I can't say the same about Thor. Let me guess, Thor is the epitome of every problem is a nail and he has a literal hammer for the job. Odin let out a long sigh. I hate that you guessed right. I felt myself sympathizing with him. Good head, good heart, but my boy takes the simplest solutions to every problem. Odin said, shaking his head. It's not that he can't be smart, but he chooses to take the blunt and direct method to every problem. What about Baldur? I asked. Almost as soon as I did, I sort of regretted it because Odin's expression changed. Ah. He let out a long breath. Baldur would have taken the throne, but after he lost his wife, he doesn't have the will for such things anymore. He quickly shifted back. But enough about that, let's talk about this lovely woman you brought along with you. Me. Jean's eyes widened. You realize what's going to happen, right? Odin looked back up to me. It's not hard to do the math here, brat. I shrugged. Jean wanted to meet some angels, I was hardly going to interfere with that. Wait, am I causing you problems? Jean looked up at me in concern. Nope. Wilhelm. Jean's tone became more strict. don't lie to me. Am I going to cause you problems? Jean, I brought you here knowing full well what might happen. You're not going to cause me any problems, because I don't think it's a problem. I reassured her. Was it going to open me up for some potentially uncomfortable questions? Sure. Was it also going to make Jean happy? Almost certainly, which was much higher up on my priorities list right now. Will. Now, kiss. Odin said, observing from the side. Nay. Jean squeaked, turning a bright shade of red again. And you ruined the mood. Odin just cackled. Sorry brat, sometimes I can't read the atmosphere, me being elderly and all. Touché. I acknowledged. You know, I'm honestly impressed with how quickly you threw this all together. How many days had it been since we talked about it? I can't take all the credit. I'm good at networking, don't get me wrong, but everyone was pretty much waiting for an opportunity like this. Odin replied. Really? Most factions don't like interacting. They aren't stupid either. Odin grunted. Especially with the crap we pulled on Indra, which is why he's here too, if you were wondering. Indra got attacked in his home, that made some people scared. I'm assuming that more people are coming. A few. He nodded. You met Nuwa already. Besides them and the ones from the peace conference, there might be a few others. Honestly was surprised to meet her. I replied absent-mindedly. She doesn't pop up often. Kind of surprised she's here too, if I'm being honest. Didn't expect any representation from the celestial bureaucracy. No, not that. If Indra showed up, it was a given that they would pop up too. They have a sort of rivalry with each other. The Buddhists act as a neutral party between them so they never escalate too much. But since their pantheons are so intertwined, it often causes problems. Right, with all the myths between them, it's a right mess, isn't it? Nuwa herself doesn't usually appear. Odin spoke again, clarifying. It makes sense though. If the Jade Emperor, or one of his generals came, they'd be butting heads with the old monkey or Indra the entire time. Made sense, but I didn't really have a comment. I thought this was supposed to be about the younger generation. Seems like a lot of gods popping up for that. It is, and it isn't. The brats are around here too. Got some from our side of the fence too, don't know where they went, but you should see them pop up at some point tonight. But the grown-ups are having our own talks while the kids get to know each other. So, throwing the kids into the kiddie pool to have their own slap fights while the adults have the adult pool to fight. Sounds about right. He didn't deny it. Which pool you gonna join, brat? Oh, I get a choice. I snorted. You're in a weird spot. Everyone knows that you're strong enough to sit at the adult table. But you're also what, 20-something? Fair. I didn't disagree with his assessment. Considering that I'm not actually going to participate, and I'm just here to decline further invitations, I may as well stick around here and let you handle everything up top. Figured it would be something like that. A shame, it'd be fun to watch Indra seethe the entire time. Odin didn't seem to care either way. Then watch over the kids, make sure they don't get into too much trouble. Don't really bother if people start fighting, heck, it's expected, but just make sure it doesn't go too far. Will do. I nodded. Guess I was on babysitting duty. Alright, I'll let you get back to your date. It's not a date. Jean squeaked. Odin ignored her, just laughing as he walked away. I looked around, and things basically returned to normal. There was a bit of soft music playing, with people chatting and networking, hell there were even some people dancing which made me perk up. I held my arm out to Jean. Would you like to dance? She smiled, about to take my hand, but her eyes widened and she went stiff, nearly trembling. I followed her gaze, and realized what was making her act this way. Bright white wings that seemed to illuminate the building as they entered. 2 archangels stood at the entrance with various other people accompanying them, but that seemed irrelevant at the moment. Because just as Jean was looking at them, the 2 stared back, their gazes locked firmly onto Jean. I guess we didn't have to worry about her finally meeting the angels, because they were coming right for her. *****. If you want to read 9 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 466, Chapter 424 Part 1. Azazel POV. Where's Michael? I frowned, tapping my foot very impatiently. He said he'll be here, and he's not known for lying. Serzex responded. And it's not like we set a particularly specific time. True. And why are you in a rush? You're the one who wanted all of us to show up together. A united front, you said. You said you liked my idea. I'm not saying I am against it. Not all of us were freaks of nature. Gods are actually scary to 2/3 of the Abrahamic faction. Well, he knew why I wanted us all together when we headed over. Even if things were still super tense, it made it look like we were united. Heaven needed that. The Grigori needed that. And as much as they wouldn't admit it, even the devils needed the breathing room. Despite the freak standing next to me, him and Ajuka weren't enough to dissuade the other factions if they honestly decided to accept the casualties to destroy the devils. Sure, they had 2 beat sticks that could match the top end of any faction reasonably well, but they were lacking a large number of heavy hitters above high class. On the opposite side, Heaven had a lot of angels at the peak of high class and above, but they lacked a true powerhouse now that Father was gone. Not only that, they couldn't replenish their numbers just yet. I wasn't part of the whole Angel Evil Pieces project they were working on, but from what I understand, it's slow going. Lastly, we were sort of in the middle. Shit, I was the strongest in the Grigori, and we didn't have nearly the number of decently powerful members like Heaven. But we had our own strengths that would let us stand toe-to-toe with them if things got nasty. By the way, who did you bring with you? I haven't seen anyone else. Lucifer asked. I just brought Valley. I shrugged. We're still dealing with a lot of shit after what Kokabeel did, so I didn't want to bother my subordinates for something like this. And it's not like they could do much here. And as for Odin's suggestion about this whole thing, Valley was pretty much the only choice. Well, that or dog team, but they're dealing with their own shit at the moment and this wasn't a huge priority. Another huge flaw of the Grigori, we don't have many kids to replace the old when they're gone. It's unfortunate, but that's just how it was. Most of our numbers came from other angels that fell and random people we recruited over the years. We didn't exactly have the best reputation, so most kids didn't want to get involved with us, and finding a kid with talent without someone behind him was frickin' impossible these days. Most of the kids we find with sacred gears don't want anything to do with fighting, which was fine. I'm not going to complain about being able to research sacred gears, but we're floundering at that point and it showed. Which is why I wasn't really against Michael doing the whole angel conversion thing. Well, I guess I am against it just on principle cause it seemed to not be what Dad envisioned. Which was funny considering that I basically jumped off the highest cloud while flipping Dad the bird, but some things just don't go away even with time. But on the bright side, this meant more potential recruits for us in the long run. I don't think Michael realized how many new angels were going to fall. Humans don't have the same mindset as angels, it's going to take a bit for them to work out the kinks and I know for sure he's going to go straight for the big shots to boost their power. I'm just glad I'm not the one who has to deal with that mess. But even if I'm no longer in the best graces of my brothers and sisters, I couldn't help but feel a little bad about what's to come. What about you guys? We didn't really have a chance to coordinate too well. Odin basically hopped over and dropped this whole thing in our laps and we jumped on the opportunity. I asked, continue our small chit-chat. Kind of weird that the devils were hosting, considering they're not exactly on everyone's Christmas list here, but the logic was hard to argue with. The Grigori didn't really have anywhere to call our headquarters except, well, down here with them but much less, everything in comparison. Heaven was Dad's turf, which was the same reason they didn't want to gather anywhere else. No one could agree on which faction to hold it, or rather, which place would have the least home field advantage. Seemed an easy agreement on their end to just let the devils host it, since they looked down on them enough and hell wasn't technically any divine being's turf. Well, I'm not complaining. Saved us the hassle of dealing with the pretentious godly domains and dancing around their weird rules. We just let everyone go. Lucy shrugged nonchalantly. How arrogant. He just smirked. Benefits of dealing with all the big heads butting. But it's good for them. I'm glad they haven't had to fight in any wars, but the world isn't always safe. It's nice for them to have something to work towards. Right, and you're not directing that comment towards your sister, right? I don't know what you're talking about. He hummed. Please, I bet you're letting all of them be there just so your sister has a reason to show up. Hey, Rias could easily match those geniuses of other factions. Dude, no offense, but your sister isn't anywhere close to being strong enough. I shook my head. Not saying this to be mean, but I think we've been friendly enough. I wouldn't suggest forcing it. Rias has a lot of talent. He frowned. Talent isn't the same as strength. I pointed out. She didn't stand a chance against Kokabeel. I reminded me as well. You know I originally sent Vala to deal with him in my stead, right? Like, I trusted him to, if not at least defeat Kokabeel, to be able to force him to retreat. It's not like there aren't any devils up there, I knew of a few off the top of my head, but damn his little sister definitely wasn't one of them. Nothing good was going to come about trying to push his sister into any team that gets created. Right, Red didn't like that. He didn't have anything to argue with me with, but he obviously was annoyed I pointed out the obvious. Just let things take their course. I finally said. It's already good that your brats can see some of the stronger kids their age. Where is Valley? I let him wander off. Just told him to be there soon. Not like he'll get into much trouble. Besides, I told him that his rival was invited. Fat chance he'll show up, but Vala didn't know that, so he won't go off and get into trouble. Anyways, how about? I quickly dodged out of the way as a phone soared through the air, narrowly missing me and smacking old Red in the face. Serafall. Red groaned, covering his nose where it just hit him. Was that really necessary? Fuck you, Serzex. She huffed. Ouch, who pissed in your Cheerios? I winced. His bastard son. Serafall stomped. Well fuck. I thought he wasn't going to show up. I questioned. I mean, that's good news. If Red's kid joined up, it'd help things significantly. How old was he? And he was already strong enough to sit at the adults' table. Shit, he treated Valley with kids' gloves and there was nothing he could do in response. I just didn't think he'd go for it. I think we all expected a blunt reply from the busted fox that they weren't going to involve themselves. Well, look at that, so did we. She threw her hands up. Sheesh, why are you so upset about it? Shouldn't it be a good thing? I'd be ecstatic if he didn't nearly start a fight with Indra in the middle of the ballroom. Oof, yeah, that'll do it. And he had the nerve to insult my Sona. That bastard, I'll scratch his eyes out. Okay, part of me thinks she's more pissed about that. Well, you're not running there in a panic, so all good. I asked. It was dealt with. She grumbled. But we should probably get going, otherwise who knows what's going to happen. I don't trust Baldy and Idiot to hold down the fort for too long. Yeah, Falbium and Ajuka weren't the best at keeping things peaceful with a bunch of gods. Wait, Sona's there too. I blinked, realizing what she said a moment ago. Of course, my Sonatan is participating. Sona squeed. Father damn it. I had to resist the urge to sigh. I knew that they were just shoving all the kiddies over there, but geez, don't make it so obvious with the nepotism. Well, at least if this thing takes off, it's not going to be hijacked by the devils just to show off or anything like that. All those gods won't let it happen. They can spout nonsense about their kids being high class all they want, but everyone knew they just grant those titles to any one of their noble families that come of age. Everyone else in the world actually used those as a measuring stick of strength. At the end of the day, their siblings are pretty solid in the mid-class. I'm obviously not going to say that out loud though, I preferred living. Wait, did they also bring their peerages? I suddenly had the realization. Of course. Red instantly replied. I think he missed the whole point of this. Maybe we shouldn't have jumped the gun so quickly. It's just, everyone was feeling anxious and wanted to get the ball rolling on how to deal with the Cows Brigade. I thought about having one of my people infiltrate them. Maybe even have Valley betray me or something stupid like that, but I squashed the thought in the end. I didn't like the thought of any of my close confidants in such a dangerous spot. Not to mention, it would be pretty suspicious at this point and they'd probably be kept at arm's length by whoever ran the Cows Brigade. What's the attendance looking like so far, Serafall? I tapped my foot, still patiently waiting for Michael to get his holy rear down here. She picked up her phone off the ground from where she threw it. Not bad. Indra came, that's a surprise. Or maybe it's not. Well, he did get attacked as well. I mused. Nice to see him get a black eye for once, you know, other than Red's bastard doing it literally. Damn straight. Serafall cheered. We did a high five while Red just scowled at the mention of his bastard son. Nobody liked Indra. Even if Red got into a mood as soon as his bastard was mentioned, it was obvious he was on the screw Indra train as well. Shit, I think there was even a look of pride when I mentioned it briefly. But yeah, it wasn't a secret that Indra got attacked in his home from the Cows Brigade. Word on the street was that he was the reason their existence was revealed, albeit not directly by the big guy, but that didn't matter to them any. Combined with how pissed some people are at Indra for his little stunt with his whole invasion of Japan, yeah, he had to play nice. Who else? We got a rep from the Heavenly Court. Serafall held up a finger. Got the monkey too, which should keep Indra placated mostly. Odin's here too, obviously. He actually stepped up once Indra started acting up. She held 3 fingers up, adding a 4th. Luff should be coming with some people, and there's a good chance we might get a rep from Olympus. Olympus. I raised an eyebrow. Zeus seriously went for something like this. Hey, don't look at me. Odin was the one who swung this with most groups, I'm taking a back seat here. Serafall shrugged. I'm just as surprised, honestly. Everyone knows how paranoid and reclusive Zeus is. He gets all pissy if his faction interacts with other pantheons. Think it has something to do with Hades? I thought out loud. The Greek god of the underworld did appear recently to the benefit of Red's bastard. Who knows what he thinks? Serafall sighed. I just hope we can deal with this without it exploding in our faces. Yeah, it might not be a smart idea to gather all those strong egos into one room. I acknowledged. But, we may not have much of a choice. If we just wait and bury our heads into the sand, who's to say we wouldn't be picked off one by one? The Cows Brigade, according to the list we received, has quite a few gods within their ranks, more than we're honestly capable of dealing with. Oh, finally. Seraphal threw her hands up because a teleportation circle activated next to us, one obviously tinted with holy power. Pretty easy to guess who it belonged to. They appeared in a flash of light, making Seraphal and Red wince. Not that they were affected all that much, but it's hard to avoid that sort of intrinsic reaction to holy power. Michael appeared with Gabriel at his side. I may have questioned his choice of bringing Gabriel here among all these aggressive personalities, but Father Murder was also standing protectively at her side. The massive priest would deter most anyone from attempting anything. As much as I would love Gabriel to fall, I also kinda didn't want to see it. Despite everything, she was my sister, and I know it would seriously mess with her to lose her white wings. I normally would spend quite a bit of time admiring Gabriel. I was this time focused on who she brought with her. I only recognized one of them. Michael, Gabriel. I greeted. My brother smiled politely. Azazel, how are you doing? Hanging in there, it's been chaotic recently. I said honestly. Yes, we've been experiencing something similar. He nodded in understanding. Lucifer, Leviathan. Thank you for hosting us. He also was pointedly polite as he greeted his supposed greatest enemies. No problem. Seraphal cheerfully ignored the tension. So, which kids did you bring? I too was curious to see which talents they scraped up from the church. Hello, I'm Delio Gesualdo. A rather gentle-looking young man casually introduced himself. Yes, you are. The wielder of Zenith Tempest. I should have guessed you'd bring the strongest exorcist with you here today. I nodded. The second strongest Longinus right behind Dad's spear. One I'd never been able to get my hands on to research. I wanted it. Not only that, he's considered the strongest exorcist too. Granted, everyone's probably ignoring Father Rippling Muscles here, but that kind of title still holds weight. He might be stronger than Valley. Father knew that Valley has talked about wanting to fight him since forever. And now they're going to be in the same room. I'm sort of regretting bringing Valley now. This is Marana Shatrova. Gabriel introduced the shy girl, basically clinging to her side. Almost as voluptuous as Gabriel with similarly blonde hair, but honestly, the sheer amount of holy power she was radiating kind of took my attention the most. Easy to see why she's here. Shit, I think she has more holy power than most of my subordinates. And this is Zenobia Corda. Michael gestured to the blue-haired girl. She's the current wielder of Durandal. Finally passed on the torch, big guy. I raised an eyebrow towards Father Violence. He just smiled good-naturedly. But someone able to wield Durandal naturally wasn't someone to ignore. That sword was extremely powerful, on the same level as Caliban and Excalibur. She didn't say anything. Besides the hint of pride at Michael's words, there was sort of a permanent scowl on her face. Something told me she didn't like being here. And I vaguely recall a scary nun with the same last name. Well, if that's everything, we should get going. A bunch of others have already set up and are getting antsy. Seraphal clapped her hands. Yeah, better get in and out as soon as possible. This was a pretty volatile situation all around. I can teleport us. Red offered. Thank you, that would be appreciated. Michael smiled with a nod. Red held his hand up and the teleportation circle appeared below us. Within a breath, we appeared at the entrance to the venue. Let's go, Seraphal happily cheered, only to stop once she realized we were rooted in place. I think she said something, but I was utterly distracted, the same as Michael and Gabriel. I'm pretty sure we all had the same confused look on our faces. Michael, do you feel that too? I whispered. He nodded absent-mindedly. It feels like, Father. Gabriel whispered. What's wrong? Seraphal asked in concern. Why, is Father's presence shining so brightly inside, Seraphal? I hesitantly asked, a bit concerned about what we may find inside. I don't know what you're talking about. She tilted her head. Would you please explain to me what's going on? Red asked. If I didn't know any better, I would almost mistake it for one of the archangels sitting inside, but it feels more like Father's blessing than an angel. Which is strange, considering, you know. I didn't say the last bit out loud. I didn't know if the kids around us were in the know about Dad being dead, and I didn't want Michael being mad at me. But Father damn, why did it feel like he slapped his blessing on someone so blatantly that we could feel it this far away? Something that should be impossible. Sure, Michael could use the system to sort of bless people and all that, but that was basically smacking them with concentrated holy power, not Father's presence. And it's obvious my siblings felt the same way I did. There's no way they would be oblivious to such a significant holy presence. Before we could even discuss it, Gabriel basically shot forward, going for the door. Sister, Michael tried to stop her but realized the futility in it. Instead, we all hurriedly followed behind her. The insides were exactly what I would expect, extravagance thrown around without a care. Tons of devils up and about, because why not? But the presence seemed to drown out all else. And it wasn't hard to lock onto the source. Gabriel and Michael seemingly didn't care that they made a scene. Frankly, I wasn't caring much myself at the moment. But all our eyes landed on the source. I almost wanted to groan once I saw Red's bastard, but it wasn't him this time. Or rather, not him in particular. There was a woman by his side, a blue dress, long blonde hair done up in a braid, and gentle blue eyes. Yet, she just radiated a holy presence. It was like staring at a living saint. Someone blessed by Father directly. Just looking at her was enough to tell how much of a pure soul she was. You don't have that kind of presence and have hidden depths. What you saw was exactly what you got, in a good way. Gentle, protective, welcoming. It's been a very long time since I felt that, not from one of my siblings. Maybe since it was coming from a human that it was magnified. Gabriel and Michael wasted no time, they were already marching right towards her without a single care in the world. I clicked my tongue, following along. Well, hello to you too. Red's bastard curtly spoke as they came over with the grace of a stampeding rhino. The girl in question looked nervous and she was basically clinging to Red Jr. I almost wanted to laugh at the idea of someone so holy being with literally Satan's kid, but honestly, I was much too preoccupied with her entire existence. Being this close to her, it became even more obvious. She was directly touched by Father. I had so many questions right now, but I found myself having trouble even speaking due to the confusion. Frankly, even Gabriel and Michael looked similar to me, we sort of just stared at the young girl not knowing what to make of her. Who was she? Why wasn't she with heaven or the church? Why was this the first time we've met her? She should have been found immediately. Someone somewhere fucked up hard. This awkward moment was enough for the others to catch up. Seraphal came running up in a huff. However, instead of the young woman, she focused on Lucifer Jr. Red Sr. was smartly keeping his distance. You. Seraphal, despite the awkward atmosphere, once more decided to ignore it. I have a bone to pick with you, she said, pointing right at Lucifer Jr. That's nice. Lucifer Jr. seemingly ignored her indignation, making her get even more huffy. Well, I'll tease you're here. She harumphed. Everyone thought you were going to reject it. Oh, I am. He said bluntly. What? She blinked. I'm not joining, whatever it is you all decide on. Then why are you here? It's called manners. Lucifer Jr. snorted. I am here to politely decline your invitation. Right, because you're the most courteous person ever. If you have any complaints about my conduct, you're free to go find my parents and scold them for how I was raised. He casually took a sip of his drink. Oof. It's actually kind of funny when I'm not on the receiving end. Seraphal was twitching a little. But there was actually one more reason I was here. My daughter's birthday is coming up, she's apparently a fan of magical girl Levitan. He sounded defeated when he said that. Suddenly, Seraphal had the smuggest look on her face. Well, look who's coming to me with a request. Maybe I might be too busy to do anything, Maybe if someone were to stick around and help with some things, I might have some time. Well, I guess I'll tell my daughter that her idol didn't have time for her. Seraphal's lips thinned and she frowned. You're not going to trick me. Everyone knows I love my fans anyways. You're just going to be lying to your daughter. Well, I think little white lies are part of parenting. Humans telling their children about Santa, things like that. For example, I let my daughter have fun watching some woman play around as a magical girl and lie by omission by not explaining to her what a midlife crisis is. He countered. Ouch. Don't think you're going to come back from that one, Seraphal. Why you? She turned red. I quickly put a hand on her shoulder to calm her down. Despite this little exchange, Michael or Gabriel didn't even react. No, they were instead staring at the girl by his side who was also sort of hiding behind Junior. Oh, Father Swole. Lucifer Jr. perked up seeing the violence of heaven walk over as if he wasn't a hulking monster of muscle with a smile on his face. Hello, young man. He was genuinely warm in his greeting. I think your angels are broken. He pointed at the two of them staring blankly at the woman. Vasco Strata looked at the two archangels, then at who they were staring at. Hello, Mississippi. Hello. She replied back, a little awkwardly. I'm Father Vasco Strata, may I have the pleasure of your name? I'm Jeanne d'Arc. Ah. I wondered if there's a word for it, when your confusion is resolved, but that in of itself makes you further confused with more questions. Credit where it was due, Father Strata barely missed a beat. I thought you looked familiar. I had the pleasure of meeting the spirit inheritor of the Saintess previously. I wonder, are you perhaps related to her? Huh, that would make sense. Was the spirit of the Saintess inherited by sisters or something as opposed to a singular person? Wait, that still doesn't make sense, a spirit inheritor doesn't inherit this. Maybe if Adam's soul popped up, it might still have Father's touch, but even that was a big maybe. This was like, it felt like Father was literally watching over her right now. Well, not really. The now named Jean d'Arc looked a bit confused and uncertain. What, so you just named yourself after the Saintess? The blue-haired exorcist scoffed from behind Father Strata. Just what I'd expect from someone hanging around devils. Trampling all over the names of our saints. Vasco Strata shot her a look and she shrunk back slightly. Not a hostile one, mind you. But a chiding look that any kid could understand coming from a figure of authority. Wow, the church throwing stones from their glass house, what a surprise. Lucifer Jr. rolled his eyes. Remind me again how the story of the Saintess of Orleans went. Which organization was it that killed her? Humph, she was canonized after her death, so it doesn't matter. Zenobia Corda crossed her arms. Just burn all the fake saints, saves us exorcists the trouble of hunting them down ourselves. Almost as soon as she said that, some sort of pressure descended down on all of us. I nearly stumbled because I wasn't prepared for it, but it wasn't focused on me, that much I knew. No, it was directed at the girl who ran her mouth when she obviously should have read the room. The source of it, obviously it was coming from Junior over there. The blue-haired exorcist buckled under the pressure, falling to her knees. Including the gods not far away, and everyone present. Do you think there is anyone capable of stopping me from killing you at this moment? Lucifer Jr. said rather ominously. I thought Father Strata was going to step in, but actually, it was the other priest, exorcist that came along. The owner of Zenith Tempest put his hand on Zenovia's shoulder, and a visible wind swept up around them. The pressure that enveloped her seemed to diminish a bit with his help. Will. The woman tugged on Junior's shirt. Don't fight. Junior seemed to grumble and dismiss whatever it was he was going. Fine. Zenobia, we're going to have a long talk about your actions after. Gabriel seemed to break from her stupor as she wagged her finger at the young exorcist. Honestly, it came off more cute than stern. Zenovia's legs trembled as she stood back up, a flush of anger appeared on her face, but she backed down at Gabriel's scolding. If Sister didn't say anything, I'd be surprised if she didn't leap back at him regardless of the fact that he downed her with just a look. I wouldn't be surprised if Durandal had a new owner in a few years. Right, anyway. I clapped my hands. Introductions for the beautiful young woman. I smiled, putting on the old Azazel charm. You've probably heard of me, the great scapegoat of heaven, second to fall, leader of the Grigori, Azazel. I introduced myself splendidly. Hello. She awkwardly said in return. Not what I was hoping for. But I can work with this. But that's not very important. What is important is that I have an offer for you. You're barking up the wrong tree, she doesn't have a driver's license. What's a driver's license? Jean looked at me. Legal documents saying that you're verified to know how to drive a car. He explained. Why do I need that? She tilted her head. For some reason, I feel like he's about to try and sell us some used cars. Ouch. Puffed. Seraphal barely held back a laugh. I'm not that bad. Am I? It's nice to meet you, I'm Archangel Michael. And I'm Archangel Gabriel. My siblings just ignored me and introduced themselves. The woman practically vibrated in place. Definitely a believer then, that's a pretty normal reaction when meeting the big wigs for the first time. I admit, I kind of miss seeing that from their side. I am Jean d'Arc. She quickly said again, looking rather flustered as she did. Both of them took it in stride, this wasn't their first rodeo. If you don't mind, we had a question for you. Anything? Michael and Gabriel shared a look. Why, do you have Father's blessing? He finally asked. No pussyfooting around, just straight to the heart of the matter. Blessing. Jean tilted her head. That's right, we noticed it as soon as we got close. Michael smiled again. Being the spirit inheritor of the Saintess of Orleans shouldn't have such a prevalent blessing, which is why we're a bit surprised. Was he thinking she's some type of inheritor? I mean, it's the most obvious answer, but she didn't even know what that was, but that also wasn't an immediate denial either. A new spirit inheritor shouldn't have come about so soon. Actually, the last tone, Gabriel glanced at Lucifer Jr. Ah. The young lady looked a little bashful. I think there is a misunderstanding. I'm not this spirit inheritor nor someone who was named after her. What? I am Jeanne d'Arc. At *****. Wilhelm POV. Welp, there it was. This was already going back and forth too much that I was about to step in, but she finally said it. Just silence now filled our little area. I admit, it was a little bit funny watching those two archangels stumble over themselves. Also interesting to know that Jeanne was apparently blessed by Big G, obvious in hindsight, but when pointed out, it made sense why they're getting worked up. Considering that there shouldn't be any of his blessings still around considering he's, well, dead. Wait. The fallen angel threw his hands up. You're saying, and please correct me if I'm misunderstanding, that you're literally Jeanne d'Arc, the saintess, the woman who fought in the 100-year war for France. Aha. Jeanne nodded. That's impossible. Azazel immediately rejected her assertion. Jeanne held her hands out and summoned her banner. Azazel stared at it for a long moment. I retract my previous statement. Was it because of the pure holy feeling that her banner gave off that he immediately believed her, or was the banner itself recognizable to him? I'm not quite sure any of them were expecting this answer because there was no formulated response to her statement. Jeanne just happily stood there waiting for someone to say something. Ah. The Archangel Gabriel finally let out a noise, pointing at Jeanne. Eh. Jeanne blinked, pointing at herself. Ah. The angel threw herself at the saintess. Nay. Jeanne, not knowing what to do, could only accept that the angel seemed to subsume her into her impressive cleavage. Aya. The archangel then began to weep as she held Jeanne tight. I looked around. Michael coughed awkwardly. Just, please let her have this. Gabriel always regretted what happened to her and carried it in her heart all this time. I don't know what's happening but. Say no more. I relented. Jeanne wanted to come to specifically meet angels anyways. I watched for a moment as Jeanne's face was pushed between those large mounds. She could thank me later. Michael. Yes, Azazel. Correct me if I'm wrong but, Jeanne d'Arc willingly let herself enter into the system after spending some time in heaven so her spirit would pop up every now and then, right? That is correct, yes. The archangel nodded. All right, then I have a question. Please. He gestured for him to continue. The fuck? He pointed at Jeanne. Azazel, please mind your language. I'm with the used car salesman on this one. The woman dressing up like a magical girl added in. I would normally have something witty to retort with, but right now, I'm seriously stuck on the issue at hand. The fallen stared at his sibling. You're asking a question I have no answer to. Michael responded, glancing at me. I cleared my throat. Something, will of God. Do you seriously think that's going to work? Azazel deadpanned. Something, mysterious ways. Cute. He said dryly. But you know the church is going to be on your ass, right? A living saint with Father's blessing. You bet your ass they're going to do everything they can to get a hold of her. Especially because she's apparently hanging around with the devil. I knew he didn't mean that in an insulting way, but more of a statement of fact. Aren't you all no longer at war or whatever? I questioned. Not fighting doesn't mean we're close. He corrected. True. I couldn't deny that. There's also the pertinent question of how this is at all possible. Azazel eyed me. Anything is possible through God. I said sagely. Right, Father Swole. That is something we preach. He couldn't disagree with me. Those 3 little kids he brought with him were, sort of confused and bewildered by what was happening. That blue-haired girl that I released a little bit of my spiritual pressure on just had a blank look on her face. We can't force you to answer. The other archangels poke up. However, if we have a sufficient answer, we will have to do what we can to understand it ourselves. Is that a threat? I narrowed my eyes at him, bringing back the tense atmosphere from before. Hold up there, Junior. Azazel interjected. No one's threatening anyone here. He quickly corrected. But what do you think is going to happen when this gets out? The church, if they can't have her, they're going to denounce her as a witch. I felt myself getting angry at that. I don't mind. Jeanne's voice was the only thing to calm me down. She seemed to wrestle free from Gabriel's bosom. Truthfully, I never really considered myself a saintess. I just did the best that I could under the Lord's directions. She smiled beautifully. I like where I am right now and don't want to change that. Well, that sort of shut them right up. And she was already touched by the devil, so it's kind of moot at this point. I added. Don't say that. They're going to misunderstand. She squeaked, hitting my shoulder. You don't have to worry. Michael smiled warmly. Azazel was merely speaking hypothetically. The church will not take such actions against you. I'll be sure to keep a very close eye to make sure. That sounded ominous. Right, purely hypothetically. Azazel rolled his eyes. Was he trying to build up some goodwill? It's obvious they had no idea what was going on, only that their apparent saintess was right here, right now when she really shouldn't be. There is another option available as well. You would make a wonderful angel. Michael offered. Jean's eyes widened. A angel. Me. That's right. Michael smiled. We will soon have a way to reincarnate humans into angels. If you are willing, I believe a spot would be reserved for you especially. Jean flushed, smiled, and looked utterly ecstatic. Will. She ran at me. He invited me to be an angel. I could be an angel. You would be the best angel. I couldn't help but smile at her happiness. Do you really think so? I know so. I nodded. If that is the path she wanted to take, I would support her with everything I had. She beamed happily. Happy Jean was best Jean. It didn't take a genius to see that they wanted to pull Jean over to their side. The simplest way is often the best way to go about it. Whatever you want, I'll support you. She grabbed my arm, looking up at me. Thank you. Ahem. Azazel coughed awkwardly. Do you really have to flirt right in front of everyone? Flirt. Jean turned red rather quickly. That's not what we were doing. Wow, she is easy, isn't she? Azazel looked at me. I nodded. Jean puffed up but didn't respond to me. Instead, she turned to face the expecting archangel. I'm happy. It feels like a dream to be asked this question. To be an angel in heaven and, I'm sorry but I don't think it's right for me. I'm a human, I don't think I should be an angel. Michael's smile didn't falter. It's unfortunate. I am honored by the offer. She quickly added. I didn't mean to. Quite the opposite, I believe the honor would have been all ours. He interjected. But do not take my comment as distaste for your decision. Father desired for humans to choose their own paths, wherever that may take them. Jean continued to squeeze my arm in clear excitement. What about the Grigori? Azazel suddenly chimed in. I would like to politely decline. Jean looked away in embarrassment. Azazel clicked his tongue. We don't have all the rules like heaven. We don't care if you have a devil boyfriend, in fact, we welcome it. We'll teach you all the good stuff. Lots of leather, lots of ropes, maybe some whips. Boah. She doesn't need help learning about ropes, trust me. Will. Always the most pure ones, isn't it? He gave me a knowing smirk. Nay. Azazel, you're not allowed to bully her. Gabriel came to Jean's defense. If anyone bullies her I'm going to get mad. The archangel puffed up similarly to how Jean does. Cute. I was surprised when my mother appeared with a new queen. A voice I was familiar with carried a bit. It wasn't too loud, but it was enough for us to hear. I met his gaze, a man I particularly did not care to meet. Mozart. I wasn't quite sure what to think. But he proved his identity fairly quickly. His talent is something I could only envy. The ones before, and now a saintess that shouldn't be alive. My biological father stood next to his fellow Satan. I think this was the first time we've ever directly spoken. It makes us wonder where and how they are coming from. He finished. And he wasn't the only one having those questions. It was fairly obvious that everyone around us wanted an answer as well. I had to be careful with how I responded. While I wasn't going to go to great lengths to hide myself and the others at this point, I also wasn't going to blatantly reveal my secrets. If they wanted to jump to their own conclusions, then so be it. But I should at least be smart about it. A response that was enough to sidestep the question. I needed to put forth all of my intellectual capability. I had sex with your mom. Nailed it. Drake complimented me. Well done. Even my Zanpakuto agreed. The first actual conversation you've had with him. Seeing him utter speechlessness, I knew that I did a good job. I don't know why Jean was hitting my shoulder, however. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. That was easier than I thought it would be. I mused, watching both the angels and the Satans finally leave. Oh, and the used car salesman. It seemed like no one had anything else to say to me after that. Jean whined, burying her head into my shoulder. Now the angels are going to think I'm weird. Jean, you realize that they've seen every single moment of your life, right? Yes. She tilted her head. No, I mean Big G has literally seen and catalogued every single moment of your life. Think about it, every time you used the restroom. No. Stop, I forbid you from continuing. She quickly shushed me. All I'm trying to say is, they already know you're weird. She dropped her head. You know how to cheer me up. One of the rare times she used sarcasm. It's okay, we're all weird. I gave her a little pat on the head. I hope I didn't cause any problems for you though. She whispered. I just wanted to meet the angels. It turned into something bigger. It is what it is. Don't think about it too much. I reassured her again. Don't worry, I can avoid any annoying questions. Yes, I noticed. She looked at me with a dry expression. It's not like I lied. I pointed out. That isn't the issue with what you said. I see no issue with it. I said without a hint of shame. I don't know why those church kids ran off. Am I that scary? A little. She admitted. I think you scared them with what you did. Well, I don't regret it. I wasn't offended. That's because you're a nice person. Don't worry, I'll be offended on your behalf from now on. Don't just assume positions like that. She puffed up. Don't get into fights on my behalf. Oh, you adorable girl. I couldn't help but pat her head. You don't know what I would do to protect you. Nay. She pouted. But yeah, angels and devils and what have you seem to have disappeared to their little meeting, leaving us all on our lonesome. The church kids they brought basically retreated to a corner and no one wanted to go near them. Well, no one seemed to want to come near us either. I couldn't imagine why. I can't tell if it was a genius move or not. To just be so bluntly shameless that it makes any further talks awkward. It's what I do. Wilhelm. A booming voice carried over the room. And perhaps I perked up a little hearing it and saw the person practically charging towards me. Serorg, it's good to see you again. I held my hand out and he took it, squeezing with a bit of strength. Your aura feels a bit more aggressive. Ha. He scratched his cheek. Sorry, I was training before I came over. I guess I'm still feeling kind of pumped. Well, I did like his earnestness. Oh, Serorg, this is Jean. Jean, this is my cousin once removed, Serorg. I gestured between them. It's a pleasure. Jean smiled happily. Nice to meet you. He held out a hand and Jean took it. Similarly, he did the thing again and he looked surprised. You're strong. He commented. Ah. Thank you. She giggled. Where's your peerage? It seems like every devil here has theirs hovering around them. It wasn't lost on me that there were quite a few devils being waited on by their peerages. Around. He shrugged. I don't really need them for anything, so I figured they could go do what they wanted. He grinned. Well, his simplicity was refreshing. Are you wanting to join this team or whatever it is? He put his hands on his hips, giving it a good thought. I wouldn't be against it. I want to fight some strong opponents. But. He looked around. Not feeling too good about it. Worried that it's just for show. And I also didn't miss that most of the devils here were weak. He nodded. I would rather spend my time training then. He paused. But if you're here, that means it should be great. I'm actually not participating. I quickly said. Darn. He snapped his fingers. I don't know who all is worth it. He turned to look at the room. There's some guys from the Norse pantheon over there. He held his finger up, pointing to some Viking-looking guys. They seem pretty strong, but I want to fight that, oh. I looked to see where he was looking and that it was the church people who had retreated from before. The shy-looking girl was now holding what looked like a .50 caliber sniper rifle made of holy power, pointing it right at a devil doing an obscene gesture her way. The devil in question's expression quickly changed. But the women didn't look like she was going to hold back. I told Odin I would keep things to a moderate level. I'm fairly sure that something like that would kill that devil. I raised a hand to intercept, but the explosive power of the gun and propelling holy power was caught by someone else. That one exorcist from before. The one who warded off my spiritual pressure. A wind enveloped the bullet, smothering it out before it could do any harm. Then, an almost gentle gust of wind swept that mocking devil away, sending him to the other side of the room. Huh. The exorcist turned my way. He smiled and waved. Cheeky bugger. Sacred gear? Serorg asked. I'm fairly sure, yes. Because it felt divine what he was doing. And I'm pretty sure they wouldn't let any of their exorcists use any pagan divine power unless it came from one of Big G's creations. He seemed nice. Jean added. Which, I then believed to be true. If Jean thought so, I was inclined to not even think otherwise. And I may have responded, if I didn't feel a tingle of something coming my way. My aura enveloped me as I caught something. It was heavy and powerful. Just the density of power it contained was enough to send me sliding back several feet. Immediately, the weight of the object set in two. As I came to a stop, I could get a good look at what just hit me. A rod with golden hoops on both ends. It retracted back to the source. I clenched my fist a couple times and then met his gaze. A rather cocky-looking smile appeared on him, and not too far off from my own age it seemed. He was wearing some traditional-looking Chinese armor with a golden band around his head, reminiscent of a certain monkey king. And considering what I just got hit by, I'm fairly sure I knew who he was. I walked back and he walked forward. He had someone by his side, but I was focused basically on him. You're right, he is strong. The one who attacked me mentioned to his companion. He held his hand out to me. Heya, I'm Biko, the new Monkey King. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. I greeted him. No wonder I felt a tingling in my hand. I glanced at his weapon. I'm surprised you can wield that so well. Gramps wouldn't let me go around calling myself the new Monkey King if I couldn't at least use Rui Jingu Bang. He declared, slamming the butt of it onto the ground, sending cracks in every direction on the floor. A divine weapon of that caliber was not to be taken lightly. Hey, you seem pretty strong. Serorg was basically at my side now, his aura was flaring something fierce as he pointed at Biko. The strongest. Biko grinned. Stronger than him. Serorg pointed at me. Second strongest. He said awkwardly with a cough. Third strongest. His companion grumbled. Still second strongest. Biko argued. You want to fight? Anytime. He laughed. Hey, have we met before? I looked at Biko's companion. Wait, did you seriously forget about me? Let's see. I rubbed my chin. White hair, leather on leather clothing, constant pout. Are you in a boy band? I'll fucking kill you. He growled. Doesn't ring a bell then. I shrugged helplessly. Be nice. Jean was already on me, pinching my arm. Fine. I grumbled. Puffed, listen to the girl. The boy band wannabe chuckled. How was the desert? I quirked an eyebrow. He twitched like he wanted to throw a punch. Instead, he crossed his arms with a huff. You took me by surprise. What happened? Biko asked. There's a story there. This dumbass came flying into a fight I was having with Kokobeel. Well, fight might be too strong of a word. But he comes in all high and mighty telling me to hand over Kokobeel after he tried to kill my woman. Obviously, I'm not having any of that. So I punted him to the Sahara Desert. Biko turned to the boy band member with the biggest shit-eating grin. Funny, you never told me this story. Screw off. He growled. And call me by my name. I'm Vala Lucifer. Or you can call me the White Dragon Emperor. He smirked. Sounds so fucking edgy when you word it like that. It really does. Biko nodded. I kind of like it. Devils have weird naming conventions. I glanced Serorg. That's fair. Serorg rubbed his head. I like it. Jean smiled. Stop. I'm supposed to be your rival. Yeah, sure. I rolled my eyes. Damn it, Albion, you tell him. Vala scowled, and white draconic wings emerged from behind him. So you're the wielder of Drake this time around. A voice came from his sacred gear. Sup. We technically already met, but that wasn't in normal conditions. A cocky one this time. He mused. Let me out. I shrugged, and summoned the boosted gear. Albion. Drake. Albion. Drake. Oh my god, I'm not going to be in the middle of your murder crush, Drake. Screw you, brat. What he said. Albion agreed. Is this weird for everyone else too? I looked around, seeing nods. Valley, don't agree with him. Albion shouted from within his sacred gear. Albion, stop making it weird. I just want to fight him. Valley looked embarrassed. Good luck with that. My wielder doesn't even need to use me to kick your boy band ass. Like hell. Albion snorted. Valley is my strongest wielder, ever. Strongest piece of shit is still a piece of shit. Nice drag. I nodded. Damn it, Valley, do something. Albion quickly called for his user. Use Juggernaut Drive and just kill him already. Oh, you can use Juggernaut Drive. I was actually surprised by that. Hey, you scared? Valley grinned. Yup, so scared that I'll immediately surrender before even fighting. You win, oh great white dragon emperor. Wait, Drake, he can't do that. Albion protested. Why aren't you getting upset? Even if he's kidding, you've always been keen on our battles. I've had an interesting time with the brat as my wielder. I've seen things that made me question a lot about myself. I've experienced things that I couldn't even have dreamed of before. Powerful enemies that would have easily killed me back during our prime. Drake. Albion whispered. So it's made me reflect on my past and all our battles over the centuries. And I've come to one conclusion. What? Why am I wasting so much time on some weak bitch-ass lizard? Drake roared. Damn it, Drake. Ha 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 ha. Good one, Drake. But I felt like it was getting out of hand, so I put the boosted gear away. Even if his laughing didn't stop even as he went back into my soul. You see, Valley. He's still the same bastard. Yeah. Boy Band rolled his eyes, dismissing his wings. Great, now Albion's going to be ranting for hours. When Gramps told me stories about the two heavenly dragons, this is not what he prepared me for. Biko had a blank look on his face. Honestly, you don't really know until you get one of them talking in your head. I shrugged helplessly. Should I be happy that my Regulus isn't like that? Serord awkwardly laughed. I'm not going to marry you, Riser. Get away from me. A shrill voice eclipsed all the commotion in the room. I think everyone turned towards the source of it. Serorg had a scowl on his face as he stared at them. Damn bird. I should have torn his wings off. What's going on over there? I asked him. Rias and her fiancé, Riser Phoenix. She hates him and he's a dick. He said bluntly. I should go over there and teach him another lesson. Serorg was about to make a move, but I held up my hand to block him. She's Venelana's daughter, I may as well do something. I let out a small sigh. I didn't really want anything to do with her, recognizing her as my aunt that went to the same school as me. But, for Venelana's sake, I wouldn't watch as her daughter gets harassed. Analyzing the structure of the tiled floor. For unidentified minerals. Simulating their composition. Adjusting spell sequences to accommodate for new materials. Casting spell. A stone pillar shot out of the ground between this riser's legs. It shot right into his groin, and faster than one could blink, it retracted back into the ground as if it was never there in the first place. I think most people who were watching the scene questioned if it even happened. If their eyes were playing tricks on them. But then Riser fell to the ground, clutching his groin in pain. Wilhelm. I looked at Serorg. For now on, you're my new brother. He put a hand on my shoulder. I felt like arguing with him would prove fruitless, so I just accepted it. Nice shot. Biko whispered. Weakling deserved it. Valley shrugged. I looked at Jean. What? She questioned, looking back. Aren't you going to chide me? I saw nothing. She looked away. Cute. So, what's up with the marriage? I only vaguely knew the details, Venelana only mentioned it offhand once or twice. I'm not too sure about the specifics. But there's a marriage contract between them and Rias is going to fight him in a rating game to decide her future. Serorg replied. Rating games. I couldn't help but mentally roll my eyes. I don't understand the obsession you all have with it. They look fun. Biko chimed in. What are rating games? Jean asked. Play fighting. I answered. That doesn't sound too bad. She responded. He's oversimplifying it. It's a competition that can get pretty intense. Fighting is the main point though. Biko strangely corrected me. Do other factions watch the rating games? I blinked. Of course. What else do you think people like us watch? He snorted. Watching some devils beat each other up can pass the time. Are arranged marriages uncommon for devils? Jean asked. Not really. Serord shrugged. But Riser's too focused on his harem and adding Rias as a trophy, so they don't get along. I don't think she would be upset if she had a better partner arranged. Well, there's your first mistake. You can't forcibly add someone to your harem. That's just going to completely throw off the whole dynamic, even ignoring the fact that she doesn't want to be there. He would be miserable if he actually succeeded. Speak of the devil. Biko grinned at his own pun. And I noticed what he was speaking about. I let out a sigh as I noticed that not only was my aunt walking over towards us, but so was her glasses-wearing best friend. I could practically feel the headache coming on. *****. A/N. Happy New Year's for everyone today and tomorrow. If you want to read 9 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. Had some Russian fans tell me they can't use the P-word website. So I created a https://boasti. /astoriforon. Chapter 467, Chapter 424 Part 2. Serafall POV. Midlife crisis. Who's having a midlife crisis? Everyone loves me. I'm magical girl Leftan. Who does he think he is? Azazel. I'm still cute and lovable, right? I grabbed him to double check. Serafall, you're choking me. Serafall, don't kill him. Red tried to get him out of answering. It was rhetorical anyways. The answer was obvious. I don't know what I was getting worked up towards. He obviously just didn't have any taste. Besides, my ratings were already up 2.7% from last year. That's steady growth. Which meant that I'm not only still popular, but even more people were watching me. Midlife crisis, my perfect little ass. He just wanted to get under my skin. Not that it worked at all, I can see through his lies. But I should retaliate. I'll just seduce him and then finally reject him once he's fallen for me. I could always ask Mama Gremory for some tips there. And I'll do it dressed up as magical girl Levitan, that'll show him. Alright, it's decided. Zelretch, I'm going to seduce your son. I declared. Serafall, what the hell are you going on about? He looked at me strangely. Don't worry about it. I smiled happily. Actually, I wondered if I can get in with Mama Gremory if I did it. Might be worth it just for that. Are we just going to ignore the Saintess standing by Lucifer Jr.'s side? Azazel finally brought up. Might have been more awkward to bring up if Michael and Gabriel were with us. We were supposed to go together as a show of unity or whatever crap Azazel was spouting, but that sort of went to the wayside after what happened. They apparently needed a few minutes to themselves. Couldn't blame them honestly, one of their most famous Saintess suddenly popped up next to Red's bastard. Please don't call him that. Red sighed. No. Azazel immediately rejected. But seriously, Saintess, yeah. Questions, concerns, what the fuck? What do you want us to say, Azazel? I sighed. It's not like he's our problem. Father damn it. Azazel groaned. Why does this shit keep getting thrown at us at the worst possible moments? He probably does it on purpose. The little shit. But was she seriously a Saintess? Not like, a spirit inheritor. I know you guys were all freaking out, but she didn't really seem much different than some normal holy-powered human. Azazel shook his head. You wouldn't understand. She had Father's direct blessing. Like direct blessing, not just something Michael did to anoint some holy maiden or whatever he gets up to these days. Oh. I blinked. But isn't he dead? Yes, Serafall. Azazel groaned. Father is dead, kicked the bucket, went to the farm in the countryside. Azazel waved his hand flippantly. So yeah, that's why we were all freaking out, 'cause Father's direct blessing was on her and that shouldn't be possible. I mean, resurrected Saintess. I pointed out. Shouldn't 2 and 2 equal 4 here? She only stayed in heaven for a little while. Went back to the cycle via the system because she felt like she could still help. Azazel explained. Which is why her spirit inheritor pops up so frequently. It's not just like an echo left behind, but her actual spirit that someone inherits. I guess that made sense. I was about to question why some people who are still alive still got spirit inheritors popping up. I think the list that Mama Fox gave said that the hero faction that attacked him had a Hercules spirit inheritor. Which was weird in hindsight because Hercules was still alive on Mount Olympus. Though, he did technically die once. I guess that's what Azazel meant by an echo. Whatever, I didn't really want to think about it too hard. You sure his blessing just didn't stay with her? I asked. Considering that it's never appeared before. Yeah, pretty sure. Not to mention, the previous inheritor died, a few months ago. Azazel muttered. Maybe she's just bluffing and got lucky. Supercharged spirit and the Saintess got all the good juice from the first one. The spirit goes back into heaven's system, it shouldn't even have been sent back to Earth at this point. And even if it did, it would be with an unborn soul. Azazel clarified. So something is fishy. Serafall, we've been slapped with the fish repeatedly in the face. At this point, it's a whole damn fish market. Azazel deadpanned. Yeah, I'm not dumb. He had those other people too, doesn't take a Juka's smarty pants to see the picture being painted. Let's just focus on the important thing for now. Zelretch finally interjected. I'd rather they not see us so distracted. Agreed. Azazel sighed. This is already going to be a headache. Fine. I'd ignore the stupid head for now. Midlife crisis, my perfectly round bottom. Clearly, he's just acting out because he was intimidated by me. How many other women of such caliber have the confidence to dress up like a damn magical girl and rock it for the world to see? I have nothing to be ashamed of. Besides, I'm the most looked up search on the DevilNet for devils aged 14 to 23, and that's not because of my show. But maybe I should make some adjustments anyways. Maybe a few inches off the length of my skirt. I could even wear some sexier panties every now and again and, accidentally, flash them. I'll go borrow some of Sona's skimpy lingerie. It's a shame she doesn't wear it outside of her room. Look alive, boys and girls. Azazel muttered as we got close to the entrance to the meeting. I lightly pat my cheeks, getting into a good character. All right, let's go make some friends. I put on my best smile. Because we were going to need it. Red nodded and silently pushed open the doors. He's lucky, his whole character was basically the stoic hammer that we wave around to keep all the others off our backs. I actually had to do work. The room was rather large, big enough for a few hundred people in total, but even that probably wasn't enough for the sheer ego combined from the current residents. A large round table situated in the middle with everyone taking up seats as they desired. The heaven peeps were already sitting. Big ol' Father Swole, as Lucifer Jr. called him, was easy to pick out. Next to him were Gabriel and Michael. A little further down was Baldy and Ajuka. They were holding down the fort well enough. Azazel quickly took his seat between us and Serzex, and I joined our fellow Satans. How gracious of you to join us. A drawl accompanied a hint of thunder to it. I was still surprised that Zeus came here. He hates us. Well, he hated any other pantheon or faction not under his control. Apologies, Lord Zeus. We did not anticipate how excited you would be to come so quickly, otherwise we would have arrived as early as you did. Red immediately went to work acting as our deterrent. The Olympian god's nostrils flared as if he was about to go to blows. He obviously didn't have many people telling him off to his face if that was enough to elicit a reaction. Come now, can we at least get through one meeting without fighting? Nuwa's gentle voice seemed to calm the tension. It's rare for so many of us to cross borders to come together. There's a good reason for that. Zeus snorted. I don't disagree, but there is also a good reason for us to break that tradition in this circumstance. Nuwa retorted. Zeus grumbled, but didn't dispute her claim. I suppose I will begin then, since it appears we're all here. She looked around and no one stopped her, so she continued. I am Nuwa, representing the heavenly courts. I have with me 2 of my disciples. She gestured to the 2 girls wearing veils behind her. Their Taoist names are Jade Lily and Sky Dance. They are my 2 youngest, and I brought them to broaden their horizons. Please be gentle with them. The 2 girls cupped their hands and bowed to everyone else without saying a word. Ho, already achieved immortality then. Sun Wukong eyed them with a warm smile. Must be talented to do so at their age. Yes, I'm quite proud, not even 500 and they were already invited into the heavenly court. Nuwa said with clear pride in her tone. Their method of power was already interesting. It was systematic with clear paths. Even if you had mediocre talent, you could get strong eventually. The flip side was that it was a long and arduous process, so not many people wanted to use it. Big reason why devils didn't practice their cultivation. Devils needed immediate results to keep them interested. It's already an issue getting younger devils to train. If you told them it would take them 10 years to get to mid-class from low class, then they wouldn't even bother. Even if it meant that they could eventually achieve ultimate class that they normally wouldn't be able to on their own. And it's too late if you get high enough and realize you can't go any further by yourself. You need to use their cultivation from the start or it doesn't work. Every faction had their good points and bad points. Guess we're doing this then. Sun Wukong went next. I am here representing the collective Buddhist societies, the victorious fighting Buddha, Sun Wukong. He introduced himself. I won't say they have much interest here, so I'm mostly here on my own merit and reporting back if anything important happens. He sat between Nuwa and Indra, the latter of which let out a grunt once he finished. I will be settling all matters of the Hindu pantheon. Indra said bluntly. If you don't know who I am, you shouldn't even be here. It was obvious he didn't want to be here himself. Most of us just rolled our eyes at his way of addressing everyone. He didn't even introduce the gods he brought with him, but whatever. I'm Luff, god of light. I'm here on behalf of the Celtic pantheon. With me, I have brought the Morrigan. He gestured to a woman with a cowl covering her face, but it was difficult to hide those curves of her. She also had a large pair of raven wings coming from her back. And Cernunnos, he gestured to the last. The second god standing behind Luff wore some kind of tunic covered in leaves that made him look a bit bigger than he actually was. It was woven with straw and other natural resources and 2 eyes glowing from the piece that covered his face. His most notable feature were the 2 large antlers that sprung from his head. We just continued going around the table. I am Vidar, king of Asgard. The Norse head slammed his closed fist onto the table. No one called him out on it, that's more like a greeting for these guys. I have brought Tyr and my father, Odin. Simple and to the point. Then, it was the big guy's turn. I am Zeus. The Greek god slammed his fist down, not unlike Vidar, but intentionally to cause a commotion. I have brought Athena and Ares with me. Right, as if that wasn't intentionally to send a statement that he was prepared for war. The two war gods of the Greeks were asymmetric / mirrors / night and day / on different ends of the spectrum of each other. Ares had vicious Greek armor with lots of pointy bits and glowing red eyes. Athena, on the other hand, while still looking militaristic, had a certain decorum about her with a well-kept uniform and a stern but gentle nature. Our turn then. Hello everyone, I'm the Archangel Michael along with the Archangel Gabriel and Father Vasco Strata here on behalf of heaven. Michael politely started for our little group. The big birds brought along Vasco Strata so they wouldn't look weak. It's funny to consider that by themselves even Michael and Gabriel would lose to one of the humans under their command. Obviously, that was without considering how they could use the power of heaven. But even the gods here were respectful of Father Swole's strength. And I'm Azazel, representing the Grigori. Azazel cheerfully continued after his siblings. Despite not bringing anyone, I don't think anyone was going to underestimate him. Azazel was the most crafty out of all of us in our three factions. Definitely not the strongest, nor did he have the most support, but it was impossible to guess what he's thinking or planning at the best of times. And that wasn't to say he doesn't have his own trump cards. His adoptive son was apparently the White Dragon Emperor, and he also has another known Longinus user under his command that was fairly powerful himself. Not to mention he'd been collecting sacred gears for centuries. There's honestly no telling what he's hiding in his sleeves if the situation turned foobar. And as the super host for everyone, I'm Seraphal Leviathan. I smiled brightly. We have all four Satans gathered here. Me, Ajuka Beelzebub, Falbium Asmodeus, and Serzex Lucifer. I finished on our biggest stick for emphasis because this was definitely going to be a stick measuring contest. Now, basic pleasantries are out of the way. Let's cut to the chase. King Vidar was the first to speak. We all know why we're here and what we want. Let's just agree to work together for our combined interests. Bah, why would we need your help? Zeus was the first to rebuke him. I was handling the many enemies of Olympus before you were even born, why would we need help now? And how many times have your enemies come from foreign borders, Zeus? Luff asked. It doesn't matter. He harumphed. Then why are you here, Thundercrotch? Odin snorted. What did you call me? Did I stutter? Odin's eye glowed in response to Zeus's sparking with lightning. Zeus slammed his fist on the table, cracking it. Odin stood up, but instead of escalating, he instead pulled down his shirt, ripping it to show a freshly healed cut. Or, mostly healed, there was a strange energy lingering, and it made Zeus falter. Zeus visibly released his annoyance and anger, slowly falling back into his seat. Lord Zeus, we are not pointing any blame. Vidar spoke again. Right now, everyone's been having problems, and we're also not here to revel in each other's losses. I was not alive during the great wars that marked history, but I know that everyone willingly put down their swords for the peace we have today. That peace is now threatened by a combination of beings that are linked to us all. There has been an uprising of Jotun in our lands. Asgard has been probed many times in the past months and even our people have suffered attacks in what used to be safe borders. The Fomorians move the same. Luff quickly added on. The timing is too much to be a coincidence, the obvious hand that moves behind the curtain has been revealed and we know their name. Our old Satan faction had become far too confident in recent years and even dared to kidnap our families. I also spoke up, recalling how Mama Gremory and Mill ICAs were originally taken leading to this downhill snowball in the first place. As annoyed as I am to admit it, it's not a secret that some trash attacked me as well. Indra grumbled. They were dealt with swiftly, but the fact that they even had the gall in the first place means there is something giving them that confidence. Well, despite how much I disliked Indra, he wasn't wrong. Not many would throw the first punch his way unless they were able to back it up. Or they were Serzeka's bastard. Still wrapping my mind around the fact that Lucifer Jr. threw down with Indra and came out intact. Zeus looked uncharacteristically tired. Fine. His voice boomed, but without the normal presence to it. I relent that there is a valid reason for us to gather. He paused for a moment, looking very conflicted before seemingly relenting. My father and one of his generals escaped from Tartarus. I do not believe I need to say who was behind it. That wasn't good. Then realization dawned on most of us here as we looked at Odin. 2 and 2 wasn't hard to add here. Damn bastards ambushed me while I was traveling the branches of Yggdrasil. He grunted. Also not good if they were hiding out there of all places. So that's even more than the Cows Brigade presumably had at their disposal. Wait, wasn't Hades listed as one of the members of Cows Brigade, did he? Do not presume to question my brother. Zeus roared in fury. Before I could do anything, Serzex responded by releasing his own pressure. Zeus. He said in a warning tone. It's a valid question, Zeus. Odin agreed. Zeus snapped his head towards Odin. You dare to assume. I know the underworld brat didn't have anything to do with it, but they don't know, so stop getting all angry and just answer them properly. Odin huffed in annoyance. Zeus scowled and pulled his pressure away. I do not know what nonsense about Hades being part of this Chaos Brigade, but I do know for a fact that he would not be part of anything that allowed our father to escape Tartarus. We're willing to believe you. Zelretch said calmly. If you simply explain it, we don't need to do this every time. I don't need to explain myself to you. He snorted. Vidar let out a long sigh. Can we skip the posturing? I did not come here to hear petty banter. I already have my hands full ruling Asgard. If this continues, I will go home. I am in agreement with the king of Asgard. Njua added in. I would rather my disciples not see such esteemed beings throw petty insults and the like. Let's keep to the point. Luff took the opportunity to continue. We were talking about the points where we've been hit recently. It paints a rather dire picture if it's all to be assumed to be from the same source. And I am doubtful that we've noticed all their movements. I should mention that the vampires have been attacked. I raised my hand. There was a beat of silence as I waited for everyone to respond. Who cares about those disgusting bloodsuckers? Indra was the first to be dismissive. Look, I'm not going to defend them. We barely have any communication as it is, but I felt it appropriate to just point it out, considering. I clarified. I do not have a good impression of those creatures, but you are correct. To know is better than to not. Njua nodded. Are you sure it was our common enemy? Evidence points to yes, but frankly, I have no idea what their purpose was. They just went in, killed about half the vampire population, and left. The Teeps faction, the one dominated by their male members, was hit especially hard. Their leaders are all dead and it's a bit chaotic figuring out who is in charge. Not that we were going to stick our hands over there. There was literally nothing worth the effort in this case. The Devils may be the most disliked faction, but the vampires were the faction that people cared the least about. You might feel a tiny bit sad if you heard that some random faction got slaughtered. As for vampires, well, it's mostly indifference. Probably because of their overwhelming arrogance about their own species, so much that they look down on anything else. Unfortunate, but unimportant. Azazel hummed. We need to share everything we have, together. Peace, any kind of track record across all our borders. Agreed. Luff was the first to respond. We have been trying to backtrack the current movements of the Fomorians, but it's been difficult at the best of times. I can say with some certainty that the list that was given to everyone at the peace meeting was not the entirety of their members, or that many took the opportunity to join after the fact. Oof, someone's house wasn't as clean as he thought it was. And by the looks on everyone's faces, it was a shared sentiment. Not that we could throw stones over here, we've been dealing with the old Satan faction for far too long. And now, they've basically gone to ground. Well, their main people were still up and about. We didn't actually have any evidence to throw them down into a pit, and it would kick up far too much of a fuss if we did anyways. Still dealt them a massive blow, but not enough to kill them just yet. The Jade Emperor has confided in me that a few members of the court have been, considering other pastures, as it were. Some were forthcoming, some were not. However, we have yet to experience the same upheaval that has been occurring elsewhere. Njua added on. Their reach is too far and it is worrisome. Are we sure that the serpent god is not still with them? She looked around. I can vouch for it. Odin surprisingly spoke up. Talked to the brat a few times, yeah, Ophis isn't in cahoots with them anymore. And by that you mean? Wilhelm, yeah. Odin said bluntly. The kid who gave Indra a black eye not too long ago. Odin jerked his thumb to Indra. Odin. Indra's eyes narrowed. Anyways, no Ophis, so they must still be feeling pretty confident because of something else. It's obvious they know we're all banding together, so they have to have a game plan since they haven't disappeared yet. Odin tapped on the table. So far, it seems they have merely been shoring up their forces. Michael frowned. As if they are preparing for a conflict. Well, he said what everyone was thinking. As my father stated. The only question now is what goal would align with so many different ideologies. Vidar finished. Zeus, your insight would help. Speak, King of Asgard. The King of Olympus replied. Do you believe you can decipher your father's desires after awakening into this era? What would he do, what would his goals be? Zeus frowned, crossing his arms. Perhaps not really upset at the question, but more so the topic of it. It wasn't hard to guess that Kronos was a sore topic for the King of Gods. I admit, I do not know what my father will think, nor what actions he will take. He is an arrogant, vindictive, and paranoid creature. I am surprised that his first notion was to not immediately beset Olympus and attempt to retake his throne. However, beyond this era must be far too different for him to understand. He is many things I could say, but he is not a fool. He fought against his own father, which needs no introduction. In that primordial era, he faced off against other pantheons. Zeus swept his gaze around the table. The tales of Kronos are known throughout the world. His prowess cannot be denied. Nuwa acknowledged. Yes, if my father did not immediately act on impulse. His goal would be to retake what he believes is his. Which didn't need further explanation. What would tie him to another ideology, I do not know. Perhaps a debt for freeing him would earn his temporary allegiance, but he is not one to follow orders without due reason. So our only lead right now is the fact that he popped up in Norse territory. I stated. Which opens up the other main reason why we're gathered. Odin grinned. Yes, your idea about forming some sort of team with our youngest. Luff raised an eyebrow. I admit the idea is not without merit, but I find myself skeptical. I'm getting tired of this, let's just lay all our junk on the table. Odin stood up. I would not use that language, but I agree. Sun Wukong stood up too, stretching his back like an old man. Let's not pretend like any of us would want each other running around our backyards. A shared sentiment again, everyone seemed to nod in agreement. It's already chaotic out there without a bunch of foreign gods waging war in places that don't belong to them. But, if it was a bunch of kids, it's a different story. Odin chuckled. It's easy to be dismissive if it's one of our young uns causing some problems. A quick talk and some compensation for any damage and any public perception is easily swept away. No one worth their salt is gonna kick up a fuss about some kids running around without them looking like old cunts to everyone else. Crude, but not incorrect. Luff mused. But do you really want to throw our kids, as you put it, into this battlefield? Well, better they get their toes wet first rather than being kicked in if everything goes to shit later. Odin shrugged. Besides, some of the young uns out there are already getting up to that level. You're talking about a combined strike force that can operate across all of our borders with impunity. Ajuka spoke up for the first time at this meeting. We can work out the details after agreeing to the overall picture. Odin remarked. But it kills several dragons with one spear. I want my kids to get some actual experience, and I know you probably feel the same. A flower that blooms in a greenhouse will not survive the winter. Nuwa closed her eyes with a small sigh. I am to assume that this group that you propose would still operate within the confines of the rules set forth by the territory they enter. Within reason. Odin nodded. Can't expect the kids to adhere to all the proper etiquette in an emergency and all that. A fair acknowledgement. One that will be considered. Nuwa seemed to accept that. And it would allow us all to spy on one another in the open. Zeus breathed out. You would set it up so that we would be forced to share prevalent information. As soon as something is discovered, it would be known by everyone. Keeps everyone honest. Odin didn't deny it. Bribing is pointless, hiding information is nearly impossible if they're all involved. No need to be wary of each other, we can just focus on the problem at hand. And you don't have to be overly concerned because of their own strength. Whatever border they're within, we would need an agreement to come to their aid if something happens. Luff pointed out. We can't expect them to deal with the likes of Kronos if he decides they're an eyesore. Obviously, the home field would provide reinforcements. And maybe we agree to some skirting of the normal boundaries in an emergency. Odin offered. If one of us pops up in the other's yard, don't assume the worst, yeah. Gods really hated it when another just suddenly turned up on their turf. Some got away with it more than most. Odin bounced around, but he's sort of retired and people generally leave him alone because he sticks to the human parts of the world. Sun Wukong too, but he's friendly with many different pantheons and they didn't kick up a fuss about him passing through and such. All right. Azazel clapped his hands. Does anyone have anything against the idea for starters? And we can work from there. We should choose a leader. Indra said. Offhandedly. Good point, I nominate Vale, he's the White Dragon Emperor, and he's already strong enough to challenge me. Azazel immediately replied. Not an impressive feat, Indra said dryly. But I brought my own. Karna's reincarnation is perfect for this team. He will be the leader. Nuwa held up a sleeve in front of her face and giggled. What a coincidence, I also brought along a reincarnation. I believe our Lubu will be the perfect leader. Vidar grunted. Magni's newest son is barely into his 20th summer, he has a good head on his shoulders and a strong arm. He would be suitable for the leader position as well. Ridiculous. Zeus's voice boomed. To argue over something so minuscule. His gaze swept the table zero, silencing everyone. Obviously my grandson will be the leader. The bickering started back up immediately. Geez, here we go. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Rias Gremory POV. Look at his smug face. Sona seethed. Are you really that mad he snubbed you again? I asked. I am not mad. She growled. Right. I don't believe you. Pretty interesting how the entire gathering sort of warped around him. I noticed, taking a glance around. Everyone else is eyeing him too and keeping their distance. Who's the blonde girl next to him? The angels were freaking out for some reason, but we weren't close enough to hear anything. Now Sai was talking to him too, and those other two. I'm kind of annoyed that Sai didn't even come to see me and immediately went over to him. He looks familiar. Who is he, President? Wait, isn't he the guy who saved us from the fallen angel? Sona's newest pawn asked, standing at her side. Wait, you didn't tell him? I was honestly shocked. I didn't have the time. Sona grumbled. This whole thing was sprung on us last minute and he's only been my pawn for so long. Ah, that's probably why you're not letting him out of your sight. To be fair. I couldn't help but glance at Issei who was munching on something that Akino brought over to distract him. I really didn't feel confident about letting Issei wander around either. Hey Shidyudnahapu. Issei made himself known there but trying to speak with his mouth full. Should I have just left him at home? Ugh. Brother said that it was a big opportunity for us and we should do our best to show off, but it just made me anxious because he didn't say anything else, and now there's so many other people here. That, Saji is a former member of our school. Sona pushed up her glasses with a huff. Ha. Saji sort of lazily yawned. What's so special about him? He like you and some devil royalty. Wow, Sona really didn't tell him anything. I'm not buying her excuse either, she intentionally kept him in the dark for some reason. Pretty weird considering that he was there for the whole Kokabeel thing. In a manner of speaking. Sona stifled a cough. He's my nephew. I said hesitantly. Like, from your brother. The Satan. Saji's eyes widened. I felt awkward to even answer that properly. Yes. Sona said simply. And I am pleased that you remember that at least. She added the last bit under her breath. My guess that her lessons were going about as well as mine to Issei in regards to teaching him about Devil Society. Damn handsome. Issei grumbled. Look at those Apai he has at his side. He already has so many. Why does he get more? Issei. Akino's tone was biting and I could see her pinch him out of the corner of my eye. What did we say before coming? No talking about Apai. He rubbed his arm. And what did you do? Talk about Apai. Good. Akino nodded. But why is everyone treating him that way? Saji asked as apparently even he could tell how everyone was treating him. Either with a sort of reverence in their eyes, or hesitation. That's complicated. Sona squeezed out. Is it because he beat up a god? Issei asked. What? Saji blinked. Sona let out a long sigh. I haven't really covered other deities yet. Wait, other gods exist. Saji's voice was much louder than it should have been. A lot of confused looks were sent our way and I nearly wanted to shrink my head back. Don't shout. Sona hissed under her voice. Remember that you're representing our entire peerage with your actions. And yes, who do you think he almost fought with and shook the building? Not to mention the others that appeared. Sorry. He whispered, lowering his head. But yes, other pantheons and factions exist. Sona pushed up her glasses again. He did something utterly absurd and fought multiple gods. And that is by no means a small feat. I mean, I knew he was strong. Saw him body Kokabeel like he did and all that, but how did he fight gods? Like real gods in myth and stuff. Saji looked at his king in confusion. I guess it's weird to think about even if we technically saw them. I could understand, there was a difference about hearing a god exists and seeing them in person. Not to mention seeing two beings of the caliber about to start a fight in the middle of the room. That was intense. That's the question. She said quietly. He was normal not even a year ago. What do you mean? That. I winced. He didn't even know he was a devil, rather a half-devil until recently. He isn't the son of brother's wife. Oh. Saji whispered. Does he, not like us? Saji at least had the presence of mind to not just blurt out everything so bluntly like Issei probably would. The only one of us that I know he speaks to is my mother. Oh. That's good, right? He looked up. Apai. Issei whispered, loud enough for us to hear at least. Akino immediately pinched him again. What? Saji blinked. Nothing, ignore him. I quickly changed the subject. You can silence me, but you can't silence the harem. Issei struggled as Akino forcibly tried to shut him up. Damn it, Issei. Rias's mom and him are in a relationship. Sona said plainly. Sona, why? What? Apei, ow, that one hurt, Akino. You fufu. Please don't make a big deal out of it. I felt the urge to cover my face. Respect. Sona took a long breath. Tsubaki. She called out. Yes, Sona. Her queen appeared rather quickly at her side. Please pinch Saji and continue to do so whenever he acts like a fool. Yes. She saluted, eliciting an immediate yelp from the pawn of their group. It's not that big of a deal, Rias. You're just saying that because your sister constantly tries to get into your skirt. I huffed. Yes, well. She pushed up her glasses again with a scowl. At least my mother isn't having intercourse with my nephew. Because you'll never have a nephew unless Serafal finds a way to have a baby between you both. Don't you dare put ideas into her head. She already put those into mine. Why you? Truce. I offered. Truce. She grumbled. Strangely enough, it's nice to see Mom in a good mood. I don't ever want to think about why that was, but she's been much happier lately. Nope. Going to do the same thing I did when she asked me for one of my old uniforms. Repress. Also what I did when Grafia bribed me for one of my old uniforms too. Repress more. But I swear to the floating bearded guy in the sky, if father asks me for one, I'm going to lose it. We should stop fooling around, this is a big opportunity for us. Sona finally said. Did Serafal tell you what's going on? No, only what your brother did. Show off a bit, make a good impression of the others. Something about a possible team-up or something. She whispered. Over there, the church's people. Yeah, we saw them come in with the angels. I nodded. Pretty weird for them to be here like this. Just goes to show how odd this whole thing is. She nudged me again, subtly pointing in another direction. Serafal gave me a little bit of a heads up. Over there is someone from the Chinese pantheon. He was muscular with a traditional Chinese armor look with a large spear on his back. He looked pretty ferocious at first glance, but he was busy stuffing his face. He gives off a dangerous feeling. I nodded silently. He was strong. Over there are from the Norse. Sona then pointed towards another table stacked with drinks. And they're sharing a table with the Celtics that came along. What about them? I whispered, pointing to the opposite side. A few guys in some ostentatious-looking clothes. Hindu. She whispered back. And I think those are Greeks a few tables to the right. I could see that. I could recognize Indra from earlier, so the Hindu people probably weren't wrong. As for the Greeks, I thought they were more isolationists. That's what brother said, but it's not like I keep up with all of that. Something's going on that all these different factions are here. I said softly. Is it really as simple as making some team or something that we heard about? Who knows? Sona bit her lip. But I know someone who could probably answer that question. Who, are you serious? I realized who she was looking at. Do you really think he'll talk to us? I'm pretty sure he hates us. Apparently, he doesn't even know who I am, so how could he possibly hate me? Sona glowered. You really need to let this grudge go. I do not have a grudge. Right. I didn't believe her. Rias, my wife. Oh Satan's damn it. I could recognize that awful voice anywhere. Go away, Riser. I didn't even want to waste time on him. Don't be like that, Rias. It's only a matter of time before we're married. He grinned. We should mingle some more, introduce our peerages together. Besides, I'm going to get intimately acquainted with them eventually, so it's a good idea that they start getting along with my other harem members. Akino, I threw up in my mouth. Unfortunately, the phoenix tear we have doesn't help with disgust so horrible it physically harms someone. My queen shot back. I'll look forward to taming you. Riser eyed her up and down, as his peerage gathered around him. I would literally kill myself first. Akino replied without missing a beat. If I didn't know she was being serious, I would have laughed at Riser's reaction. Why is this fried chicken here? I thought you said this party was supposed to be for the talented people. Issei asked. He butchered what I told him completely, but I can't say I'm unhappy with what he said. What did you call me, you peasant? Riser's temper flared. What? Shit, or fried chicken? Which one do you hate more so I know for the future? Damn Issei, I take back a few things I said in private about you. The first thing I'm going to do is put down this trash. I can't have my wife walking around with this thing around her. Riser sneered. You know what? Screw the rating game. No one threatens my peerage like that. For better or worse, Issei was part of my peerage, that means he's my family. I'm never going to marry you, Riser. I raised my voice because I wanted to make a scene. Humph, you don't get to decide. I'll. It happened so fast. I almost thought my eyes were playing a trick on me. Suddenly, the tiles below him distorted, then they shot up between his legs, then retracted back like they were normal. I just stared for a moment as Riser fell to the ground with a high-pitched whine. What just happened? Issei asked. His peerage started fussing over him, but I don't think really anyone knew. What? I was confused, looking around and weirdly, I caught Wilhelm turning away at that moment and those others with him were smirking at Riser's current misfortune. Aquino, grab the peerage, I think it's time to speak with my nephew. I gathered up all my courage. Are you sure? Sona raised an eyebrow. Yup. It'll be fine. I ignored him for so long and everything went bad, I'm not going to be a coward. All right, I'll go with you. Well, my peerage wasn't far away. They were ready to act in case Riser did anything. I threw my hair back and walked towards him. And he noticed me coming over. I smiled. I tried to make myself as open as possible, I didn't want to make it look like I was going to do something wrong or anything like that. I had sex with your mom. He spoke before I could even get a second word out. What? Damn, that worked last time. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Wilhelm POV. Shit, I thought that would work again. It got me out of talking to one person I didn't want to, I thought for sure it would work again. I'm going to need to try harder next time. I glanced at Jean. If you keep hitting me, I'm going to start hitting you back. Exclusively on your butt. Knee. She hit me more. Be nice. Alright, so how do I just disappear from right here without causing a scene? Or, well, fuck it. I don't mind causing a scene. Shimoda. Another annoying person showed up right behind the redhead. We meet again. Yes we do, you. I scrunch my nose. Don't pretend like you don't know me. Oh no, I totally know who you are. You blew me up. Right, good times. I smiled. So you admit it. Admit what? Blowing me up. That doesn't sound like something I'd do. She made some very aggressive growls and was pulled back by another girl in glasses. Weird. You fufu, you sure love riling Sona up, don't you? Make someone wonder if it's intentional teasing. The black-haired girl next to the mirror image of Venelana was smiling lewdly. I'm sorry, who are you? I didn't actually remember her name. She was some popular girl back at school, busty, and with good curves, which is why 90% of the school's population lusted after her, but that was basically it. I'm Aquino, Rias's queen. She introduced herself. I handle all the strenuous and hard tasks for her. She had a sultry tone in her voice. Right, so you're definitely a virgin. I said dryly. What? You're trying way too hard. I give it a 4/10, you need to work on your delivery better. How dare? You're giving off major stripper energy. Just thought you should know that. I wouldn't be surprised if your next words were like, I'm only doing this to pay my way through college. She was gaping at me for some odd reason I couldn't put my finger on. Hey, don't talk to her like that. The familiar fluctuation of aura shimmered with his words. Well, now that's interesting. In a bad way, I mean. I flicked towards him, letting his aura take a tiny invisible hit. Christ, have you even trained your aura? My what? He blinked. I raised my hand and slowly pushed it against my face. Why did I even bother? There was also a small girl looking up at me, menacingly. And what's your deal? I looked at her more closely. A yokai. You seem familiar, oh right, you're what's-her-name's sister. The other cat yokai. Why you know my sister? Oh somewhat, Yasaka took her in recently. I waved my hand flippantly. And how's your senjutsu coming along? I vaguely recall your species being exceptionally good at it. Something I could report back to Yasaka. She may or may not want to know. I don't practice that. The small cat's eyes narrowed. Dangerous. Bad. You don't practice what your species is predisposed to learning. Bad. She hissed. I found myself unable to formulate a response. Okay then. I found myself just pushed that thought to the side. And what's wrong with you? I looked at the last member of this little peerage. Hello. He tilted his head. I don't think we ever met before, I'm Kiba Yudo. Ah, I think I remember you. You helped me once with cleaning up the theater room after a particularly nasty spill. I recalled. Oh. He blinked. I forgot about that. How do you remember him but not me? The glasses girl practically screamed indignantly. I ignored her. How are you doing? All right. He said a little awkwardly. And what's your thing? I asked. I make swords. Sacred gear. Sword birth. He nodded. Neat, what does it do? Makes swords. And that's it. Just plain OL swords. Well, they're demonic swords. He clarified. All right, that's something. What can you do with them? I make some that hit harder, some that make me faster, some that are sharper, oh, and I recently made one that shoots smaller swords. He smiled. That's it. What do you mean? Do you have any imagination at all? I sighed. You can make swords with esoteric effects and you're settling for being faster. Am I understanding that right? What else should I be doing? I held my hand up, pointing to Biko. Him. Me. Biko pointed at himself. Hey, I'm just having fun watching you verbally tear through them, don't bring me into this. He has Jingu Bang, make a fucking sword that copies it. Gets longer, gets bigger, weighs a metric shit ton. Huh, that sounds neat. Biko mused. Then I pointed at boy band. Divine diving. I'll kill you if you copy me. He scowled. I pointed at myself. Boosted gear. If you can make yourself fucking faster for some inane reason, increase all of your stats, not just your speed, you idiot. Make bomb swords. Make heat-seeking swords, arrows are just different shaped swords. Make swords that slow down time, or speed it up. Make swords that curse wounds to not heal. Make swords that can reverse causality. You're bullshitting on that last one. Biko snorted. You'd be surprised. I laughed. I never thought about any of those. Kiba muttered. How long have you known about your sacred gear for? I raised an eyebrow. He looked down onto the ground awkwardly. Shit. I really didn't mean to kind of lash out like that. I honestly don't know where it came from, it sort of just spilled or so suddenly and I didn't stop. I can't say I don't have a temper sometimes, but I usually don't lose my cool like that. I should apologize, that was uncalled for. None of what he said was wrong. Serord crossed his arms, grunting. He called me a stripper. Akino growled. You heard the man. I shot back. Okay, that was just me being petty. But I don't take back half OTE things I said about her. Seriously, pick a lane, go full seductress or don't do it at all. I didn't mean. We know what you meant, sigh. Venelana's daughter smiled towards him. And what about me? She looked at me with a huff. Pass. What? Pass. I said again. I would rather Venelana not be mad at me. I was already anticipating a wonderful few nights together, I didn't want to sour that any. You were the one who hit Riser, right? She suddenly asked. Nope. I denied immediately. He was. Jean replied. I looked at her in utter betrayal, and she just smiled. But why was the red-headed Venelana clone smiling so happily at me? You were the one who hit Riser. I scrunched my nose. What smells like cheap cologne? Said Annoyance was walking right towards us. I thought you were just making a joke, but I smell it too. Biko held his nose. I don't smell anything. Serord looked around. My nose is sensitive. Biko grumbled. Hey, this is random, but do you ever shrink the staff and use it for anything weird? Like a chopstick? I suddenly asked because I wanted to ask this before, but I got distracted and I would rather ignore the idiot who was approaching. Oh, all the time. It's strangely handy. He grinned. I was hanging up some stuff in my apartment, and I couldn't reach high enough, so I used it as a ladder too. I forgot to buy a shower rod so it fit perfectly. Don't ignore Riser. I let out a long sigh. What do you want? An apology. He demanded. No. You attacked. Bakudo number 61, Rikujikoro. I lazily held a finger, pointing at him as 6 beams of light slammed into his midsection, preventing any movement as he fell to the ground. I quickly followed it up with a talisman, throwing it at his face. It covered his mouth perfectly, not allowing him to speak. With another sigh, I grabbed him by the foot, picking him up. With a bit of aim, I tossed him towards the large and intricately decorated window nearby. Yeet. It shattered quite easily, and the annoying kid went sailing through to the outside. I swear, some people have absolutely no survival instincts. I wiped my hands clean. Is he going to be okay? Jean asked softly. I think he's a phoenix or something, lots of regeneration. You could probably lop his head off and he'd be right as rain a few seconds later. Yeah, it's kind of annoying. Nice practice target, but most of his family use it to wear down their opponents. Serorg answered. Oh, okay then. Jean seemed pleased with that answer. I looked at the flaming idiots, peerage as they stared in shock. Go, shoo shoo, I gestured for them to disperse and it seemed like they regained their senses as they ran for the door after their presumed king. Can they regenerate from anything? Biko asked. Serorg shrugged. I've seen his older brother come back after getting chopped up in all sorts of ways. Blown up by magic, lots of stuff. Dang, that sounds cool. Makes me want to take a crack at one of them. Biko rubbed his chin. You said his brother is strong. Boy band looked interested. One of the strongest. Serorg nodded. How did you get so strong? Red Venilana looked at me with a mix of awe and envy. The normal way. I said dismissively. But I train. I train every day. She whispered. There has to be some secret, right? Some method you used to get so strong so quicky. When was the last time you've been in a real fight? I frowned. I train with. No, not training. When was the last time you've been in a fight with someone who wanted you dead, and had the capability to kill you? When's the last time you've gotten into a fight and there was a very real possibility you could be killed? When was the last time you fought something that you absolutely had no chance of winning against? When was the last time you thought you were going to die? I can't deny I've experienced my fair share of luck on my ascent to my current level. I can't say that everything I've gotten had been earned through blood, sweat and tears. But I'll be damned if I let anyone say that I used some shortcut to reach here. I put in my effort to reach this point, and I have most assuredly bled along the way. It felt insulting for her to imply otherwise. I was being polite before by not telling her to fuck off. I didn't want to speak with her and I was already annoyed. Geez, why was I being so overly emotional? I was being polite for Venilana's sake because something inside of me really wanted to be more rude. She was about to say something, but the building shook. It startled everyone, but more so something was very much amiss. On a fundamental level, something changed around us. I experienced something like this before, and I was having trouble placing it. However, I felt my instincts flare up, and realization dawned on me. Without a second thought, Mirage appeared in my hand and I flicked it, producing several of my sword phantoms. The birds were sent flying in several directions, but most notably I swiped Mirage to the side, deflecting something hidden that was aiming for the neck of Venilana's daughter, and Glass's girl. Simultaneously, my birds collided with something very firm, producing a loud clang noise that hung through the air. They were aimed at other people, some of other factions that were around, some that weren't. And I realized where the familiar feeling came from. It was similar to when Jin took us outside the immediate timeline for answering her questions via Relic of Knowledge. Mortals are really fierce these days. A strange voice reverberated throughout the surroundings. Someone appeared, stepping into the middle of the floor. He was big. Easily 9 feet tall, perhaps a little more than that. He had black hair, and wore something reminiscent of Greek clothes. And his facial features were off. It was as if his head was slightly elongated, his nose was a tad too large, and his eyes too wide. Something distinctly inhuman, but still reminiscent of them. Almost like if a human was compared to their predecessors on the evolutionary chain. But the weapon he held was a dead giveaway given the other clues. A large scythe held at his side, the edge of which seemed to bleed against the fabric of reality. Kronos. Welp, things just got much more complicated. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A/N. If you want to read 9 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. I also have a https://boasti. to/astoriforon for people who can't use the one above. Chapter 468, Chapter 425. His presence alone, without even broadcasting himself, was immense. Kronos, the Titan of Time. Realistically, he represented the waning of the seasons, the inevitability of the harvest, the falling of the leaves, the falling of the snow, and finally the melting of the snow. In a more practical sense, he embodied the rebirth of every new season and the withering of the previous. 2 ends of a spectrum that merged into the authority of time. Beyond this, my knowledge of the Titan was minimal. I never really thought I'd have to know important information on a godly entity that was supposed to be long dead. Time was not a domain one could lightly touch. Just to understand this, you could look at all the major pantheons of the world and point out how many gods there are with such a domain. How many fingers on a single hand would be left over? Time was a nebulous concept. It wasn't like looking up to the sun and feeling its warmth. It wasn't like hearing the thundering of the sky and roaring of the oceans. Time was much more immaterial. Which was why I was on guard. Not to mention, the weapon in his hand gave me a very bad feeling. Frankly, it didn't even look like it was properly forged. Almost amateurish in its design and form. Like someone just took a slab of metal and hammered it vaguely into the correct form without doing much else and then sharpened it. But that did nothing to dissuade from the archaic aura it exuded. It was something personally crafted by one of the Greeks' primordials. Something on the same level as Nyx. Which was where his own authority was inherited from. All in all, he was dangerous. Just from the feeling of danger, I would place him in that ranking floating around as the top 10 for how much that bracket was really worth. He looked at me with a rather casual smile. There wasn't a wisp of killing intent in his gaze. It was as if he was watching something utterly fascinating. He hefted his large scythe up. A single swing of it, and it could easily cut this building in half. Instead, he put it upside down, letting the massive metal head drop into the floor, shattering and cracking it in dozens of feet. He then leaned onto the handle. So fierce. He repeated his words from earlier. I almost didn't believe them when they told me how powerful mortals have become. I could feel Serord's Tuki ignite silently. His was the most obvious, but everyone around me looked like they were ready for battle. Well, most of the people around me. I glanced at Biko and Boy Band. They had enough survival instincts to realize the situation, but there was a hint of trepidation there. As for Venelana's daughter in glasses, along with most of the other devils, they seemed frozen in place. I remembered what I said to them only moments prior and, I may have went a bit too far. It wasn't fair how I bit into them maliciously like that. I should apologize later. I was glad that I already had Mirage in my hand, because I began running some calculations secretly. There was a beat of silence as everything remained still. Only for Kronos to slightly shift in place. That seemed to be the catalyst for Boy Band to draw upon his divine dividing. Wings sprouted from his back. Div. Before he could finish, I pushed his head down, slamming him into the ground. An invisible ripple passed right over where he had been. A gesture from Kronos, and the tip of his scythe emerged from nothingness, slicing across the air. He was still standing there, leaning upon his weapon, yet he managed to attack so bizarrely. Kronos merely raised an inquisitive eyebrow. With an annoyed growl, I used a burst of Shuanpa to appear right in front of him. He was genuinely startled by my sudden burst of speed. I gathered enough magical energy through the dimensional refraction phenomena. Spell circles reached peak efficiency. At this moment, it was all I could bring to bear with so little setup. Ether cannon. The multicolored light shot out at the Titan, enveloping him completely. He was hit, and I could sense his body suffering from the blast. As for how much damage he took, well, I wasn't too optimistic. His massive body went rocketing back, slamming into a space devoid of people, demolishing the furniture and further the wall. You bastard. Boy Band forced himself up. I had him. Don't be stupid. I didn't retract my gaze from Kronos as he pulled himself out of the rubble. No one came to help. Despite there being dozens of gods, and any number of actual guards set up for this event, no one is here helping. Think about why that is for a second. I glanced at Biko and Serord both, silently letting them know that went for them as well. They both seemed like the type of people to jump head first into the fight without proper consideration. He's right. Kronos grunted, getting back up to his feet. He cracked his neck looking none the worse for wear. That was interesting. Never encountered ether before. I smiled lightly, holding Mirage gently to the side. Can't say that I have. He admitted. Despite this world not operating the same as back home, there were still certain truths. Ether was a concept introduced with the rise of humanity. It should be something utterly foreign to him, which was why it took him by surprise. But mostly, I just wanted some space between him and everyone else. When did you notice? He asked, almost cheerfully. Almost immediately. I answered. Ha. He slapped his knee. Maybe I lost my touch. Oi, what's he talking about? Biko was tense even with his divine weapon in his hands. We're outside of the timeline. I briefly explained. The reason why no one has come yet. A few hours could pass in here and it might only be a few seconds outside. I wasn't entirely sure, but best to err on the side of caution. Correct. Kronos smiled and his body fizzled away into nothingness. Simultaneously, he appeared in the back at the table holding all the snacks. This is some good stuff. It doesn't compare to nectar or ambrosia, but that's not a fair comparison. Back then, we'd be happy with some meat roasted over a fire and some salt sprinkled on it was decadent. Look at this. I can't even recognize all these things, but they're delicious. He said, holding a tray up of appetizers and letting them slide into his mouth. I think those are crab cakes. I pointed out, keeping him preoccupied rather than the alternative. Ah. He crowed very crudely. Those little sea creatures. They had a nice crunchy shell, but the meat wasn't that appetizing. Maybe I just never bothered to cook them properly. Why was I humoring him with this nonsense? Well, I wasn't worried about myself in this situation. I could leave any time I wanted, taking Jean and fleeing if the situation called for it. Or I could even fight him if I really wanted to as well. I wasn't scared by any means, even if I considered him a strong opponent. But I couldn't exactly take everyone with me in time if he decided to initiate a bloodbath. Nor could I reasonably protect them if we got into a real fight. So at this particular moment, I was treading carefully because they were more or less hostages. It was comical in a way. A whole room of devils and others watching the Titan of Time just munch on some snacks as he exclaimed their deliciousness. I heard devils were some sort of evil and disgusting race. At least that's what those other busybodies said. Compared you lot to cockroaches. But I like to see things with my own eyes. And I have to say, I'm very disappointed. He swallowed a mouthful. You, with the big chest and the red hair. He pointed to Venelana's daughter. Where are the human snacks? Ah. Rias made a sound in both confusion and a bit of intimidation. Kronos let out a disgruntled noise. I heard your predecessors were better. I would have wanted to compare my cooking methods. Do you have any idea how hard it is to cook a human perfectly for their bones to still be crunchy and their skin to be nice and crisp while the meat stays juicy? He shook his head. There was a hint of killing intent coming from the corner of the room. Unsurprisingly, it was the kid from the church that I had a weird feeling from. Kronos noticed him too. Well, that one has some fight in him. He chuckled, seemingly not caring. You were, 1 second. He wiped his hands on his clothes and took out a small piece of parchment. Well, small for his size, but he held it up close to his eye to take a look. Members of the church. Oh, you're the ones who worship Yahweh in this era. He nodded in understanding. Sorry about that, I'm still not used to everything that's changed. I have some things written down as reminders. You can't imagine how surprising it was for me to see what became of the world in my absence. Actually, his carefree attitude was disconcerting. But look at me, acting like some old geezer. He chuckled. I have no quarrel with your church. Actually, I support it wholeheartedly. A human's place is to worship their gods. He nodded sagely. Even if he is dead, it shows your dedication. I may not have even eaten you if you were my worshipper with that much dedication. Well, there goes that secret. The looks on the church people's faces were hard to discern. Were they already aware or did this come as a surprise? I couldn't quite tell considering that they were still pretty frightened by his appearance in the first place. I was content to let him just blabber on with nothing else happening. Your church. He hummed. Devils, something that didn't exist in my era. But you're all basically just humans. He grunted. And I knew that wouldn't sit well with most of the devils here. Let's see, white and red are here too. Those are some old faces. Well, not really faces. Screw you too. Albion's voice came out from the sacred gear. You know, if I was younger, I would have killed your wielder because of that, Whitey. Kronos chuckled, grabbing another full platter of food and eating it nearly whole. But I'll let it go this time, I'm in a nostalgic mood after seeing some of my old friends. You don't have friends? Albion immediately replied. Kronos paused, and frowned. That's not true, I have a few left. He said softly, yet it still was loud and booming as it was before. His expression returned quickly. And one of those, Eastern things. I forget what your race is called, I didn't have much interaction with you all. But I heard your ancestor was a bit of an ornery thing. He was looking at Biko. Yokai. Biko answered. That's it. Kronos snapped. Not bad at all, kid. Thanks. Biko said awkwardly. And I can feel that weapon of yours is dangerous. Maybe in a few years you could have actually been a threat. Bitch, you wanna go? Biko barked out, raising Rui Jingu bang. Ha ha. Kronos slapped his knee. The audacity. I love it. He laughed a bit before it roared next. And you're probably the strongest full-blooded devil here. Nice aura there, I can tell your fists have been honed pretty well. What do you think? Wanna go a few rounds too? Anytime, old man. Serord punched his fist to his palm. Not bad, not bad. Kronos just grinned with a carefree look about him. And some others too, some demigods from various places that mostly fills up the other pantheons present. Some mortals with souls that are far too old for their bodies, how boring. But overall, just mortals. Then his gaze landed on me. And then there's you. Me. I raised an eyebrow. Dragon, devil, human, god. There are so many things inside of you, it's hard to tell. And something. He stopped, furrowing his brow. What is that? He whispered. Something dangerous is hiding inside of you. What is it? He grabbed his scythe, staring at me before calming. Whoops, almost slipped back into old habits. I'm trying to be calmer. Reining in my temper. It got me into far too much trouble in my younger days. I don't want to repeat past mistakes. However, his eyes narrowed towards me. Why is your personal time so wrong? Maybe it has something to do with my handsomeness. I offered as a very plausible explanation. He blinked. I don't think I've ever had a mortal talk to me so cheekily before. What a novel experience. He looked around the room. You protected those church mortals even though you're supposed to be enemies if I recall. He let out a sigh. I lied before, I'm sorry, it's a terrible habit. Truthfully, I despise the worshippers of other deities. He punctuated the sentence with a sharp jerk of his scythe. It wasn't me who moved this time, because there was someone else who could predict certain outcomes much more efficiently than me. My banner, protect my brethren, luminicite eternel. Jean was quick to intercept the attack. The invisible slashes of his that would have severed a few heads. Jean's golden shield emerged from her banner, enveloping the church people and herself in a nearly impenetrable barrier. There was the distinct sound of something scraping. It wasn't metal against metal in this case, but more like the collision of two opposing forces, both unyielding, that sent ripples out across most notable spectrums. It was enough that even Kronos came to a stop to stare in confusion. He raised a finger up to point at Jean as her shield came down. He opened his mouth to speak but closed it a moment later before opening again. What are you? He questioned in clear confusion. You are completely different. Your existence is outside of my domain. His tone shifted. I will see for myself. He disappeared from where he was again, appearing not far from where Jean was. His scythe held up, pointing at Jean. Streams of condensed temporal energy flowed and attached to her. I felt a fury bubble up in my chest and pushed off with another burst of Shuinpa. Mirage shined brightly and I pulled upon the kaleidoscope to slice through the strings. Time and space were always interconnected. One could not exist without the other, and the other would have no meaning without the former. The strings of his were severed as I slid to a stop in front of her protectively. She didn't look harmed, but I was a bit concerned now. I was ready to fight in earnest and damn the consequences. Heroic spirit. He tilted his head. That's all I got. He frowned. What's your game? I demanded, shifting away from that. You could have easily started a slaughter. How many people here could actually stop you? Bar me, of course, but even so. You've basically been just casually chatting ever since kidnapping everyone with the half-assed attempt at murder. You demand answers from me? He stood up straighter with a flash of anger appearing on his face. Do you know what it was like to appear in this world after so long and see what your mortals did to this planet? My mother and I have had our disagreements, but I am still the son of Gaia. I used to know those gods in the far west. Back in my era, they repelled our own attempts to conquer their lands. Before everyone decided on their borders. And yet, I hear that all the gods of those lands were murdered by mortals. He spat out. I nearly killed the fool who reported that nonsense to me. But I don't believe others lightly. I wanted to see with my own eyes the heights that those pathetic things have somehow reached in my absence. His body was nearly vibrating with his innate divinity. His hands gripped around his scythe so tightly that his knuckles turned white. So, why not attend a gathering with a bunch of powerful mortal kids to see what's true or not? He raised his finger pointing at the church guy behind Jean. That weapon inside of him full of mutilated gods is just a perfect example. I glanced at the church kid, realizing now why he gave me a strange feeling. The little manipulation of wind he did was a piece of a divine authority. You're angry that mortals no longer roll around in the mud? I snorted. The arrogance and ruthlessness of a deity shine through despite his casual demeanor. The only place a mortal should be is on the ground in prostration or in our stomachs. Right, despite how he was being humorous before, he was always cited as a vindictive and arrogant entity. To the point where the other titans rarely wanted to even be near him. It would be like if Zeus was actively malicious rather than being selfish and egotistical. It seems like a fight is inevitable then. I was ready to call upon my power to fight him properly. It would not be in the best circumstances with all these people around, but I would do the best I could. Maybe I should sneak them away during the fight. Jean was here to back me up in that regard. She hadn't said anything, but I knew she didn't need any orders from me on how to act. And there were a few people here I could possibly rely on. How about we play a game instead? He offered, the tension sort of dissipating. What? I blinked, surprised at how things shifted so easily. He dropped his scythe to the ground. I heard these devils were obsessed with a game. Chess, was it? Dreadfully boring, but I can admit it had its own unique charm. Let's do something like that, but a bit more fun. I frowned, considering the alternative. Well, it was a matter of time before the people outside came barging in. I honestly didn't want to fight in these circumstances. You're stalling for some reason, aren't you? I questioned. He grinned. How about the stakes? If I win, I'll just kill everyone here. If you win, well, that should be obvious. Fine, I'm on board. I agreed. But what? Kronos let out a shout, clapping his hands. His eyes lit up with a blinding light, and I felt something connected. It felt like he just bound me to a geas, but through my divinity. Clever dick. I've never encountered that trick before. I'll need to talk to Izzy about it and see how to not let it happen in the future, because he basically just touched my divinity with his own and made our agreement binding. Something appeared between us. It was like, there we are, I created a miniature world for us. He declared. It has its own rules, and I bound it to us through our agreement. Did you just create a miniature reality marble? I looked in a bit of awe. He tilted his head. Is that one of this era's terms? Forget it. I bit my tongue. I looked down, as it was like a bubble. Inside, it appeared a smaller version of me, and a smaller version of him, relatively speaking. Explain the rules. I crossed my arms. I mentioned that chess, but it's not really the same. Just a small idea I came up with after playing it a few times. We each command a copy of ourselves to fight. He said that like it was extremely simple. How does it work? It operates on absolute truth. The law within this small world dictates that your copy can only move and act how you could possibly do so normally. Don't try to cheat now, the oath I bound you to also assures the truth. The geas he put me under is basically reading me then. It's basically that this miniature version of me was a genuine projection within this small world. And it's not as if it's actually copying my abilities, but mimicking the cause and effect. If it summoned the gauntlet, there would be no Draic, but it would still have the abilities because that's within my memory and verified through my own acknowledgement and thus is channeled through the geas. Only verbal commands? I asked. Correct. He answered. Interesting. I found myself amused by this game that he went through the effort of creating. I didn't know what his purpose here was, even if his earlier anger was real. I had no doubt that he would casually slaughter everyone here in a heartbeat, but his entire purpose for coming was suspect. There was certainly a higher purpose, not just ranting about the kids these days. But, it's better this than him deciding that they would look better with less body parts. And the moment I try to open a portal, he's probably going to abandon this charade and start making heads roll, so I may as well play along for now. Jump once. I commanded. My little projection jumped into the air once. Well. What do you think? I'm intrigued. I answered in all honesty. Why don't I show you another one of the rules? He smiled happily before quickly turning it into something more malicious. Stab his arm. Before I could properly react, my miniature's aura flared to life. Kronos' side skipped and twisted through space, like a serpent it came at me at a strange angle. My aura collided with it, dispersing a significant portion of the blow, but even still, his divine weapon tore into the flesh of my miniature's arm. Simultaneously, my own sleeve was torn in the same spot, and a gash opened up, blood dripping down my skin. Will. Jean exclaimed running towards me, but an invisible barrier shunted her off. Kronos wagged his finger. No interfering. If you try to help him, he will suffer a backlash. All of this is based on a single agreement. I frowned, looking at my arm. I'm amazed you could force this onto me. I am Kronos, Titan King, son of Gaia. His eyes narrowed. You insult me by thinking so little of me, mortal. If this was all fake, in a sense, then I had plenty of things I was more than willing to throw out without a second thought. Well then, let's play. If this was how he wanted to do this, I was more than happy to oblige, after all it gave me several options. A/N. Wanted to try something a little different than a normal fight this time around. Kronos' purpose here isn't so obvious, but he's not really there to get into a real fight either. If you want to read 9 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. I also have a https://boosty.to/astoryforon for people who can't use the forbidden P word. Chapter 469, Chapter 426. Valley Lucifer POV. What's wrong, Valley? You're not usually this reserved. Oh, screw off. You know it's true, Albion replied. Just because I love fighting doesn't mean I'm an idiot. There's a difference between rushing into a losing battle and actively trying to get myself killed. I didn't think I'd see the day. My little Valley having common sense. It must be my birthday. Shut up. But it's not usually like you to admit defeat so easily. Because it's not usually so damn blatant. Kronos. The Titan of Time. I wasn't oblivious to how strong he was. Shit, if that annoying bastard hadn't pushed me down in time, I wouldn't have been able to dodge completely. I didn't even see the attack. I felt the hairs stand up on my neck, but I couldn't even tell where it came from. I'm sure I could adjust to it in time, but he wasn't someone that would let me just sit there and randomly dodge his attacks if he really wanted to kill me. Time is a powerful domain. It has a lot of nuances that you would be unfamiliar with. It's not surprising that he can suppress you so easily. You've never encountered something like this before. Then why can the annoying bastard handle it? That, I don't know. Really? What, do you think I'm all-knowing, brat? I only know things based on my own experiences. I've lived a very long time. But Drake's host is barely, 2 decades. I have no idea how he's already so familiar with the concept of time that he can casually stand in front of Kronos. Even at my peak, I would have to be wary of him to a degree. You're saying he's stronger than you? I'm saying, his strength deserves respect. Not everything can be broken down into stronger or weaker. If you're not careful, someone who is objectively weaker than you can take your life. Albion snorted. Gods are not something that you can think so linearly about. A god's strength requires certain facets to consider. You've never told me this before. Were you holding out on me? Did you think I would give you instructions on how to fight gods just so you to run off and get yourself killed a moment later? Albion grumbled. You're an overconfident little shit. The second you think you could stand a chance, you would challenge anyone. Fuck you. Fuck you. Just tell me, you white bastard. Fine. Albion huffed. The degree of worship is the first. This is more abstract than the others. If a god's domain was something stupid like twigs, but half the planet worshipped them, then even I would be no match at my strongest. Alright, that's pretty simple. I'm keeping it simple for you because I know you wouldn't understand otherwise. Albion retorted. So Kronos should be a lot weaker now, right? It's not like he's worshipped. There's 2 misconceptions about that. First, he's part of the Greek pantheon, and by association, he receives some blessings there even if he isn't directly worshipped. Alright, that sorta makes sense. Don't get me wrong, a god that isn't worshipped is barely given scraps in comparison. But it's enough that it sustains them from slowly obscuring. Which is a form of death to a god. Whatever. So Kronos was still fine because the Greeks are still around. The second misconception. I was saying that as if Kronos was a god. He is not a god, he is a titan. What's the difference? I thought it was just a reference to his size. Well, yes. This isn't nearly as small as he actually is. Drake replied. But why is there the difference between titans and gods? Some other places have them too. Surtur is a divine being, yet he is a giant. Why the hell am I supposed to care? Because if you don't learn, you're going to stay an idiot and not know how to fight opponents in that league when you get there. Asshole. Ignoring that. Albion continued. Titans do not change with worship. Titans are static existences. Their strength only comes from their purpose. That is why there is a difference between titans and gods. Similar to Surtur as I said before. He is different from a titan, but his existence isn't too dissimilar. His power comes from his purpose to bring about destruction. So he's basically a god that doesn't need worship to be strong. If that's what you take away from this, then sure, you can consider it like that. That means he's still in his prime then. Well, he looks heavily weakened at the moment due to other circumstances, but that's mostly correct. Okay, and the last thing. The last thing is the god's domain. Albion replied. You must be wary of a god's domain because it can be used in ways you might not expect. Some are strong, some are weak, and some are tricky. Time is extremely strong, and it's very tricky to navigate. I listened to Albion even as I watched the bastard and Kronos standing in front of each other while the game unfolded. He isn't serious. What? Kronos. Albion replied. Kronos is very meticulous and arrogant. He isn't someone who does things like this on a whim. He's playing around on purpose, you don't need to overly worry. Does the bastard know? Probably. Drake is many things, among them being stupid. But he isn't stupid. If you get me. So he's like you. Normally, I'd argue. But after so many years, it's easy to see the similarities between us. Albion paused. Now that I think about it, even our wielders are very similar this time around. Both half-devils, sons of Lucifer. Yeah, whatever. It made me roll my eyes. Like that was at all important. I was just pointing it out. Albion mentally shrugged. And we both probably have our strongest wielders ever. So he's Drake's strongest. Do you think he isn't? Albion laughed. He probably doesn't even need Drake. To be honest, you're pretty far behind him at the moment. He wasn't lying when he said he wouldn't need the boosted gear to beat you. Oh, don't get mopey. We still have a lot of time. You both are still kids, keep training, and you can catch up. Really? Well, I'm being optimistic. Thanks for the support. Well, you better train hard to catch up. Drake isn't going to hold back with this wielder of his. It's been a while since I've seen him so happy with one. What do you mean? Drake has always been an ass, but his attitude shifts with how much he likes his user. If he doesn't like them all that much, he's usually quieter and more reserved. If he really likes them, well, he acts like he did back in the day. As you obviously saw. Valley, you all right? I blinked, looking at Biko. Was talking to Albion. I grunted. You thinking about taking a shot at him? Biko asked, pointing at Kronos as him and the bastard were about to play their little game. We might be able to do something if we all work together. There's no point. Albion said that he's just playing. I grumbled. Yeah, figured that out. Can still take a shot at him. The devil, Serorg offered. I want to see how far away that mountain peak is. Didn't really interact with many full-blooded devils but, I kind of liked him. I want to fight him later. I got a talisman from my Gramps, it has a full-powered strike from him. Biko offered. A full-powered strike from the Monkey King. Don't even think about it. He hit me with one of those back in the day and I lost plenty of my scales. It'd give him a heads up that you were in trouble too, right? I asked. Yeah. He nodded. I let out a sigh. Whatever, don't waste it, this'll probably be over soon anyways. Besides, I'm sure that almost everyone here had some way to save their lives that was given to them. Well, mostly everyone. Don't know if most of the devils here had anything like that. But most of the people from the other pantheons. That's a given if they entered into foreign territory like this. It'd look really bad if the kids they brought came to harm while they were busy. Shit, even that feathered bastard gave me a way to protect myself if I was going to die. Don't know how reliable it was, but he told me it might save my life if someone really strong wanted to kill me. So who knows? He also said not to take it out of the divine dividing because it might cause problems. Really, don't take it out unless it's a last resort. Albion quickly reminded me. Seriously, I'm only guessing at what it is, but your dad is crazy for making something like this. Alright, now I'm curious. I refuse to let you have it unless you're about to die. Screw you. Stop acting like a brat and focus. This is a good opportunity to see what your rival can do. Albion knew exactly how to distract me. And I'm interested too. I want to see what Drake is so smug about. To be honest, there wasn't anyone here who wasn't aware of who that prick was. I don't think he even realized though. He waltzed in without a second thought and didn't even talk or look at anyone. I knew most of the faces around here, Azazel kept me up to date on who's who of around my age. And they were all looking at him, watching silently to see what he was capable of. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Wilhelm POV. I was a little relaxed. Despite the situation, I felt like most of the danger had passed. Did he take me by surprise? Yup, I would admit that. I never experienced a divine binding like this. I agreed to the game, but I didn't realize that meant I was entering a divine geas. And I'm fairly sure he played a trick on that anyways and it wasn't a normal thing that could happen. Regardless, I wasn't too worried about it. Worst case scenario, I was pretty sure my authority could sever it easily enough. So there wasn't a hidden danger with what was happening. My biggest concern was everyone else here. And if he was content to just play a game and leave them alone, then sure, I'd play along. But that did open up other questions. I found it unlikely he was here just for this haphazard reason. There was obviously a bigger scheme going on. You look deep in thought. Kronos' voice rumbled. Care to share? I was just considering why you're here. I answered, nonplussed about being honest. What do you think? He asked. I considered it and I think there's really only one obvious reason. I replied casually. Summon swords. I ordered my reflection. All of my swords shot out, surrounding him. This was also a test to see how much it mimicked me. I looked at Dawnbreaker and Ascalon to realize immediately that it was all a charade. It had no actual essence to them, only pulled upon memories of my own on how they were supposed to react. Some sort of causality was linking us to this small world to facilitate the events. Interesting. He grinned, focusing on the game as well. What's the reason? Distraction is the most probable reason. I answered first. You think that I, Kronos, am a mere distraction? His eyes narrowed. Yup. I ignored his intense gaze. He was silent for a moment before grinning. You're a smart mortal. He didn't elaborate more. I figured. He didn't even bother to deny it. When you look at it objectively, he was ready to flee at a moment's notice. The fluctuations from his body, well, I didn't think he was at 100% right now. Honestly, he had a sort of exhaustion about him. Recently reviving and getting his heart gouged out by Odin. That's probably left him in a not-so-good state. And something else. It felt like he was continuously using his authority beyond the obvious means of keeping us contained here. Something I realized about chess when I was taught it. He started. Wither. His words were directed at the game. Is that certain moves have more than one meaning? Emanating out from Kronos' figure, everything began withering away into death. Use Bakudo number 44. I commanded. My copy had the ethereal spiritual barrier spring up in front of him. The withering effect slammed into it, not allowing it to pass further. Oh, it certainly began to drain away on my Kido, but it held far longer than a normal spell would have. Interesting. Kronos rubbed his chin. Spiritual matter can weather several seasons. I said simply. Counter with lightning runes. The runic circles appeared overhead and discharged down at the Titan of Time. He rolled his eyes. Swipe it away. With a swipe of his scythe, the copy tore through them without much effort. You didn't like my greeting? I asked. I like my meals to have more meat. He retorted. Commands required verbal confirmation, but how far did that extend? Let's go with some prestidigitation. I looked at my projection. Staff out. Swords to position. Bindings of Gaia into a Niflheim, into Thor's hammer. Kronos blinked, perhaps at my naming conventions, but my projection moved immediately. My swords all shot out. It seems my shorthand was effective. They all shot at him with the intent to pierce him. Small tricks again. Kronos grunted. Disperse them. He merely waved the scythe and it deflected my swords despite them coming at all angles. I mentally forced them to fall at certain spots, impaling themselves at specific locations. It seems my intent meant a lot with each word I spoke in command. Roots then sprung out of the ground, lashing out at him, wrapping him up. You dare to use Mother's gift against me? He laughed. He didn't even need to speak and the aura of time responded to his miniature and the roots froze, struggling to continue. Rather, they began to wither at a quick speed. My copy followed up with casting a freezing winds of Niflheim. A layer of ice appeared on him, only very briefly before it shattered. Is that it? Kronos looked at me, unfazed. Just needed you stationary for a second. I replied as a pentagram lit up under his copy's feet. The swords acting as the points of the star. 5 elements mutual generation. I called out. My copy took out 5 talismans, each representing the 5 eastern elements. They burned away, linking with the pentagram that my swords formed with Kronos at the center. Thunder rumbled overhead. Clouds blanketed the sky. I didn't even need to call it out because I already did. Kronos looked up, with eyes widening. Impressive. He breathed out. The massive lightning construct broke through the clouds. Magic from those Norse, how nostalgic. Kronos' gaze turned soft for a moment, but an eerie aura burst out of him. Omicron Kappa Rho Nu Omicron Phi Rho Nu Epsilon Iota Tau Omicron Theta Nu Alpha Tau Omicron. Words left his mouth, but I felt a screeching in my ears, enough that I almost instinctively covered them. A shadow loomed above the world. My massive lightning construct was dwarfed. It was as if a shadow had fused with the stars in the sky, forming a corporeal body. It held a massive scythe in its hand, like a farmer about to reap a harvest. A motion of its scythe sliced through my Thor's hammer. While my spell was impressive, it paled in comparison to the sheer divinity that this attack held. Like an aspect of the world given physical form. The Reaper's scythe cleaved towards me. I didn't panic, however. Activate the Sword of Destruction. I commanded. The Sword of Destruction flew to my copy's hand. Technically, there was only one use left this century, but this wasn't an actual use. Size didn't matter. The sword gleamed with a baleful hue. A swing of it and destruction awoke. The concept of destruction was applied to the massive shadow. It seared through the shadowy image, from end to end, it burned away into nothingness. The true power of the Sword of Destruction showing itself properly. The first time I used it against that Daedric prince, it was enough to do the equivalent of punching his clone in the face. Which was a feat in itself when you consider what a Daedric prince is. When I used it again against the demon, he was destroyed to the point he was nearly removed from existence, only the intervention of Solomon saved him. This time, there was not a point of contention. It fulfilled its objective completely, as even though the shadow was an ability composed of divinity, it wasn't connected truly to a god and thus could consume it whole without suffering a blockage. Kronos stood there, unmoving. I sense the touch of a god I don't recognize. Using another language, smart. I ignored him. He seemed to snap out of his stupor. I never said we have to speak in mortal language. Apologies if the language my mother bestowed to her children is difficult on your mortal ears. He grinned again. Flip him off. I ordered, and my copy did so immediately. Delta iota alpha kappa upsilon mu nu sigma epsilon iota, something much more normal rolled off his lips. But it was still incomprehensible to me. It sounded more like Medea's divine words. The scythe in Kronos' hands blurred and I felt a cage appear around me. Ascalon. I called out. My copy summoned forth my noble phantasm, activating it to block every attack. You did see through it. He muttered. You're extending a moment of time across space, like a thread. Multiple times. All you have to do is basically press your weapon against it, and it attacks from the extended moment regardless of where you are. I explained. His eyes lit up and he flicked his scythe again. Block and ether cannon. Mirage flew into my copy's hand and he complied. Divide the time stream. My attack was split, soaring around him. You're saying it in a language I can understand. You earned this much from me. He replied without much expression. Thanks to you, I believe come to an answer. Shuanpa to his back, slash at his neck. I responded. Answer to what? Block it. He said casually. To treat you mortals as beasts or not. Swallow returns. I frowned. My copy activated the technique, two of him attacking the front and back simultaneously. What? Kronos was confused. Distill. The two of my copies stopped in place, their swords not able to move an inch. Other swords. As soon as I said that the other swords flew in, but almost like hitting an immovable barrier, they froze in place as well before they could hit him. Interesting trick. He said, looking right at me. I've never felt something like that before. It's almost like the building shook. The cage around us fluctuated as it began to unravel. It seems like we're out of time. Did you just make a pun? I asked. He smiled, very proud of himself. I've been on that mortal thing, the web. I very much like all the jokes. I didn't know how to respond to that. The idea that the Titan Kronos awoke and decided to surf the web was hilarious and scary at the same time. Why don't we leave it here? Kronos offered. We're at a bit of a stalemate as it is. Well, you can't really hurt me, at least. You did good though. I raised an eyebrow. Power of destruction. He furrowed his brow, perhaps it might sound odd what I just said to him, but what happened spoke for itself. While not as excessive compared to when I used the Hogyoku, my normal power of destruction had also been furthered after some time. It was enough that it began to lash out in retaliation. It began to eat away at the static time field surrounding Kronos. The building shook again. Zeus. He whispered, apparently recognizing something. Between life and death, there is only kappa epsilon nu tau eta tau alpha. The miniature world seemed to lose its light as he spoke. Retreat away. I commanded. My copy did so with a burst of Shuanpa. Good judgment, but futile. Reap. This strange aura enveloped him and he waved his scythe, a gouge opening up across the earth towards my copy. It wasn't destruction or physical force that ate away at everything, it was like everything was simply turned to ash through the passage of time. Aged away at such an obscene rate that there was not visible withering, but simply the acknowledgement that it no longer existed. The time period between it existing and when it would have normally turned to dust naturally was removed. His scythe bent strangely, and it seemed to circle around the world, hanging over my copy's head like an executioner's blade. I offered you a way out, but you didn't take it. He looked sad, for some reason. Your time is limited. As a mortal, you are a candle wafting in the wind. I wanted to play again, but I suppose this is the nature of mortals. Reap. I felt danger. Time was extremely dangerous. And he was right, I was not an immortal. Taking away my lifespan was dangerous. Even if I would live for thousands of years, even tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, that was a finite amount of time in comparison to a true god. Still though, I was relaxed. A warmness filled my chest because I knew I had something to protect me here. I wasn't without options regardless, but this was one thing I felt confident in relying on. Avalon. The sheath in my copy's chest burst out, enveloping him in the ever-distant utopia. Kronos' attempt to strip away my lifespan was halted by an impenetrable barrier. He wasn't immediately surprised. He expected some resistance, but as soon as he realized his weapon gained no figurative ground his eyes began to widen. Why can I not penetrate that? He whispered, even if it sounded more like a low rumble. Why does that thing reject my domain? Everything ends, that is an undeniable law. Even immortals would suffer to some extent from this, yet that remains unmoving. His attacks shattered upon the inviolable utopia. He stood silently, eyes widened in confusion. The effects ended, but I didn't sit still. Shwinpa. My copy moved. Myriad slash. Foolish. Mirage slashed horizontally. That thick and dangerous aura still covered him. Mirage touched it and struggled, it began to grow darker, losing all of its luster. Eventually, it formed cracks and shattered. Kronos seemed pleased with himself until he realized his folly. Mirage continued to slash at him. It followed the same pattern, slowly losing its luster and forming cracks before shattering again. And once more, my slash continued. An uncountable number of overlapped strikes. His time began to eat away at them, but they continued without fault. Kronos' expression turned from one of confusion into utter disbelief, and he quickly took a step back, a splash of blood falling to the ground. I looked up at the actual Kronos across from me. A cut appeared on his chest, blood flowing down onto the floor. It wasn't extremely deep, but my blade severed the flesh of the Titan King. He even brought his hand up to touch his wound. A mortal wounded me. Divine might filled his eyes. Rage flashed across his face. Do you think I'm done? I raised an eyebrow, ignoring his indignation. His head quickly looked back down at our little game. Prestidigitation. I said softly, mimicking the actions of the copy of myself I fought previously. Ok Dug Odin. My copy actualized the spell it had prepared over this course of time. The initial words I told it had enough meaning that it knew what I wanted to do. Like a box, massive spell circles containing primordial runes shimmered into existence all around Kronos. And by the look on his face, even he sensed the danger. Destroy it. Kronos roared. His copy threw his scythe at one of the magic circles, magical energy discharged off it like lightning, forming cracks in it. And he threw himself at another, his fist carried with them an oppressive aura as he slammed them into another, shattering parts of it. But there was enough that some of the spell still went off. I didn't know how it would affect a titan like this. His fate was measured and attacked. His casualty was outlined and attacked. His spot on the timeline was attacked. His spatial coordinates were attacked. And lastly, his physical existence was attacked. That was the great God-carved seal. It attacked every aspect of one's existence. Kronos, not his copy, quickly swung his scythe, destroying the miniature world. But even so, he hunkered down, spilling a large amount of blood from his mouth and panting heavily. He used his scythe to hold himself up. Your name. He gritted through his teeth. He already knew it, but it was also a form of respect. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. I will remember you. His killing intent was palpable at this point. Next time we meet, it will not be a game. Nor will I be handicapped. His eyes flashed as the room shuddered again and the stasis around us shattered. Seemingly, he began to dissipate and drift away with the falling of his cage. Well, if he wanted to run, I wasn't sure I was in the mood to even try and stop him. He wasn't at 100%, that was clear, but he still wasn't someone I was going to go half-cocked against in a life-or-death fight. I breathed out a sigh of relief once the people outside finally arrived. There was a thunderous boom as a very notable god slammed into the floor, ready to fight with lightning crackling from his eyes. The others appeared rather quickly too, looking concerned and ready to fight. I simply took Mirage and stabbed it into the ground, leaning on it. What's the hurry, did something happen? I looked at them cheekily. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Loki POV, DXD. I balanced one of my favorite daggers on my finger while taking a bite into an apple. You know, when we asked you to cause a distraction, we didn't mean like that. I decided to do things my way. The Titan of Time rumbled. Clearly. I said dryly. You're hurt. I glanced at him. Run into your dear old son. Played a bit of catch with him. Took him to a ball game. You're speaking things I don't understand and you know it. The Titan's tone was tired. Trickster, I have no patience right now. Very well. I dismissed my dagger and took a seat. Apple. I offered. He stared at me for a moment. Sure. He shrugged, catching the piece of fruit I threw at him. He tossed it into his large mouth with a single bite and swallowed it. You were right. Mortals have become much stronger. Did you do all of that just to verify it for yourself? I found myself sighing. You remind me of my brother. Do you expect me to trust you? He countered. Point. I acknowledged. But still, it's common knowledge. I do not trust other people to form my opinions for me. He glared. Well, I take back what I said. It seems there's some wisdom in that noggin of yours after all these years. I could respect that point of view. And what's your opinion? They are not beasts. He said simply. Well, I think some of our number would disagree. And they would be wrong. He growled. My. Does the great Titan King sympathize with the mortals? I chuckled. Hardly. He rolled his large eyes. There is a difference that must be acknowledged. And what's that? Beasts do not get the benefit of struggling for their survival. The mortals have earned that blessing. He sat down, shaking the ground with it. I didn't give you an answer before, but I will now. I will work together with you all. This, Cow's Brigade, of yours. The world went down the wrong path, and it must be corrected. Start it over. But I will respect their right to struggle to survive against what is to come. I'm questioning how you were even overthrown by your oaf of a son. I spoke softly. Why is it that you seem much more wise than the current leader of the Greeks? Don't speak ill of my son. He snapped his head. Is that familial love I feel? I felt myself grinning. Even after everything. I will make them all suffer the same torment that I have these past millennia. His eyes narrowed. But I will not deny that I am proud of them for defeating me. I am Kronos, king of the Titans, and they succeeded in overthrowing me. As their father, I can be nothing but proud. What a contradictory existence you are. I am a Titan, contradictions are for mortals. I am what I am and the world must accommodate me, not the other way around. He snorted. Well, this was a pleasant surprise. I had assumed I would be dealing with another Zeus, but instead, it's almost as if I had another Odin here with me. Perhaps if fate didn't dictate his fall, the world would have been a much different place. Did you at least do what we asked? I do not repay debts with ingratitude, trickster. But do not presume to order me around in the future. He flicked his hand, and Pandora's box went skirting across the ground. Take your box, I have done what you have asked. How, wonderful, I picked it up with gentleness. You do not know what you play with, trickster. Believe me, I know exactly what I'm playing with here. I chuckled. Then I am even more concerned that I have chosen to accompany your group. He sighed. I have also retrieved this. He held out his hand, showing a large eye. Ah, Baylor's eye, right from the accompanying sacred gear. There was no problem extracting it without leaving evidence. I asked. Do you take me for a child? He threw it at me and I caught it. I left a remnant of my own power inside of that mortal creature. What was he again? A damper. A half-vampire, half-human. I replied. Yes, that thing. He didn't seem to care much. As you requested, there is a wisp of my power inside of him that will not diminish for many months so as to not cause problems for you and not be discovered. Wonderful. I smiled. This will help us next with the Fomorians. You should be thankful, I had thoughts of consuming it for my own gain. Only my gratitude for freeing myself and my general stopped me. As it stands, the effort required to exist in many places at once will extend the time I need to recover my full power. I am very thankful, O Lord Kronos. Stop. He groaned. Your false platitudes are worse than none. Just bring me some things to speed up my recovery. And the wall. I smiled. I said I completed it. You wished me to drain away the power hidden in that strange cavern of the devils with the box. I did so and used my domain to keep it from crumbling. He waved it off. It left me exhausted, but it will not be discovered that it is all but destroyed for another year or two. Wonderful. I clapped my hands happily. It seemed that our little operation went off without a hitch. Despite him taking his own alterations to the plan and seemingly kidnapping all those kids right under the gods' noses. Which, I can't say I'm against, but it was a risk I wouldn't have taken. But all's well that ends well. It was annoying to set up simultaneous attacks at every entrance to hell so as to not draw attention to the Titan draining away the vitality of the cavern, but it was well worth it. A seal, or well, more like a small band-aid, was undone. Every little bit helps. One of many that the biblical God created in the world. And our main purpose to kill a few infuriating gnats went off without a hitch. Some of those pesky old Satan devils that kept a hold of information that they really shouldn't have. Thankfully, they didn't know what they had, neither did their captors. The new Satans didn't put together what it was yet, so we're good for now. It was all conveniently destroyed, and all the prisoners mysteriously committed suicide by stabbing themselves in the throat. How unfortunate. I'll need to have words with some of those among our illustrious group about not sticking their noses where they don't belong. I also brought one last gift. Kronos held up his hand, the time around it flowed erratically, and a small orb compressed into images. You said you were interested in a certain mortal. I watched the face of the Lucifer's half-bastard son flash across it. Well, Kronos, I do believe this is the start of a beautiful relationship. I happily took the gift. Well, he wasn't entirely right. Yes, I was interested in the mortal for a plethora of reasons. It was Rise of him that suddenly developed a particular interest in our young friend. I could probably get a favor out of this quite handily. *****. A/N. If you want to read 9 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 470, Chapter 427. Rias Gremory POV. That was. It was weird. Despite being so far away, we could see what was happening clearly, almost like we were standing right beside them. I've watched pretty much all the videos I could find about him ever since they appeared online. Ever since he abruptly showed back up and caused a scene everywhere he went. And I knew he was strong, that was obvious, and I don't think anyone would say otherwise, but to actually see it in person was an entirely different experience. What was I even supposed to say at this point? I felt like I had gotten a lot stronger recently. Even Sai had been helping with my training and I couldn't believe how much stronger I was than even a few weeks ago, but it felt like the gap didn't even close at all. He doesn't even think about me, does he? Like I'm not even a consideration in his head or plans. It's so obvious in hindsight, and evident by how disdainfully he treated us. We weren't even worth noticing in his eyes, were we? Here I was, not even able to speak when that thing looked at me. It was like some immense pressure weighing down on me when he barely even acknowledged me. Yet, Wilhelm barely even blinked and casually fought him, through an odd way, but even so. They were just chatting while casually throwing out more power than I could bring out even with tons of prep time. They were doing things I couldn't even understand. And Wilhelm was keeping up with a literal god, Titan. Was there even a difference? Like something happened, and he just casually responded and explained them as they went and a god was treating him like an equal. I had no idea what was going on half the time, only that they were throwing attacks back and forth. Kronos did a big stupid thing that blocked out the sky, something that was really scary, and Wilhelm just countered it without even a second thought. What did he call it? Sword of Destruction. Did it have something to do with bloodline power? Could I do something like that too? It just completely destroyed that towering lookalike that Kronos made that could probably destroy an entire city with ease. It seemed more ridiculous than watching the few videos of when Wilhelm fought Indra not that long ago. Maybe just because we were watching it all unfold. That game they were playing. Was that even the right word? A fight that didn't really seem to be a fight, but it could still hurt you. Everyone saw what happened. If their pieces were hurt, they were hurt too. I was definitely relieved they weren't going to fight in here. I saw how destructive his fight with Indra got. I doubted it would be any less than that. But that didn't mean there was no danger for him. I was a little worried. But that proved to be pointless. He handled himself so well that it really made me wonder how much experience he had. That comment about how many times he fought with his life on the line. What had happened to him since he left? Has he really had such a terrible life that he's had to fight to the death so many times that this is pretty much a normal thing for him that he doesn't even bat an eye? Maybe I should ask Mother. I hated to even think about what was going on between them, but maybe I should stop pretending nothing was happening. I would be able to talk to her about certain things then. Even so, I just didn't know what to think anymore. Brother always told me about gods when he dealt with them. How they were super arrogant and powerful and they looked down on every other race. But here Wilhelm was being treated with actual respect. Why was it that I'm stuck at this point while my nephew was already towering over me with barely any actual time spent in the supernatural? It's not fair. Is what I want to say. Even Riser. Someone I was planning to fight. Someone who I was racking my brain on how to beat, making plans with my peerage. Wilhelm barely cast him a glance and neutralized him with a single spell like it was the easiest thing in the world. Then he just literally threw him out of the building like he was nothing. I hadn't even considered sealing him like that. I was so focused on beating his regeneration that the thought of just trapping him or making him not able to fight didn't cross my mind. Super obvious in hindsight, but I just completely ignored it. What was I even doing up to this point? I've just been focusing entirely on my own power of destruction and not much else. Sure, I've been doing some physical exercises, but it's not like I was going to fight on the front line. I was a backline fighter and was proud of myself for where I was at. It's laughable. What was Wilhelm? I saw him fight in close tons of times, yet he also could hang back and throw around spells that dwarfed what I could do. Was I being stupid and holding myself back by thinking of myself in only one way? Satans, I feel like such an idiot. I don't know why, but I just started giggling, and I couldn't hold it back. Rias, what's wrong? Sona looked at me in concern. Though it was pretty obvious she was also shaken. I just realized how insignificant Riser was and how stupid of me it was to spend so much time worrying about him. I wiped away a tear that was forming at the corner of my eye. Not the reaction I was expecting. She muttered. That's the spirit, cousin. Sai slapped my shoulder, kind of hard. No, I was just weak. Hey Sona. What? Can you teach me magic later? I asked. What brought this on, Rias? She furrowed her brow. Just realized I was being silly about some things. It would be stupid of me not to learn magic properly if I'm not a physical fighter. Why was I only relying on my power of destruction again? Obviously it was my bread and butter, and I needed to train it better, but it's stupid of me not to pick up some magic to complement my fighting style. I can't just be throwing around big blasts of energy all the time. I always compared myself to brother, even if I didn't say it out loud, there was a bit of jealousy there. He was so strong and he only used his power of destruction, so I felt like I had to copy him to get the same results. Stupid. What about Akino? Sona glanced at my queen at my side who was silently watching us. She's good at what she does, but she specializes in only a couple things. I shrugged. You're more familiar with a bunch of stuff. Fair enough. She nodded. Why did it feel like there was a big weight off my shoulders? I felt calm, despite everything. Maybe it was because brother and everyone else finally arrived and the oppressive feeling disappeared. Or maybe it was because I felt like I had a new lease on life. After seeing how so far ahead someone my own age was, everything else I've been dealing with felt like a fight on the playground. Not worth mentioning. Hey Sai, if you fought Wilhelm, how would you have done? I kind of knew how strong Sai was, and he was probably closer to me than he was to Wilhelm. I would have lost. My cousin chuckled without a second thought. It would have been a good fight though. You're not annoyed or upset. Why would I be? He blinked. Just means I need to get stronger because there are stronger opponents out there. Hey, you should stop caring about everyone else and worry about yourself, princess. The supposed new Monkey King offered his own 2 cents. Gramps told me that if you're only focused on keeping up with other people, you're going to trip and fall down eventually. Humph, I could have taken him. Sure you could, Valley. Biko answered sarcastically. Did you see that spell at the end? Oh boy, that set off alarms in my head. I'd have been turned to minced meat if I tried to take that. How would you have handled that, Valley? Fuck off. The silvered-haired guy snorted. He was the White Dragon Emperor of this generation, wasn't he? And even he was saying he wouldn't have been much use there. Maybe I am being a bit too hard on myself over all of this. Hey Sona, are you still going to get revenge on Wilhelm for blowing you up? I suddenly asked. Shut up, Rias. Sona scowled. Hee hee. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Zeus POV. At many points, I questioned why I even decided to deem this a meeting a priority. Those others squabbled amongst themselves and I cared not for their bickering. If not for my brother's suggestion, and that of my daughter, I would not have even come. Olympus did not need outside help. But at the same time, the tides were shifting, as Poseidon would say. After the fiasco with Indra causing a commotion, many others were thrown into the spotlight and many had begun to forget about me. That was unacceptable. I was the king of Olympus and it was important to remind everyone of this fact. It would be imperative that they all be reminded who stood atop Olympus and looked down at them. Especially after the incident in Tartarus with father being freed. I did not believe any trite about Hades being responsible. Whether he joined that ridiculous Cows Brigade or not, I didn't care. But despite all the arguments and fighting between my brother and I knew without a doubt in my heart that he would never willingly release our father. There were others scheming against Olympus, and that would not stand. So I swallowed my annoyance and joined up with these others. Some annoying arguing led to some sort of agreement I didn't care much about. Putting together a team of our younger generation. It wasn't a bad idea. Our battle with the giants in the Gigantomachia was proof that there were obstacles that required additional resources to handle. To treat this as a similar situation would not be incorrect. And it's true that there haven't been many reasons for us to train our newest demigods recently. They've become fat and content with whatever privileges we've given them. I suppose it's time for them to earn their keep for all we've done for them. And as long as I do not have to deal with other pantheons invading our territory, I had not much to say. A meager few brats from different places barely entered my eyes. I had thought this was to be the end of it. We had reached an agreement of sorts which I found surprisingly tolerable. For some reason, the others were more open to accepting these concessions. Indra had been quiet, far too quiet. Of course, he had suffered rather recently. Not defeating a mortal. Amusing as it was concerning. But I would take pleasure in his failures regardless. He had become far too arrogant over the years just because faith in Olympus had waned. He shrunk his head back now, like a coward. This Cows Brigade also seemed to strike at the core of his home as well. A second strike that certainly felled his confidence. The others were more concerning, however. Nuwa was not someone I had interacted with much. But her charm and insight were undoubtedly brilliant in how she navigated these talks. The devils, ignorable. We had no reason to deal with them normally. Same for those feathered ones. Leftovers of a long-dead god. Luff, no need to concern myself with him and his ilk. His people kept to themselves, and they were now preoccupied with their own old foes returning. No, the one I cared most about was Odin. There was something that gave me pause about him, more so than usual. It was as if he knew more than he was saying, and we were walking down the path he already devised. That old god was not to be trifled with lightly. However, all of that seemed immaterial in the moment. How none of us noticed, I cannot claim to know the answer. Perhaps the subtlety of it took everyone equally by surprise. How my father managed to sneak beneath our notice and kidnap a room full of our younger members set a fury in everyone's eyes. Once it was noticed, it became rather obvious. But had it not been discovered, how long would it have taken before one of us had seen? As much as I desired to immediately confront my father, however, despite the many years since that fateful battle to determine the rulership of Olympus, I still recalled it vividly. I stayed my hand for now, and decided to watch. It took myself and my brothers to confront our father. I was not foolish enough to ignore that memory just because I was now king. Should we just destroy this barrier and rush in? The fallen angel leader asked. I doubt it could take all of us if we just brute force the thing. It's not a barrier. The devil with the green hair stated. Well, it is by extension, but not by design. It's cutting off everything underneath from the normal flow of time. Collapsing it forcibly could be detrimental to everyone inside. Intelligent. Yes, they say he's one of their super devils or some other nonsense word. However, intelligence was a strength on its own. My daughter was not the strongest goddess among ours, but her wisdom made her a formidable enemy for any who underestimate her. I would see this as a similar situation. Despite my dislike for the devils, their leaders were not to be underestimated. It seemed as though they took a similar approach. The red one was their strongest, while the green one was his aide. Do we have anyone inside that can help? Luff asked. We didn't want anyone to so obviously look over their shoulders, so while we kept people nearby, they were also locked out. Dee, the only woman among the devils, answered. I'm assuming that just teleporting wouldn't work. The fallen angel said sarcastically. Anyone have any ideas? I'm getting a little antsy knowing that Valley is there. Calm yourself, bird boy. Odin spoke and I found myself paying more attention. I asked the brat to look after the other kids. If he's there then it should be all right. The Monkey King rubbed his beard. Indra snorted, but didn't dispute it. Our wards are not defenseless either. Goddess Nuwa reminded. I'm sure many of us gave them some way to defend themselves in the worst case. That's true, Biko has a talisman with a blow from me. He could probably take down this barrier with it. Sun Wukong nodded. There were nods around the room. We should probably give our own wards/demigods/younger generation some methods in the future. It would look poor on us if our own descendants did not have such things if others gave theirs some. Why don't we take a peek inside first before deciding to go in guns blazing? Odin suggested. I found myself agreeing with his statement. I did not care too much if the ones inside were sacrificed. More demigods could be made, and they were not particularly noteworthy in comparison to the rest of their brethren. Thus, gathering information on father was a far greater goal for me. I agree. I stated, throwing my weight behind the Norse Skyfather. We can all pull our strength to look inside without an issue. Goddess Nuwa nodded. Odin got up and made a spectacle of stretching his back. I got this. The Allfather's eye glowed and he used the mystical symbols from his origin. All right, give me some of your juice, people. Everyone casually raised a hand up, sending a bit of their godly power towards what Odin was doing. I too followed suit, being careful with how much I sent, measured against the others. Oh yeah, I still got it. He clapped as images came into view. There did not appear to be any deaths quite yet, but I focused mostly on my father. I felt a flurry of emotions after seeing him again. There he stood, facing off against the mortal. The same for which my fellow gods placed some semblance of confidence. The same which Indra fought not long ago. I did not hold him in much regard even after hearing certain feats he performed. A mortal was still a mortal in the end. 100 years, 1,000 years, would it matter? However, seeing my father look at him with such patience caused me to start re-evaluating my earlier perceptions. My father was not one who opted for subtle or passive approaches. That was not to say he was incapable of them. But the Titan King was arrogant and aggressive in nearly all his actions. If he was angry, he would not scheme, he would stomp to whoever made him angry and deal with them in the simplest and most brutal way. He was loud and bombastic. Not this. We couldn't hear anything, but it was enough to watch. And it was as if they were having a casual conversation between equals. Hey, Thundercrotch, any comment? Odin. I glared at him, not rising to his provocation. What do you expect me to say? Don't know, maybe some commentary. How's the brat doing? I glanced back at the image, father and the mortal doing some mock battle through some odd means. It looked as if they were battling through avatars. It was amusing but required no further consideration. Father is playing, I said bluntly. The mortal casted his spells, and Father defended against them with ease. Was there anything else that needed to be said? There was, no need to step in. And I was more interested in gauging Father's actions. What was his purpose? What did he hope to achieve? Perhaps some kind of clue as to what he was planning, as odd as it was to consider. Mother told me stories about his guile in the primal past, but I never experienced it myself. By the time we rebelled, he had become overconfident and blinded to his own flaws. But it would be folly to dismiss those tales now, especially considering that he too overthrew his own father. That was my intent, until something changed. Father became more serious. His true power shined through the miniature avatar, if briefly. We should intervene. I found myself frowning. Ho, lightning boy, you're worried, are you? Odin laughed. I didn't take you for caring about all the brat. I care not for the mortal. I scowled. However, Father has deemed him a threat to warrant his true power. If he intends to finish his games, he may escape before we can remove this disruption. While I don't agree with what he said entirely, he's correct. We should bring this thing down now. The one who sat on the dead god's throne agreed with me. I don't like sitting here watching while our wards are potentially in danger. Even if there is someone there protecting them. If the Titan decides to stop doing what it is they are doing, a true fight would induce casualties by proximity. Well, hard to argue with that. The Monkey King tapped the pipe in his hand to the table, putting it away. Can't go too hard, let's try something easy first. His power seeped out and he moved quickly, throwing a fist at the barrier back with the vague phantom of a Buddha behind him. It shook vigorously, but still held. It seemed that Father also noticed as well. Put your back into it next time, yeah. Odin mocked. Come now, All-Father, he obviously was being gentle. Nuwa stepped forward. I'm also afraid of being overzealous. She held her hand out, condensing her godly power into the form of a needle. A simple throw of it and it stabbed into the temporal barrier, causing it to shudder once more. Looks like they're finishing up regardless. Odin rubbed his beard, and then, he seemed to freeze in place. What is that? He muttered, catching all of our attention. The mortal, he did something. I narrowed my eyes to get a better look and it seemed to be magic filled with Odin's touch. Strange, that he would be caught off guard by something he should be familiar with. But I also watched as Father panicked. Father panicked. The mortal did something that caused Father to stop whatever game it was they were playing. Father was hurt. The mortal wounded the great Titan King. Odin, what magic did that mortal invoke from your part of the world? My words rumbled. Who knows? The Norse god shrugged. I'm also curious. The green-haired devil looked at the All-Father. I wasn't able to analyze it properly. Even through a visual technique, and from avatars, the danger it posed was noticeable. Goddess Nuwa made a comment as well. You seem awfully close with the mortal, Odin. Indra cast a sideways glance towards him. Do you have something to say, Indra? The Asgardian king stepped up. He was still but a child in most of our eyes, but he held himself well for his position. I said what I wanted to say, boy. The Hindu god responded with a scoff. Daughter, you keep track of all of Olympus's potential enemies. I glanced towards Athena, not allowing any other gods outside of our pantheon to hear us speaking. A small parlor trick, but one that had come in handy. Report on him. She lowered her head. Birth name, Takao Shimoda. Current name, Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. Age, unknown, presumably, early 20s. He is the son of the current Lucifer, and a normal human woman. Currently living within the territory of Takamagara, specifically the eastern yokai under Amaterasu's priestess, Yasaka. Verified relationships include known lovers, Yasaka, Izanami no Makoto, Scathach. I held up my hand to silence her. I didn't care about who the mortal was having sex with. Recent events surrounding him. Since the gathering of the factions to broker peace, I have done extensive research. His most recent appearances include defeating a monster similar to the Hydra offspring in nature. Defeating the subordinate of Lucifer, Okita Suji. Defeating the fallen angel, Kokabil. Defeating the god of storm, Susanoo. Fighting the god of lightning, Indra. Father, give the command and we can kill him before he becomes a problem for us. My son offered, killing intent spilling off of him. Son, do you think I am unaware of your desires towards that woman of his is the source of your offer? I glared towards him. Foolish boy. He had been very vocal about the reappearance of a past love of his. An unrequited one at that. If you are going to do something idiotic, don't do it right in front of me and other gods where they can all see for themselves. Sometimes I consider forcing the two aspects of war into a single entity to save me the trouble of them both missing valuable pieces of wisdom. Those feats were admirable. He was not one of mine, so I could look from the side to admire his growth. I obviously would not have allowed him to grow so fast under my own watch without a good collar, but I don't know what those Eastern gods are thinking sometimes. But there was no point in considering it. He was not one of mine, and that was both a blessing and a curse. I would not have to worry about any ill intentions, but I also had no control over this variable. Mortal whims were much more difficult to predict, often making foolish decisions for ridiculous reasons. And with such power at his disposal, he could unintentionally cause disturbances anywhere he went. Enough, I said with lightning filling my voice. I gave them no heed as I shot forward, destroying the barrier. Father disappeared immediately once he realized we were approaching. Not that I should have expected any different. Instead, I landed onto the ground of the room, staring at the mortal. I required answers. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Wilhelm POV. I leaned on my sword, looking at the god for whom I could guess their identity. Granted, I didn't come out and say it, more so just said something a little cheeky instead. Will. A saintess slammed into my back, wrapping her arms around me. Obviously, she was sounding worried. Hey, hey. I quickly went to soothe the saintess. It's fine, I'm fine. There was no real danger. Sad Jean was bad Jean. For real, I think it's on the same level as when Jin was sad. It just felt so wrong. Other people could experience a wide array of emotions, but those two are not allowed to be sad. The other godly figures and higher-ups arrived quickly as well. They checked on their own wards specifically, which was understandable. More like a cursory look over to make sure they were alive before they all regathered with me as the sort of center. Still, Jean got pats was my priority. Jean did get a little nervous and hid behind me. It was honestly rather cute. The same Jean who rode into battle hundreds of times and commanded thousands of soldiers was also shy when people stared at her in other settings. I didn't even think it was because of the godly gazes, she wouldn't back down under them if it came to it. She was just adorable. But I digress. Well, howdy. Wonderful evening it's been, huh? I finally decided to break the awkward silence. If there's nothing else, I'll probably be hitting the road. Oh, stop being a smartass. Odin snorted. What happened? Ah, right to it then. Big guy showed up, we chatted, and then played a game in lieu of fighting it out. But I'm guessing you already know that. I eyed them skeptically. I wasn't 100% sure they were watching, but I had a feeling so. Mortal. God. I responded, not liking his rude tone. He looked unamused. Come on, let's not fight. Sun Wukong casually produced a chair to sit down on. I don't know where he was keeping it, but who was I to tell the Monkey King that he couldn't magically produce furniture? He probably doesn't know who you are, Zeus. Well, the two deities that flanked his side were big giveaways. And to be honest, artists' depictions of him were pretty spot on. Sure, some minor details were off, but overall, I had confidence in picking him out in a room. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, at your service. I introduced myself. I am Zeus, master of Olympus. He grumped. It came off as half-hearted and merely pleasantries. You also have the honor of meeting my children, Ares and Athena. He wasn't quite frowning, but it was easy to tell he didn't want to do a whole introduction and was probably annoyed that he had to go through this rather than just demand something of me. Charmed. I said curtly, glancing at both of them. So, what can I do for you all? What did my father speak to you about? Zeus ignored everything else and immediately spoke up. There was a sort of demand in his tone that irked me. I don't even think it was intentional. Just like a normalcy of his everyday way of speaking. Zeus spoke, and everyone under him fell over themselves to answer. We talked about a lot of things. I felt myself frowning. Be more specific. Come on, kiddo. Azazel stepped in. This isn't just for him. We need to know what happened. A big guy like Kronos coming to cause problems for all of us is a big deal. Well, first off, you may want to check in with your people because he all but admitted that he was a distraction. I said that much at least. Azazel blinked. Crap, Sarah fall. On it. She was already pulling out a phone. Baldy, idiot, you two check things out. The two other Satans immediately departed at the speed of teleportation. Besides, you could ask anyone else here what they heard. There's a room full of people here to act as witnesses. I shrugged. Otherwise, if you need me, I will reward you in relation to the insight you offer. Zeus suddenly spoke up, making my stop in my tracks. Come again. I blinked. I'm with the brat there. Since when are you so charitable, Thundercrotch? Call me that again, All-Father, and you will see firsthand my temper. Zeus growled. And it's common sense to pay for a service, or are you too out of touch with mortal affairs? He scoffed. A reward. I perked up. Odin continued to stare at Zeus. I'm skeptical about your identity right now. You are testing my patience. Zeus issued another low growl. It's just odd, is all. What is odd about me paying for information? Do the nuances of rulership escape you in your old age? Zeus scowled. You pay a mercenary for their sword, that is knowledge since time innumerable. He is not under myself, thus he is treated as such. My father bestowed some amount of respect upon him, thus I will offer the same respect. His insight is more valuable than any other who witnessed. You know, that sounded rather logical, yet still carried a large amount of arrogance in it. I'm impressed. Yes, Olympus rewards those who perform meritorious services to the gods. The goddess Athena smiled. Protecting our wards, and providing information about a common enemy are admirable deeds. And here comes the scheming. I wasn't oblivious to it, even if I didn't care to think too hard about it at the moment. But I was keen on receiving a reward. I like to receive things. Oh, come off it. Odin huffed. Damn it, self-righteous asshole, making everyone else look bad. Oh neat, can I have a golden apple? I just took a shot in the dark. Zeus twitched slightly, but it wasn't an outright rejection. Rarely has one been rewarded to a mortal. He said. Ah, I can read between the lines here. He needs something decent, otherwise it's a no-go. Well. I tapped my chin. Kronos was just here as a distraction. At most, he took a pot shot at some people without much care. It seems he was mostly interested in just taking a look at the mortals in comparison to his time. Secondly, he's obviously working with people other than his own. A few of his choice of words implied some people supporting him or such. The Cows Brigade is almost a certainty, but I can't say for 100%. He did also let slip something, but it's just my conjecture. I'll just point out the obvious for the sake of it. You should probably keep an eye on Atlas if he's still stuck holding up the world and all that. Perhaps Prometheus too if he's still sore about the centuries of torture. But otherwise, there was a slip-up from him briefly mentioning some friends. Could mean his old comrades, could mean new ones. Might want to check out the lesser gods who aren't too happy with your lot right now. It's also worth pointing out that he's not at full power, make of that what you will. I just rambled out everything I had thought of. Zeus frowned after hearing what I had to say. Well, it's not like most of that wouldn't be obvious from hearing any reports about what happened from other people, but what could you do? Ah. I blinked. Speak. Zeus noticed my expression. Well, the first thing I would do in his situation, did him and your mom ever officially separate? Perhaps I could have chosen my words more carefully, but it is what it is. Zeus's eyes flashed briefly. I will send a golden apple at a later date. Well, bully for me. Sometimes, you just need someone else to point out the obvious when you're caught up in your own head. He'd been surprisingly amicable. Well, for a Greek god. There didn't seem to be any other issues. Thus, I found myself about to say my final goodbyes until the doors slammed open. Venelana came in with Mozart at her side, and accompanying her was also Reiku and Scathack. Did she call them out of concern? I wasn't really in any danger, but I supposed she didn't know that. Wait, how did she even know I was in trouble in the first place if these gods only barely found out moments ago? Mother. A certain red-headed devil exclaimed, not particularly loud. Daughter. Indra stared at Reiku. My love. The last one made me do a double check. Surprisingly soft, if sharp tone came out from under the horned helmet of Arya as he stared at my Scathack. The Greeks don't need two gods of war, right? *****. If you want to read 9 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/asteriforum.